Yep.
He wasn't the same player that played in the Nets in 2001 or whatever, which was 7 years earlier when he took them to the finals in back-to-back years. He had that microfracture surgery, which at the time was something that, that could really end a player's career back then. They weren't as, solid with it as they are now. So, there's certainly other examples of guys that have been older that have come and gotten traded and had second kind of jolts of their career. We don't know. We don't know what Klay. We don't know how the fit's going to be.
He has the right type of game that should shoot or shoot, right?
Shoot or shoot, man. His shot should never go.
The shot should never go. Now, the type of offensive style seems to be a little bit of an opposite fit. We'll get into all that. But my major thing was this. We did an exercise yesterday. Hopefully you were able to catch it by being a Tolo. I wanted to go through some of the other names on the market that were out there. We brought up Tobias Harris. He instantly gets signed for $25 a year by the Detroit Pistons. We brought up DeMar DeRozan. He was still averaging, 24, 25 points. Yes, he's 35 years old. He's definitely going to get a number that starts in the 20s unless he really does want to go ahead and try to compete for a championship. I don't think you're going to get another number 3 as good for the price. The price is $16.7 million. Here are the other guys in the league making $20 million or around Klay's range. Marcus Smart, Derek White before yesterday, Jarrett Allen, Vucevic, Miles Turner, Duncan Robinson, Norman Powell, Bogdanovich, Keldon Johnson, D'Angelo Russell. All these guys make 19 or 18. Colin Sexton, Josh Hart, Nurkic, Lauri Markkanen, who now is a hot name out there on the market, Harrison Barnes, Malik Monk, Jonathan Isaac. I'm still in the 17s.
Yeah.
Hachimura, Kevin Huerter, Zach Collins, Karis LeVert, Tim Hardaway Jr., Davis Bertans. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
All making $16 million. So when you talk about your third option, you weren't going to be able to afford one as expensive, and you took advantage of the fallout and the disrespect in Golden State that Klay Thompson wants revenge for. That's the way I see it.
He's going to get his revenge. He's going to be able to play against them, and they're better. They're better than what Golden State is. So there's that. There are other guys. Markkanen is. I love
him.
I love him too. Remember that Bulls trade? They traded him for Derrick Jones Jr. and a first. That's it. That's all they got for him.
Wow.
And that. And that was to Cleveland. I think he's in Utah now, but he's a tremendous player. He'd have been somebody to go get. But to get Klay for, $16 million a year, you're just not going to find that's free.
And you needed him to turn down what he did in the offseason from the Warriors, 24 apiece. And this is the luck aspect you always talk about on the way to a title. And you needed him to turn down other 4-year offers that Woj said he got.
Yeah. And maybe he just wanted to. Maybe he thought the Mavs were the best chance. He had the best chance to win, and that's what he wanted to do. That's all he wanted to do was get a chance to win. So we'll see. We'll see what he has. We'll see what he has left. He can. He's still 39% from beyond the arc. That's not that bad. You can find way worse than that. We were all sitting here the day before, yesterday, singing praises because the Mavs got a guy who could shoot 41% from the corner. And he's 2% off.
Yeah.
And that's from anywhere on the floor. So that could be big.
Here's Woj with the Woj bomb and breaking news yesterday.
He really went down to the wire with Dallas, the Lakers. The Lakers are extremely intriguing to Klay Thompson. His dad played there. He lives in L.A. in the offseason. But this Dallas team with Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving coming off the NBA Finals, a chance to win his 5th NBA championship. And then financially, even though there was an opportunity at 4-year deals, maybe some more money, I think just the state taxes in Texas, the ability to financially benefit from living there, that played a part. But playing with Doncic, playing with Kyrie Irving, Dallas was really aggressive in trying to bring him in. So were the Lakers. But Klay Thompson, 3 years, $50 million, and that great Warriors dynasty now is minus one of its real historic players.
State taxes, baby, finally wins out.
Finally wins out.
State taxes.
It's never won before in the history of sports.
Yeah.
But it finally wins out here. About time. About time. Only took 100 years. But about time it wins out. I mean, the Mavs never get anybody. Anybody. Ever. Never.
That was Basic's big thing. He felt like the kid who got chosen first or second in dodgeball. He's like, this is the first time I can remember you have a free agent name of this caliber who ends up picking us over LeBron, the Lakers, and other spots.
That's it. You know, and the Lakers have, I mean, they have no money. None. And Bobby Marks detailed this yesterday. He's like, the Lakers, because they're in that second apron, they can't trade contracts. They can't trade.
You literally
players.
can't.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't make a trade and say, hey, look, we'll trade this $18 million contract and bring back another one. They can't do that. So they're just so hamstrung by that second apron, and that's part of the reason. You know, he would have had to be a free agent and take a league minimum, and he wasn't going to do that.
My brother texted me trying to be hater. He said, I don't really like this for you guys. He's not lockdown defender anymore. You don't need more scoring. He's old, and S is the bed in the playoffs. Well, they definitely need more scoring.
Ooh,
no doubt about that. They could not score 100 in the finals.
That's interesting because throughout the course of the year, I don't think anybody would have thought they needed more scoring.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they just got like the scoring. Maybe just Boston did something really well against them.
Like have 5 versatile, long, good defenders.
That's it. You know, like, and Luka was compromised.
But that's what I was asking about overreacting to a matchup. If you don't get Boston again, how do you feel? And how much do you retool based on that? You know, you're obviously always going to try to go ahead and get better, but I think it was clear PJ Washington was not the consistent answer. You're waiting for Josh Green and Jaden Hardy to go ahead and take a little bit of that next leap, and now Josh Green is on his way to Charlotte.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Josh Green. I mean, he is going to be banished to Charlotte. Banished. You'll never hear from him again. He goes from the NBA Finals to the NBA outhouse, and he's got nowhere. We'll never hear him. He'll be hanging out with Grant Williams on a pontoon boat in Lake Charlotte or whatever the lake is there. That's the extent of it. But you did need to retool. Like, you can't go back into this when you don't. I feel like generally when you don't reach your goal, most teams don't just run it back as is. Unless they realized they were like, hey, it's a 7-game series. We were right there. Thing fell the other way. They were clearly behind Boston. And this is an indictment that shows that they were clearly behind Boston.
And OKC got better.
They assume OKC is going to be better.
OKC's not just sitting back chilling. OKC's not sitting back and chilling with the number 1 seed. They go out and get Hartenstein and Caruso. I'm waiting for Sandler to correct me on Hartenstein since he corrected me on Vucevic already to start off the show.
What would you say?
He's up and at him. He said, I'm just letting you know it's Vucevic. Vucevic. That was a C.
We'll call her Vida from now on.
I think Sandler might be wrong on this one. I keep hearing. I'm pretty sure I've heard Coop say Vucevic.
Just like he was the Texas hire.
He was way off on that one, and everyone said how wrong he was. That Schloss had been the coach for about 3 weeks. He tried to sell his house a month ago.
Trying to get an early trigger from Jared at 5:40 in the morning.
And people are saying on the fan text, with Cuban gone, will they get more players now? No one wanted to come here with him as the owner.
Jared, in all seriousness, sent me a tweet from Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks. We don't have time for it right now. I guess we can now officially put to bed the age-old question of why can't the Mavs get any big-name free agents to come play for them? And I would not agree with that sentiment. Like, this was a really circumstantial thing, I think. I don't know if this puts to bed that topic.
I don't know if it puts to bed the topic, but I think you can say this is the biggest free agent get in team history.
Okay.
Shots fired, Rafe LaFrentz.
Was Chandler Parsons a trade?
Well, this is technically a trade.
Yes, this is technically a trade. Yes, absolutely. We're going to celebrate throughout the entire morning with Klay Thompson phone calls, former NBA player, part of the OKC broadcast, the New Orleans Pelicans broadcast, so he can tell us about Naji Marshall. Antonio Daniels will join us during the Expressway. Tim McMahon coming back on the show again at 9 o'clock, and another Marcus Simeon All-Star Bat giveaway during the Expressway. But was Peyton Russell hanging out with Shaq yesterday in his hood? That's next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got a Rangers player.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Good stuff. Bringing him back to the Dallas Stars hockey team. Lots of movement in the NHL. It was the opening day of free agency. They got some more news on the Chris Tanev contract with Toronto. He gets 6 years.
Whoa. 6?
6. He's 30. He'll be 35 in December.
You said he wanted years.
He wanted years. That's what he got. Boy, the Predators. They help us out because they take a major piece away from Vegas, who's a threat, but they add. They get both Stamkos and Marchessault.
Whoa.
And that's the first time, according to SportsCenter, first time in league history that a team has signed two 40-goal scorers in the same offseason in the, cap era or whatever. So that's big. And people were saying, oh, there's no way you can give Stamkos $8 million. $8 million.
I was just about to ask you, what type of money did they get compared to the NBA money being thrown around?
I think the NHL salary cap it's $88 million. That's the whole team salary cap is $88 million. In the final year of Jason Tatum's contract, he'll make $71 million. So the NHL, the players, I mean, they don't the revenue just isn't there.
And Marshall, 5 years, expected to sign a 5-year deal worth 5.5 annually.
I mean, that's basically TANF.
5.5 a year.
That's so low. I'm stunned. I'm surprised that he's not getting more.
He's a beast.
He's a good player. I mean, so Tanner's a good player too, but Marshall is just a fantastic player. He's a gamer too. I mean, everything that Vegas did in the postseason over the last couple of years, like obviously Eichel's the best player. It felt like Marshall was in on every play. You know, like when they were rolling hot, it felt like he was in on every single play, like in on the action in some form. So a lot of movement in the NHL. Good day for the NHL.
Meanwhile, I wake up not to Klay texts or messages or anything Cowboy football related. RJ Choppy is calling for soccer clips.
The idea was that they were going to progress. I haven't seen any progression.
Well, clearly the 90 seconds we lost in stoppage time weren't added. Would it have made a difference? That's it. That's the end. The United States is done at the Copa America.
So they lose to Uruguay 1-0. And, man, I'll tell you this. I'm watching this game, and I'm like, I wish these announcers. Bally? It's not even Bally. The ownerships of the local teams take notice on how you should have people analyze your sport. And for all the local teams that have these announcers just be neutered, listen to Alexi Lawless. Listen to the announcers during the game. During the game, how does Greg Berhalter survive this? This is during the game. And then you go to the post, and it's more of the same.
You can talk about opportunities. Well, we got players that are playing all over the world. Talk about playing in Europe. Well, the entire team that you saw out there plays in Europe, so it's not MLS's fault. You can talk about, the pathways and the resources that they have. No generation has been given more. And yet this generation hasn't lived up to that bargain. And when it comes to Greg Berhalter, we heard Stu Holden say it's exactly right. I know there's a sport in firing coaches in all professional sports. And I know the knives are out, and they should be, because this is not good enough from Greg Berhalter. And you have to ask yourself, with 2026 coming barreling down the pike, it's going to come real quick.
Less than 2 years away.
All right? We can't afford to waste it. We can't afford to be embarrassed. And we can't afford to arrive in the summer of 26 with a team that has not progressed, that has not evolved, and has not improved. And I'm sure if Greg Berhalter was here, he would say, oh, but you don't see what's happening inside. I don't give a crap what is happening inside. I don't care about the dynamic. I don't care how much your players love you. I don't care how kumbaya it is. All I care about is I see a U.S. men's national team that is better than before. And we haven't seen that, and that's a problem going forward.
So, panic, because they should have
Alexi Lawless.
It's Alexi Lawless. They should have easily made it through this group stage. They had Panama and Bolivia, and then obviously Uruguay they've transformed their team a little bit, changed their style. But this is something that was like, this never should have happened. They're on home soil. They never should have not made it through. And you saw the crowd there. Maybe you didn't see the crowd. If you watched the game, you saw the crowd. That was embarrassing. That was a half-full Arrowhead. This is the second biggest soccer sporting event in their calendar from a national team.
And when I was in Kansas City, like they had a good like undercover soccer
Sporting KC,
yeah.
Right? That was embarrassing. And how much of that is the fans had no faith in the team? I don't know the answer to that. I don't follow it closely enough on that one. But I mean, this is a national team, and you can't sell out isn't that one of the smallest stadiums in the league? Arrowhead. It's not 100,000 people. It's not AT&T. I'll tell you that right now. You can't sell that place out. Okay, good luck.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. And then we were wondering if Pepe was hanging out yesterday with Shaquille O'Neal. Rockwall Walmart, is that where this was happening?
That's right, and it wasn't just Walmart, Sean. It was Home Depot. I think he stopped at some like Tom Thumb, some other places, all the places you would assume you would see Shaq at. He was there. And Rockwall.
Well, he's always going to Walmart, like, throughout the country. He'll go in there and just buy up the whole store for kids, Christmas time, and stuff like that.
And all the Facebook community, pages that we have, Rockwallian. I mean, this made, if we had, a newspaper company, it would make headlines for sure. I mean, it made everyone's day to see him out there. And people were driving, keeping up because, you had people, live, I guess, Facebooking, posting, hey, he's over here. So people would travel to there. And then, of course, Shaq, just being the kind guy he is, taking pictures with everyone. I mean, he's just going throughout his day,
It's awesome.
and then he's taking pictures here and there with everyone, not turning anyone down. Really awesome scene for Rockwall.
Because he lives here, or at least definitely has a home.
Got
here.
a home. Yeah, a home. At least a home. I don't know if he has more than one in DFW. But, yeah, he was taking pictures with Hawk Tua girl in Nashville last week.
Man, did you see his pose with it?
I did.
He gave his pose like, I know what you're thinking, and I'm thinking the same exact thing. Shaq posing. He'll have these random posts with like these types of girls. I can't remember who Dion warned the team about or had the team come in and speak about in terms of like one of these OnlyFans girls, but like Shaq is just randomly walking around with them here and there. Did you think for any second to drive on out to Walmart to try to see him?
I thought about it. I was probably an hour or so behind of what I was seeing. I didn't see it right away, so I had no idea where he was. But I mean, it's the Walmarts and Home Depots that I've been to plenty of times, so to see him there was pretty cool. And then Jared McCoy is also out there as well. So you have Shaq out there. I think Shaq even has a house either in Rockwall or Heath. But Jared McCoy, former Cowboys, out there as well. So pretty cool.
All right, they're giving Rockwall. As Jane Slater commented on Instagram, people finally seeing how cool Rockwall is.
Except that bridge. That bridge sucks.
Yeah, man. I have not had a great experience my last two times in Rockwall. 12, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Shouldn't be slammed out there. It's driving in and out. It's like a poor man's Austin. It's like a poor man's Austin heading over to Rockwall and trying to get out of there.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's tough. Open up more lanes, more construction. Bring it.
Y'all are talking about a part of town. I have no idea. My car doesn't go. That on 30 that way.
Yes.
I'll go on 20 that way, but 30 that way. My car doesn't go that way.
Klay Thompson is a Maverick. The concerns over the fit, and does Vegas think we're that much closer to an NBA championship? Klay Day continues. It's a Tolo Tuesday with the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ next.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We celebrate Klay Thompson to the Dallas Mavericks. It was a sign and trade with the Warriors. Klay ends up getting 3 years, $50 million. Josh Green will go to the Hornets along with 2 future second-round picks. ESPN reports that Klay and his team met with Nico and Michael Finley at the Bottle Inn in Hermosa Beach, California.
Well, hang on. Let me look at this one.
To dig into the details. The Lakers were incredibly intriguing to Klay, but the financial savings from living in Texas over California.
California, very bad place.
And the fact that the Mavs were closer to an NBA title played into his decision. Klay's agent says he was offered 4-year deals for more money, chose to take less to try to get a 5th ring here in DFW.
What kind of restaurant do you think the Bottle Inn is? Just looked it up.
Well, it sounds like a bar.
Sounds like it. It's Italian. Doesn't sound like an Italian name for a restaurant,
Really?
but there you go. This was a. I wonder how much of this is because of Nico and his relationship with people that they want to come. Their players may want to come here. It's just it's a different Mavs right now. It's a different Mavericks organization. They probably back in the old days, the old adage was we love our boys in blue. That was always their thing. We love our boys in blue. And that may have led to them never being able to land the big fish. It was a different organization. It felt different. It ran different. Doesn't mean it was wrong. There's no right or wrong way. They won a championship. Obviously, they did something right, but they never signed free agents, ever. They were never able to. In 20 years before Nico, in the Cuban era, they never signed anybody. Barely.
Kyrie also played a factor in this, according to different sources out there. Kyrie recruited him. I think they may be under the same shoe company or some type of sponsorship deal. So Kyrie wanted to get involved in this as well. Now,
maybe he'll wear those shoes with tassels. I still got to get a pair of those. I want those badly. They're awesome.
How is Vegas reacting to this?
Nonplussed. They have no reaction whatsoever.
Wow. Are you surprised by that or no?
From a hype, yes. I don't think they think I think we think much more highly of this move than Vegas does. And by we, I mean like Maverick fans. But Vegas has not shown this. They have not moved the Mavs one bit. They were, depending on where you saw, 10 or 11-1 yesterday, 7th. And they're 10 or 11-1 today, 7th. Philadelphia, jumped the Knicks yesterday. The Paul George move jumped Philadelphia quite a bit. The Mavs did nothing for them in Las Vegas. Does he have a set of diminishing skills that have to be accounted for? And Vegas is seeing that. Maybe. But I'll tell you this: if you think the Mavs, if you think this is a great move, then this is a great thing for you. Because now all you do is you get better odds to bet the Mavs win the championship.
Yes.
So now you get them at 10 or 11-1 instead of at 7-1.
Does it have the teams above them, like as it currently stands, on who they think will win the championship, or you just have that they did not move?
Let's see here. They have.
They're gonna have Boston.
Does not have the
They're gonna
list.
have Philly.
Boston, Philly, New York, Milwaukee. It doesn't have the list here. It's just up at 7.
Okay. OKC's probably going to be above. What about a basketball fit? Tim Legler breaking down some of the X's and O's on ESPN.
I love it. Addresses something Dallas desperately needs. Now, the one thing that's going to be a lot different for Klay, his usage rate is going to be different. This is going to be mostly just off the ball, spot up shooting. They don't run a lot of off the ball action for shooters in Dallas. It's all about Luka and Kyrie and high ball screen and ISO. And you got to stand there and wait. And we know Klay Thompson can shoot, but the usage will be entirely different for him. There's going to be an adjustment period. I love it for Dallas because clearly when you saw what happened in the finals against the Boston Celtics, when you have that kind of a three-point differential, you're just not giving yourself a chance to win on a nightly basis. Klay Thompson addresses that to a high degree. I think he's excited about it. Woj hit on it. I think he wants to play with Luka Doncic. I think that gives him, in his mind, the best shot to compete and contend for a title right now.
Yeah, look, he's going to get a lot of open looks, and that's what he needs. Maybe he can't create in terms of not create, but in terms of get open as well as he used to be able to. And Luka has a really good knack of finding guys that are open. Here are the teams: Boston, Philly, Thunder, Denver, Knicks, Minnesota.
Okay.
So right there, they're right there with Milwaukee on FanDuel.
I love the point from Legler, and I think it's a legitimate question to be concerned about because this is an ISO stagnant offense. It's Luka or Kyrie go one-on-one. We know that the Golden State Warriors revolutionized the entire sport with their offense of movement, try not to dribble, come off screens, run nonstop. That has not happened here.
No.
So how are the two of those things going to mix? I think Antonio Daniels will be good to ask about that at 7:20 this morning from an X's and O's standpoint because it's a legit issue in question.
Yeah, they call the Mavs style heliocentric, which I hate the word.
Heliocentric. I saw that yesterday.
Just because it's one guy dribbling around and a bunch of guys just standing there.
Yeah.
Whereas Golden State ran a motion, more traditional college-y kind of offense. Just you're constantly moving and trying to get open. And it's just a different style. And, we'll see what Klay can do to get open because it's going to be a lot less running maybe.
And it should be. So by usage, is Legler talking about what McCarthy would do with putting like a GPS tracker on you, or is he just talking about minutes? He's talking about wear and tear because Klay probably, I don't think he would want to just sit and stand in a corner and wait, although that should be less wear and tear on him.
Yeah, because when your
just
shot
go
goes,
and Luke and Kyrie will find you.
Yeah, when your shot starts to go as an older man, it's your legs. And if there's less movement in this offense because of the style of it, perhaps that keeps him more fresh.
Let's get a coach's perspective. Remember Avery Johnson,
5-0,
former Maverick, chiming in on the fit.
But just brings a wealth of experience to help not only his teammates, but also the coaching staff. He's been there. He's seen it all. He helps the Mavericks from a playbook standpoint because he loves to come off screens. So that's something else their opponents are going to have to scout for with Klay Thompson in this offense, and widens the floor for driving lanes for their star players. But this is basically trading out Derrick Jones Jr. for Klay Thompson. This is a win for the Dallas Mavericks. Their fans should be really excited.
When you talk about the term experience, Bassick yesterday, he was kind of comparing this to Al Horford, that you need those Al Horford types, like in the moment when S is hitting the fan in a series and things are falling apart and Kyrie is not clicking and Luka is wearing down. Is P.J. Washington going to be the dog to step up for you in that moment? Jaden Hardy willing to go out there and fire it up. Are you really trusting him with that responsibility? Klay Thompson, for all of his faults, yes, 0 for 10, coming off the bench. I would still think that Klay believes in a prove-it moment, in an alpha moment, give me the basketball. I've made the shots, and I will make the shots again. Now, everybody's confidence obviously wavers and goes up and down. But what the Mavericks have added is for those moments that are so important. When you want Jason Kidd to call out, when it's a free fall, when you desperately need a bucket, like Josh Green provided against the Celtics, when the Mavs were on the verge of eventually getting blown out, and you hit that big three, and you're like, oh my God, did we need that? Now you have a guy for that moment that should have supreme and elite confidence.
Yeah, that's the plan. Like now you've got that. You want to have veterans. You want to have guys that have been there, that have won. This is what Minnesota and Oklahoma City were missing in the playoffs, and that's part of the reason the Mavs were able to dispatch them is that they just didn't know in crunch time how to win. And there's a reason, where Minnesota's got a lead with 5 minutes to go in all these games. They wind up losing almost all of them. Will that change as time goes on? Yeah, because they're gonna learn how to lose. They're gonna learn how to win. Right now, this is the Mavs conference. You know, they were the champs of this conference. This is their conference right now. Like, they have a chance to keep a stranglehold on this thing.
Fallout to now laugh at over in Los Angeles. And what's Golden State going to do? LeBron now expected to probably take the max after all of the potential targets for him to take that discount have slowly started to wipe off the board. So LeBron probably going to go ahead and take that money, and the Lakers are handcuffed. They're absolutely frozen with what they can do. If they ended up offering a 4-year deal to Klay and he said no to that, that's got to be a heartbreaker for them. That's got to be crushing because they're so limited with other options.
Oh, I mean, I learned so much about the cap that I didn't want to learn yesterday that I hope I probably have forgotten most of now. But I learned what the second apron meant and all these aprons and things that's going on. And the Lakers just could not make any trade, essentially, if LeBron wasn't going to take. And this is before LeBron even signed in. They were completely hamstrung with the contracts.
So Klay, Harden, Valanciunas off the market. Those are the names that Rich Paul was telling all of his little reporter friends that LeBron was willing to sacrifice for. Not happening. The Warriors... Excuse me.
Oh, voice crack. Peyton, did you catch that one?
According to Woj, the Warriors have pivoted to try to acquire Lauri Markkanen, who is being held hostage right now for what has to be an insane ransom by Danny Ainge.
Man, if they find a way to fall into Markkanen. I mean, look, he's a better player than Klay, right?
Oh, yeah.
By a long stretch at this stage of their career.
He's a stud.
If they can get him... I mean, they while the Mavs are happy, they essentially traded Derek Jones for Klay. They would be happy for essentially trading Klay for Markkanen.
Oh, yeah. Markkanen jumped from 14 a game to 25 2 years ago, and then 23 last year with 8 rebounds for the Utah Jazz. I don't see how that's going to happen, though. I don't know what they have in the coffers when it comes to draft picks and ammunition. They were in the Paul George.
They want to trade Wiggins.
Okay. Does he expire?
Well,
Does he expire immediately? Because that's what Danny Ainge is going to be interested in. I think the Warriors this is a theory of mine. I think the Warriors have perfected the Howie Roseman media approach of letting everyone with a microphone know we're never going to be out of it. We're always going to be big time. To appease their fan base, we're always going to be there. We're always going to be after a big name. We're never going to rebuild. We're always going to reload. They got Bob Myers on TV. Stephen A. is super close, I think, with the Warriors owner. They're getting this stuff across the airwaves, even though it may not come to fruition. Windhorse pushed Paul George to the Warriors. So they were all interested. Bassick said 7 first-round picks for Markkanen. That's what it would take. There
7?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Warriors. The Warriors are they're trying to trade Wiggins. They've told him he can't play for Team Canada, essentially.
Team Canada.
So he's not going to play for them. They called a mutual decision. But there was they're basically, they don't want to risk him getting hurt before they trade him.
I didn't realize teams had that say. I didn't realize they had that control.
Yeah, I don't know.
You telling me if Luka Doncic was maybe on the block, like things were falling apart here, that the Mavericks could tell him you're not playing for Slovenia because we may deal you?
Perhaps.
We tried everything.
Perhaps. He has 3 years and $85 million left on his contract if he picks up his 26th player option. So
the Bulls are looking to dump the contracts of Zach LaVine and Lonzo Ball, according to Chris Haynes, and Nuggets insiders are saying that the Joker is pushing for Russell Westbrook. Not the first time he's wanted to play with Westbrook, would give Michael Malone a trusted veteran ball handler, which is something the Nuggets need right now. That is what is happening around the association. Meanwhile, the Celtics ownership group is trying to sell, and Jason Tatum with the largest deal in NBA history. Thank goodness Bobby is out, because his heart palpitations would not be able to take 5 for $315, the supermax for Tatum, while Derek White gets 4 for $125. So the Celtics making moves. Ownership trying to sell while kicking out the money for Tatum and Derek White.
He gets $71 million in the final year of his deal. It starts in the mid-50s, and it incrementally will go up to $71 million. That seems high. But, look, Bobby can't be upset about Tatum getting this kind of money and laugh at it when the rest of the NFL is going to laugh at Dak being the highest-paid quarterback. Tatum does not deserve to be the highest-paid player in the NBA. Dak doesn't deserve to be the highest-paid quarterback in the NFL, and I don't think anybody really argues that one.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes does. It's just the way it is with contracts.
Should we believe the report that CeeDee Lamb could be asking for a trade? Forget about holdout. There's a report about him asking for a trade if he doesn't get what he wants very, very soon. That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Going to celebrate Klay Thompson with your Mav phone calls at 6:40. You need to also use that phone to hit us up at 7:20 for our final Marcus Simeon All-Star Bat giveaway during the 720 Expressway. We have former NBA player and commentator Antonio Daniels at 7:20 and Tim McMahon at 9 o'clock, Mavs Insider, to talk about the big splash, pun intended. But do we need to trust, and should we trust Pretty Ricky? That was the question I was asking myself before going on the Dallas Cowboys radio network, 100,000 watts, and talking about some Twitter account made me think of Ravishing Rick Rude back in the day. Kevin Hagelin.
I saw some videos of him the other day, just going back into this rabbit hole. He was...
Is he alive?
I do not believe Ravishing Rick Rude is still with us.
Okay. I saw Mr. Perfect the other day, highlights.
He is not with us.
Yes, Ravishing Rick Rude. It gave me some nostalgia, but this is not giving nostalgia. This Twitter account, which apparently it's got 25,000 followers and has often scooped some NFL beat writers for stories, says that if CeeDee Lamb doesn't get that contract that he wants, he could demand a trade. Who is this person? What type of stories has he gotten?
He's scooped quite a bit. He scooped a Trevor Lawrence contract. He tweeted the Jags that finalized their extension with Lawrence 25 minutes before Rappaport did. He has scooped them on a couple of other major stories and made a transaction regarding Calvin Ridley.
Okay.
So he has scooped them on a couple of things. Odell Beckham with the Dolphins. He has scooped them on a couple of things now. And Jared Goff contract, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
All right.
So he's gotten a scoop.
He added that CD will request to be traded if the Cowboys do not offer him a new deal worth at least $32 million a year. He wants to be at least the second highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Bobby, our Cowboys insider, back on Friday, added to this and said, I know this tweet is making the rounds among Cowboy fans. I won't speak to any potential trade requests, but I do believe that $32 million is the exact salary floor that CD is holding to. So Bobby is agreeing with this, that the minimum, the floor for CD on what he wants to make annually is 32. And if you look at the hierarchy of NFL wide receivers, it makes total and complete sense. It should be 32 as the floor. Justin Jefferson now makes 35. The Vikings kind of screwed everyone. Well, they didn't have much of a choice. They had to. But they jumped the market by $3 million because the second highest paid receiver. You want to guess who it is, actually? It's a little
A.J.
surprise.
Brown?
Good job, Ralph.
Thank you.
$32 million for AJ. You want to guess the next one?
Tyreek?
No. Oh, you know what? You are right. He's like 2,000 less than the next guy. NFC, a guy you love, and his deal is fresh.
Amon-Ra?
Amon-Ra makes 30. Tyreek makes 30. Jalen Waddle makes 28.
Oh,
the Miami Dolphins tying up about 60 mil in two receivers. Devontae, 28. Cooper Kupp, 26.7. Devontae Smith, his new deal, has him getting 25. But all that matters is Jefferson, AJ.
And AJ, that's it.
That's it. CeeDee Lamb is better than AJ Brown, in my opinion.
So that's improvement.
And at the very least, he's as good. That's if you want to insult CD. He's as good, at least, as A.J. Brown. I think he's better. I think a lot of people would agree that he's better.
I think he's better.
So he has to get at least A.J.'s money.
I would think so. That's the floor.
Now, if he argues for 33, then 34, okay. But this is advantage CD.
Absolutely.
In terms of the argument.
No doubt. And you know, I think most players in the league.
And it also benefits him to push this out there that not only is he willing to skip training camp, he would demand a trade request to try to scare the Cowboys.
Absolutely. If all he wants is 32, what are they waiting for? Like, if he wants 35, 36, okay, I understand the hesitancy. I think most players in the league bend the knee to Justin Jefferson, recognizing that he is the best receiver in the NFL. And I think, you know, even though the players are competitive with each other, and even if they're lying to each other, you could tolerate being paid less than him. You know, anybody else? You know, you want to argue that? Obviously, Tyreek is on a different level too. But how much of his game is predicated on speed, which, you know, and speed never slumps, but it does age quite well or quite poorly. So, yeah, I would have no hesitancy giving him $32 million a year. Yeah, if that's the floor, what are they waiting for?
Which shoulder is the angel on and which shoulder is the devil on? Is there a specific shoulder or just on one apiece?
I don't know that there's a specific shoulder. Okay. You know, based on how they tried to make everybody that was a lefty or righty, I would assume it's on the left shoulder is the devil.
If maybe your dominant shoulder
for the good?
For the good, I think.
All right, if we had Ryan, he would put up good Sean on my right shoulder, bad Sean on the left shoulder.
Yeah, we can't even get our faces on the screen right now. It's just a
Oriole
just a
series,
wide
right?
shot. No, it's just a wide shot. Thanks, Carter.
So, right shoulder would be, I want the Cowboys to win 12 games again, and I want them to at least go to the NFC Championship game, and for Dak and Lamb and Micah to get paid. Left shoulder, and I'm not advocating this as my majority opinion. This is not what I want as my preference, I should say. I kind of want to see all this just blow up. I just want to see insane, crazy chaos. Lamb holds out, trade requests. Micah continues to blow up the building. Dak Prescott's ticked off. Him and Belichick rumors start with the New York Giants. Just have the whole thing be a freaking circus. I repeat, that is not my number one preference because I would prefer a really good season for selfish purposes. It's better for the city. It's better for the show. But with the way they handle this stuff, I'm like, I just hope it freaking detonates on you. I hope.
Settle down, just
I know. I'm
down,
sorry,
man.
JJ. I hope that the whole thing turns into a crazy, unbelievable soap opera with drama everywhere.
Listen,
that's my bad shoulder.
You have not
Just being honest.
Yeah, you have not experienced the Oxnard Circus. You've been to Oxnard during a regular, normal camp. You were not there in 2008. That was a wild scene, my friend, when you had Pac-Man and Tank Johnson and Hard Knocks. It was nuts. It was a wild, wild circus. And this would be something similar to that. We had the Zeke thing, the Zeke drama. We had Romo get hurt and Dak's, kind of push. But this would be on a different level of all that because...
Well, Dak would never follow through.
Dak would never follow through with it, no doubt.
I could see it with CD. I could maybe see it with Mike.
I could see that, yeah. That would be something. Because we'd be on watch every day. Is he coming through is he walking down the mulch, the pine straw?
Then McCarthy at the edge of the plank.
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer, 1-year deal. Well, the bad shoulder part of me wants this to just blow up on Jerry and Steven. Chaos.
They built it. They made their bed. You didn't want to sign these guys, when you had plenty of time to do it. You want to let them get into final years. You wanted to let them get, close to that
free agency.
The free agency period. Fine, go right ahead, man. Everybody else is signing them.
I think Jerry is pining for the days of JaMarcus Russell reportedly playing for free, as that story has been out there. JaMarcus Russell was so desperate. He told Jerry Jones, I'll play for you for free. Well, unfortunately, one of the all-time NFL busts is in the news again for jacking high school checks.
Yeah. So what happened is, he is coaching. He is not the head coach necessarily, but he is a coach at Williamson High School, which is his high school. So he went to high school there before he went to LSU, and then he was the number 1 pick. And, he made a ton of money during his NFL career. But there's a lawsuit now.
Not enough.
He's 38. They're accusing him of stealing a $74,000 donation check given to the school's football team. A local business owner claims he gave Russell the check, and the school says it never got the money. It was going to revamp the weight room. He instead deposited the check and withdrew $55,000 for himself. And he showed up to a team event this month, or I guess now in June. And they were like, yeah, you ain't welcome here, man. You're not welcome here anymore. He joined the coach staff in 2018. But yeah, he tried to steal the money for the kids. That's dirty. He made almost $40 million over 4 years, including an additional $3 million after he was released by the Raiders. He initially signed a $61 million deal in 2007.
Kicked out of your high school.
That's bad. That's you're an awful. You're a jerk. You're stealing money from just high school kids. And like, it's Alabama, man. There's a lot of poor parts of Alabama that need the money.
Yeah.
And a business owner gifted you $74,000 and you stole it. Wow.
And then your Sauce Gardner golf theory is slowly coming true.
Oh man, I told you last week.
Yes.
That discovering golf was going to be the end of the Jets and their season, and it has happened. So here's Sauce golfing. There's a video posted. You just hear him hit. But what's going on in the background? A thunderstorm.
Oh, it's a storm.
A thunderstorm. What idiot goes and plays golf? You're holding metal. And you're
I'm
play
scared
golf.
to go in my backyard and move my pool furniture when there's a storm.
I know.
I try to pick up the umbrella, and I'm like, this is going to be the end of me right here.
I don't know if he's aware of what golf clubs are made of, but they are made of metal. The chance of getting struck by lightning on a golf course, I would guess, is probably higher than anywhere on the planet that isn't a baseball field.
Sauce tweeted, if the rain doesn't stop football games, why would I let it stop my round of golf?
Yeah.
We drive the green.
I know you swing. I know you swing.
I know you swing. I see you swing.
Why? Well, because of the metal thing that you hold.
Because the metal thing you hold. The Jets are cooked.
And I can't tell if this is a camera flash after he swings or it's a lightning bolt.
It's a lightning bolt. I think it's a lightning bolt.
Definitely a flash of some light.
I'm pretty sure it's a lightning bolt. And because I don't know why in a video the camera would be flashing. That sounds like a lightning bolt to me. So Sauce is almost cooked. He was almost cooked on the field.
Yes.
On the course, I should say.
How's your phone doing? Yesterday we got the update that it was sitting in a bed of rice, as Tolo D suggested.
Sitting in a bed of rice. And I Googled, I said, because it wasn't working after about an hour or two. And I was like, how long does it to sit in a bed of rice? And it said 24 to 48 hours. I'm like, well, I don't have that kind of time. So I'm just going to get a new phone, I think.
Oh.
Because I need one I'm going to need a camera for camp. So I'm going to have to get a new phone.
Got to zoom in on Aikman.
Now, I don't have Bobby's Zoom anymore because I left Samsung.
Yeah.
I went to the iPhone.
So yesterday it was not totally fixed, obviously.
Not totally fixed. I mean, the phone's fine. It's not shutting off anymore. It's staying on. It's holding charges. There's just some moisture in the camera. So my Face ID doesn't work, and the camera is just very, very blurry. There's just moisture in there, and I got to figure out how to get this thing out. I don't have 48 hours sticking in rice.
You got to wait for a weekend.
Man, wait for a weekend. Yep.
877-881-1053 is the Franco Injury Attorney text line. Let's open up the phone lines for your Klay Thompson calls to celebrate, hopefully, the third piece to your future NBA championship. How pumped are you? What are the concerns? And do you think that Klay Thompson is it for your Mavs to win it all? 877-881-1053. Let's party with you with the 6 a.m. club next. But this July 4th, speaking of partying, while we are all excited for some well-deserved time off, got to remember to stay safe out there on the roads. That's why I want to remind you about Frankel & Frankel, the trusted personal...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your...
Here's 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Klay Thompson is a Dallas Maverick. The Mavericks and Nico Harrison pulled it off. Josh Green traded out along with 2 second-round picks, and Klay gets 3 for $50. They got about $4 million remaining. So what could be next? We'll get into that in a little bit, but Atolo tweeted me yesterday and said, can you redo that GM question you had last week? Your GM faith in the Metroplex between Jim Nill, who we all had #1 on the show, Chris Young, Nico Harrison, and Jerry Jones. Jerry finishing last from the majority of the Tolos on the Franklin & Frankel injury attorney text line. Would you like to redo it? Because everyone is giving Nico his flowers today, and you can do it with Klay calls. 877-881-1053 to celebrate Klay Thompson to the Mavericks. Chris in Fort Worth, start us off. Chris, you're live on The Fan.
Hey, I want to go against the grain, I guess, right here. First of all, I want to give props to Nico for putting a squad together for this last season. We made an unbelievable finals run, but I didn't like the Klay Thompson trade. The only reason being is I think that we got to where we were going by getting younger. I thought Josh Green was a clean piece that we had, young, upside. If you look at the Celtics series, there was a couple games he really showed up for us, especially the last game, hitting some key threes to at least try to keep us in it.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson, a little bit on the other side of his career. I understand that, he was once a great player coming off of 2 knee injuries. I don't think that we're getting what everybody expects that we're getting, 2015-16 Klay.
Well, that's fair. There's no argument. We're not getting 2015-16 Klay. No, we're not. No one's saying we are. I mean, Klay doesn't even think he's 2015-16 Klay.
Right.
You don't have to. You don't have to get that. Like, you're getting a guy that could shoot still. Like, consider this more along the lines, maybe not fair. Consider this more 2011 Peja than 2015 Klay. Even though I think he's got more left than Peja did then.
Yeah.
You're going to utilize him in a spot up role. You're not expecting him to be the same guy he was 10 years ago.
Look, Josh Green could go to Charlotte and average 17, and we'll all do what we do about Rangers who leave here and say, why is Jurickson Profar leading the All-Star vote? Why is this pitcher blowing up when he couldn't go ahead and do it here? But Josh Green right now averages 8 points a game. He's not ready. Like, right now, he is not ready, and the Mavs have to win right now. They have to win with Luka and Kyrie, like, right now, today, and Josh Green is not ready. He's not ready to be your third piece, your third guy. You didn't have a third guy. Now, PJ, this is like building out a strong rotation, right, in baseball. When you make a really good 3, an awesome 4, and now PJ Washington is a 4 for you. Right?
Basically,
the Boston Celtics had Drew Holiday or Porzingis as their 4 instead of a 2. And that made them basically invincible. And Josh Green and Jaden Hardy, they're just not ready. You can't count on them to be ready while you have to win with Luka and Kyrie right now.
Yeah. Were you going to, like, you needed a shooter. Like, what other shooters were there? Like, what
and who else were you getting for $16 million?
Yeah, nobody. I mean, like, okay. So
DeMar DeRozan, I don't think he's going to take 16.
Markkanen's wasn't going to take 16. You couldn't get him anyway.
Yeah, you're not going to get
Let's just say you could have got him. He wasn't going to take 16.
Right. Tobias Harris just got 25 from the Pistons.
And yeah, look, I mean,
and I'd rather have Klay on this team than Tobias Harris.
Well, Tobias needs the ball too much. Yeah, that wouldn't work. And plus, I don't like his game necessarily. It's just for the fit and what you needed. Like you checked off one of the boxes. You needed another scorer, like somebody who could shoot from the outside, to allow things to maybe open up for Luka and Kyrie.
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope got 22 a year, guys. Like, you weren't getting a $16 million third option unless he was damaged goods, older, bitter at his former team. I don't think. Fernando in Dallas, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Fernando. But good points from the Tolo.
Fellas, man, RJ made a great point.
It's very rare.
Hang up on him. Hang up, Peyton.
Very rare that I do, but thank you.
It was it was a good point. You got to give him his props when he makes a good point because it's not very often.
There you go.
Man, it's a great sign because of the price. If it wasn't for that price, I agree. Let's go somewhere else. He's old. He's injury prone. Whatever. He's a spot up shooter. Luka is very much in the same kind of build as LeBron, where he needs some spot up shooters around him to get some pressure off of him.
Yeah,
that's a perfect fit with Klay.
Thank you for the call. And Nico is just getting all the love from the Tolos. They're saying this man really went and turned Josh Green, Grant Williams, Seth Curry, Dinwiddie, Finney Smith, and 3 first-round picks into Kyrie, Klay, P.J. Washington, and Daniel Gafford. Meanwhile, 0-time All-Star Mikal Bridges cost 5 first-rounders in New York. So this is just some of the praise for Nico Harrison. You get Kyrie, Klay, Lively, PJ, Gafford, Grimes, Naji Marshall on his watch.
Well, that's interesting because the Knicks got pretty praised for that trade, did they not?
Well, I think it was summed up best by Tim Bontemps, and co-host of his podcast, Tim McMahon, will join us at 9. He said they severely overpaid to build a fantastic roster. The fact of the matter is they gave up 5 first-round picks for someone who never made an all-star team.
Yes.
That's an overpay.
Oh, yeah.
Now, did you become more of a – you can become – both things can be true.
Yeah.
You can become more of a legit threat as a competitor while overpaying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm looking for a car. I can still get a car that I'm very, very happy with and serves us 10 years, but I still overpaid for it.
That's
that
fine.
could be the
that's
case.
True. That's true.
But 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, he never made a freaking all-star team.
He never did. I think a lot of that is the Knicks have such a desperate desire to win, and also the devalue of first-round picks. Now, these are unprotected, and the Knicks might be bad in a couple years, so they might be really high picks as they go.
Andrew and Rowlett, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, so not only are you getting a great shooter, but you're getting somebody who has that finals experience. I mean, how many times did he play in the finals? 5, 6 times? I can't remember how many times. Golden State, So you're getting that additional finals experience, which since the Mavericks have such a young team, that's another piece that you were kind of missing.
Yes. Thank you, Andrew. I think Woj is about to chime in more live on SportsCenter when it comes to Klay Thompson. Let's go ahead and try to time this out, Pepe, if we can. Hit it.
It was on a different channel once.
Oh, Peyton.
Oh, here we go.
And that's a big part of what attracted Klay Thompson to Dallas. He could see exactly how he fit in there, the role he's going to play on the court, and that he's going to get more open looks in Dallas than maybe were available to him at the end when the floor spacing wasn't as strong anymore in Golden State, and what he believes he could bring to that locker room, an understanding of what it takes to win championships, the leadership of having been a part of 4 of them and being able to impart that on a younger Mavericks team, that really appealed to Klay Thompson.
Yeah, and you talk about the 3 shooting. Look, last year, 3.5 threes a game. Again, 5th in the NBA, so he's still got that shooting stroke. Now, plenty of free agents still remaining out there, including DeMar DeRozan with the Bulls. What's the latest on who might be interested in him?
Well, I think there's interest in DeMar DeRozan, but the kind of contract that he might want just is not going to be available. It's not left out there in the marketplace. The Bulls are more than willing to work on a sign and trade agreement to get him the years and money that he might want. But they're just, with the new salary cap rules, those are much more difficult for teams to do. The Lakers have interest. How do they acquire DeMar DeRozan? That becomes a much different scenario. LeBron James has talked about a willingness to take significantly less money to open up their mid-level exception. I think in DeMar DeRozan's case, and it may not be as appealing to him, but it may look like a one-year deal somewhere. Let the market reset next year, because if you do a sign and trade, it's got to be at least 3 years, and now you're locked into a 3-year deal at a number you may not like. The Lakers are interested, but is there a mechanism?
All right, that's enough. That was a perfect – I wanted to include DeMar DeRozan just to give a sense of what else is on the market. And he's sitting here already talking that DeMar is not going to be thrilled probably with the contract number left for him. It's going to be higher than $16.5 million that you just paid for Klay.
Yeah, and here's just two back-to-back texts right here, which is just this is peak sports. Anyone talking down this move is just hating. The other one is we've gotten older and slower for 10 more points a game. Klay, Kai, and Luka on defense. Bye-bye. That's sports.
Well, you got to look at Klay's. There's two numbers I want to look up with Klay. His defensive numbers, which I think you got some metrics the other day. The insiders and the analysts say he's not washed defensively. So I'm going to go ahead and take their word for that. The other number is something Woj just alluded to. How many? I'm going to write it on the wall back here. I don't even think it's a hot take. Klay Thompson will have more open shot looks. However it's measured. I'd like to get that measurement. The open shots he's going to get next year will be way more than he got last year with the lack of creating in Golden State. And I'm hoping that improves the numbers. CJ in Dallas, you're up next on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, CJ.
How you doing, fellas? Good morning. I just want
Hey,
what a voice.
What a voice. Did you just wake up, or are you always booming like this? Damn.
But, no, this is my voice. This is me.
Okay.
Day in, day out. I just want to say this trade has woken this team up in all different measures. I don't like the Josh Green trade either. I loved him to stay because it's youthful. He did a great job. But let's tip our hats off to Nico. I mean, he's pulling the trigger like old Jerry used to do back in the day. He didn't matter. Let's get what we can get. Let's make this team better. And I feel that we have made this team much better with the spot-up shooters, making the hole open for Luka to do his thing, penetrate the hole, make things better. I just believe we did great job on this. And guys, thank you for having me on.
Thank you for gracing us.
Yeah,
our earlobes with that voice.
I got these two stats from around the horn yesterday, so they're probably a little wrong.
Tony Reali?
Klay was second in the league in catch and shoot threes. The Mavs shot 18% on open three-pointers in the NBA Finals. 18% on open three-pointers in the NBA Finals. I mean, that's probably not going to happen with Klay. Like, I granted he was 0 for 10 in his last game, but I assume that's not going to happen too often. Yeah, defensively, are they going to be bad? Yeah, probably. Klay's not great defensively anymore. That's just not his game.
But I think he's definitely better than Luka and Kyrie still.
Yes, he is. As the fan text brought up.
Like, they did improve their perimeter defense, unless you want to say Josh Green going away nullifies that statement.
Right. What they did, and the fan text brought this up from the 858, wherever that is. We did lose two of our best athletes in Green and Derrick Jones Jr.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So
San Diego, 858, getting ready for the series.
Wow. It's not even 5 a.m. So it's that's true. They did lose athleticism.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Now, we don't know Quentin Grimes and Naji Marshall's athleticism because we're not watching them day to day.
No, it's true.
Naji Marshall, by his defensive highlights, is an athlete.
Yes, he is.
All right.
So
let's not forget about those two.
I did see some of the stuff on him said that he wasn't as athletic as like they had hoped. Naji. There was some. I gotta find the tweet. I'll find it. But there was not calling into question athleticism, maybe his speed. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, look, but there's no doubt. Like Derrick Jones was a freak,
and all slam dunk participants, slam dunk champion, and all-time franchise is officially up for sale. Team USA fails again. And RJ, with your good and bad Texas Rangers on the home of the World Series champs, Antonio Daniels at 7:20 to talk about Klay to the Mavs, along with our Marcus Semien All-Star Bat giveaway. It's all around the corner after this.
Let's get you over to number one Aaron right now. 0% APR for 60 months on that new AC system with approved credit. Some restrictions apply. You're going to want to.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On an RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The idea was that they were going to progress. I haven't seen any progression.
Well, clearly the 90 seconds we lost in stoppage time weren't added. Would it have made a difference? That's it. That's the end. The United States is done at the Copa America.
Fox with the call and more. Shame and embarrassment for the United States soccer team. Our boy from down the hall, Chicaline from La Grande, was getting some coffee. And I was like, I see on your IG stories you watching soccer all the time.
Yeah.
Did you watch this, and what is up with U.S. soccer again?
I watched a little bit of it, and I had to turn it off. Obviously, I'm Mexican parents born in the USA, so two of my two biggest teams have both been eliminated. So I kind of had this joke yesterday where I was like, oh, well, Mexico's gone. Well, that's why I'm going for USA, baby. But unfortunately, man, it was a disappointing loss. Panama basically eliminated both Mexico and the USA because of Panama. We're out. We're out.
But this is never really going to change here for the United States, right?
Well, we have this controversial conversation about how better the American soccer is getting in comparison to 10, 15 years ago.
They're all in Europe now.
Yeah, we've even kind of said that we sometimes feel that American soccer is surpassing Mexican soccer. And the crazy thing is when I ask my audience about it, that obviously are Mexican, a lot of them agree. There's a lot of issue right now with Mexican soccer. For example, they say that a lot of the players that are making it to the big leagues are sons of very powerful politicians or sons of very powerful people in Mexico.
Nepotism.
And that basically, the bad thing is that nobody's going to, they're not sending, what do you call when they go look for players?
Scouts.
They're not sending the scouts to the areas where there might be a lot of poverty, but there's some big talents there because they don't have the money, they don't have the power, they don't have the people that are getting them exposed as they should. Because Mexican soccer, dude, when I look at these stadiums, these Mexican games, and I'm seeing that there is 30,000 people in comparison to, I came to a game here in Dallas, Brazil, Mexico, probably about 12 years ago. There was 90,000 people in that stadium. It's crazy how the numbers are just starting to decline of people.
And you said that with the KC crowd yesterday.
KC crowd, that was not a good crowd at the USA game.
Yeah.
Now, people were saying the tickets were $300 a piece. Like, okay.
Yeah.
That's the going rate for a big sporting event in the U.S. right now. And I mean, the whole upper deck was basically wide open at that USA game. And how much of that was the lack of faith that the fans have that the team was going to do anything? But you're right. I mean, Mexico soccer just hasn't been. I mean, Canada's about to pass up.
I mean, dude,
they're on the rise.
You
too.
have teams that have also historically not been very good that are doing very well now. I mean, Jamaica in comparison to 5, 6, 7 years ago is looking a lot better. They're looking a lot quicker. If you look at Jamaica, it's almost like a European style now of soccer. The speed is a lot faster.
Uruguay changed their style too.
But Uruguay has so many players in Europe.
Yeah.
Uruguay has so many players in Europe. Now, dude, speaking about the tickets, so I'm going to the Chicago Bears Jaguars game in London. And check this out.
I think this guy gets on me for going out on a Saturday night in Dallas.
He goes to one restaurant because it has a red chair, and you think it's all fancy.
And he busts my while he's going to freaking international games.
He went to a place where I've been to that place that he's been to. I don't know if you said the name before.
Yeah, I did.
The Colombian Country Club. Man, I went there once. We were like 5 or 6 of us. When I got the tab, I almost had a heart attack. But
well, I blacked out, so I don't remember what it was. So it could have been that.
But you know the crazy thing? We got tickets for the Bears Jaguars in London, and we got third row, 30-yard line, and they were $470
a piece.
That ticket in Soldier Field in Chicago is probably going to be $1,300. So there's a huge difference in ticket prices between here and the U.S. So you're right. Like the ticket price is $300 to be in good seats at a USA game is not that bad, man. But it's kind of sad. But I think USA is. I honestly think they have a better team than Mexico. They just got to make sure they bring all the people from Europe back to the U.S.
You didn't send me your vasectomy guy.
Are you really going to do it?
Yeah. My wife is pressuring me. She won't touch me otherwise.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. It's not that bad. It's not that.
I heard it's not that bad.
I told you what I did. I mean, mine was even worse. Mine was even worse.
I don't want to hear.
Do it on a. They say do it at the Masters weekend or a NCAA tournament first round of the NCAA tournament.
No, bro. taking off days.
Oh, take off.
Oh, wow. Again?
Take off work.
This from the hey, who had the baby? You or your wife? 'Cause you took like 3 months. You took like 3 months.
Take off days, but do it like on a Wednesday before the NCAA tournament.
Who had the baby? Chicaline from our sister station, the Grande, here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Texas Rangers back in action tonight on this radio station. You got the good and bad of the Rangers before we get back into Clay Day with Antonio Daniels, NBA broadcaster, former player, at 7:20.
All right, so what are the odds here for the Rangers? The good news, bad news is the 6 bubble teams with something to prove. The bad is that they're one of these 6 bubble teams that might want to sell at the deadline. Okay, so they are number 2 on that list. They're 8 games ish out. Their playoff postseason odds are anywhere from 5 to 10%, depending on what metric you're looking at. So that's the bad. The great news is they're clearly disappointing. That's the crux of why they're on here. Like, would you sacrifice? This is the good. Would you sacrifice a regular season playoff berth for the Astros? Like, would you sacrifice the Astros that playoff berth for the Rangers stinking and not making it? Would
sacrifice for what?
So remember we did this with some of the other teams. Like, would you sacrifice a Rangers loss to get a Maverick win in the playoffs?
Okay.
Okay. Would you?
But I'm letting the Astros get in.
No, you're gonna let the Astros fail.
Okay.
To make the playoffs. Like, with that, you want to bargain? Would you bargain with the gods, the baseball gods here?
But what? So
you missed the playoffs, and then in taking that, Houston misses too. You sacrifice the playoff gods here.
Oh. Otherwise, what? I'd try to just play it out.
Try to play it out. You never know. You don't give up. Either way.
Like right now, would I wave the flag?
Would you wave the flag right now if it meant the Astros are out?
Oh, that's okay. Now I get it. You're 8 back. I'll say no. I'll say no, and also hoping that the Astros, just by law of averages, don't make it to another World Series and win it. Like, where do you put Houston in the AL? Behind Baltimore.
Behind New York, behind Cleveland.
Really in a series, would you pick the Guardians over them? Or is this a nice, cute regular season story? They're 22 games over 500.
I mean, look, in a playoff series, I mean, Houston is they've got a mental hold over the Yankees. I don't know. I mean, like in a playoff series, I don't know who I would pick on that one. But they're clearly not one of the 3 or I think Seattle's better too.
Yeah.
Best teams in the AL. Does that mean they would get through the postseason? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the Rangers are going to make the playoffs, but I can't. I can't take that loser mentality.
No. Here's what it says about the Rangers. The write up. They're on pace for a 90-loss season. They're out of playoff position. There's some health uncertainty, obviously with Corey Seager with getting hit on the wrist. The rotation's gradually getting healthier, but they have a great deal of ground to make up with the majority of the regular season schedule already behind them, just over the 80 game. They obviously have to credit their operating, their schedule. They operated like a team serious about winning in recent years, but the reality of the current standings could force the hand of Chris Young lead up to the deadline. Consider the Texas Rangers to be perhaps the most fascinating deadline case during the month of July. The entire season and near-term future hinges on the stretch of games that include San Diego, Tampa, Angels, Houston, Baltimore, White Sox, Toronto, and St. Louis.
Padres, Rangers tonight, 6:30 pregame on this radio station. Our final Marcus Semien All-Star Bat giveaway during the 720 Expressway. When we go commercial free, it'll be Evaldi against Dylan Cease. Cease 7-6 with a 3.84.
And he is a guy that everybody wanted a piece of in the offseason.
Yeah.
He has some nasty stuff. Very Nathan Evaldi had nasty stuff. A.J. Burnett, nasty stuff back in his early years with Florida, where he just didn't know where it was going. Cease has got some filthy pitches. He can give up some runs, but he can also make you look foolish.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get back to Clay Day, but the Dallas Stars and the NHL starting off yesterday with their offseason moves.
Yeah, the Dallas Stars, obviously they are your preseason favorites in Vegas. At least they were before free agency.
Yeah, so I have the odds from Bet Online before yesterday. actually 2 teams in front of.
Now
you had the Stars as the favorite to win it all.
They were, yeah, in Vegas. This was over the weekend. They were the favorites along with Florida.
Okay, I had Florida at 13-2, then Edmonton at 7-1, then the Stars at 9-1.
Ah, okay, yeah, the Stars at 9-1 with Panthers at 9-1, and Edmonton was 10-1. This is on ESPN, ESPN Bet. Now how that's changed, we'll see. But so they lose Tanev. Tanev goes to Toronto, 6 years, about $27-ish million, which is not much different than the Marchessault contract with Nashville. Nashville got him and Stamkos, and I saw this morning, first time 2 40-goal scorers signed with the same team in the same offseason. They do bring back Matt Duchene. That was good for the Stars. They also signed another couple of players, but first day of free agency in the NHL. They've got some spots to fill. They had about 5 spots to fill yesterday.
The Celtics kicking out money to Jason Tatum. Largest deal in NBA history. 5 for $315. 5 for $315 in the NBA.
Yeah, his last year's contract is about $71 million.
Derek White then got 4 for $125. But the bigger Celtics story was that they're selling. They're making the franchise available. They purchased it, the current group purchased it in 2002 for $360 million. Since then, the Suns went for $4 billion. The Bucks went for $3.5. The Mavs went for $3.5. And now you have the Boston Celtics off a world championship with a championship window wide open.
They're going to go for 5+.
Yes.
I think. Unless there's some finances that are just not there. But that's what, and they bought it for $360 million in 2022. Sorry, 2002. So 22 years ago, they bought that team for $360 million. And that thing is going to be worth easily $5 billion. Unbelievable.
Right? Is the only better return on that, JJ?
Jerry bought the Cowboys for $150 million back in, 89, 88, something like that. And
now we think at least 10.
Yeah, and Steinbrenner bought the Yankees for $10 million in the 70s. And now that's worth about 9 or 10.
Yeah.
But you know what? The Cowboys could sell the team.
It is improvement.
The Cowboys could sell the team for way more than $10 billion. And I think the Yankees could sell for way more than $10 billion if they really wanted to. Because you're getting... everything you're getting from Boston for the Celtics, you're getting so much more on a global scale. No one will ever be able to buy it. No one will ever be able to afford it.
Or fart it.
877-881-1053
is the way to hit us up on the text. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. And it's also the way to call for our final Marcus Semien All-Star Bat giveaway. And that final one is coming up next during the Expressway. The Expressway is when we go commercial-free and when we are joined by one of the great analyst personalities in the NBA. He currently covers the Pelicans, so we got to talk about Naji Marshall, and we got to talk about a guy he competed against. Klay Thompson to the Mavericks, all with Antonio Daniels. Next on Sean and RJ. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue, and we want you to join us, y'all, on August 10th. Tolo D has already hit me up. I'm already lining up all the babysitters for Fan Bowl 2024. It's taking place at the Arlington Hurtado location. Of course, they have already set up a barbecue triangle, the brand new spot in Mansfield. They have one in Fort Worth, and my spot, along with the rest of the Tolos, is in Arlington for August 10th. A little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue. So go for lunch, go for dinner, go for that catering event or party. HurtadoBBQ.com, HurtadoBBQ.com for the prime brisket, the spare ribs, the turkey, house-made sausage, pulled pork, smoked fried quail, and the jalapeno glazed chicken half. Are you kidding me? 2 locations inside the globe, of course, and 3 brick and mortars with a brand new one in Mansfield. The official site of Fan Bowl 2024 with you on August 10th is Hurtado.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial-free all the way up to 8. Right here on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
For nearly 30 years, Thomas J. Henry has fought day in and day out for every client we've had the honor of representing. In our town, in our community, we will always be the name you trust. Thomas J. Henry. Available 24/7 nights and weekends. San Antonio, Texas.
If you owe $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may be feeling overwhelmed, filled with anxiety, even embarrassed. Well, stop. That's right, stop. It's not your fault. Life happens. People lose their jobs, get sick, get divorced, and many other things that can lead to financial stress. So, don't feel bad about it. Do something about it. And join the over 300,000 people who worked with accredited debt relief to pay off their debt. A company with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're here to
by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
13-year NBA vet, currently the television color analyst for the New Orleans Pelicans, and reacting to Klay Thompson as a Dallas Maverick, along with the other Nico moves, Antonio Daniels on Sean and RJ via the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. Thank you for waking up with us. How are you?
For sure, fellas. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Your thoughts on Klay leaving the Warriors for the Mavericks?
Well, you knew what was coming. You knew he was leaving. And from a business perspective, from a relational perspective, you somewhat understand it. You know, we watched the Golden State Warriors win 4 championships with Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and some really good vets and role players. They financially took care of Jordan Poole. They financially took care of Draymond Green.
Yep.
And when it was Klay Thompson's turn, they actually put him on the back burner.
Yep.
So you knew that this divorce was coming. You just didn't know on the other end that he would end up in Dallas. And I tell you what, when you start talking about free agency, and we discussed this at length on my SiriusXM show yesterday, I don't care about the name. I don't care about the resume. I care about the skill set, right? I care about the fit, because there are guys that aren't household names but can really elevate the trajectory of a team. Example, Nico Harrison goes out and he gets P.J. Washington at the break, and he goes out and he gets Daniel Gafford at the break.
Yeah.
That was a huge move for the Dallas Mavericks, but those guys aren't household names. For me, I don't care about the name on the back of the jersey. I care about the fit. I felt like this for Klay Thompson was a perfect fit because of his skill set and who he'll be asked to be with the Dallas Mavericks, as opposed to who everybody expected him to be with the Golden State Warriors.
So, AD, some people are questioning like the style of play with ISO ball, right? Give it to Kyrie, give it to Luka, that's it. Versus this motion offense in Golden State. Is Klay just going to have to sit here in a corner and wait versus the way that he's used to playing? How do you see that working out X's and O's wise?
Well, I mean, I feel like for me, and maybe I'm the optimist with this. Maybe I'm the complete optimist with this. But even if let's hypothetically say it does become ISO ball. Let's just hypothetically say that's what it becomes. You have a guy on the floor that is a career 40% plus three-point shooter that, in my opinion, is probably the second best shooter in the history of the sport. And even if it becomes ISO ball, what that gives Kyrie Irving and Luka, which is the best gravity duo in today's NBA, in my opinion, it gives them space. That's what this league is about now. It's about pace and space. It's about shooting. It's about putting guys on the floor that can create space for your stars. Look at what the Boston Celtics did. That's the only team in the league that their top 8 guys are legitimate three-point shooters, because there's something to giving guys space and opportunity. When you have Kyrie and when you do have Luka, you're going to give those guys space. No disrespect to Derek Jones Jr., no disrespect to him at all. But when you have Derek Jones Jr. or Josh Green, now you can leave a man and a half, because now you don't really have to honor those guys.
Yeah.
But when you have someone with Klay Thompson's skill set and resume, you have to keep a guy on him at all times.
Antonio Daniels joining us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, so you mentioned the fit, but in terms of his age, his decline, how much does he have left in the tank? Like, his shooting did go down a little bit, but how much of that is he wasn't getting his open looks that he might get here with guys like Luka and Kai?
And that's a great way of looking at it, because that's how I think at it too. Like, Klay Thompson will be 60 years old, playing in a lifetime league somewhere, and he'll still be able to shoot the heck out of the basketball.
Yeah.
That will never change. The difference is he's asked to be Robin in Golden State, right? You worry about Steph Curry, and then you worry about Klay Thompson. There's a totem pole on every team. There's a depth chart on every team. They're going to worry about Luka. They're going to worry about Kyrie. They're going to worry about Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively rolling to the rim and taking that away. Then they're going to worry about Klay Thompson. I feel like Yes, he is declining, but it's a given. Like that's life. You know, that's father time. But the things that he brings to the table and what he does best, as far as his skill is concerned, will benefit, and it's exactly what the Dallas Mavericks need as well. Like, I felt like Nico Harrison and Mark Cuban and Jason Kidd, they hit a home run in free agency because it's not just Klay Thompson. Naji Marshall, who's been with the New Orleans Pelicans now since he entered this league, is a heck of a pickup for them as well. And I know a lot of people won't know his name, but I guarantee you Dallas Mavericks fans will love the toughness and versatility of Naji Marshall.
All right, so tell us about him, because, it was basically like they got him and they lose Derrick Jones Jr. And what kind of a player is he? I know he's a good corner three guy, versatile defensive player on the perimeter. Who's his NBA comp?
I mean, his NBA comp is him. Like, I don't really it's not like he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Naji's been in this league for a while. So he's sat, he's watched, he's learned through vision, and when the opportunity has presented itself, he has made the most of it. This past year in New Orleans, he only started one game. 2 years prior to, he started a numerous amount of games, 20-plus games, and almost averaged 15 points per game in those starts. So, like, again, this a lot of times things are based on, like, do I know this guy? Like, is this guy a household name? And just because a guy is not a household name doesn't mean that he cannot impact your organization. Naji Marshall is a heck of a dude, one. He was the toughest guy on the New Orleans Pelicans team last year since he's been here. He has been the enforcer in New Orleans, which is wild to say because we're used to enforcers being Charles Oakley or Dale Davis or Antonio Davis. Naji Marshall, 6'5", 6'6", and is one of the toughest guys. I can guarantee you this. Nobody will be pushing Luka around. I can 100% guarantee you that.
Yeah.
But fans will love Naji Marshall's toughness, and they will love his versatility. He can handle the ball, he can shoot the ball, and he can put the ball on the floor.
I love that scouting report.
I'll say this, fellas. Like, being the color analyst for the New Orleans Pelicans for the last 5 years, when I saw the Woj tweet about Naji Marshall going to Dallas, I was kind of upset. I was kind of pissed. Because now I know that the Pelicans are going to have to play against that same Naji Marshall. That same Naji Marshall I watch every day in practice go head-to-head with Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. That guy.
Do you have any thoughts or scouting report on Quentin Grimes, who they got from Detroit?
The thing about Quentin, I don't feel like, I'll say this about Naji as well. These guys aren't finished products. Now, I don't feel like Quentin Grimes or Naji Marshall have got the reps that they need for us to actually – the only reason I can give it to you on Naji is because since Naji's gotten this league, I've seen every practice. I've watched our training camp. I've seen every shoot-around and watched it and called every game. Quentin Grimes, for me, is a guy that is interesting in a great way, though, because I don't feel like we've seen the best that he has to offer because he hasn't been in winning situations. And the thing that I've learned about this league is sometimes it takes guys getting in the right environment, in a winning environment. Like, for example, the P.J. Washington that was in
Washington.
Dallas was not the same P.J. Washington that was in Charlotte. The Daniel Gafford that was in Washington was not the – I'm sorry, it's not the same one that was in Dallas. You know what I mean? When you get out of – and I don't mean it in this way, but unhealthy situations, and you get into a winning situation, things change. Things change. So with Quentin Grimes, I feel like all he needed, which is what I feel like a lot of young players need, is a good change of scenery. You know what I mean? Put me in a winning environment so my skill set can somewhat thrive. I don't feel like it's fair to place a judgment on Quentin Grimes because of the reps that he hasn't received yet.
Antonio Daniels joins here, 105 through the Fan. Did they do enough with these two moves, Klay and Naji, to stay ahead of Oklahoma City, who picks up Caruso and Hartenstein?
I'll be honest. I feel like the Alex Caruso pickup for OKC was better than the Isaiah Hartenstein. This is me, again, because it's not about money. It's about fit. And if you look at what OKC did last year, they were the closest to duplicating the style of play that Boston did. 4 perimeter guys with 1 shooter, as far as that shooter being your center, Chet Holmgren, Kristaps Porzingis. I don't know how Isaiah Hartenstein fits. I know they paid him, and I know being a small market, you have to overpay. Oklahoma City, like many other small markets, would never be a free agent hotbed. That'll never happen. But here's the thing. If you look at what they did a year ago with playing J-Dub at the 4 and Lou Dort and Josh Giddey and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander along with Chet Holmgren, that style of play was very beneficial to the OKC Thunder. So I would ask you guys, where does Isaiah Hartenstein fit in there? I'll wait.
Well, everyone was saying that they needed a big, that they wish they would have had Derek Lively instead of us getting him.
Okay, so if you do have Derek Lively, like, you know how hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah.
Because if you do have Derek Lively, where does he play? In Oklahoma City. Not in Dallas, but in Oklahoma City. Because a lot of times what people say is, well, that same guy that is in this particular situation, if you take him out of there and put him in another situation, you're going to get the same player. And you're not. Yeah. What made OKC who they are is the fact that they could play small and they were successful at doing it. That doesn't mean that they don't have weaknesses. Alex Caruso, to me, will be that guy now that comes off the bench. But I just don't see how it's beneficial to OKC to have Isaiah Hartenstein at your 5 and Chet Holmgren at your 4. I feel like it was beneficial to play Chet Holmgren at the 5 because now Chet Holmgren's going to have to guard guys like Jason Tatum. You know, in today's NBA is different because your 4-man's not Charles Barkley. Your 4-man's not Tim Duncan. Your 4-man right now is really a 3-man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So now to ask Chet Holmgren to guard those guys, I just don't feel like – to answer your question, the short answer, I feel like Dallas is right there with everybody else. You know, I don't feel like Oklahoma City and Minnesota and Denver are all like head and shoulders above the Dallas Mavericks. I feel like Dallas made it to the NBA Finals last year, and I feel like they've improved.
Antonio, Nico is really making us look stupid. We were making Al Bundy shoe jokes and all the other comedy you can throw his way, and now he's sitting here doing work. What did you know about Nico? And what else does the league think about him with the way things are playing out here for the Western Conference champs?
I didn't know a ton about Nico Harrison. You know, obviously I've heard his name. Through the NBA circle, through the NBA pipeline. I didn't know much about him, but my thing is, as I get older, I try to reserve my thoughts on someone's actions, not what I hear from somebody else.
Yeah.
And what I've seen from Nico Harrison right now, and for me, it started with Kyrie Irving. Like, we can look at Daniel Gafford and we can look at P.J. Washington, and even the moves that were made now in free agency. But for me, a lot of this started with Kyrie Irving. And just the understanding and confidence that he showed in that young man when it seemed like the rest of the world was writing him off. Right? It takes someone special to see something in someone that other people refuse to see. Because I watched Kyrie Irving and Nico Harrison completely recreate the narrative surrounding Kyrie Irving. I couldn't be happier for that young man. I could not be happier for him. And when everybody was saying at the time when Nico Harrison brought Kyrie Irving in, oh, you know what, this isn't going to work. You know, him and Luka can't work together. Blah, 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 blah. And then it doesn't work because they bring Kyrie Irving in February and all you have is March and April. And you know what they did? They re-upped. And if you know anything about this league, contracts bring confidence. So when they re-signed Kyrie Irving, for me, I feel like that was the first step in changing the direction of the Dallas Mavericks, in my opinion. Because I feel like him and Luka is a really good fit next to each other. So for me, it started with everything that transpired with Kyrie Irving, and then he's been hitting home runs ever since.
Antonio, it seems like, you know, when we listen to the fans, you go on social media, this is about Paul George going to the Sixers. A lot of the people don't think that Paul's like a winning player. He gets kind of mocked for the playoff P thing. But teams and players, it seems to like really, really value him high. What's your take on the move of getting Paul George up there and what it does for them in the playoffs?
For me, I'll tell you, I am not a fan of the big three thing anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, when has that worked? Outside of LeBron joining the Miami Heat and outside of Kevin Durant joining the Golden State Warriors, when has it worked when you're taking guys and putting stars together?
Yeah.
Again, I wait. I wait. It generally happens when you're bringing in, if you're bringing a star player into a situation where there are a bunch of really good role players, that works for me. You know, if you're bringing in a star player into another situation where there are two other star players, for me, that has not translated to winning. You know, when you bring Paul George and James Harden and Kawhi Leonard, that doesn't work. When you bring in Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, that doesn't work. You know, even if you want to bringing in a Damian Lillard to add with Chris Middleton and Giannis Antetokounmpo, that doesn't work. But I tell you what, when you bring in a Drew Holiday in Milwaukee, that works. You know, when you bring in a Drew Holiday and a Derek White in Boston, that works. For me, the big three model doesn't work in today's NBA. That's why I give Nico Harrison a ton of credit for swinging for the fences in another way, because everybody wants to hit a home run, but it's okay to hit singles. P.J. Washington is a single. Derrick Jones Jr. is a single. Daniel Gafford is a single. All these guys are singles, and what eventually happens is you're sitting in the NBA Finals looking back at everybody else. So, yes, I love Paul George, the player. I love him as a player. I think he's incredibly skilled, incredibly talented. But I'm in wait-and-see mode with Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey, because there are health questions around Joel Embiid. There are health questions that surround Paul George. So I'm still in wait-and-see mode.
AD, we'll let you go with this. What is another move made this offseason that you've loved, disliked, or maybe that you're still waiting on?
I tell you the thing that I don't understand.
Okay.
I don't understand why NBA teams bid against themselves. I struggle with that. Like, to watch them, and for me, get your money. So I'm not getting mad at guys for getting their money. I just don't understand from the business aspect of it, overpaying certain guys that 29 other teams in the league wouldn't pay for that amount in the first place. Example, Patrick Williams in Chicago, right? They gave him 5 years, $90 million, and he's a restricted free agent. There was a point last year where Patrick Williams was coming off the bench for half the games. So you can't tell me if he entered restriction free agency that another team out there was going to give him $90 million. So, like, I don't understand the concept of overpaying guys to keep guys there when the rest of the league doesn't value them in that particular way.
When you're Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, when your Sirius XM deal runs out, our boss just texted us, how do we get AD in Dallas? So I just wanted to put that future, we might be bidding against ourselves, but I just wanted to put that out there because you are freaking electric, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, for sure, guys. Anytime you need me, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
The number 4 pick in his NBA draft, New Orleans Pelicans color analyst Antonio Daniels on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good get, RJ Choppy.
Very good. Old Texas legend, great.
Electric.
Very electric. He was a great, he would break it down for you. He would talk to you off, obviously off the court. Always a smart basketball guy.
He got me freaking, my favorite part of the whole thing, nothing to do with Klay, the Naji Marshall scouting report. My gosh, you're going to have to grab that clip, Peyton, for us to play later on and to send it to the other shows. He said, I guarantee you one thing, ain't no one touching Luka Doncic. And he was the badass enforcer there against Brandon Ingram, Zion, there in New Orleans. He was raving about Naji Marshall, and don't forget about him in trying to replace Derrick Jones Jr. Hopefully you did not forget about being a Tolo, and that means prizes for you like this.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a custom-made Marcus Semien All-Star Rangers bat. Only a limited amount are made, and you can win this bat right now by being caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, more Klay calls throughout the entire morning. Maybe we'll get back to it at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. But the quest to replace Bobby full-time continues with Peyton Russell taking over another one of his segments.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com fan text. Actually, the Frankel injury attorney fan text. Something we do every Tuesday at this time during the Expressway Ask Reddit, where we go to the million user forum of Ask Reddit, where we take the top
only
questions.
a million users on Reddit?
Over a million, I guess. Over a million plus. But yeah, we go there, we take the most popular questions, and we ask you, the Tolos, what you have to answer, and we throw it around the room here as well. Sean Sharif, I will start with you.
And by the way, speaking of Bobby, he just sent us a clip of Naji Marshall grabbing Jimmy Butler's throat, which a lot of people, that does not happen in the NBA.
No.
Going after Jimmy.
No, sir.
Sean Sharif, you are a big food guy. I'll start with you here. This one's an easy one for you. I know we usually will start with Chop. We're going to start with you here. And Bobby texts me, then start with Sean. What's a food combination?
Which, by the way, Bobby would not eat again at the dinner that we went to on Saturday. He took the menu and he goes, how many things on here you think I'll eat? And I was like, I had just eaten dinner with Amanda, and she sees me studying the menu, and she goes, are you about to eat again? And I was like, no, I got to find something for Bobby. I was like ordering for my 4-year-old, trying to figure out what to get for this guy, as he would not touch anything on the menu. I said, Bobby, you can get it like without the peppers on it. You can get it.
I'm convinced it's a bit. I'm convinced he's convinced himself that it's how he really is.
You think Kevin Hagelin's a bit?
No, I think that he is. It's like if it's not a lie, if you believe it. They've convinced themselves for so long, because your taste buds change every 7 years. So.
Oh, is that the stat?
It's the whole body changed. Everything about you changed every 7 years. So there's no way you don't like the same stuff.
He took 2 scoops of someone else's mashed potatoes, ate a few chips. That's it. All right, sorry.
It's awful. All right, Sean, here's the question. What's a food combination that people think is weird but tastes great to you?
You know, on really bland mac and cheese, I won't do this with good mac and cheese, but I've said this, controversial take, there's a lot of bad mac and cheeses out there. A lot that lack flavor. It's just boiled noodles with yellow food coloring. Man, sometimes I'll have to throw some type of spicy ketchup on there. I know it's a food crime. It's not my preference. But sometimes on bland mac and cheese, I'll have to throw some ketchup on there. I know that this is an uppity thing that is already known, but man, you mix like a good piece of cheese with some grapes, and you just eat that combination. That's incredible. Honey on cheese and crackers. That's fantastic. And I know, again, this is a classic combo. People don't like it. Man, give me some anchovies I don't see in my Caesar dressing. I love anchovies in Caesar.
Is that a weird combo? That's normal though, right?
Yeah, it's normal, but like people still don't.
Oh yeah, they don't
want
like
it because of the anchovies. Yeah. And I'll take a piece of ham and pineapple pizza here and there. I'm not going to order it first, but if I want, a thin crust Domino's, pineapple and bacon, pineapple and ham pizza, it's a refreshing combo.
Okay. I get
and ketchup on scrambled eggs sometimes. If they're not great scrambled eggs, if they're not Bobby eggs, I'll put ketchup on scrambled eggs.
I get crushed for this. I don't care. Mustard on brisket, on barbecue.
Like after it's cooked.
Yes, after
because everyone puts it on before.
Yeah, I like it. I like to dip it in there.
And you dipping your raw mushrooms in mustard.
Well, I needed something on the mushrooms.
You just like mustard.
I like mustard a lot.
Mustard.
Yellow mustard.
Okay.
Yellow mustard.
I grew up. My mom, like apple cider vinegar is huge.
I love apple cider vinegar
in Maryland.
Yeah.
Like vinegar on fries, malt vinegar.
Malt vinegar. Yeah.
Vinegar on fries. Vinegar on asparagus. My mom, kale, cooked kale, which I don't love. vinegar on that. She'd sprinkle vinegar on like steamed broccoli. A lot of vinegar combinations. People where I grew up will put vinegar on their baked potato to try to simulate the French fry malt vinegar
that's interesting.
type thing. Yeah.
214 and 817 both coming in with this one, pickles and peanut butter. I've never had that before. I probably will never try it, but pickles and peanut butter, you have a lot of mayo on hot dogs too. I just keep it ketchup and mustard on the hot dog.
And my wife will eat this. Her broke meal is a piece of white bread with bacon and some mustard in it. It'd be an RJ Choppy special, a bacon and mustard sandwich. No.
Now mine
I
here.
down with that.
Now tell me what you think about this one. This is mine. It's steak being dipped in ranch. Now it's not. We're talking like the $12 ribeye from Kroger. We're not dipping.
Chateaubriand.
Yeah, we're not dipping filet mignon or whatever.
Ranch.
Yeah, dipping some ranch here. You just try it. I don't do it all the time, but if the ranch is there, I usually take a little dip in it. Don't soak it, but just dip.
You love pizza with ranch.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I fold up the pizza, dip it right in some ranch.
Okay.
We're doing Ask Reddit here every Tuesday at this time.
Okay, RJ's face. You hate you don't
hate
you
the
don't
pizza
accept
ranch people.
Pizza ranch.
It's not. I'm offended as an Italian. The only thing you should dip pizza in is more pizza sauce. Okay. And you know what?
What about a white clam? What about a white pizza? I won't order those.
I won't order those. I don't even like Alfredo. That whole peppercini thing on the pizza, the banana peppers, that doesn't belong either. Okay, that doesn't belong either. Nobody ever puts those. Nobody in the history of Italy has ever put a peppercini in a pizza, a whole one. Maybe on it, but not in it, just sitting there on the side, Papa.
RJ Choppy, what hobbies instantly make someone more attractive?
You put a girl on a golf course, instantly add 3 points on her 1 to 10 scale.
3.
Like her playing?
No, just being on. Yeah, her playing. Yeah,
You're not talking about just
not the car girl. You got to play. If you're a girl playing golf, if you're a 2, you instantly become a 5.
Even if your form is bad, everything
Doesn't matter.
You being in that skirt,
you being there in that little golf skirt, washing your balls, playing with the bringing out your putter. There's nothing sexier than a woman on a golf course, and every guy has thought about, let's go look for my ball in the woods. We've all thought about that.
That's where you proposed, right?
That's where I proposed. Absolutely. So, yeah, woman on a golf course instantly adds 3 points.
What do you think? What's your answer to this?
Mine might be a little basic, but gym I had on there. Second, though, I will say cooking. If a woman can be in the kitchen and cook, which I know, Sean, that's where they belong. But, I mean, cooking like a meal. I'm not talking about throwing Tostino's pizza in the oven and cooking it. I'm talking about a full-blown meal. Cooking makes them instantly more attractive.
Did Reddit have some answers?
Reddit had yoga on there along with gym. Golf was one of the top ones as well. So a lot activity-wise, they think makes a girl instantly more attractive.
Franklin introduced Fantex, girls that race cars, girl drummers. There's another one. A couple of them.
Sean, do you have one for this one?
I'm struggling. I'm trying to come up with one. A habit.
940 says
Hobby.
reading. It says reading. If you, I guess, just reading a book. I don't know.
Man, I think that would take points away. They're gonna want to be too smart.
Ooh, women with guns going to the shooting range. That might be a good one.
Girls
I'm
with
not,
bow hunt.
I'm not totally in love with that, but yeah, that really turns people on, right? Whole police officer fantasy.
Absolutely. Girls that talk to.
That is a hobby. That could be a hobby.
People are saying not an activity, but girls with an accent gives them a big boost.
Okay.
Oh, okay. What's one thing that is worth spending money on once per month? RJ, if you have one here, we'll go to you. Or Sean, we can start with you as well.
One thing that's worth spending money on once per month?
So Reddit popular one was lawn service.
Oh.
You spend that, it's fine. Yeah. Let them take care of the lawn. I'll do something else.
All right, I'll go. I'm entering this foray with my wife. My mother-in-law will not stop talking to me. You need to get a cleaner for her. You need to get a cleaner for her. And I was like, okay, well, then you also should search for, full-time jobs for her as well. You got to pick one or the other there.
Mm-hmm.
But my wife, with the baby, it's hard to, keep the house immaculate because the baby's 2 months of age. So right now, we are looking to get the house clean maybe once a month.
Okay.
All right. Now, I used to do it pretty consistently at the last house. Last house was a little bit smaller,
Sure.
so it was more affordable.
Right.
And then, of course, they'll charge you less if you do it weekly or bi-weekly, and now I'm just trying to do it once a month.
Man, yeah, we have not
But
done
the
that.
lawn, you tell me you're going to cut the lawn 3 weeks out of the month and then pay for it once? Because you can't just have your lawn right now cut once a month.
Yeah, it would grow. We're getting to the point where it's going to be like a little more dormant in the summer months where it gets too hot and it doesn't grow as much.
It'll
but
fry.
Yeah, it'll fry.
That was lawn service, though. I've never done it. Is it per month you pay or is it per visit, like per time they come? Because that
So-
could be what they're talking about here.
So some companies try to, right, they want to lock you in. When I was trying to get different lawn companies, I was like, here are the rules. When it gets cold, we're done. We're taking a break from each other. I'm not going to pay for a lawn service when it's cold. And I found such an honest kid in Sunnyvale, such a guy that I love so much. He comes in the neighborhood and he's like, your house doesn't really need it. I'll come back next week.
Oh, that's great.
And I was like, I love this guy.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I love this kid. I'm like, what an honest, trustworthy individual.
That's awesome.
Ryan, I can't say his company, Plagola Paola, but it's all over my social media. If you're in that area.
Nice.
And we started off for the first month, every other week, and now I want him to do it every week. Good kid.
Good stuff. I think a gym is a good invest. It's a good worthwhile. You go to the sauna, you get the basketball court, obviously the facilities.
I'll tell you what's not. You freaking you manicure, pedicure, you crooks. Man, they figured out a racket. My wife is driving me crazy. You go and here's their philosophy. You're gonna come in, you're gonna pay at least $50 to get your nails done. $100 without tip for mani-pedi. And then it's like the funeral service, right? They're just waiting for you to die. And the mani-pedi people are waiting for you to just chip. One chip. You walk across the wrong door handle, you do the wrong act at home, and one chip, and you got to go back. Oh, you can't walk around before the big event? Man, they're raking. They have to be raking for the mani-pedis that are out there. Drives me insane.
Do they not fix them if they right away? if you chip it within the first couple of days,
It's like a NASCAR pit stop.
Yeah, they'll go back and they'll
have
fix
a
it
drive-through
for you.
where you drive through, you stop, you hold your hand out the window, and then have a team to sit there and buffer it up.
Yep,
and polish
absolutely. People are saying, paying for a fertilizer guy, so lawn, not necessarily lawn care maintenance, but keeping your lawn looking well, weed and feed guy. I can see that.
Yeah, 469 says pest control. 682 says chiropractor. That's a big one as
Oh,
well. Some
that's
popular
great.
ones on Reddit were house cleaning and a massage, surprisingly. You go get a massage once a month. Mine was easy, was a subscription service like Spotify or Netflix. Something you pay once a month for that. You want to do one more here, Sean?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do one more quick one here. What animal has a bad reputation, but in reality is not bad at all? I'll start with this one. Pit bull was easy for me. I had a pit bull early in my childhood.
We'll start that fight.
A lot of bad reputations there for the pit bull. If you be nice to it, it'll be nice back. It's all the owner's fault. That's why pit bulls are angry. Blame the owner.
I'm not touching that topic. I got involved with a psycho argument over that once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't like them, but I feel like spiders and snakes get a reputation that isn't necessarily we all think that they're all evil and the worst, and only a very few can actually do any damage to you.
What is next for the Dallas Mavericks? We still got a little money to spend. What else can Nico be up to? And your Klay calls as we celebrate Klay Thompson as the new number 3, 877-881-1053 next.
Let's get you over to Soda Weight Loss, sodaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. Hit the request a nutritionist callback button, and someone's going to be on the horn with you real quick to be able to get you start losing weight. That process so you can lose some weight is crucial. Listen, anybody can lose weight on these fad diets and these fad injections. They don't keep the weight off, though, right? You just keep doing it forever. They don't keep the weight off. The soda plan, the soda science, the structure allows you to keep the weight off. It goes into the maintenance part. They show you how to eat, so when you get off the soda weight loss plan, you're still able to maintain the weight loss you've already had. Hit the request a nutritionist callback button at sodaweightloss.com. I am down 30 pounds. I have kept the weight off. I've been able to maintain that 30-pound weight loss. I'm right where I want to be, right at about between 210 and 215. I'm kind of staying in that meaty part. That's exactly where I want to be. I was over 240. I was almost 245. I was 242. Down about 30 pounds right now, thanks to Soda Weight Loss. SodaWeightLoss.com, SOTA, weightloss.com. I am soda glad I decided to chop that weight off. Soda is state of the art.
Miss any part of the boys this morning? Go back and listen anytime on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. Throughout the Golden State Warriors dynasty, it always felt like when the Steph, Draymond, Klay trio was going to be broken up, Klay was going to be the odd man out. Klay's probably not going to win a title in Dallas, and the Warriors likely won't win one without him. For as much as the Warriors used to seem inevitable, a messy breakup of this generational team seemed even more so. I'm Bart Winkler.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Clay Day continuing on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. Call and celebrate or critique, whatever you want to do, as Klay Thompson gets 3 for 50 as the Dallas Mavericks trade Josh Green and 2 second-round picks to the Charlotte Hornets. Is that what they're called now?
They are the Charlotte Hornets.
Okay.
Yes.
Teams like New Orleans and Charlotte, I just get them confused. I would just want to put them to the side.
Yeah.
Just get up out of here. Don't even need you around in the league, except for Antonio Daniels, who people are raving about as our Expressway guest. He was absolutely phenomenal. We got more breaking news with money in the association. Donovan Mitchell gets $50 a year from the Cleveland Cavaliers. 3 for $150.3 for Donovan as a Cav.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's about $10 million average a year less than Jason Tatum's getting. That's just the going rate right now. Paul George is getting around the same kind of money. It's the going rate for these players in the NBA. The money in this league is crazy. And it's interesting because, baseball revenue is higher than the NBA, but the salaries, aren't. And a lot of that's because there's only 12 guys, base 15 versus, a 40-man roster. But also, I wonder how much, I wonder if actually having a salary cap helps move the contracts up. Because I don't know that baseball owners truly show the players the books. And in a salary cap league, the CBA kind of shows they're splitting 50%. There's no 50% split in baseball. You don't have to have that. It could be whatever you want. Clearly, the A's aren't splitting it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the cap is helping the contracts rise.
Speaking of the money, Bobby Marks, NBA finance guy and frequent guest of the G-Bag Nation, explained how the Mavs made this work for Klay.
All right, take us through how the Mavs got this deal done. And when you look at the cap.
Well, it really started last Friday. Remember, Tim Hardaway Jr. gets traded to Detroit for Quentin Grimes. The goal all along was to sign Derrick Jones Jr. That was the goal to move there. Those negotiations fell through. Then they go out and they sign Naji Marshall to a really nice contract here. So that brought them to $170 million. They cannot exceed $178 million in a sign-and trade. That's the only way you're going to get Klay Thompson here. So what they did was they roped in Charlotte. They're sending Josh Green to Charlotte. Golden State, so now we're getting down to 157. Golden State is sending Klay Thompson to Dallas. And there you go, $173 million. They stay under there. They're allowed to add a little more salary here, but that's how they did it. It was basically a 3-step process, and basically it all happened because of the Jones negotiation fell through.
Imagine that, the negotiation falls through, and that kind of leads you down this path where you're able to get Klay and Naji.
I heard that live yesterday, and I was trying to make sense of it because I'm like, okay, the Derrick Jones money fell through, but you just replaced it with Naji on basically the same deal. So it's like you already had the Derrick Jones contract on your books with Naji. So what's the difference? 3 for 30 versus a 3 for 27.
That I don't...
They took Derrick's money and gave it to Naji.
Yeah, but remember how Bassick was telling us, there's cap holds and such that go with this?
Yeah.
And they had to move on from Josh Green, too. He had to be part of it. But, the league's... I've learned way more about this cap the last couple of days than I care to.
Yeah.
I didn't know that the second apron wasn't necessarily a tax. It is. But it's also... I should say it's not just a tax. It's also... You can't, make moves. So they couldn't trade. They couldn't offload Austin Reeves and somebody else, let's say, to get $30 million to bring back somebody making $30 million because of the second apron. It's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the way it was, but that's the way it is. But look at the money. I mean, the Celtics' value of their contracts with their top 5 is almost $1 billion. $919 million.
Wow. The All Things Mavs Twitter account has been doing work as Nico Harrison is getting praised and preliminary parades are getting set up for him throughout DFW. Don't let Laura Miller around it. Available free agents that the Mavs could chase with their remaining $4.4 million. All right, so they got that left. Possible names they threw out there for the 4.4. What's left of the MLE, mid-level? Dinwiddie, Markelle Fultz, remember him? Gary Harris, Horton Tucker, Monte Morris, and someone that Tim McMahon apparently did not squash on his Hoops Collective pod, and McMahon will join us live at 9 o'clock this morning, Dennis Smith Jr. Vet minimum possibilities. Pat Bev, Reggie Bullock, Robert Covington, Kyle Lowry, Marcus Morris. Just some names that the All Things Mavs Twitter account threw out there for possibilities for the remaining 4.4.
Also, people were saying they use trade exceptions. That's how they had this thing getting done.
Yeah.
It's just, it's kind of gets a little hairy.
McMahon said that Kyrie talked to Klay on a personal basis and not about basketball reasons in his pitch for him to come here. Kyrie emphasized to Klay that the Mavs were a family, and Tim's understanding is that Luka is, quote, pretty ecstatic about the addition. He also said he threw out Dennis Smith Jr.'s name as an addition to the roster. Someone in the organization, it did not get shot down. So everything, this is just fun. This is exciting, and it is fun. And we'll celebrate with you if you got some Klay Thompson phone calls to hit us up with right now at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Woj also said what really energized Klay was just how aggressive Dallas was. Made it clear to him he was their number one target and free agency. And again, the taxes are being brought up. Texas versus Cali.
Yeah, and that's never really played out. You know, we've talked about this. Like, if you go back and look, like teams, the taxes play way more talk on the radio and in fans than they do actually in reality. Because when you get to that amount of money, like those guys don't care. You know, like if you're making if you're Jason Tatum and you sign for $314 million, if you have to pay a little bit extra in taxes, you're willing to do that to live in a place where you want to live. And look, I mean, we go to California every year, so there's a lot of issues with Southern California, but the weather's not one of them. And it's like it's sunny every day, and it's better than Chicago or a lot of other parts of the country where it's cold. You have to deal with winter. You have to deal with winter in LA, Phoenix, Houston, Miami. Yeah, we got to deal with a little bit of winter here, not much.
Chris Broussard on FS1 says he loves the move for the Mavs.
For Klay, I like this better. Dallas is closer. I'm sure he wants some retribution with the Warriors, right? And what better way to do it than to win ring number 5 somewhere else? And so I think Dallas has a much better chance than the Lakers are doing it. He would have been a nice little third guy with AD and LeBron, but they're ready. And I like what Dallas has done this offseason, getting Quentin Grimes. That's more three-point shooting. Yep. Obviously, Klay gives them three-point shooting. With Kyrie and Luka, now I'm wondering if they'll play a little differently next year. But with Kyrie and Luka, 2 ball-dominant guys, you need a guy that can score in bunches without having the ball a lot. Obviously, that's Klay Thompson. Look, he averaged 18 points and 39% shooting from 3. So everybody wants to act like he's done.
Yep.
He's not.
Here's what else you did in terms of a fit. Broussard is dead on. You added someone who can score who doesn't need the ball. That is perfect. You cannot dream up a better fit in terms of playing with Luka and Kyrie. Like,
you had to have that because there wasn't enough ball to go around.
You can't have another person who dribbles out there. And here's the other thing that I was a little bit worried about with Kyrie's ego after the finals ended. If you go and get, like, a big splash 2, how does Kyrie feel about that? Like, if you go and get Laurie Marketing, you weren't going to be able to get it. I'm just throwing out Donovan Mitchell, like someone like that, and you try to add a big 3. How does Kyrie feel about being bumped down to the 3 spot or, like, sharing the number 2 load? I was worried about that. Well, Klay Thompson is your clear 3, and he's someone who can win you games with one hot streak. That's not a threat to Kyrie as the Robin here. So I love it from that standpoint. How much do y'all love it? Logan and Rockwall. Logan, were you hanging out with Shaquille O'Neal yesterday at Walmart?
No, but there was quite a few people that were disappointed in the Home Depot workers because the lady walked in and said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't famous enough for y'all to help me whenever I was here." So,
Oh my gosh.
Shaq is wrecking havoc. Shaq is wrecking havoc out in Rockwall. No, my take on it is, man, it reminds me a lot of what Chris Young did when he brought in Max Scherzer. You had Corey, you had Marcus Semien, and you just wanted that extra piece to try to get over the hump. And he trades what he can, gets Max Scherzer, and look, just having Max Scherzer on the roster last year, he wasn't blowing people away, but having him there just gave you an extra, you started walking a little bit more crotch first just because of the skins on the wall, the things that he's done in the past. And you're like, hey, look, Max Scherzer was a shell of himself. Look, I think this is the same thing. Clay's he's not going to be Splash Brother, 2016, 2017, but he's still going to have that mentality, that championship mentality.
Yeah.
He's still a shooter. It just helps you, whenever you get when Luka drives or Kyrie drives, and you're going to pass the ball off to Timmy. No, Timmy's going to brick. You're going to pass the ball off to, whoever. Hey, Derek Jones Jr. was hitting, but at the same time, he was also streaky just like Timmy. At least Klay is what you got in him. So I think it's huge for the Mavs. And, like I said, I think when on those mid-level exceptions, et cetera, go get Pat Bev. He is a dog. He is somebody that you hate to have you hate playing against him, but you love to have him on your team. Yeah. He is absolutely who you need to go get for this roster.
Fantastic call. Thank you, Logan.
Franklin Inventory's fan text. When I heard we got a Klay officially, I got goosebumps. Look at what the Dallas teams with real GMs are doing. On the flip side,
I interrupted our appointment at Scottish Rite. My wife was not thrilled.
Oh, no.
Not thrilled. I got the Odyssey alert, and I was like, oh, this has to be big right here.
On the flip side, Klay hasn't done offensively, but he is toast defensively. We'll have 3 liabilities on defense, and the Mavs' big 3 is 90 years old. Easy sell on the 2025 Mavs.
Fred in Arlington, you're up next. Freddie, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Awesome.
I will say that when I talked to y'all before about why the Mavericks lost, they didn't have the role players they needed, and this is both actually people they picked up is going to be a massive role player help. I think they're going to be a contender next year. I think they'll be back in the finals because they put these pieces in place, and I think this is going to be the team that may win it.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, I'm trying to look up some metrics and numbers on Klay's D. The first thing that pulls up, Thompson's defense fell off a cliff post-injury, with Thompson both unable to accept his diminished effectiveness and the Warriors roster still demanding he look like the Klay of old. During his prime and before injuries, he was a lights-out defender capable of guarding 1 through 4. So that's just one write-up. George of Fort Worth, you're up next. George, what's up, man? Are you excited about this?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely, man. This is what we needed. This is what we needed. Say everything goes good and he wins his 5th championship. Where do y'all think that puts him in top 75 of all time?
Oh man,
that's a large discussion.
I need to really study that one.
Let me throw out some current is there any doubt that you'd take Klay Thompson over Paul George career? I'm not trying to include career with the 4 titles. As a player is what I'm trying to say. Klay or Paul, I give you get them for 10 years.
Oh, man. I would assume I would take Klay.
Okay. Oh, Klay.
Interesting.
Oh, Klay.
Interesting, though. I mean...
Paul George is a better offensive creator, but I'm gonna take Klay because the lights out shooting and they're both good defense. They both were good defensively.
The metrics heavily favor Paul.
Really?
His player efficiency rating on average for his career, Klay is 16, Paul is 19. Klay's got 55 win shares, Paul has 88.
All right, look, it looks like more fans, more Tolos want to call that are Mavs fans to celebrate. Let's do it. We got Mike and Grapevine. We got 5 other lines lit up. Let's continue with the Klay Thompson phone calls to celebrate as Klay Day continues. Tim McMahon at 9 o'clock on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Durant looks ahead. Right side, Klay. Takes a dribble. Now the three. Got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson. 14 threes. Chicago calls time.
Warriors Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. As Mike Bassick coined it yesterday, it is Klay Day here on the morning show with your phone calls to celebrate. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The other thing I like about this selfishly is, and I don't know this, trying to get some Warriors people on to verify, I think Klay Thompson is still like refreshingly blunt and honest with the media. I can't wait. I mean, that's gold for us. Absolutely love that.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like, Klay is, I think he's very authentic and very genuine, and he is going to be honest. That's my feeling watching him from afar, but we'll track down Warriors people as we move forward. You want to love Klay Thompson even more? This was when the Mavs retired Dirk's number in 2022, and Klay wanted to record a special message for the Diggler.
Congrats, man. What an honor. I mean, you deserve it. The greatest Maverick in the history of the franchise. In my book, you're one of the greatest shooters of all time, obviously the greatest shooting big man of all time, and you and Steve and Mike Finley and Jay Kidd, it was some great basketball, beautiful basketball to watch. So we might be the Splash Bros, but you're a splash god for what you've done for the game. So thank you, Dirk.
And, of course, people are mourning the end of the Warriors and all that crap. I don't care. Oh, we saw it during its prime. Of course, I don't care because we're going to benefit from it, I believe. But, yes, that is an all-time, from a stylistic standpoint, let me think before I say this. I think in terms of, right, we have conversations about, like, Steph Curry is never going to be called the best player in the history of basketball. You can make the argument he was the most influential. Michael from a popularity standpoint, Steph from a stylistic standpoint. So in that same sentence, you can say that the Splash Brother Warriors were the most influential dynasty in the history of the NBA. I feel comfortable making that statement.
Most influential dynasty?
And the reason I say that,
I think
it's the shooting. It's the shooting, the style of play that everyone started copying from your son's basketball at the local Y to every team trying to go 3-and-D to the improved skill set that is obvious in the NBA today to Caitlin Clark. Like, Michael Jordan impactful in terms of wanting to go out and play, but you can't simulate Mike's game. You can't dunk like him.
Yeah.
You want to go to the Showtime Lakers, like trying to fast break run? Okay. I'll have the Warriors Splash Bros as the number one impactful dynasty.
Okay. I have a love-hate with this whole thing because I hate what Steph did in terms of making sure that he ruined everybody's shot. They all shoot from the chest now. It's terrible. I mean, they all shoot like Caitlin Clark. They all do, like right here. Where instead of getting it, he was just that's how he was able to shoot from half court so easy.
Yeah.
Because he's weak. Can't get his arms up. Shoot. I would put them fourth.
Whoa.
They cannot be. Nobody can ever be more impactful than the Magic and Bird Lakers Celtics dynasties because they took a game that was not even on live TV and took it into our household.
I think we're talking about different things. I'm not saying important. I'm saying the way they played was copycatted by everyone else and influenced generations to come.
Okay.
Oh, no. I'm not saying.
I think it's about impactful for the game of basketball.
No. Like,
all right.
Oh, no. Importance, no argument.
I get you.
I mean, like, what are your kids following and watching?
Oh, yeah.
What did the rest of the league copycat?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was they all went hardcore analytics after them.
And it's a three-point shooting league.
For sure.
It's all threes.
Yes, it's all threes.
And that happened because of them. It happened after them.
Yeah, it is. The what they did, and look, it was a perfect storm. Like, they believed in the philosophy, and they had the right guys to make the philosophy work.
Yeah.
Anybody could just believe in the 3-point philosophy, but you had to have a bunch of guys that could shoot. They found that.
Dylan in 4. Oh, which one? Mike? Let's go Mike in Grapevine, then we'll hit up Forney. Mike, you are live to celebrate Clay Day, if you want to celebrate it, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead.
What's up, fellas? Happy Clay Day.
Yes, sir.
Talking about analytics, Clay was 38% from 3 this year and 18 points a game averaging when he was scoring. So I think it's a great fit, man, and getting Grimes and Harris also will help us out. But I'm happy, man. Happy Clay Day, brothers.
Back at you. Have a fantastic one. Dylan and Forney, you're up next. Dylan, you're live on Sean and RJ.
What's going on, fellas? So I got a couple of things. The first thing is I love that Dallas is now a destination city for big-name players.
Is it?
Because it hasn't.
Is it?
I mean,
Chuck Cooperstein believes that you're right, but I don't know. I think it's a great topic. Like, is this the big free agent signing that sheds that? I mean, he's older. He's closer to washed up, and he's $16 million.
The player needs to be in his prime, I think.
I agree.
For me,
I was just saying that based on the lines of like now you had Kyrie. Now you kind of get another big name in Clay. And so before, when Dirk was here, you would have never gotten a Kyrie or a Clay type name with Dirk.
Yeah.
All of our teams were little pieces here and there besides Kidd, Nash, and Finley.
Yeah.
And so the second thing is Nico kept our future together. Most teams that go in for a championship go all in and ruin your foundation for the future. He kept it intact. And that's the most exciting. That's the exciting thing I'm most ecstatic about is Nico did it the right way, and we still have our future intact, even with Clay.
Thank you well, you don't have Josh Green anymore, 2 second-round picks, but you want Jaden Hardy and your draft pick. Sorry, Dylan, thought you were done there. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line or to call to go ahead and celebrate. It's just fun, but in terms of this whole free agent thing, Chuck Cooperstein saying, I don't think you can make fun of the Mavericks anymore. Look, guys, Kyrie got traded for, right?
Yeah, it was different.
that thing was that thing was over in Brooklyn. He was damaged goods.
Right. No, there's, as the fan said, nothing's been
I don't think
proven.
Kyrie was like, oh my gosh, I want to go to Dallas. Like, I don't think we need to do a
It wasn't
whole
even on his list.
Luka. Yeah, he said that.
He said that wasn't even on his list.
He did. He said that about Boston. I know. Maybe he said it about Dallas.
Yeah, okay. That was
he said it about Boston during the finals, but I don't think we need to do this. Oh my God, Luka is Luka drawing more free agents than Dirk? Now, I do think that Luka's style of play with passing is more attractive than coming to play with Dirk, but there's also a downside with Luka hogging it. But I don't like Klay Thompson's going to be more effective playing. Here I am doing what I just said we shouldn't do. Klay Thompson is going to benefit more from playing with Luka Doncic than Dirk Nowitzki, but I don't think it ends the whole free agent destination.
No,
thing.
I don't think it does. I mean, like I think it's got to be a player in their prime, choosing to come here on a big market, on a big money deal. I think that's the game changer. I mean, the city has shown. I mean, the Rangers brought in Seager. You're not going to find and DeGrom. Those were the two biggest free agent pickups in the sport that year. You could argue. I think was Bryce also the same year. He might have been a Seager. No, it wouldn't have been. But you could argue that there were big names that signed here outside of the Mavericks and outside the Cowboys. So the Rangers did get a couple of them. That's huge. So it never was. It wasn't necessarily the city, but the city from an NBA perspective has never been something that was more of that was like a destination.
I see Swag Daddy.
Oh.
On line 1 in East Garland. Swag Daddy, you're live on the Fan?
That's right, fellas. Happy Clay Day, man. Hey, man, this is a good thing for Dallas, Texas, man. Look, man, don't ruin my morning with all this. Yeah, but he's old and all, but he's washed up. It don't matter, man. We got Klay Thompson. He's a big-name superstar. It opened up the floodgates. John, in case you're unaware, you like to know about the stock market. Texas is going to have its own stock exchange in 2026. If you don't believe me, Google it. BlackRock and Citadel Financing. You'll thank me later. So we just opened the floodgates. Everybody made Dallas, Texas a destination now thanks to Luka and Kyrie. But we just need them sorry-ass Cowboys to bag it on up, man, so that way we can really put the star on the map. Let's go, baby!
Thank you, Swag. And a stock market drop-in right there from Swag Daddy. Very, very impressive, although I hate Citadel and Ken Griffin. If you're in the know, you're in the know. Oh, Lord. Rodeo Ron, who usually is rocking deep into the bottle at any time of day.
8:30 in the morning, though, man. That's a tough one.
Ron in Arlington. Rodeo, you're live on the Fan.
Rodeo Ron had to cut back on the drinking. Got a little bit of an enlarged liver now. We sober this morning, baby. It's Klay Day. But what day it should be? It's a day that all the other GMs in Dallas, Texas take Jerry Jones to GM school. Hey, remember, if you're not rolling with Rodeo Ron, not drinking GMB, listen to 105.3 The Fan. Where the F you at, baby?
Woo! There it is. So Rodeo Ron coming strong with the enlarged liver doctor report. Got to be careful with that.
You know, fatty liver, man. It's tough.
Greg in Denton. Greg, you're live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Keep it going, Greg.
Okay, so if it's Klay Day, if we're talking about his feet, it is Klay Day, okay? This is Darren Williams all over again. You know, it's a swing and a hit on an aging big-name free agent. You know, if it works, great. You know, I mean, short roll for Lively, he'll have shooters to spot up with, but I just don't know about his defense. Secondly, I don't know if the Mavericks are done because I think that Naji Marshall largely duplicates P.J. Washington, and he might be on the move.
Okay. Naji Marshall's going to be on the move, or PJ's going to be on the move? Well, he's gone. Yeah. Well, that was a downer phone call. That was not the way to end it right there. We should have ended it with Rodeo.
Yeah, look, I mean, are we, you know, Klay he's going to be 35. Like, that is, of course he's old. Of course he's declined. He's not nearly the same player he used to be.
Darren Williams, that's an interesting name to compare this to.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have no doubt that Klay could show signs of having, you know, he can have great games. I think he can also throw up 0 for 10. We just saw that.
Yeah. Darren Williams came here, by the way, when he was 31, and
his game didn't age well.
He had 14. He was 14-6, and then 13-7.
Yeah, I don't see Klay going down to 13 and 14 points. But who knows?
Totally different players too. I mean, one you're relying on to run your offense as the point guard. The other, you want to sit and take advantage of Luka and Kyrie getting all the attention.
Yeah, like defensively, am I a little petrified if the reports of Klay being kind of a traffic cone are to be believed? Yeah, that's a little scary, especially when you have him and Luka and Kyrie. Yeah, that's three guys that could be liabilities defensively. You know, but you're going to gain points out of it too. Like, so what is the trade-off? Is the trade-off enough?
Mavs insider, NBA beast Tim McMahon joins the show live at 9 o'clock this morning. There is a new report, if you want to call it that. Forget about holding out. CeeDee Lamb could be asking for a trade. That's part of Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys next.
Get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
I didn't ruin nothing. Bobby did. CeeDee Lamb might be ruining this season.
Ooh.
If he requests a trade.
What a tease.
Thank you. This is from Pretty Ricky on the Twitters. At Pretty Ricky 213, who we would not normally be referencing, but Pretty Ricky has pretty handedly handed some insiders handed them their lunch, breaking the Trevor Lawrence deal 30 minutes before Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport got a full 90-minute head start on the Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown contracts. So he has been doing work this offseason in the scoop world. Now, is he a burner account for Schefter or Rapp, and they don't want to put their name on it, so they just kind of put it under Pretty Ricky? I don't know. But he writes on Twitters, or X's, whatever you want to call it, CeeDee Lamb will request to be traded if the Cowboys do not offer him a new contract worth at least $32 million a year. He wants to be at least the second highest paid wide receiver in the National Football League. And he used a couple of emojis. He used the emoji of a CD. I don't know how many people know what that still is. And the emoji of a sheep/lamb. Or it could have been a ram if you want to.
Bobby chimed in and said, I can't speak to the trade request, but I do know that CD's floor is 32. Which makes sense because Justin Jefferson is #1 in the league, making $35 a year. #2 is A.J. Brown at 32. He's better than A.J. Brown. And even the biggest Eagles fan would say at the very least, he's the same. That's at the very least. He's the same as A.J. Brown, so the floor has to be 32 or more.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I think if it's 32, it's like, what are you waiting for? If it's 35, 36, I can see the Cowboys pushing back on that. But at $32 million, what are you waiting for?
Right.
He's worth the money. It's a position of high importance, so I don't see an issue there. Does doing this change his perception with the fan base if he in fact were to demand and put this out there that this is a true statement?
Of course, that's a good question. Of course, you're going to have some angry, but I think all the ire and fury. Now, ask me what the money amount is. If they won't give him 32, everyone will be pissed at Jerry and Steven. What if CD said I have to have 34? What if he said I have to have 35? What if it's 34? How would that change? How would $2 million change the reaction and perception from fans?
It's $2 million. I don't know that it would change it that much. I do think one of the issues would be if they offered him 34 and he still was demanding a trade and they offered him 34. It's like, all right, bro.
Yes.
If they undercut A.J. Brown and they go to like 30 or 29.
Yep.
I don't think many fans. I mean, now there are still some that would be like, just take your money and shut up and play football. I think that's a fringe. I think most reasonable fans recognize CD is in the upper echelon of wide receivers, and this is just the way it is. And they can't grasp the fact that, Dak Prescott's going to make more money than Patrick Mahomes. I understand the people that can't grasp that fact. You got to get with the program. That's the reality of the NFL today. The next man up gets the contract.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that they always get the number one deal, but they're right there. Like Trevor Lawrence got the same as Joe Burrow. It's right there. Goff, right there. $53 million. It all depends.
Yeah, I think if it's 32 and CD, if they won't even offer the 32, you're furious, even more ticked off than you are with the Cowboys front office. If it's 34, 35, you're like, okay, man, like come back to earth a little bit, like you said.
So that's kind of where I would go with that. I mean, I love the idea of CD playing hardball here. I love that idea. I just wonder what the Cowboys and what the Joneses are going to wind up doing with this. Are they gonna bite?
They're gonna pay him.
When? When? That's the question. Like, is he gonna get to camp? How many days of camp is he gonna miss? How many days of camp?
I don't know. Ask Zach Martin.
Yeah, it's true.
Right now I'm Team Lamb.
Okay.
Taking a lot from me. It's taking a lot from me to be Team Joneses these days.
Yeah.
Right now, I support CD unless I find out he's asking for 35, 36. You can ask for it, get to 33, 34, but if you're like not moving off of it and you're like, I'm as good as Justin Jefferson, then I got to start blaming you a little bit. Right now, I'm Team CD.
I need to find a calculator here and figure out what 12 divided by 17 is. What's divided by 12? What is that?
0.705?
So it's for a team that that wins 70% of their games. To have the people hate it over 3 years. To have the people hate the front office so much when they've won 70% of the games over the last 3 years. Do you know how difficult that is?
Yeah.
That's the most impressive thing Jerry Jones has ever done. It's not make all this money in oil. It's not become a billionaire. It's not take the Dallas Cowboys from $150 million to $10 billion. He has won 70% of the games over the last 3 years.
Yes.
And he is universally despised
in DFW.
By the fan base in DFW.
What's more impressive, that or having them number one as a sports talk conversation, not going to a conference championship in 25 years? Because that's damn impressive.
That is.
Which one's more impressive?
That is true.
I think,
Which exercise of futility is more impressive that Jerry Jones has been able to overcome? 877-881-1053.
Yes.
You want to do a little ESPYs here, Sean?
What's that?
The ESPYs are a award show. They try to make themselves like the Oscars of sports.
I remembered when I was excited for the ESPYs.
Man.
I can't remember the last time I watched.
Man, have they really? They've bought into their own press clippings, haven't they? So they have a Pat Tillman Service Award. Okay. Pat Tillman, of course, NFL hero, left the National Football League 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, after 9/11. And he did that to fight in the war on terror. He was killed by friendly fire. His award at the ESPYs every year, or it's given out, is now going to be going to this year, Prince Harry.
The award is like Prince Harry's getting honored?
They are selecting and have selected Prince Harry.
Is Harry the Meghan Markle one?
Yes.
Okay. Man, my wife, every day, that's all we talk about is the crown. All we talk about is the behind the scenes. Choppy, you have to watch this.
I've seen season 1 and 2.
Oh, you have?
I have not seen season 3.
There's 6 of them.
Yeah.
Did you love it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it moved a little slow at times in the first couple of seasons. But then, like, they changed the characters, and then it was a lot of... I started on season 3, but, like, all the characters changed because, like, they get older. And I'm like, well, now I got to learn all these new characters again. That's a big pain in the butt. So I got to get back and watch it. I did enjoy it. Okay. I enjoyed the couple of seasons. So you're in on it. You like it.
No, I haven't seen one episode. My wife is obsessed.
Oh. Pat McAfee,
I'm watching Top Chef. I'm binging on that. I got more important stuff to watch.
Pat McAfee has no problem going at his bosses at ESPN. None.
So why is Prince Harry getting it?
He started the Invictus Games, which I guess has to do with military.
Okay.
Let's see.
And Pat's mother, was she unhappy about this, or she was not?
She was not happy about this at all. So yeah, here's the report on TV. This is the TV report with Pat McAfee. With Pat Tillman's mom not being happy with this award.
This morning, the backlash is growing against a decision to give Prince Harry the Pat Tillman Award for helping to create the Invictus Games 10 years ago. ESPN highlighting how the sports competition for injured service members and vets transcended borders and impacted lives. But Tillman's mother, Mary Tillman, who says she wasn't consulted about the decision, telling the Mail Online, "I am shocked as to why they would select such a controversial and divisive individual, saying others are far more fitting, who don't have money, resources, connections, or privilege."
All right, so the mom of Pat Tillman tells a newspaper in England not happy about this. Pat McAfee also crushes his bosses.
The ESPYs are taking place here in the weeks. Promotions taking place. A lot of conversation about Pat Tillman's name, American hero, obviously football guy, who had a full football career ahead of him, said, nah, I need to go serve the United States of America. Ends up passing away with Friendly Fire, which was a whole scene in of itself. Now there's an award named after him, as there should be in the sports world, because that is somebody who is the definition of selfless. It's going to Prince Harry, who I don't even think he's a prince anymore, right? He said, don't call me that.
Yeah, he's been excommunicated as well.
Chosen, not.
See, why does the ESPYs do this? You know what I mean?
This is asinine. This is like actually the most embarrassing thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
for
sports people.
That's what the award is for, somebody who's committed their life to sport and everything like that. It's like when you do something like this, you know the immediate reaction from humans and from sports fans and like people with like just common sense and brains.
Yeah, like this is like people are killing this across the board. I don't know.
Is it? I mean, Harry. I haven't heard that Harry's a bad dude. People like my wife hate the wife. Is it just? is it just because, Harry's never been tied and associated with sports, or it could go to other people who deserve more of a spotlight? Is it a spotlight thing?
Yeah, look, they've given it to people in the
because no
past.
one's questioning like the cause and what he
right.
did.
No, the Invictus Games are fine. Nobody's questioning that. Yeah. I think they're just like, all right, this is a guy who doesn't need an award. Give it to somebody who could use an award to boost them up. But they've given it to guys in the past who are like, they play in these, I don't say wounded warrior games, but type games, and they have clear disabilities after fighting in the war, and they think it probably should go to more servicemen and women who have been involved with sports.
I get that.
I get it too.
Should the mom be consulted and have a say every time?
I don't know. I mean, it'd be a nice thing to do. It's her son's award, but I mean, at the end of the day, this is the ESPYs. It's their show. They're going to do what's in the best interest of getting people to watch. Like, look, Prince Harry's going to probably draw some viewers.
Yeah, that's why they did it.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. And look, I mean, just be honest about it. Oh, Prince Harry's going to bring more viewers than
I wouldn't
else.
say that. I would not advise that.
Yeah, just advertise it, man.
Below the bell, right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers 105.3 The Fan. Back to Clay Day with Mavs Beast reporter Tim McMahon from ESPN. Whale Alert joins us next on Sean and RJ. But at My Computer Career.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Odyssey Sports Station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Klay Day continues as Mike Bassick named it yesterday when the news broke that the Dallas Mavericks got the deal done, as all the NBA insiders were suggesting, and one of them, part of my favorite NBA podcast. This is what I take naps to. Not an insult. Not an insult. I try to stay awake.
I'm sure he would take it like that.
You got Bontemps, you got Windhorse, and Tim McMahon from ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Tim. Thanks for joining us.
Howdy, partners. Take naps. That's all right, because I rarely wake up in time to hear you boys.
Yeah, I've been noticing Windhorse. He was a little snippy last week. I thought he was this innocent Satan. Woo, I could tell when he's running on no sleep. He was a little snippy, I thought.
He's always running on no sleep, so he's increasingly snippy, but that's part of the deal.
Tim, does it feel like this could be the missing piece for the Mavericks to match Boston or be closer than they were in the finals? How do you think Mavs fans should be feeling today?
Well, look, obviously the lack of three-point shooting caught up to the Mavericks in the finals. You've just added one of the all-time great catch-and-shoot guys, one of the best three-point shooters to ever play the game. Now, obviously, Klay Thompson is not in his prime. If he was in his prime, then it's $50 million a year, not $50 million over 3 years.
Yeah.
There are some questions in terms of, okay, how do you build the kind of defense that they had late last season through the playoffs with Klay in the starting lineup next to Luke and Kyrie? But hey, this is the Western Conference champions being aggressive and upgrading their roster. So I think you've got to give the Mavericks a lot of credit for having a plan. Give Nico Harrison a lot of credit for being able to execute the plan. I mean, how many times have the Mavericks swung and missed on big name free agents? And again, you can say, well, Klay's not the superstar that he used to be. Well, that's all fine and good, but the simple fact of the matter is the Mavericks were recruiting against the Lakers. The Lakers offered more years for a larger salary, and Klay Thompson's coming to Dallas. So pretty significant accomplishment there. And then again, I think this might be the best offense in the NBA next season. Like the Mavericks might set the record for the most efficient offense in NBA history, because that's a record that seems to get broken every year now. The question is, can they be not an elite defense, but an above average to good defense? And if they are, who knows? Anything's possible.
What was he last year defensively, Tim? I mean, you can look at the metrics and the different numbers that tell you stories, but what did you see with your eyes, or what do you trust about what Klay was and still will be defensively? Is he serviceable? Is he good? Is he below average?
Well, and this is something that I've asked a lot of scouts that these last couple of days, and the answer that I get back is average, maybe a bit below at this point. And look, Klay at his best, like he's been an all defensive player, but obviously that was in his 20s. That was before a torn ACL, before a ruptured Achilles. I'll say this: he's a significantly better defense player still than Tim Hardaway Jr. was, despite the fact that Josh Green is young and Athletic, he's a better defensive player right now than Josh Green was last season. And, I think the other thing, when you're looking at Klay defensively last year, again, there are physical challenges, clearly. He was miserable last year in Golden State. I mean, there's a lot of reporting out there on just how difficult the season was from a psychological perspective for him. And kind of, it was a long, dragged-out divorce process, essentially. So, it'll be interesting to see how he looks on that and the floor, refreshed, re-energized, and really feeling valued and appreciated with the Mavericks. But is he going to be a stopper? No. Will they miss Derrick Jones Jr. as far as the primary defender on some of the elite guards that you're going to face seemingly night after night in the Western Conference? I think there's times that they will. But they think Derek Lively II has a chance to be like an absolute defensive stud, not just your kind of traditional defensive anchor, but I've had people there compare him to like a Kevin Garnett or a Joakim Noah in terms of centers who can really impact the game defensively all over the floor, not just in the paint. There's going to be a lot on his plate. Naji Marshall, that was a good signing. That was if things got complicated with Jones like they did, that was a good pivot. I think a guy like Dante Exum is going to be a little bit more important next year just because he is a pretty good on-ball defender. But that's the puzzle they've got to figure out. How can they make this a decent to good defense? Because offensively, you've got the best playmaking duo in the league. And, say what you want about, hey, Klay's not what he used to be. What he is a guy who can launch high-volume threes at a high percentage. And I guarantee you this, if he's staying out past the three-point line, you're guarding him, and that's going to open up the floor for Luka and Kyrie to go to work.
Tim, is there anything else they can do, or are they pretty strapped at this point?
There's always more that they can do. Nico Harrison is really trying to be very cautious with doing anything with the first-round pick. They now have 25 and 31, technically available to trade. But, that's all they have. So they're going to be very selective there. They have an open roster spot. Not to get super geeky, but they're basically limited to a minimum salary in that spot. Maybe it's bringing back Markieff Morris, kind of as that locker room OG. He was a very valued voice last year. The other thing that I could see is going after a guard, an on-ball defender type of guard who maybe slips through the cracks and is available for the minimum. And I tell you, your old buddy Dennis Smith Jr., if he's available for the minimum down the road, he's become a pit bull defensively. I don't know if he will be. I don't know, if he's going to be able to find more money somewhere else. I can say, though, there are people who are still fans of Dennis in the organization. Him and Luka are still buddies. And again, this is not about lottery pick Dennis Smith Jr. This is about, hey, you could use another guard on the roster, especially one who's a pit bull defensively. And, he would make a lot of sense to me.
Tim, what do you say to the style question of, ISO ball here, give it to Luka or Kyrie, and Klay coming from that motion warrior system? What do you say to Tim Legler and those who are bringing that up as I think a very good point about Klay going from that offense to this offense?
Well, number one, I'm not going to try to match X's and O's wits with Tim Legler. Right? I think he probably is going to be able to have a bit of advantage on me in that regard. But look, they're going to get Klay shots. Yeah. Like if Tim Hardaway Jr. got a bunch of shots when he was on the floor, trust me, Klay Thompson's going to touch the ball. Klay Thompson's going to get not just three-point looks, but in a lot of cases, clean three-point looks. And, if you're running pick and roll, Luka and Lively and Klay's on the weak side, that seems like it could be pretty tough. The one thing that the Mavericks did last year that honestly I didn't believe would happen, J Kidd told us it was going to happen in training camp. I'm like, yeah, right. And it did. And that was, they played fast. They were the seventh fastest paced team in the league, which, I was like, not playing fast for Luka, but Luka bought into it. And my point is, if they're playing fast, if they're pushing it, there's going to be threes that present themselves and opportunities that present themselves to Klay in those transitions, semi-transition. And look, if he hadn't touched in a while, will they sometimes run a play for him? Absolutely. They didn't go out and recruit Klay just to have him, stand out on the wing and pick his nose. Mm-hmm. But stylistically, it's going to be I'm sure that there will be an adjustment for him. But again, I think that they're going to figure out ways to make sure that he is involved and being maximized on the offensive end of the floor.
ESPN NBA Insider Hoop Collective podcast. Tim McMahon here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What influence did Kyrie have on this, and what are you hearing about Luka's reaction to Klay?
Well, Luka's obviously busy. He's over in Europe. Actually, they've got an Olympic qualifying tournament game today, but my understanding is he's ecstatic. But look, the one thing that Luka isn't and might never be is a recruiter, right? He just doesn't have the same type of relationships you typically see from guys in that role. He doesn't have necessarily that kind of personality. Kyrie does. And Kyrie has a relationship with Klay Thompson. They won a World Cup gold medal together. They won an Olympic gold medal together. Obviously, they've competed against each other at the highest level in finals. And Kyrie was, I'm not going to say he was the lead recruiter, like you have to give Nico Harrison his due here. But Kyrie was a significant part of the process. And I talked to his agent and stepmom, Chatelia Riley Irving, yesterday. And basically what she told me is, with Kyrie, it's really not trying to sell Klay on, hey, here's why you should come to Dallas, but it's just having kind of honest, authentic conversations about, hey, where are you in life? What are you looking for? And I think the message that Kyrie really gave to Klay is, what I found here in Dallas to this point is a sense of family. And my understanding is they didn't talk a lot about the way things ended for Kyrie in Brooklyn, the way things ended for Klay and Golden State. But the simple fact is, at both of their last stops, different circumstances, but they both felt underappreciated, disrespected. And things have obviously really worked out for Kyrie here. He's happy. They just came off the finals appearance. And Klay's looking for that same kind of that same kind of opportunity for, not to get all hippy dippy, but peace and happiness.
Tim, I saw a post from our boy Chuck Cooperstein saying that this puts to bed the idea the Mavs can't sign big names. Does it, or because he's not in his prime, does this not really count?
Well, listen, you can debate, is he a star still, all those sort of things. But the simple fact of the matter is, it was Mavericks versus Lakers for a big-name free agent, and the most glamorous franchise in the NBA had more years at a higher salary on the table. Now, the Lakers are going to have to jump through hoops to make that happen, but they were talking about a 4-year, $80 million deal with Klay. The Mavericks had 3 for $50. He chose to come to Dallas. That's the idea that Dallas is just some no-way destination for free agents. Yes, that's off the table. Now, how many times are the Mavericks going to be able to be in this sort of a situation moving forward? We'll see. Obviously, Luka's going to be on a supermax for a while. It's not like they're going to be a team that just has a ton of cap space. But the idea that free agents don't want to come to Dallas, or guys don't want to play with Luka, I do think that's off the table.
Tim, what is the exchange here, and what you gain from Naji and Grimes compare with what you lost in Jones? And for my own selfish purposes, can you explain what happened with Derrick Jones Jr. leaving for essentially the same deal they gave Naji Marshall? What happened there?
I honestly, it's not quite the same deal. It is a few $1 million more. But the explanation that I was given for things really getting complicated with him doesn't necessarily match up, because there is a 15-day mandatory wait when you change agents.
Yeah, but he didn't have to wait for LA.
Yeah, but that's not the way things played out. That was kind of blown through. But look, they are in a tight cap situation, not just a cap situation, but with the first apron and the hard cap and a whole bunch of things that are boring and you need an accounting degree to understand. I think 27 was as high as they were going to go. Obviously, that's what Naji Marshall got. And I believe that it came down to a situation where, they felt like Jones wasn't a sure thing anymore. And when they had an opportunity to add Naji Marshall and get that done and know they had that slot filled, they went ahead and pounced on it. And, talking to scouts around the league, there's a lot of them who've told me they feel like the Mavericks actually upgraded that spot. A big key here was the way Naji shot the ball last year was at the beginning of a trend, like when Dorian Finney-Smith had his breakout three-point season, or was that kind of a blip on the radar, an exception? But he's a better shooter. He's a guy who's capable of doing more with the ball. Extremely tough. Now, can he be as good as Jones was as the primary defender on the Ja Morant, not the Ja was a factor this year, but all the Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders, all these elite, quick playmaking guards? That probably not. I think he's more Dorian Finney-Smith than he was Derrick Jones Jr., but he's a tough dude. That's the thing you always hear is this dude is a dog. There's toughness. They loved him in New Orleans. They just got to a situation where because of the hard cap, they couldn't pay him. I think that was a good pivot instead of risking not being able to have either. But again, I don't want to diminish what Derrick Jones Jr. meant to this team on the defensive end of the floor, especially late last season and through the playoffs.
Tim McMahon, ESPN here on The Fan. What has impressed you in talking to him, or what you've heard, or just the actions themselves and the moves from Nico?
I would say just having a plan and being aggressive to execute it, and just kind of having the belief and the follow through. And again, they've been in situations where they've been able to sit down with free agents before. They've never been able to get it over the finish line when there was real competition, I would say. So you have to give them credit there. But, going back to when he went out and made the move for Kyrie, which obviously that was a move that was heavily questioned at the time, and even more so when it didn't go well, for the first few months. They end up in the lottery. And his thing was, look, we have the duo. We've got to figure out how to build around them. And piece by piece, he's done that well enough to get to the finals and then, to take these swings where they think that they're upgrading the finals roster.
Thank you so much for the time, man. I appreciate it. Keep killing it on the podcast. You'll be in my ears later on today in a few hours.
No, I appreciate you, brothers.
Thank you, Tim. Tim McMahon on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Clay Day, 105.3 The Fan. Be careful of that overhead bin. Be careful of that male animal. And be careful of getting that next iced tea in the great state of Texas. We'll explain next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum 4.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. They were on the air when the news broke. We'll relive that moment at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt will be back on Friday. We got Peyton and Carter in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Anything that you took from Tim McMahon, who just joined us right there? Mine was scouts that he asked about when it comes to Klay Thompson's defense. Said average to less than average. And that does worry me a little.
Yeah, I mean, look, their offense is going to be, really, really good. It's going to score a ton of points, and they're going to give up a ton of points. It's going to be like Denver Nuggets 1987. It's going to be just a lot of high-scoring games. How does that work in the playoffs? You're going to need to make crucial stops at some point. Are they going to be able to do that? They do have. Naji Marshall is a versatile defender. Did they get worse defensively with losing Derek Jones and Josh Green and replace them with Naji and
Grimes
and Grimes and Klay?
That's a really good question.
I don't know the answer. Honestly, I don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, because first of all, we haven't seen them play together, so there's no way you can know them, and you can maybe get an idea. But I mean, if Klay is average to below average defensively. When him and Luka and Kyrie are on the floor together, I mean, that's going to be it's a lot of matador going on.
Yeah. And he brought up Dennis Smith Jr. as a potential defensive addition. He's been in the league I didn't even realize he was still in the league. 9 years. How old are we? Gosh, the mighty.
I would have guessed it was longer.
Really? I guess.
Why do I feel like he was drafted like in 2009? I know he wasn't,
right.
But it feels like that.
All right. Shaquille O'Neal was in Peyton's Hood yesterday. Rockwall, Walmart, Home Depot. He shared a photo that he took with Hawk Tua Girl, who is she making some of the media rounds? Hawk Tua sat down.
She
for
sat
an
down.
interview.
Yeah, she had an interview. She said she wasn't fired.
Yeah, not a teacher.
Yeah, look.
And her family's like, she was dispelling all the internet myths. She's like, my family is laughing at this. They all know like my grimy sense of humor. She also said, I don't want to be known for this throughout the rest of my life.
Yeah, she didn't want to be known for that. She said the grossest thing that guys have asked of her. So obviously, you get on the internet and you're a guy on the internet talking to Hawk to a girl, sliding in her DMs. You are bordering on the lowest form of male human life.
I think McGregor may be in that conversation.
Oh, for sure. And so she was asked on this podcast, on the Plan Brie pod, great name, what the most kind of offensive thing that was offered her way.
Like, do creepy guys message you? Is it scary? Are you like, what the did I do?
So the guy that does my hats, he got offered $600 like 3 days ago for me to spit in a jar and sell it. That is revolting. Like, that's just disgusting, is it not?
That's crazy.
What is wrong with people?
But people were paying this girl on 90 Day Fiance
I'll
for
take a little sip.
her farts in a can.
Yeah.
Bottle them, and she was selling them.
Girls like they sell like the girls will go to the gym and they'll sell their underwear on the internet.
My God.
What did you do in the 70s with these kind of fetishes? Like what was your go-to before the internet? Carter, what was happening in the 70s?
Carter,
not even in the 70s. No, just like what happened before the internet? Like what did you do for this?
She first said she initially did not want to be found, but then people started stealing photos of her from her friends' social media accounts and making fake pages, and she decided to speak up. $600 offer for the spit in the jar, all the merch deals, made a lot of money off of some hats, but I'm rooting for her right now. I'm not annoyed. Carter's shaking his head left, right, no. I'm rooting for her. She seems cool so far.
So far, I'm getting a little tired of her.
Okay.
Right? It's now I still find it funny. I laugh every time, but to me it's just about the video. I don't I'm glad that she talked. I'm glad she didn't get fired. I'm glad she didn't get fired. I'm glad she's not a preschool teacher that got fired.
Yeah.
That would have really made me lose faith in humanity. This is just a girl having some fun.
The Hawk Tua thing didn't make you lose the faith. It would have been
right, because
someone offered $600 for spit in a jar. That didn't make you lose the faith.
No, it would have been she got
firing
fired.
her for being.
She got fired for just being. She was just having a good time. She was having a good time in Nashville. I would have been very upset if they fired her.
Okay, you want the male snake, overhead bins, or iced tea?
Oh, let's do the male snake because this is right up our alley.
Terrifying.
A male snake, Peyton, gave birth to 14 babies.
What?
I'm going to say that again. A male snake named Ronaldo.
Oh.
Which has lived in the city.
Is this a trans snake?
It's not.
Are we crossing? Are we crossing things up now? I'm just joking around. What's going on? Can I get in trouble for that? I don't know.
No, I don't know.
I don't think so.
So it's been living for the
How
past.
else you explain it? You're gonna tell me that God made this? Is the Mother Mary of snakes here?
Yeah. At one point, he underwent the process of parthenogenesis, which is rare but a natural
You
form.
see something you just mentioned?
It's a natural form of asexual reproduction that is more common in snakes than in most species. Have you seen Jurassic Park? Obviously, they were all female. All the dinosaurs were female. And they're so they can't reproduce. But as Jeff Pullman? Jeff Goldblum's character says, life finds a way. And it did. Life found a way. And they started to have babies on Jurassic Park.
Of the female dinosaurs?
Female dinosaurs, all female. But life found a way. Perhaps this male snake, the virgin birth from this male snake, this male boa constrictor.
Oh, my gosh.
That's been in this
and boas as
refuge for 9 years. It's a gorgeous rainbow boa.
God,
It's so pretty.
The 14th RJ transformation. Now, reptile.
I had to overcome my fear of snakes.
You were terrified, and now you're like, I feel like you're like Jake the Snake walking around with a green bag.
I moved out to the country. We're in a not in the country anymore. Yeah. But we were surrounded by like this barren woods and
sucks for you.
Yeah, and
sucks for you with
so
your
I had
snake problems.
I had to figure out a way.
So you would let one crawl on you now?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
You'd be fine like with one like crawling over here on the table right across from you.
Yeah, I'd be okay. Because I know what I did is I'm still like scared, but I know what to look for. I know the bad ones.
Okay.
I know the bad ones. And that's the one.
So if it's non-venomous, you still wouldn't let it crawl on you?
No, I want it to crawl. I don't want anything to crawl on me. I
All right.
barely let my dog crawl on me.
Okay.
I do, but like I don't let somebody else's dog crawl on me.
Right.
So that's that. Okay, next one. People are snitching on stores, and I love this. They're snitching on stores. I actually hate it and I love it. For selling Arizona iced tea for more than 99 cents. This is Don.
Man, this took me down the iced tea rabbit hole. I was like, typing in Arizona iced tea. I started getting the iced tea craving. I made iced tea after this story.
Wow.
And then I looked up a top 10 list of Arizona iced teas, and I was going to Instacart like 3 or 4 of the iced teas because they are really, really good.
Yeah, they are.
Love them?
I do. I do like them.
You love it? Do you have a favorite flavor, Pay?
I could do like the Arnold Palmer, the half and half.
Okay.
I was more of a Snapple guy growing up.
Snapple, Arizona iced tea, Lipton.
Peach Snapple was my way to go as in college. But this is Don Voltaggio. He's the founder of Arizona Iced Tea. They talking about never raising the price of Arizona Iced Tea.
Why not increase the price and therefore increase the profit?
We're successful. We're debt-free. We own everything. Why? Why have people who are having a hard time paying their rent have to pay more for our drink? Maybe it's my little way to give back.
Would you definitively say that you'll never raise that 99-cent price?
Never. Not in the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
We're going to fight as hard as we can for consumers.
So
refreshing.
Very refreshing. They even print
the tea and the statement.
The tea and the statement are refreshing. They even print the 99 cents on the can. But there are a lot of people like saying, so as of August 1st of this year, this is a sign that was posted in a convenience store. Dear valued customer, due to the rising cost of production, the store will no longer be selling Arizona cans at 99 cents effective August 1st, even though the company is not raising what they're charging these companies to purchase for. They pre-print their cans with our suggested retail because we wanted to force retailers into selling at that price.
So the individual vendors are charging more, like the store itself.
Yeah, the store itself.
They can charge what they want.
They can charge what they want. He goes, we can't force them. They're business people. We can't force them to set the price. But, we try to by putting the 99 cents on the can.
So people are taking photos now of the stores and snitching on them.
Snitching on them because from Arizona's perspective, if you sell it at, say, 50 cents a can, expecting the store to sell it at 99 cents a can, but they're really selling it at $1.50 a can, I mean, you would want to make that 50 cents up on your end.
And it's making you look bad.
So I think this is what happens with social media now. You can't get away with anything anymore. Like you can't, if you're a store, be selling this at $3.50 a can when it says 99 cents on there.
Now I already know Peyton's answer, but if and when you drink iced tea, sweetened or unsweetened?
I usually go unsweetened.
Oh God,
disgusting.
So disappointed.
You're from Texas, man. You live in Texas. Come on.
So disappointed.
You keep it sweet.
Oh,
see, unsweet is the true Southern way to go.
Oh, ask Jerry.
Debatable. Maybe in the 60s.
Northern way to go is just put a bunch of powder in there, like the Lipton crap. The Southern way is you use the tea bags, you brew it yourself. See, that's the deep South.
Well, turn that on you.
Yeah, that's the deep South way.
Turn that on you.
That's the deep South.
But what about like Dallas South? They don't do that. That's sweet tea.
We're Southwest.
Let's relive the moment when the news broke on this radio station that Klay Thompson became a Dallas Maverick. We'll do it with the KMC Masterpiece next. But they got sweet tea in her top.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
There's not much difference.
You got news?
Clay? Is it Clay Day?
From Adrian Wojnarowski, free agent Klay Thompson plans to join.
Who?
On a 3-year, $50 million deal with a player option.
Give it to me already. Who?
The Dallas Mavericks.
Yay!
It's
a Clay Day.
It's a multi-team sign and trade that'll also send Josh Green to Charlotte.
To Charlotte.
So
we're really screwing him over.
Whoa!
We got Clay.
Wow! Before our show was over too.
We did it, and we thought for sure it'd happen at 2:10.
That's true. It was funny watching the video too with Corey making everybody wait. It was painful, and I knew what the news was.
Can I ask a question, Mike? I didn't ask you this.
Okay.
In the lead up of Corey teasing it, did you look it up on your own?
Because it started typing.
It looks like you started doing the DX crotch chop right there.
So as he was taking his time, I looked at Twitter real quick and then saw the report.
What's coming up today?
We're going to talk about Klay Thompson, whether or not he's going to show up. No, I'm just joking. He's gonna
yeah, did you hear us jump in on your tease? It was like right after that you go, coming up tomorrow on the morning show, is Klay Thompson a Maverick? And we just
like,
put on the mic, yes, he is.
Yep.
We did it.
Yep. Your tease is over.
Okay.
We helped.
Also at 11:20 today, in honor of Fan Bowl, which will be at
Hurtado, Arlington.
August 10th. I can announce that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm
not the arbiter of that either.
What was your favorite game growing up as a kid? Because Fan Bowl is paper football. We all played it as kids.
Yeah.
What was your favorite game growing up as a kid? I got one that I have presented as another future fan hang type thing.
Does anyone play, or did anyone play wall ball?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wall ball was great.
I loved wall ball.
That was a cutthroat game, too, right? I touched the wall. No, you didn't.
No, you
Get
didn't.
up against that
Yeah.
wall.
Spread eagle.
But
you had to.
Well,
right? Was that the...
I guess on reflection, that doesn't sound great together.
Dodgeball, do they still play?
We're too soft for that now.
I know they do at the Pro Bowl.
I think my kids play some dodgeball at school. So
Dodgeball's
yeah,
fun.
I used to play it. We used to play it all the time.
Okay.
Remember knock hockey?
I'm sorry, what?
It was this game that it was a big. Remember that you played at camp. We used to play it at camp all the time.
Never seen it.
Knock
I have no
hockey.
idea what that is.
Fantastic. It was fun. Super fun.
Oh my God! Don't say that. As a husky child, I was always a desired competitor for Red Rover, so I enjoyed that game.
Can Kevin come over?
Yeah, they're like, oh man,
Is that like, what about, what do they call when you get the ball?
Tackle the man with the ball.
Tackle the man with the ball. Exactly. Thank you. Do
Yeah,
they play
that's
that?
exactly what they call it.
No way that can be played.
oh my
no.
God! I
think I see the
Because
kids
of the
playing-
physical aspect.
Yeah, I think I see the kids running around doing that at the school, like on their own. It's not like coach is like, "Hey, y'all go out there and do it."
Yeah.
Like
I'll ask my
old
kids
days.
today if they.
That's a pretty good coach impression.
It was.
They ever played that game.
Sounds like my tease that Kevin impersonated me with that voice. Mike, in all the NBA coverage that you absorbed yesterday, did it feel like the Mavs were bumped up in terms of championship contender? I know it sounds weird. They just won the West, but like they're taken a lot more serious by all the analysts and pundits, or was it more,
Not as
what are
much
the Lakers going to do now?
Not as much as I thought, because it was more concentrated on the Lakers and Golden State. Right? Those are the two most the Lakers will always be popular, like the Cowboys will always be popular. And so there's nothing the Lakers can do to lose popularity. Golden State was a nothing franchise when we were growing up.
Nothing.
And so they
Awful
could,
uniforms, too. The 07 Warriors that beat the Mavs, those were hideous. Those were hideous uniforms.
I'll just agree, because that makes me want to throw up. But I wonder what's going to happen with Golden State 5 years from now. Now, obviously, they have built a $1 billion arena. I did hear a former player say this, because I didn't have this ready to go. Broadus was like, he was saying they paid Klay when he was hurt. They paid Klay when he was hurt.
Yeah.
And I never thought of this, but one of these former players said, the only reason they're out of Oakland and have a $1 billion stadium, the only reason they're the most valued franchise in basketball, or top two, I can't remember which one is the
They're
most,
number one as the last time.
The only reason, because they were a crap organization that struggled to get fans, that had a crap arena in Oakland. There's two reasons: Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. It's now, instead of middle of the pack franchise playing in a crap Oakland place where a zillion homeless people are at around that stadium, because I was just there with the Oakland Athletics game.
What did you see out there?
Homeless. Tons of homeless. They built that. So, like, Klay does feel this way, right or wrong. Like, Broadus, I think, is rightfully taking the front office approach. You're not worth it anymore.
Yeah.
I don't care that you built a $5 or $6 billion organization.
Yes.
I'm not paying you anymore.
Yeah.
But from the player's standpoint, he's like, wait, Jordan pulls a load of trash in this league, and you gave him $140 million.
And it was a mistake.
Draymond is way more done than I'm done.
Yeah.
And you paid him a ton of money.
And it's like,
Andrew
bro, but
Wiggins was always our fifth guy, and you paid him a ton of money. So he was coming from the perspective, right or wrong.
Yeah.
But his perspective, I can understand his perspective too.
Yeah.
You have all of this because of two people, Steph and me. And you seem to throw me to the side.
Well, the Warriors are going to say, we shouldn't repeat bad decisions.
You don't pay for the past.
Don't pay for the past. They're absolutely making the smart call for the present and the future.
But you get why he would be pissed about that.
Of course. Yeah. He's like, I'm a legacy guy here. And you pay these other guys. And they're like, yeah, but we effed up those contracts. And now we are the recipient and benefit of that. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Are you worried about... RJ, I thought, asked a good question.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Every now
It's
and
breaking
then. No,
news
there
on the
was
fan
time-
brought to you by
That's
BetQL.
your
There's a time he was doing an interview with Bannister downstairs, and he asked a question. Bannister goes, "That's a good question." Chop goes, "They're all good questions."
Oh,
And I
he
was
always
like,
used to
"There it
say
is.
that.
All my
There it is.
questions.
We had to cut that out. Are the Mavs better, worse, or the same defensively right now than last season?
I think they're slightly worse.
With the addition of Marshall, and Grimes,
we are putting a lot of projection on Grimes. I think.
You think Green's better than Grimes as a defender?
I was watching Mike Breen do telecast of the Knicks last night, and he said that Grimes is our best defender and always plays the best guard every time. So I'm not saying he's the best in the world, but Mike
I was
Breen,
like, the Knicks played?
Yeah, so when he was with the Knicks, they were like, Grimes was guarding. They were showing all these highlights. It was a 12-minute highlight deal. I'd say, go watch. Look, I don't know a lot about Grimes.
Yeah.
I asked a Knicks guy, and then I watched some Knicks stuff last night. Now it was highlights of his super best stuff. But Mike Breen on one of the telecasts is like, Grimes is guarding Donovan Mitchell. He's guarding all the best players in the NBA through these highlights. And in the highlight, he has a nice defensive play, and Breen says he's always guarding the best player on the court at all times. So, not saying he's great, but that's been his job in his 4 years with the New York Knicks, is to guard the best player.
I feel like it's a push with Grimes and Green. I don't know. I really don't know Marshall's true defensive prowess until I see it.
Yeah.
I also didn't know that anything about Dennis Jones Jr. until I saw it.
And what about Klay?
Derek Jones Jr.
You think about
Klay
Dennis Smith?
Better than Tim Hardaway.
Well,
on one of the highlights, Naji Marshall. This was amazing watching his highlights last night. There was a play, and I was like, you got to be S-ing me. Tim Hardaway Jr. is guarding Naji Marshall, and it looked like Tim Hardaway Jr. did the Toro thing as a bull
the
fighter.
Matador?
You're like, it was just a straight drive for a left-handed dunk, and you're like, this is why you suck. Like, what were you doing on that? You literally look like, I want you to go score so I can go shoot a three, and that was Tim Hardaway Jr.'s career here is I want you to hurry up and score so we can get the ball so I have an opportunity to shoot. And through Naji Marshall highlights offensively, one time he's one-on-one with Tim Hardaway Jr. And if you want to see the easiest basket Naji Marshall's ever made in his life in half-court offense, it was when Tim Hardaway Jr. was guarding Naji Marshall.
You should play Antonio Daniels' clip of Naji Marshall with us on your show.
That's exciting. That's exciting to hear.
What's that?
Will Peyton have it ready for us?
It should be already done.
Should be, but it probably won't.
Our producer actually sends out cuts to other shows and everything.
Oh my
wow!
Our
Y'all have a
does-
producer?
Yeah, I got.
Yeah.
Oh, board up.
Y'all have a guy that's there all the time?
Once you get the same board off every day, we'll let you know.
That's a decent point.
PR, man.
That's a
PR.
fair point.
That's right. PR. Phil
or
Russell.
us. Did he ask you about tomorrow already? Did you already ask him, Phil?
I have not. I was going to wait till right before their show.
Okay.
Kevin Hagelin?
Yeah.
Now that you're on spot, would you like to join us for a Rangers high-low tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
9 o'clock.
7:20.
What time?
7:20 and 9.
I can be there for the 9.
Okay.
Definitely.
I
I
gotta go
guess.
on with San Francisco radio tomorrow.
We don't.
Oh,
want you on.
Bonte?
We don't care.
Bonte?
After you just
All right,
insulted
look
their
at
city
you.
like that,
My
they're gonna have you
guys.
on.
You gonna talk about the homeless people?
There's tons.
Oh, baby.
I'll tell you what, that square now, that
Oh, my
town
God.
square.
Union Square?
Union Square.
Used to be
homeless
great.
everywhere.
Used to be
now.
fantastic.
I had to question myself and my sense of fancy when I went there. When we went there for the Super Bowl, and I looked around at RJ, and I was like, This and San Diego are supposed to be the two best cities. This is the first time I had been to San Fran.
100 times worse. 100 times worse than when we were at the Super Bowl.
Really?
They tell us to stay away from Union now because of how many homeless people are down there.
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom, very bad guy.
destroyed.
Very bad guy.
Oh my God.
California, very bad place.
The people there were just saying it's just really sad what has
rooted into the
happened
ground.
to the Union Square. They said, I mean, I'm reporting back what they said to me.
Yeah.
So if you want to say it's untrue,
And what Charles Barkley says.
fine. Maybe it's untrue. But the people who live there told me when I was in Oakland, the sad thing happened in COVID. They let looting happen with nothing was done to any looters at all in the Union Square. So all the businesses left. They're like, we lost all our stuff. And they're like, we don't care. File with the insurance. So they're like, all right, we'll file with the insurance, but we're leaving. So there's so very little down there to even go see. And now the homeless has overtaken it because there's empty buildings and
Civil
it's
unrest.
pretty bad.
As predicted.
Well,
That
don't
sound like you're
taxes.
cheering for
And they
That and
did
the
say
taxes,
where
baby.
they built the new arena for Golden State, that's where all the good stuff is at now. They're like, so if Union Square used to be the place to kind of go and maybe see things and hang out, they're like, you have to go to where Golden State now has their new arena, which I think is close to where the Giants play too. They're like, they've really built that up. That's the really nice area where there
used to be nothing down there.
It's like they secure that to make sure that the Union Square part doesn't start.
Is
going
Union
that way.
where we crossed over like the final day? And I was like, RJ, why weren't we
No,
here
that
every
was
day?
into Pacific Heights or something like that. Palisades.
And where do we stay?
What is this? The Californians? What's happening
Where
right
do we
now?
stay? In the pork loin?
The tenderloin.
The tenderloin.
Tenderloin. That's a different place. That's a different place, Sean.
The tenderloin.
All right, so how many championships are the Mavericks going to win? That's our first
Is that our
segment?
first segment?
Not
Okay.
one.
Not one.
Not two.
I was just going to say, how bullish are you on the Mavs? But okay.
KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free? Kentucky Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors. Yesterday was his birthday, by the way, in case you missed it. Tell him happy birthday
You don't
now.
have to do that today.
You got Tiff treats, but you didn't get crumble.
No.
So that's the only way to rectify this? I'm not quite sure. We've got the famous Mike Bassick, and making a return from his own show, it is Reginald Atatula.
Oh, yeah, girl.
Oh, yeah, Reggie. Hey, Reggie, I've been seeing you on Locked On Mavs, man. They're hooking you up on that show.
Yeah, just trying to talk about the Mavericks, man. It's a fun team to talk about, don't you think?
You know what? I'm glad that you said that. Let's fire off cut number 2, and let's indeed talk more about the Mavericks.
Curry gets it left side, jumper, no good. Looney offensive rebound to Iguodala to Thompson, loads up a 3, got it!
So yesterday, Corey brought us the breaking news. How unselfish of you. It was your birthday, and you're still like, I will deliver gifts
Dude,
to
I crushed
people.
breaking news all day yesterday.
Man, did we have like 3 or 4 stars moving?
Mispronouncing Matt Dumba's name.
Because you were a Dumba. How bullish are you on the Mavs now? Like, look, I understand, hey, the season starts for real in October, and some people will argue not really until Christmas, and we got a lot of time. But just with all of these moves, and can also factor in Naji and Grimes and everything else, how do you feel about the Mavs team this morning?
I feel awesome about it. I really do. Now, I don't think they're the favorites or they're way above Oak City, Denver, and Minnesota. I think there's a 4-pack of teams in the West that are very close. And any one of those 4 teams I could see going to the NBA Finals next year. They're right there. They have the opportunity to repeat as Western Conference champions. And I do think they've gotten better overall. I think that they have gotten better as a team. And I'm so interested to see how Klay Thompson is going to use this motivation. I saw it now. He's a little bit younger, but I saw Steve Nash with a bad back who struggled in the playoffs at times for the Mavs because of, I don't want to say cardio, but it would seem like he would wear down in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then he went to Phoenix and he figured out a new routine, all of these things, stayed healthier, had more energy in the playoffs. I'm not saying Klay's going to do that, but this motivation from Klay, watching a lot of stuff yesterday, I think he's going to have a lot of motivation to get back to close to where he was at.
I wanted to talk about that motivation aspect, specifically with you right here, Corey, because you talk a lot about the great motivators in sports. And listening to Mike describe it, it sure does sound like he's keen on one of those points as a motivator this year.
There are 3 great motivating factors when it comes to athletes. Number 1, and in no particular order, I'm just saying number 1 in this order, revenge, which is exactly what Klay is experiencing.
Yeah.
Contract season, which you see this happen all the time, and fun babies. Look, when you have to pay for kids, it's expensive.
Sure.
You need to make money, so that kind of merges with contract season. But that being said, it will motivate you to get out there and do some work. But yes, revenge is always a key factor, which is interesting because with Kyrie, revenge is, I can't beat this team still. He wants to, and maybe he wants to beat them so badly, he just can't perform the way he wants to against them. But for whatever reason, he can't. But so revenge, though, you see it all sorts of times. I want to work harder to go out and show them that I can still do this.
I think the reason why I am so stoked about where the Mavericks sit today is you look back at the way, a week and a half ago, this all transpired. The Mavericks went into the summer without cap space, and they were going to have a $5 million taxpayer mid-level exception. That's what they had. And so they were like, you know what? That's not going to work for me. So we got creative. You sent off Tim Hardaway Jr. along with the 3 second-round picks in exchange for Quentin Grimes. That created the trade exception that allowed you to bring Klay Thompson in, and it also got you under the taxpayer level so you could use almost, if not your full, mid-level exception, which at the time we thought was a no-brainer for Derrick Jones Jr., but then again, he switched agents, which could complicate the matter, and instead they had another person that it seems like the Mavs potentially think is younger and a tiny bit cheaper in Naji. They were able to do all of that out of, we have $5 million.
Did Mark Cuban ruin us? Because not the whole organization. What I'm saying is when we've gone into this offseason 20 years in a row, or the Mavericks have close to a max slot, but not close. So we need to trade from pick 13 and not take Giannis and take Shane Larkin at pick 17 because it saves $152,000. And you're like, what did we do for $152,000? Well, we ruined our organization for the next 3 years. Is Mark Cuban couldn't get this creative. Yeah. I don't know who's behind everything, but I have to give Nico a lot of credit because for a 20-year period, the Mavericks were never this creative with no cap space. Yeah. They didn't even have a mid-level exception to start this off. And all of a sudden, you're making trades. You're doing this in the draft. And 58 to 51 is not a big deal, but all he did was give up a few dollars to move up 7 spots to get a guy who they think might be able to play in the NBA later in his life. And he's doing all of these things, and the offseason might be over for the Mavs. Maybe there's even another move that he's creative about, but I will give Nico and his team, whatever that team is, Michael Finley, Jason Kidd, the whole team, I've never seen the Mavs under Mark Cuban be this creative with this little amount of money or like asset situation.
And what's wild is how much it changed just from the sale of the team. As soon as the sale happened, these trades happened that made the team better, and every move since then has looked like whoa, hold on.
Well, hold on. Are we saying that this happened from the trade? Because I think this is as soon as Nico Harrison enters. He's made 11 trades before this offseason, and at every juncture where there's been an opportunity to make a move, they had made moves. And so, like, this might just be Nico himself. I don't even know how much Nico and the empowerment of Nico to make these moves with him at the helm of this front office. They've done incredible things, and really, they've threaded the needle multiple times and come out pretty good on the other side every time.
The Super Bowl, at the Super Bowl, sorry, Corey,
Nico Harrison didn't invent the Super Bowl.
No.
I just wanted you to know that.
Yes. When we were at the Super Bowl, at the trade deadline, I thought that was another, I know right now we're caught up with this, and I get that, but there was an incredible set of maneuvers right there that made this team better and did not really hinder your team going forward. So I credit for that as well.
The other thing too, and I get it, you're not really doing much during the playoffs as a general manager. You can't make moves as you can't trade for a player to help you out in the playoffs or anything like that. But he only had a week to get ready for the draft / free agency. And I know he was working behind the scenes during the playoffs on these things. But the dude had a week of not watching Mavericks basketball in the NBA playoffs / NBA finals and figured out 5 different moves to make to get this team to Klay Thompson to, obviously they did want Derrick Jones Jr. He said they did the day before the draft. It didn't work out, but he already had plans in place. If something went wonkers on him, he had something in place, and the Mavericks have never had anything in place. In the history of Mark Cuban, he's never literally had a plan B in his life in the NBA. If it didn't work out, we were screwed for 7 to 10 days. And so I just want to give him a lot of credit. Obviously, the miracle upon miracles that he'll always have, Nico, is he was able to trade Davis Bertans for something. Like, that's the miracle upon all miracles.
Somebody said they'll put up a statue of him if he trades Dwight Powell. I just want to say this, and I know this is odd potentially for this show. It's Dwight Powell is not as much of a hindrance as he used to be. He's
close
making
to the league minimum.
$4 million. So I hear you. I understand the concerns. I know some people feel that way about Maxi Kleber, and that's a different conversation because now we're talking about a more tangible amount of money. But Dwight Powell is only at $4 million.
And now he's what, Vibes Master General, basically?
Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. That's a good descriptor of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm excited, Corey. I think that they could repeat as the Western Conference champions, and I think they have a chance to win it all.
Okay.
I know. Are you about to rain on our parade?
I'm not here.
He's him and Micah Parsons.
I'm not here to rain on anything. I'm just here to ask some questions, all right? Because I, too, am excited. I think you have your Steve Kerr. I think you have your three-point dude that can come off a bench and be hot, if he needs to be.
I thought you meant a Jason Kidd.
And okay, yeah, exact Jason Kidd.
He's not coming off the bench.
No, I'm talking about like the 3-point shooter that can do that thing. That you're just like, well, I got to go save Michael again. That's what Steve Kerr
This
says.
is a really spicy
Man,
take.
that's a fiery opinion to start things off.
Clay's knees, they're good, right? like
I'm not.
They're going to hold up at 34, right?
He played 77 games last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the best way I can answer that question without really going into detail. He played 77 games. He started 63 games, and he wanted to start more. Now, if you're asking me like the acumen of his defense, he is no longer peak
mediocre.
Play. I mean, he has had an ACL and an Achilles injury, and he is beyond the age of 30. Those things don't typically add up to elite defender. However, like, it's what level of degradation are you dealing with? What type of things can he give you? Can he be solid, and can he at least not be a liability because you already have enough of those? With all due respect to Kyrie and Luka and the ways that they've tried to up their game, you already have enough of those defensively on the floor.
If I said Klay Thompson is now average defensively, do you think that sounds accurate?
Is he
or
still
fair?
an elite 3-point shooter?
Yes.
Then I'll take that. And because
you make a fair point.
And the other question is, when those three are on the court, are you just trading points at that point, or are you able to stop points? And I think we saw that the Mavericks were able to play good team defense throughout the playoffs. And I don't think Klay is going to come here and be like, I'm not playing defense. I think he can play within the system too. So but I am kind of curious on when it comes to, they can just pick on three guys. Is that what they can do? Is just
I don't think they're going to want to pick on Klay. I don't think they're going to mind if Klay is on a guy and be fearful of that matchup. But I don't think to start the year they're going to be like, hey, bring Klay's guy up into the pick situation so Klay has to switch on. I still think they're going to try to, most teams go, put Luka and put Kyrie in those situations. Klay, I think, is still a great team defensive guy because he has such a high basketball IQ that maybe his on-the-ball defense has gone down to average. But I still think his off-ball defense and understanding the angles, where to be, what the other team's trying to do, I do think that is elite the way that, let's say, Jason Kidd in 2011. Jason Kidd wasn't the same on-the-ball defender in 2011 that he had been from 1994 to 2007 or 8.
But he worked his butt off.
But he was an IQ genius defensively, and then at times he knew when to expend his energy. How much energy can I give here? And I'm going to give it all to make this as difficult as I can on whoever. Kobe.
Last 5 minutes, usually he was taking on Kobe or whoever their toughest offensive guy was. Yes.
So that's what I'm hoping for Klay, is you have an elite IQ off-ball defender, and then he's still average on defense is what I think he has.
Okay, that makes – listen, like I said, very excited. Is he your best free throw shooter?
I would think so.
Oh, yeah, he's a really good free throw shooter.
Thank God. I never thought of that. With technical fouls, Luka should never go to the line again.
Yes, and then the other thing is, listen, I don't know. Kyrie, obviously, we've been told, was a voice that helped recruit him. So chemistry-wise, I've never heard Klay be a very big problem guy.
I was listening to Richard Jefferson last night. And he said this on that NBA show on ESPN, and I respect Richard Jefferson a lot. He said it was Christmas Day, and he had the Lakers Golden State game, and he played with Klay his rookie year and maybe his second year. And he said, hey, Klay, how's it going? Merry Christmas, this and that. And he goes, it'd be better if they paid me or something like that. Like, he was like, dude, on Christmas and on this, so he had already come out of the elevator on Christmas Day upset with his situation in Golden State. So he was done with Golden State last year. At least Richard Jefferson was relaying the story yesterday on ESPN that Klay on Christmas Day got out of the elevator already in a bad mood about his contract.
So hopefully he comes to Dallas and is happy with the Kevin, we talked to Frank about that.
Yeah.
When you get a contract, when you're negotiating, nobody's ever going to be truly 100% happy with it. You just got to hope that you make the things that both sides can agree upon. Hopefully he walks in here and he's like, look, guys, I'm ready to be part of what you are. And what we saw with the Mavericks this year, they built a very good chemistry amongst that group. Hopefully it's just, hey, welcome to the fold.
I'm glad you brought up the free throw shooting thing because that's somebody texted in, this team won't be worth a damn unless they learn how to shoot free throws. I'll be like, hey. I'm paraphrasing.
Every game, Kevin, we were like, look, if you just make your free throws, you win.
I mean, they did still make the NBA Finals, but I understand, and I think you make a valid point, and Klay Thompson is a very good free throw shooter.
Boy,
So-
he does not go to the free throw line, though, does he?
No.
I think he's
because
only shooting technical fouls.
Yes.
But the problem is he has Curry on his team his whole career, so maybe he wasn't shooting the technical fouls.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next are these current NFL players already bound for the Hall of Fame. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first at 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That is Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stafford from under center, steps back, throws the fade, back shoulder. Cooper Kupp's got it! Cooper Kupp brings it in! Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown, LA!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are these current NFL players already bound for the Hall of Fame? But also, Corey,
Rams highlight
from the 817. Well, you know what? Give me a highlight, Cowboys. We just had my first Cronut Delicious. Thanks for the recommendation. It's a game changer. Yeah. And this has sparked it sparked a weird debate in our room where Mike says Big Donut is done, but other people are pushing back. If you have thoughts, but if donuts are finished because of something that's existed for some time now, but that Mike has just discovered, let us know.
The more they get discovered, the more Corey takes the Cronut to this world. The more Big Donut, just regular glazed donut, is screwed.
I'm excited for my new responsibilities.
It's like mid-range game.
Cronut ambassador.
Those are good
shots. Hold on, are you saying DeMar DeRozan is the glazed donut?
Yeah.
They're phasing him out.
Steph Curry's the Cronut.
Okay. Well, it's tough to argue with that.
The Cronut is going to ruin the AAU circuit.
I will give Dominique Ansel, the French pastry chef who was born in 1978, the credit for creating it. That's his invention.
You'll lend that to him?
That's what he's best known for. So yes.
I agree with you. The Cronut is very
I've never
good.
seen a Cronut at a donut store. Hey, donut places, you're probably going for your nap now as your day's almost over. And you're going to wake up at 2 a.m. to start your job.
It's like being a morning show host.
Yeah. Hey, make Cronuts.
Okay.
And you won't have to worry so much about donuts.
All right.
Fact.
Fair.
Damn it, all I want is a Cronut again. Why did you do this?
From the 817, they can coexist. Welcome to the donut family, Crow Bro. I don't know if Crow Bro is an already accepted term. I feel like it should be. Hey, donut shops are still open. They could hook Mike up.
It's probably tough to find humans who haven't had donuts, but if you gave the human who has not had a donut, like a glazed donut and a glazed Cronut, and they had a taste test and said which one is better, the Cronut's always going to win.
I understand.
But how's the cost effectiveness going to this? Because the Cronut,
this is not the segment that we're doing.
Right,
you
fine.
ask valid supply chain
started
questions.
This segment this way.
Dak's going to the Hall of Fame. I've never seen a better quarterback.
Okay, fine. You know what?
Cooper Kupp!
I'll throw that out there to start. As of right now, is Dak Prescott a Hall of Famer? Just for you, Mike.
Heck yeah, man.
Lies. You do not believe that at all.
37 wins by his team, because I can't remember how many he sat out. In the last 3 years, I've never seen a better quarterback in my life.
Playoff win, I'm assuming?
Yeah, but then I have to take out Cooper Rush wins where they went 4-1 when he didn't play.
He's 73-41 in his career.
Heck yeah, man. That guy, how could you leave him out?
You're such a jerk.
Corey, you can answer it.
He's been in top 6.
The answer is no.
He's not.
Right now, he is not a Hall of Famer.
I don't know, man. Have you seen his commercials?
Who put you in charge of Hall of Fame?
He gets good sleep. He eats chunky Campbell soup. I think he drinks Pepsi at times. I can't remember the 73 other commercials he's on. I'll see him in September on every football game.
Didn't he get the yogurt endorsement too?
Yeah, he's at the colon thing too.
That's right.
Box.
Yeah, poop box.
I'm going to
move. Have you not seen that? You need to watch it.
Only Hall of Famers get that many commercials.
I guess not. All right. Now, on a more serious potential note.
Than the poop box?
Yes.
Okay.
Matthew Stafford. He won a Super Bowl.
Backup's a stud.
His wife tried to cheat on him in college.
Yes. I don't know if that gets factored in
married
by the Hall of Fame voters. I feel like it does not.
All right.
Dude, he's a 50-50, isn't he?
Has he ever been an All-Pro?
I always thought he was a very good quarterback for Detroit, and that it was just Detroit that was the problem. And then he leaves Detroit and immediately wins the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it proved everything that I thought about him. He's very good. And then he wins the Super Bowl. And I think the Super Bowl actually definitely factors into that.
And you bring up a good point, Reggie, about the All-Pros, because obviously that factors in this a lot. I wonder if people will counter with, because I'm with you on that. He was the fastest quarterback in history to 10,000 yards, 20,000 yards, 30,000 yards, 40,000 yards, and 50,000 yards. So I wonder if people will look at that statistic as well as the team success. But you're right. In terms of that individual success from like the voters, it's not there.
And I mean, that is all pro, which look, if you're not one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the league, I know that gets kind of tough. Pro Bowl, even as a fallback, he's had 2 of those. And if I remember correctly, those are more recent if we're talking about that.
One of them was a while back. And
I'm
the other one was
assuming
last
this, Reggie,
year.
I have his stats pulled up. In 2011, he had 41 touchdowns and 16 picks.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that was an all-pro or Pro Bowl
Actually,
year.
believe it or not, was not. That year, he won Comeback Player of the Year.
Okay.
But was not a Pro Bowler.
It was 14 and 20.
It was last year, right?
Oh, last year, yeah, absolutely. So,
So he didn't make it in 21 when he had 41 and 17 either?
I guess
so
not.
So his 240 touchdown years? It just shows how much better Dak is.
Oh, my God. All right.
I mean, that guy was second in MVP.
That is true. That is true. I think this player has a better resume for Hall of Fame. Mike Evans. Is Mike Evans
without a doubt
Hall of Famer? Okay.
I don't know if he'll get in first ballot.
Okay.
But he'll get in second or third ballot.
Like the dude puts up 11,000 or 1,000 yards a year. Like he rolls out of bed and says, "I got 1,000 yards."
Yeah.
And he made Johnny Manziel at A&M.
That is fair.
That has nothing to do with the Hall of Fame though.
Never
But
mind.
I appreciate that. Touchdown numbers are significant every year. He is a fantasy football. Like you want him on you're always like, damn, why didn't I get Mike Evans if you didn't do it? And he has the Super Bowl to add to it. Now, here's the thing. Like he's been relatively quiet his whole career doing that. That's what's weird. He's not looked at as like,
besides Tom Brady time, nobody cared about Tampa for his career.
Because with him, when he was with Jameis, it was like, hey, it's hero ball all day, baby, and it could be an interception. And so, but he has the Super Bowl and he has all the number credentials, I think, that are lining up for it.
I know I'm taking over a little bit here. Can I compare him to DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah.
Is he on that list or no? Because DeAndre Hopkins' numbers suggest that he's a Hall of Famer, but his career in Houston and Arizona, nobody cares.
And I think what will help DeAndre Hopkins out is, and I go back to this a lot, and I know people get annoyed by it, but if you look at the people that are in the Hall of Fame, this is how people vote. It's based on those All-Pros. And I think they both were second-team All-Pro twice, but DeAndre Hopkins is a 3-time in consecutive years first-team All-Pro. Mike Evans never has been. I think DeAndre Hopkins, he makes the Hall of Fame before
I think as well.
Mike Evans.
I agree with you. And I think that when we point to all pros, it might just seem like a weird level of credentialing, but what all pros typically point to is you are viewed as either the best or one of the, select few best at your position in the league at that point, which I think is part of what we're talking about when you start getting to a Hall of Famer. Were you one of the absolute best in the league, particularly if you can get that for a sustained amount of time? Well, you can absolutely say that with DeAndre Hopkins. I think that gets into like kind of a weird place with Mike Evans because I think he is regarded as one of the best at wide receiver. For some reason, the credentialing of it, the all pros of it, doesn't necessarily fully show that.
But I could see him showing up on like the all-decade team. I realize it's a split career because he was always like the third or fourth best receiver, or like on the third team or the fourth team. All right,
can I ask a question? Larry Fitzgerald, Hall of Fame credentials are there, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think he's the second or third greatest wide receiver of all time.
Mm-hmm.
2 second-team All-Pros and 1 first team.
After Randy Moss.
Mike Evans has 2 second teams.
Yes.
That's very similar, right? Like and the numbers are pretty close too.
What helps with, you're right. I think Mike Evans is going to go in the Hall of Fame. What helps with Larry Fitzgerald is he also has that other magical resume bullet point of being on the all-decade team for whatever reason,
And
unless you're on the
getting his
Cowboys.
Degree from University of Phoenix.
I don't, again, know.
That is a heartwarming story.
That's a big one. I saw it on commercials.
I don't know how.
He promised his
I'm
mom
not
he'd
saying
get
it's
a
not
degree,
important.
Kevin.
I just don't know if the Hall of Fame factors that in.
Told his mom he would get his degree.
I cannot speak to that one way
That's
or
a tough
another.
degree at University of Phoenix.
Oh my God! All right, so
That's what they say.
I got another. I got another one for you, but this is a twofold question.
All right.
Did you ever think Russell Wilson was a Hall of Famer. And do you think he's a Hall of Famer now?
I did, and I don't think he is
you
now.
think he played himself out, right?
I think he played himself out of the Hall of Fame.
It's so hard to win a Super Bowl.
I think we realized it was Legion of Boom, and it was Marshawn Lynch, and it was that team that carried him.
It is hard to argue with that because I think that's where I am.
I'm out on Russell Wilson, yeah.
I can't believe. I don't think this is. Has this ever happened to anybody in the history of football that you thought he was a for sure Hall of Famer and then he left the place where he was the quarterback forever? Like, oh no, it was the team. He had very little to do with it.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody,
Me neither.
especially anybody that won that early and then that happened to them.
Man, that's really going to bother me now. I'm really going to think that over, but I don't know of anybody either. What about Jalen Ramsey? Because there was a time
because we're not quick to say yes, I would say for sure not a first ballot. Because like DeMarcus Ware, I thought was for sure a first ballot. So I know he's for sure not a first ballot with our hesitation. So now he's going to be fighting his butt off on that 50-50 category.
3-time all first team All Pro. Man, interception numbers are pretty significant. Considered one of the toughest ones. Is he on the all decade team for?
Nope. And that's what I think is going to work against him. Although sometimes that's not fair.
His draft class makes it.
He was a 16 to 23 guy right now, so he kind of has a weird.
Yeah, and that's what can be tough about it. Hey, you know what?
All decade,
Mike. We'll get to him not in this segment.
I'm interested in also being on 3 different teams. I don't know how much that affects things, but maybe it helps.
Who's more of a Hall of Famer, Stafford or Ramsey? If only one of them gets in. I know, obviously, wildly
Ramsey.
I think it's easier for us fans to compare quarterbacks
than
to compare cornerbacks.
Okay.
But he did win it with the Rams. That's nice, even though he did hold Jamar Chase on that one play. But it's a different story for a different time. But he played for Jacksonville and nobody cared. Yeah, man, I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He was on that defense that drug that Jacksonville team to the AFC Championship.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was Blake Bortles.
Yeah. A lot of apparently the Jags organization thought it was too, and that's what broke the whole team up.
Tyreek Hill?
I think he is.
I
don't know all his numbers in front of me, but yeah, I would think he would be because he's still in his prime. That's Mike Evans and DeAndre Hopkins. You could argue have exited their prime, but still valuable players.
Well, let me ask you about another player that might be in that category, though maybe you don't think he is either. Devontae Adams.
His number suggests he might not be.
Okay.
He really needs to. I have this pulled up, and I know it's just yards. And Devontae Adams, I don't think is crazy on touchdowns in his career. He's 44th in yards at 10,781. Let's just say he has 5,000 more yards.
Yeah.
He easily makes it.
Okay.
But if he only has 3,000 more yards in his career, he barely gets into the top 20 over Jason Witten and Steve Largent.
What's interesting is he's about, I don't know, less than 1,000 yards behind Mike Evans and has more touchdowns too.
Okay.
And has first team All Pro, 3
Several
straight years?
times.
Okay.
So as much as we think Mike Evans is, I think Devontae Adams' credentials definitely stand on their own.
You know, you do bring up an interesting point, though. Sometimes perception of an individual voter or group of voters will overrule what the numbers say. And so, I don't want to rule out people's perceptions either. They'll be like, I don't know, they were pretty contemporary, and I thought Mike Evans was better, or whatever the case might be.
Just remember how tough this is, because wide receivers don't get in as easy as we think.
True.
So, guys that had really good careers where passing wasn't as much, Mushim Muhammad, Rod Smith, Keenan McCardell, these guys.
None of those I even thought.
No, and Derek Mason had over 12,000 yards. That's 29th in NFL history, and he wasn't even considered a Hall of Fame.
But how much does precedent shift with the shifting of the game? Because I do wonder if a new class of football writers, I almost called them baseball writers, football writers view this differently just because there's so many more good wide receivers out here.
I hear you. I know I'm going now into Antoine Bolden is 14th all time in receiving yards. And I don't think we consider him a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Henry Ellard's 15th all time.
always thought Bolden was not
Smith,
quite there.
Senior, is he a Hall of Famer?
Until he and Joe Flacco destroyed the league with one simple play. It was a top shelf, back of the end zone. Every single time they did it, got him. But yeah, I agree with you. I never thought that he was that guy. He was a Rookie of the Year 1 year. So
this is how tough it is as a receiver.
Yeah.
If Steve Smith Sr.'s not in, he's 8th all time in receiving yards in the history of the NFL.
And he's another guy that might be in your window of like, he's not in yet, but when will he get in? One more quick one for you, not receiver, Derrick Henry. I think he is.
Because you're a prime guy.
That is
so
true.
he hits that Terrell Davis situation for you.
And Terrell Davis is a great example because Terrell Davis, if he's in, Derrick Henry won back-to-back rushing titles. Every player that's ever won back-to-back rushing titles is in the Hall of Fame.
What about Zeke's prime from 2016 to 2018?
I would argue that Derrick Henry's was a little longer and a little better.
Okay.
But, man, I should have known we were going to get drawn.
I actually think Mike has a case here.
Derrick Henry does have 19 more touchdowns than Zeke. So.
Was there a better running back pending suspension than Zeke Elliott in the history of the NFL?
Okay, I thought you were just
You
going to
already
say.
answered the question.
I know. I thought you were going to say in 2016. I fell for that trap. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
running
next.
back was pending suspension. Was there another one?
No.
Is there one I'm not thinking about here?
No, he's just trying to make jokes.
Oh, okay.
It's time for more of the joke maker, Mike Masick with Baseball Nuggets.
Hey, Derek Hill, should he be an everyday player?
Man.
That's a tease.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's neck.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, well, to start off Baseball Nuggets, Reggie, I want you to go to cut 12 here because Corey has come up with a new nickname for this guy.
0-1. Swung on, and there's a drive well hit left center field. Going back is Cowser. He's at the wall. That ball is history into the Ranger bullpen. A solo blast for Derek Hill, his second of the ball game. Make it 8-2 Texas.
What's his nickname?
Derek Home Run Hill.
Derek Home Run Hill.
I like it.
In 9 games, he has 3 home runs for the Rangers. Kevin, you're the math guy.
In how many games?
In 9 games, he has 3 home runs. If he played 150 games, how many home runs would he have?
50.
So we have a 50 home run hitter on our hands.
I like it. I think
remember when
the math tracks.
We had Boch on last week when he broke the news, and he said that he was putting up great numbers.
He was. He's batting 350 something or whatever for a stretch of time, and he got called up. So Sunday night baseball, he had 2 home runs.
Yes, he did. In his first 2 at bats, right?
Yes. Now, the show, I get it. Wyatt Langford is the hopefully future superstar of the Texas Rangers, and he hit for the cycle. So obviously a lot of the praise of that game went to Wyatt Langford's cycle as a rookie, first time since Oda B. McDowell in 1985. And so there's a lot of Wyatt Langford love from that Sunday night baseball game, and rightfully so. You're trying to pump up the futures of the game. So look, Derek Hill, I'm being funny with he's going to hit 50 home runs in a season. But here's what I want to know about today, tonight, and the rest of this homestand. Derek Hill looks like he's going to play center field every time there's a left-handed pitcher on the mound. That has now become the thing that will happen with the Texas Rangers. But on this homestand, San Diego and Tampa, 6 games. All 6 games are right-handed starting pitchers as of today. The schedule says the Rangers are facing all right-handed starting pitchers. I ask you guys this question. It's Dylan Cease tonight. Obviously a stud who the Rangers might have got in spring training, ended up not getting, and honestly, pitching hasn't been the issue on this team. So Dylan Cease would have helped, without a doubt. But unless he puts up shutouts, at times it wouldn't have helped. Derek Hill, should he start in center field tonight over Leody Taveras, right-handed pitcher Dylan Cease?
Yes. Yes, he should.
As long as he's doing his thing, keep putting him out there. If he can make consistent plays defensively, then keep putting him out there. But yeah, man, if I know Leody was kind of in a good offensive groove, but the big thing was does he make up for it defensively as well? And sometimes he makes plays that just offset that. So yeah, keep throwing him out there, man.
You feel the same way?
Yeah,
especially with his new nickname.
I didn't factor that in directly. Perhaps I should have.
Maybe Nadell and Hicksy. I don't know who's on the call tonight. I don't know if Sandler's on the call or, if he's subbing in. But, hey, why not call him Derek Home Run Hill now?
I think that's a good idea.
Anytime you hit 2 home runs in a game, that sounds like
that gets to be your nickname?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's Wyatt Cycle Langford now.
Yeah, Wyatt Cycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Just as long as he's cycling, like, on the baseball field. Right? We don't want him to get suspended.
Yes, no, I understood.
And
no allegations.
Yeah, bicycling's not going to help us.
Okay,
yeah, that's true.
So I'm looking at Leody Taveras' numbers on the year. He does have a 0.0 WAR. He's getting on base 29% of the time. So that's an on base percentage of 290. I'll do it again for the people that don't understand OPS. You really need to understand this. This is, at this point, more important than batting average. Batting average is still important. People that say batting average isn't important or pitchers' wins aren't important are stupid. Okay? Don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. They're still important. Because I hear other people that don't, on other stations that don't know anything about baseball, like, well, wins don't matter anymore from a starting pitcher. I'm like, you're a moron. But it's fine that they're saying that. They don't know what they're doing. They're trying their best and trying to follow a sport they don't follow. Leody Taveras has a 617 OPS. That is your on-base percentage plus your slugging. Ooh. You want that to be at I'm going to say you want it to be at 750 or more.
Yeah. That was actually the number I was thinking.
So I'm not saying at 725 you're bad. You're kind of I don't even know what league average is right now for that, but I feel like when you're under 750 and in certain positions, I'm like, for Leote, I really don't care about his slugging, but I want his on base. I've always said this. It needs to be at 333. 33% of the time, he needs to be finding a way on base. I don't care if it's all singles and all walks. I need him to get to first base and use his speed and let guys knock him in. Derek Hill, look, it's such a small sample size right now in the major leagues for him, but in his 23 at-bats in his 9 games, he has over a 1 OPS. He has a 304 batting average. Wow. He has a 360 on base. He has a 696 slugging. I think our manager, Bruce Bochy, is really good at this, and this is what makes him, not all of it, but this is part of the reason why he's a Hall of Fame manager. He doesn't go away from the hot hand because there's a analytic department team that says, well, I mean, against righties and Derek Hill's career, I don't care about his career. I care about how he's swinging the bat right now. And how he is swinging the bat right now deserves for him to be in the lineup today. So if he doesn't put him in the lineup, I'm not going to bash Bruce Bochy for it. But I do look at Derek Hill and go, guys, ride the hot hand.
Yes.
If anything's told you about this season of the Rangers offense, you need to ride a hot hand when you have it, because everything would have told you, hey, when Josh Smith is playing and there's a lefty pitching, we should probably go to Ezekiel Duran. And over time, we rode the hot hand. And guess who our best hitter is against lefties? Josh Smith. He's a left-handed hitting guy, and he's our he's our best hitter against left-handed pitching this year. And that doesn't make any sense, except you rode the hot hand, and he proved that he could do it and do it at a very high level. So for me, I'm riding the hot hand of Derek Hill. Obviously, Wyatt Langford's coming off of a cycle, so he's going to be my left fielder today. And Adolis Garcia, I'm not going to say he's gotten super hot, but he's gotten a lot better over the last, let's say, week to 10 days, where he was in a super slump, and now he's hitting more like Adolis Garcia that we've known. So those are my 3 outfielders for now until something happens. And if Derek Hill goes 0 for 4 today, hey, there's a likelihood he might. It's Dylan Cease pitching. We're in kind of big trouble when you look at the matchup.
Yeah.
But if he figures out a way how to go 1 for 3 today and draws a walk in his 4th at bat, and probably all 4 won't be against Dylan Cease, he gets to start the next day. If he does go 0 for 4 with 4 Ks and it's a right-handed pitcher tomorrow, then, hey, man, Leote, he didn't do his job. But I'll tell you what, Leote, this is the life of a big leaguer, especially on a non-guaranteed big league contract. Like Leote, you could, I'm not saying they're going to, but you could non-tender him. You don't have a long-term contract with Leote. This is the life of competition in the major leagues. If Leote then goes out there against, I don't have it pulled up, but a right-handed pitcher and goes 0 for 4 the next day, guess who's starting the last game against San Diego? Derek Hill's back out there. Like, this is now, to me, a battle for playing time the rest of the season until somebody proves that they deserve it every day. I do think there should be a Leote versus Derek Hill battle.
Is that the only position where that should be the case? Or are there other spots
For
where
right
it can
now, yes.
Okay. All right.
Now, Josh Young is coming back, and I don't have enough time. I mean, I don't think he's coming back tonight. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that'll be broken later in the day. But when Josh Young comes back, maybe there is other discussions that we can get into. And we'll get into that later, either in the show or later in the week. But I do think right now there is a Derek Hill versus Leote battle for playing time.
I like it.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, I want to remind you we will have Bruce Bochy on the show tomorrow at 12:20, so can pick his brain about some of this stuff as well. Coming up next, though, hold up. Does Klay's arrival mean players actually want to be in Dallas and play with Luka now?
What?
That, or maybe Corey's Wimbledon report. Next, right here on The Fan.
One used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're going to talk in about an hour and 20 minutes for the folks who maybe don't love this Klay Thompson move. But something I wanted to talk about because we have heard about this.
One person?
There's actually quite a few, Mike.
That's it. I don't want to talk to him.
Okay, you don't have to. I guess I'll bring up some of their points, maybe.
Text in if you hate Klay Thompson.
Oh, my gosh.
And if you love cronuts.
No, just the Klay Thompson thing right
now.
now.
I want to know both.
I think we can do both at the same time.
Mm-hmm. So, my question
was... Do we know if Klay likes cronuts?
I don't.
There's not a human who doesn't.
We should, as long as they know about them.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see if we get Klay Thompson on with the pitch of our big question for him is, do you like cronuts?
What if we did that and we were just like, thanks for talking to us, bye.
He was like, oh, that's the best interview I've ever had.
Sure, that was amazing, and I got the answer, honestly.
So we went through the years of the best we could do was Harrison Barnes, Monte Ellis, Chandler Parsons. I remember Chandler Parsons felt like it could be big for us. But then don't you have to go back to like Sean Marion for players that you felt good about that wanted to come to Dallas before this? Do you think this could be the start of maybe more people want to come to Dallas, or do you think Klay is a unique situation?
Absolutely. Now, can you get those things done? Can you, if somebody says, I want to come to Dallas, I do think in January, there's going to be players that are unhappy with their situation that are going to hope and wish, and I don't know how public they'll make it, but say, I want to come to Dallas. Because of this situation. I think that they see, especially if you're a shooter, no team in the NBA gets more wide open looks in the NBA. You can rag on whether it's Gilbert Arenas, who I was listening to, whoever it is. You can listen to all these people rag on Luka and say he's not a great basketball player or this and that. But nobody creates more wide open shots in the NBA than Luka Doncic.
Do you want Tim McMahon to either support or destroy your argument?
Oh,
both.
Okay, well,
I respect Tim a lot.
Let's see what happens. Tim McMahon was on with Sean and RJ this morning. Is Dallas a destination city?
Well, listen, you can debate, is he a star still, all those sort of things. But the simple fact of the matter is it was Mavericks versus Lakers for a big-name free agent, and the most glamorous franchise in the NBA had more years at a higher salary on the table. Now, the Lakers are going to have to jump through hoops to make that happen, but they were talking about a 4-year, $80 million deal with Klay. The Mavericks had 3 for $50. He chose to come to Dallas. You know, that's the idea that Dallas is just some no-way destination for free agents. Yes, that's off the table. Now, you know, how many times are the Mavericks going to be able to be in this sort of a situation moving forward? We'll see. Obviously, Luka's going to be on a supermax for a while.
Pause it right there because he does get into the logistics of future salary cap, which is fine.
Could
but
make
maybe,
it more difficult, but he's saying
but maybe not as relevant to this conversation. But yes, that was kind of a give and take. He's not saying it's the destination, but he is like, you can't say that people don't want to come here.
When have we ever beat out the Lakers for anything?
That's a good point. Hell, we even lost. Didn't we just lose Dimwitty?
Yeah.
That was a few months ago.
We beat him out for Kai.
Somewhat true, yeah.
So that's it.
2 now.
That's 2.
Nico
era.
beat the trade that LA had on the table, and then Kyrie could have chosen LA. There would have been a lot that they would have had to do, just kind of like what he's saying. But Kyrie, I have to go back and read everything. Like because I felt at one point he did want LA, but then it felt like, I'm going to choose Dallas. I really think that this is a situation that I've liked. Even though we didn't win, I liked this situation in the end. I like Jason Kidd. I like Luka Doncic.
And I think that one thing to remember is Dallas was positioned to pay him the most and give him the best contract, right? This is why the Klay Thompson thing is significant, because Los Angeles was willing to give him an extra year at a higher average annual value compared to that situation with Kyrie, where he had already gotten a feel. You did a little recruiting from within, but then also you had the better option for him when you just talk about the raw numbers. This one is flipped, and you still ended up with Klay, and I think that's why the question is worth asking.
Well, I mean, Tim McMahon says yes, right? And he has a better read on the NBA than I do. I do not know the players that much. Like, I know a few guys, but not many like he knows. I obviously do not have connections with front office and scouts like he does. So for him to say, hey, this was a big win for Dallas, and that it shows that players do want to come here. Not all players, but there are players that want to come here. And now making it to the NBA Finals, Corey, I just assume when you got 3 wins away from winning the championship and you beat the Clippers, you beat Oklahoma City, who was favored over you, you beat Minnesota, who was favored over you, that now players are going, wow, not only does he create open shots, but he's made it to a conference final and made it to an NBA final 2 out of the last 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that player that could take the mid-level exception or a number in that range would look at a team like the Mavericks and say, that's where I can get my ring or get my Derrick Jones Jr. Yeah, go get my contract. I could be a contributor on a championship team where I'm going to be seen for big-time money.
That's an interesting point, the second point, because I know we were talking a lot about the first point, and you're definitely right about that. The second point is very valid as well.
I have a third point also.
Oh.
Go ahead with these.
Let's hype up the second point.
All right, yeah.
But that's another player who the NBA couldn't figure it out. They were like, hey, I know you have all kinds of athleticism. We can't figure it out. Goes to the Mavericks. They're like, what if we put you in this role? And he's like, thank you very much. 3 years, $30 million. So I wonder how many players there are out there. And like Exum is another person who I know still has a lot of work to do, but is trying to rehabilitate his image in the NBA. So I think that's a fascinating point as well.
The third point, Kevin, and I keep seeing it coming in on the text now too. Kevin, we've been fighting for this for decades now, I feel like.
Is this about taxes?
Taxes. This is the first time anybody's ever said, you know what, because of taxes, I like this whole thing of playing in Texas.
Maybe Chew, but that was it. So Chew and Klay Thompson are the only two.
But even Chew wasn't vocal. It was just a one-on-one interview. This is the first time it's hit the big times everywhere. So maybe other athletes are going to go, hey, what's going on in Texas that I need to know about? Because my agent's never told me about this. He just said take a big number.
Kevin, you're a numbers guy, right?
Yes.
How significant is that? Because I know sometimes we think of it as just like, oh, you're in Texas and all your earnings are here. But isn't there like kind of jock taxes and you kind of have to pay taxes no matter where you play? But like, so how significant is the tax thing? Can you lay that out in some way?
Okay, so think about it here. What's the state income tax what's your income tax for the state at the end of the year? It's 0%.
All right.
Right? You don't have to file like a separate, I realize there's taxes on goods and services and stuff.
Yeah, they'll get you. They'll get you somehow, yeah.
But you don't have to file a state income tax. In California, it goes up to 12.3%.
That's a lot.
All right? And I realize his contract is less than this, but yeah, 12.3%. That's $6 million off potentially $50 million. And that's just for the state income tax. The jock tax is actually something totally different because obviously you rotate through all the different states, and Mike has walked us through that once. But I think about that all the time in terms of like, hey, I'll give you a 5-year, $160 million deal in California. Let's say everything is equal. I'll give you a 5-year, $150 million deal in Texas. I get people want the headlines. Me, I want the money. And I'm like, where am I going to get the most money?
Corey, 0.3. Did you already make it?
Oh, that was 0.3 taxes. Yeah.
Okay, taxes.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to tell you the next player that I think is going to demand to be a Dallas Maverick.
Let's go.
Do you have a player in mind? I'm going to throw this out, and you tell me.
The internet keeps telling me that Dennis Smith Jr. is going to
Well, okay, fine. He can demand whatever he wants.
The internet is a he in this
playing
scenario.
time is going to be really difficult, but I don't mind him coming onto the team for league minimum. I think the next player that's a big time player at the end of his career is going to say, that's where I want to go and be, is Kevin Durant.
Wow.
Oh,
because of his relationship with Kai?
I think Phoenix, yeah, and I think everything. I think Jason Kidd, I think Nico, I think Luka. I think he sees the success. I think that he would feel comfortable here. I think he sees the open shots. I think he sees that as his career is, I don't want to say deteriorating, but going down from the peak of it. Like he's not at the peak of his career anymore. He's 35 years old. And he makes $50 million this year and $50 million next year. I'm not saying it would be super easy, but I think if he plays out his Phoenix time, you know who I think he's going to want to play for? The Dallas Mavericks at the end of his career.
It's an interesting
one.
And
so I just look at this and I will tell you, I think other players are going to want to come here. And I think a player that I think is going to want to demand here, and maybe even in January, and I don't know how you'd get it done because of his salary, but Phoenix is paying the most money in the NBA now for a basketball team. They have a $216 million payroll right now. So if they're trying to somewhat, I don't know, offload the next $50 million next year and kind of start over through like a Devin Booker start over, I think Kevin Durant's going to be a guy who says, that's the team I want to go play for.
You know what's interesting? It makes the Dallas Mavericks kind of sound like the MLS a little bit, right? Huh? Like, there's still players out there that they definitely have name value, and they got something to their game. They're not as good as they used to be, but they can work in the MLS. We'll take your Klay Thompsons. We'll take your Kevin Durant's. Maybe not as good as they used to be, but they still got something in the tank that can help this team and a name value.
But you do that in MLS to sell seats.
That's
the Mavericks
true.
don't need to sell seats right now. They want to win a championship. And if
That is definitely fair.
I think they're like right there in the forefront of being able to do it, this next coming season. And Kevin, that's why I told you I wish the season started like tomorrow so I could see this thing start playing out. But we'll have time to work on things. But you're not trying to just fill seats. You're trying to win that championship. So I see what you're saying.
It could be for different reasons, but it could still happen.
And from the 469, bring me Jokic. I agree with that person.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to leave Denver.
All right, fine.
And then
everybody's leaving him, though.
I do know that Kevin Durant does like leaving places.
That is a very good point. All right, as long as we have just a minute, I want to see if we can fire off cut number 10, KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, because a couple of interesting things happening once again in the baseball space for college.
On the ground, could be two, could end the game, and it will. A&M on to the College World Series Finals to take on Tennessee.
And then nothing else happened after that.
Yes, that is right. That is the way just like when they canceled the Final Four, when Duke and North Carolina were finally going to play, and I just turned my phone off.
No, the A&M coach left.
What?
He berated somebody on the way out. He went to UT. And
then he gave a heartfelt apology?
Not really. It was more like, hey, I guess I need to say this to you. And then he took the entire staff with him, and then the A&M said, hey, guess what? We want one of the old coach. We want your assistant coach. We're going to give you a head coaching job. He goes back to A&M.
Michael Early.
Now, every single one of a lot of the A&M players that entered the transfer portal have said, you know what? Now that you got Michael Early back, I kind of want to stick around here.
Now, it's tough because...
Did the number one guy come back?
Ooh, I think he's still not back. I'm going to double check on that.
Am I saying his name right?
But they were losing...
Tennessee also won the College World Series.
Yes.
I forgot about that part.
They lost like 2/3 of their starting lineup when these departures took place.
Second place is closest to first.
It is.
But A&M...
Mavs and A&M. We're doing the same segment here.
Let's go. A&M did bring back their hitting coach, which that was something we brought up at the time. It was when Schloss took all of the assistants, I would be like, if I was A&M, I would just go to one of those assistants and be like, hey, you could be the head coach here and you could just go ahead and stay here.
You want to be an assistant coach for the rest of your life?
And that's exactly what they did. And they have already gotten 3 people to drop out of the transfer portal and come back to Texas A&M, which, look, there's still a lot of work to go, but at least they have their head coach and some of their players are back.
That's good because you want it to be a rivalry not based off of the coach leaving and taking the Aggie team to UT. Like that's the most crazy thing that it looked like was going to happen is literally the championship team for A&M was then going to be the championship team playing for the rival UT next year.
And Is it weird that like all those transfer portal kids, I was like, just go somewhere else. I know some of them will definitely end up at Texas.
I was talking to a kid who recently went to LSU for baseball, and he thought LSU was going to try to snatch up some of those Aggie portal kids. And I don't know if that did happen or is going to happen. And now we know that 3 have at least gone back to A&M, but he's like, watch out for LSU. They have a lot of money, and they weren't happy they didn't defend that title.
No, you're right. And somebody just brought up, and this was the name that kind of like started our conversation, was getting Grahovac back. And that was one of the better players that A&M had. And so hopefully that starts people coming back in.
I don't know, man. Or hopefully not.
You guys want to do our show next year at the UT A&M baseball series?
1,000%.
I don't know if they're playing.
I would love
like
that.
if we went to Bluebell Park and then we were there for that environment.
Or if we went to UT's park.
Yeah, either one.
I'm in.
Would you, Mike? You've never set foot in that stadium.
I have, because that's where you had to take your child to check in for school.
Oh. They did it at the baseball stadium?
Yeah, so the check-in was at the baseball stadium.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in honor of Fan Bowl, what was your favorite game growing up as a kid?
Kevin, by the way, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Jace LaViolette also is staying at Texas A&M.
Let's go! That's him! That's the one!
He's just been announced.
He might be the number 1 pick in 25.
He just announced that he is sticking back.
Hey, we still lost our coach, but we no longer have lost 2/3 of our starting lineup. That was the thing. Legit, 6 of those players, they're like, we're out. And I thought, holy crap. All right.
Wait, he announced it 5 minutes ago? Was he listening to the segment? He was like, you know what, guys?
He heard. He goes, hold on. Grahovac? He's back?
Grahovac and LaViolette are back.
Let's go!
So I don't know Coach Early, but I do know Coach Schloss pretty well. And I know
Maybe
that there's
it's
a lot of
Early.
people who's upset, but I wonder if I gave him a call, obviously not today, but sooner or later, and said, is there a place that we could do our Friday show in Austin?
I would love it.
I bet there's a Buffalo
to get
Wild
ready
Wings
for
in Austin.
UT and A&M.
Yeah. Or we can get the sponsorship deals started. Check out Terry Black's in Austin.
There's some good barbecue.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I already told you what the next segment is. All right? I hope you were paying attention and you remember. Well, for Mike, in honor of Fan Bowl, what was your favorite game growing up as a kid?
Baseball.
Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the Rangers and the Padres to open a 3-game series at Globe Life Field in Arlington tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan in just a second, so feel free to send in your text right now. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053, or the Twitch or the YouTube, in honor of Fan Bowl, which is coming up August 10th at Hurtado in Arlington. What was your favorite game growing up as a kid? While you ponder that, I wanted to remind everyone, if you get the opportunity, go back and listen to Baseball Nuggets. It was excellent today, and it was brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views. Now, Corey, back to you.
For anybody that doesn't know what Fan Bowl is, because you might be new to the station,
yes,
or you might be just listening for this week or two. The Fan Bowl is our annual paper football game, in which the KNC Masterpiece has multiple times held the trophy.
Damn
Actually,
right.
I do believe. Hold on.
I lost
Did
last
Ruben
time.
win last year?
Ooh, I'm not sure.
I'm not going to lie. I got out so early that I just completely forgot y'all were doing a tournament.
I got kicked out early, too. This was the first year I wasn't at least into the semifinals. Usually I'm right there, but last year my son Carter was there. It kind of distracted me a little bit, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it is a paper football tournament with everything on the line. And so, yeah, we're going to have it at Hurtado this year. They're going to have, if you've ever been to Hurtado.
I have.
They're going to have a tent, an enclosed air-conditioned tent in between the bar next door and the restaurant. So we'll have that available to us. Really looking forward to it this year, August 10th. But Kevin, when I was a kid, I remember standing in the lunch line and watching Steven and Isaac playing pencil break.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, what kind of game is this? And they were just sitting there, pop, 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 pop. And then one snapped, and they were like, oh. And I immediately went over to the little machine in the cafeteria, put my quarter in, bought a pencil, took it over there, got my pencil broken immediately because it was one of those cheap, like, plasticky type pencils.
Sure.
You know, the football team pencils.
Yes.
Those ones stunk. Those weren't the right ones. But then I learned, you get the real numbered 2 pencil. You use that one. That's wood. That's real wood right there.
Oh, good Ticonderoga?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes. With real lead inside of it. You know what I'm saying? And that's whenever it all started. We would have pencil break championships in our after lunch every single day.
Did you find yourself having to go to your mom like, hey, I need some more pencils? She's like, didn't I just get you a set of these?
Yeah. Yes, I did. But I also, so here's what I did, though. in class, I had one pencil. All right. And I sharpened that thing all the way in second grade down to it was just an eraser and pencil lead, basically. So I had the tiniest little pencil so that I could use all the other pencils for pencil break.
Okay.
Yeah. And
That's responsible of you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Reggie. It was an absolute blast. And that was the game that I had to play through up until about fourth grade. Because in fourth grade, Kevin, that's when wall ball really started to explode.
Oh, man. Somebody already brought one up, and I had a love-hate relationship with this game. Tetherball.
Oh, I love tetherball, too.
I have never actually seen tetherball in real life.
It was really fun, and I liked it, but, man, I feel like I would always hurt the side of my hand because you would always clip part of, like, the metal part that is, like, linked into the ball.
I know what you're talking about.
And tetherball was fun. You could get embarrassed there.
Oh, yeah.
Though.
Especially if you were the short kid, because the tall kid's just sitting there hitting it at an angle around you the whole time, and you're just like, what am I even going to do? And my sister was the short kid. We had a tetherball pole in our backyard.
Oh, man.
You terrorized her, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I definitely did. But then, after the parents divorced, we found our natural bonding situation.
Okay.
So, but yeah, tetherball was definitely one. And Foursquare.
Foursquare was elite.
But you like Foursquare became almost a violent act.
Tell me again. I'm
not gonna lie. I don't think I remember the rules of Foursquare.
Yeah. There's four squares.
Mm-hmm. That's a good place to start.
You're trying to get rid of everybody, but everybody eventually just picked on one kid. They were like, we're getting rid of him first, and then you had to throw the ball into the square and bounce it, and then they had to try and stop it. They had to try and catch it in some way. And you came up with all these, the battery, the tornado, and you'd have all these different kinds where you'd spin and throw and all that stuff. Dude, after school lunch, after lunch was the best time. That was the best. You had, maybe it was 15 minutes, but it felt like an hour to just do anything. King of the Hill. You just find some area like a post, and everybody's trying to stay on top of it and push the other kids off.
Violence.
Yeah, violence.
Is it a problem that one of my answers is, look, as a kid, you have various different fun things you like doing. Is it a problem that one of my answers is dice?
You play dice?
Yeah.
Well,
like middle school, especially, I remember ninth grade in particular.
Yeah. Well, that was, dice and Get Like Me was what happened in middle school for me. Those are the ones where it was just like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Like, I could take this lunch money and double up, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm getting an extra roll today. What's up? So that was always an option. But yeah, dice became a big one.
Okay, so it's not a bad thing then?
I don't know, man. The way you're just describing the outcome of it on the other side, I don't know if that is the best thing. Now, Mike, I was curious because you said baseball, and that makes a lot of sense. Was it just all baseball all the time?
Games going?
Or did you have other?
I played
kickball,
Foursquare, and kickball, and all that stuff.
I bet you were a menace at kickball.
I was just, awesome.
Because you thought you were I'm going to kick it out of the atmosphere every single time.
No,
right?
I could kick it well, but I knew being left-footed to kick it still to the left side.
I'm also left-footed, Mike.
Because it's easy to get on first base.
That makes sense.
If you kicked it great.
So you were bunting,
Yeah, well, I wasn't bunting. I was kicking it. Or you'd find somebody who you knew couldn't catch the ball. So you're like, even if I hit this bad, like I kick it and I kick it too high and it's catchable, he can't catch.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was great at strategy. I could pick out the crap kid and be like, hey, I'm either kicking it to the left side, I'm definitely getting a single, if not better, or find the kid who stinks, kick it right at him because he can't catch it.
I have a question because I fear your answer in the post game. I know there's not like a kickball post game, but if there was, would you tell everyone, hey, kick it at them? They're 100%. Terrible.
Yeah, and if the kid was on my team, I would be like, hey, whoever was like my buddy, let's say it was Sterling, I'd be like, hey, Sterl, if it's kicked to John, I need you to run over there and catch it before John can catch it because we all know he can't catch it. I would let everybody know he can't catch. Don't let him try to catch it.
Wait, are you saying this out loud where everybody can hear it?
100%. So everybody can hear it.
Oh, I knew the answer to
that. Way
that.
everybody on the field knew what was happening, and it wasn't just one kid picking another.
Everybody realized, here's what we have to do. We have to help out this one.
Oh, there's the mark right there.
There's the mark. Yeah. Like, kick it at Emmett or whatever. He can't catch it.
These are real names of the people who are not good at these games, aren't they?
I wasn't Emmett. He was on my baseball team one year before I started playing select, and as soon as the ball was pitched, he'd run out of the batter's box.
Oh, no. Poor Emmett. He didn't want to play.
It wasn't Emmett. Dang
he was
it.
there because his parents made him
Sterl
be
was
there.
actually real.
I know, because you already had his nickname in there. Multiple people are saying
He
Quarters.
played basketball at Tulane for 4 years.
Quarters was
So
great.
He was good.
Did you ever play Slapjack?
Yes.
That was a card game.
Yes.
I thought that game was pretty fun.
So that did
that Spoons as well.
Yeah.
Spoons, yes.
And War was always fun, but
War kind of reminded me of Uno just a little bit, where if you really wanted to, you could probably figure out a way to drag it out until the end of time.
yeah, the one that also in high school became the go-to was Bloody Knuckles. Did
I
y'all
never
play-
played that.
There's a lot of votes
You
for
little
that. From the
sadists. What's wrong with
214,
y'all?
another 214-972, Bloody Knuckles.
I love Bloody, and we would do slaps, like with my sister.
yeah,
we played
slaps for
slaps
sure.
and everything. But then Bloody Knuckles came about, and that was like a test of your manhood. And I had a friend who had the reaction time of a cow, and we would just sit there and ha over and over.
I
And
thought
he
he was
just
going to say cat, right?
like you would
Yeah.
sit there, he'd get hit, and he'd be like, "Oh, not again!" And you're like, "Oh my gosh!" And he went to the military and was successful.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
good.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Was he like in charge of people?
Yeah, and he
Oh.
runs his own business now.
Nice.
Yeah.
What kind of business?
Oh,
is it a weed business?
No.
Okay.
It is an environmental business, though. That is definitely a
Man,
thing.
I'm really.
Does it have to do with agriculture and cows? Is that where we got the cows?
No.
Okay.
But that being said, like that was open chest, letter B. These are the things that you don't play at home a lot of times. But you get to school and all of a sudden the rules change. Open chest, Mike, was if you had agreed to play open chest.
I know.
Oh no!
I went to public school.
Yeah,
Yeah, you did.
There
Yeah,
seemed
you
to be a
did.
game that, like, if you were in the bathroom at the wrong time and the lights went out or something, you were seeing if you were going to the hospital or not.
Yeah.
I don't know the
That's
kids
true.
that were playing that game, but they would play a game like, let's send kids to the hospital today.
Yeah.
And I was like, if the lights went out, we ran as fast as we could into the commons area so that we were in the middle of like a big area and not somehow trapped in a room where then like 4 or 5 guys decided to just kick the crap out of you for no reason. That was just what they decided to do in life.
I do realize some people texting in some of the names. Some of these names do not hold up over the years. And
Tackle a man with the ball.
Yes.
Is what we called it whenever I was in elementary
You
school.
liar.
And I remember the day that
I also think he's lying.
Astro
But,
got mad that I tackled him and he wanted to fight me. And then Keena came over and she was like, "You ain't fighting him." And then she protected me. And I was like, I didn't know what's happening here. It was amazing. Keena was great.
I'm proud to report from the 817. They said they're a middle school teacher. Dice is still hot with the kids.
Okay.
Still hot with the kids. Shout out to the middle schoolers holding it down, shooting craps.
Pencil break is hot in the 817 because from 3 different 817s in the span of 20 seconds, pencil break, pencil break, pencil break. And that's what started this. I remember, and this is how big of a nerd I've always been. The only ones that I wouldn't play pencil break with were my presidential pencils because I had the set of all the presidents and I didn't want to lose one.
What a nerd.
Because then the set would obviously be useless to me.
I would have.
You could have done without a McKinley.
No, I know history
Or Zachary
could've.
Taylor.
History
You didn't need
could've.
that.
My box of pencils couldn't.
would've-
My brain can't handle that, Reggie. You've known me for a while now. I can't handle that.
I would have taken one of those pencils out of your box every time I saw that box. I'd
Yeah.
be like, "Yep."
Well, you know what? I
Didn't
still
mess
have
with Kevin today.
I still have people in my family, maybe people that I'm married to, that like to put money back in my wallet in a weird way. I need all of the money.
Wait, are you complaining about people giving you money right now?
No. Oh, no.
No.
No, it is money that was borrowed. And then I got the change. And then I got the change. But yeah, I need all of my money to be obviously in denominational order. But
Descending, I'm guessing?
Yes, correct.
What a
but I
nerd.
also need it all to be facing upright and all facing forward. If you ever see me at a store and I get bills back, like I have to turn them while I'm there to put them in my wallet. And other people in the family think it's funny to just not do that.
This is a good question from the 616. My question is, how do these childhood games get passed around America with no way to get them the game rules? Like everybody
House
across
rules.
the country was playing stuff like this.
With the
And
variation.
it's not like we had
Yeah.
the internet to be like, hey, this is a fun game you should play at school. Was it just kids that kind of just, did it get passed down via legend? I don't know.
That's a great question.
It's in our blood.
We
Yeah.
figured it out organically, much like the pencil trade was created. Because
Yes.
people are like, I remember people standing around when someone would get one of the NFL pencils and be like, oh, did you get Seahawks? I need Seahawks. Oh, I got Browns for the third time. You're like, oh. And so
threw those in the trash.
Yeah, the pencil trade would explode because of that. And obviously, if you got a Cowboys pencil,
that was gold.
It was.
I still have mine. Mine is in my toolbox unsharpened right
Nice.
now at this moment.
We started with paper football. Did y'all play paper football?
Yes.
I played the mess out of paper
Thank you
football.
very much.
That
I
and
am
the-
a former Fan Bowl champion.
Did you guys ever play like the pennies or nickels game, kind of, where you had to hit them in between and?
Ooh, I don't know that one.
No.
You'd have
Carter
like
seemed to
three,
react
you'd have
big
like
to that,
three
though.
coins, like they're usually pennies, and you'd have to kind of keep hitting them in between, almost like if you're doing like a 3-man weave type of deal. And if you didn't get it, then the other person would. It was.
And
I get the rules.
fun.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
No, we played nickel because you could get a nickel after your lunch. Like it was 95 cents for lunch. And once you got the nickel, we would take it out to the wall. We had this giant wall. And it was like wall ball. We'd throw it up against the wall. And when it would fall, this one kid would always get it. And we just beat him up until he stood up.
Did you ever have power lunch where you
Look,
got
it wasn't
two
a great-
lunches?
it wasn't a great time.
Yes.
There's a power lunch line too, where it's like for the guys that needed power lunch, like 2 lunches. That was great. You got 2 chicken fried steaks
and 2 rolls.
Okay, I also remember, and we could probably should do another segment about this at another time. When chocolate milk was more expensive, and you saw somebody with chocolate milk, you're like, man, that person fancy as hell. I don't know if you guys ever thought that, but I've definitely felt that way. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to the people who are supporting me on the money. Less thank you
It's gonna
to
go
the people
somewhere
who
anyway.
think I'm problematic, especially at the QT. You make a fair point. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, ranking the dreadful NFL QB situations heading into training camp. Who has it the worst? Next on The Fan.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciary.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
20-19. Giants going for two. Jones in a shotgun set. Three receivers right. Barkley to the left of Jones. James in motion. Jones takes the snap, rolls right, shovel pass for Barkley. Barkley in for the two-point conversion.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go. We got a lot of depth at QB.
First, let's talk about one quarterback that is circumventing the NFL rules. Patrick Mahomes has made a commercial with Coors Light. As you know, active NFL players are prohibited from promoting alcohol. So how are they going to get around this?
He's going to retire.
Eventually. But first...
When did this happen?
Pretty in the last week or so.
Okay.
They're going to bury the commercial in a time capsule, only to be unveiled once he retires from football. Thus, no longer against the rules.
But they kind of get the best of both worlds, because I think on YouTube they release these kind of behind-the-scenes videos of making the commercial.
It's not technically the commercial.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about
we'll
it now.
never see it?
Until he retires.
What if I die?
Then I guess not.
There's
sorry.
a possibility.
Stay alive. How about
He's
that?
that good.
I want to live.
What do you think will have more longevity, Patrick Mahomes or the Minions movies?
The Minions movies.
100%.
I just explained to you that Steve Carell came out and said they have a 100-year plan.
It's too long
for the Minions movies.
Steve Carell is not going to be alive for 100 more years.
Yeah, but his AI will.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's good.
And he's at the forefront of it, so he knows his family is going to be taken care of for life.
The year is 2205.
AI Steve Carell stars in
Banana.
Banana.
All right, you know what? You make a good point. Okay. Ranking the worst quarterback situations across the NFL going into training camp.
Not the Cowboys.
The Cowboys are not in the top 12, which in this case is a good thing.
I don't even think they should be in the top 20. Cooper Rush went 4-1, and Trey Lance is the number 3 overall pick.
Okay, that's a good point. Who do you think, which team has the worst quarterback situation in all of the league?
Hey, Oakland's pretty bad.
That's not a team anymore.
Oh, sorry. Las Vegas is pretty bad.
that's a great answer.
Sorry.
Las Vegas is number 2 on the list as they have Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell battling it out to be the starter with Anthony Brown and Carter Bradley as their third string or camp arms, not the Anthony Brown that you're aware of.
Corey, New York's not going to be worse, the Giants, but they might be top 5, right?
Yeah, that's
Daniel Jones and
I think he's just miserable.
I don't know, the pizza roll guy.
I think he's miserable.
Mr. Ravioli, is that his name?
It is Tommy DeVito is what
Okay.
he's going
And,
for.
and even Brian
SpaghettiOs.
Dable can't pull that thing out of the trash pit that it's in.
They're not going to be number 1 though.
Aren't they?
Oh, they are.
Number 1.
I got 1 and 2.
The list. It is the Daniel Jones.
Oh, it is Drew Lock over there as his backup.
Drew Lock competition with Nathan Rourke and Tommy DeVito.
Nathan
as
Rourke?
the backup.
He's a fantastic actor. I love his role.
Did you say Vegas for your first one?
Yeah.
So you guys, your
And hold
first
on,
2 guesses are 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's me. I did it.
That's not.
I did it.
That's not the quarterback that you think is the worst in the NFL, though.
No, Daniel Jones.
No, he's not either.
Aiden O'Connell?
No, there's a short guy that you are not a fan
Yeah,
of.
Spud Young. Bryce Spud Young.
I feel like
Muggsy Young.
Look, man, I
Now,
still have
But he's
hope.
the number 1 overall pick only with 1 year under his belt, so they're not going to knock him that much.
But it was
group of
very
receivers.
smelly.
Do you know who his backup
Miserable.
is?
And there's no such thing as a low blow to Bryce Young.
A miserable.
All
group.
right.
Do you know who his backup is?
Kerry Collins.
Andy Dalton.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
And the third backup is Jack. Don't call me Jake Plummer.
Oh, Jake Delhomme.
Jack Plummer. No, it goes Bryce Young, Andy
Who's
Dalton,
Jack
and Jack
Plummer?
It's a fair question.
Jake's son, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know that to be the
Jake
case.
seems to be taking a lot of legally medical good weed, it seems like, when we're meeting him at the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
What is the stuff he's promoting?
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Yeah, he's shrooming it.
Mushroom based things.
I remember we had it. Remember? We interviewed him. It was really cool.
They were tasty.
They did have taste.
It tasted like cardboard, but it was it
taste.
was sustenance.
All right.
If you wanted to shroom up.
It counted as calories.
You guys are on this.
So is Carolina top 5?
Carolina's 3.
Holy guacamole.
You guys are 3 for 3.
How do you guys feel about the Patriots? I know they just brought in Drake. Well, they also have Jacoby Brissett.
You know what? They're not good, but I don't think they're going to knock taking another college basketball player for a quarterback.
Because he went to North Carolina.
He already.
Oh, I thought it's because his brother was what, Luke May?
No, it's Derek. Wait, what was his brother's name? The one that he won the national championship at Carolina, then got to 300 pounds for the Bobcats.
Are you talking about Sean May?
Yeah.
Why do they get so many Mays?
I got a suggestion here. You think that Denver's going to be the worst in the
They got Bo Nix and who else?
Oh, I
think they're
forgot
gonna be worse
about
in the
Denver.
AFC West?
Oh my God!
They got Zach Wilson.
Oh, that's bad. They're top 5. They're top 5.
Number 5 on the list. The Denver Broncos, who have Bo Nix and then a backup competition with Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham. Because by all accounts, it looks like this is Nix's job to lose. But yes, pretty bad. By the way,
He
Reggie,
wouldn't have to be impeached.
That's Nick's son.
Okay.
By the way, Reggie, New England Patriots, number 6
Nice.
on the list with Jacoby Brissett, Drake May, Bailey Zappi, and Joe Milton.
I always feel like Tennessee's just terrible at quarterback. Would you?
Tennessee.
Like Will Levis, I think, is one.
Yeah,
of
Will
them.
Levis
Do you know
will
who his backup
helmet.
is?
Is Malik Willis still there?
Ooh, I think
Ryan
he's the
Tannehill.
third stringer.
No.
Mason Rudolph, Tennessee,
Gross.
number 8 on the list with Will Levis, Mason Rudolph, and Malik Willis. Had a lot of those.
You said they're number 10?
They're 8.
Oh, 8? Okay.
Any others you want to throw out there before I can?
I'm not a big fan of Seattle, but I think people think that guy's okay.
I'm right here, Mike.
Nobody's really giving Cleveland much of a chance, like a fighting chance, because they don't know what
Except for
Deshaun
Derek.
Watson's really doing.
Number 4 on the list.
And what if they beat the Cowboys in week 1? That just can't happen.
Oh, contract has got to be baked in
Not
here,
to
right?
our Cowboys.
For sure.
Gotcha.
Because if you think about it, their room is Deshaun Watson, Jameis Winston, Tyler Huntley, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. It feels like they can figure something out, but then they're
Manziel.
like, I don't know.
Hey, Cowboys can't lose that game.
They better not.
What do you mean? What are you saying when they can't?
They're
Like
playing
they
one of
can't.
the worst quarterbacks in the NFL this year. They can't lose.
I'm trying to figure out where he's going with
They
this.
can't. If
Because he's like, I told you the season's over.
There's
you
always
know
an
that's
angle.
what's going to happen.
Well, after what we discussed yesterday with Micah and Malik, yeah.
Now that we know that it's that bad in Cleveland, that they are saying this is a horrible quarterback situation.
Yes.
Are the Cowboys winning on opening night?
Yes.
Opening
Yeah.
day?
I say yes.
New Orleans Saints got to be up here, right?
Okay, so it goes like this. The Giants 1,
See
the
how Reggie
Raiders
moved
2, the Panthers 3, Browns 4, and the Broncos 5. So you guys got those. Number 6, Patriots 7, Colts.
Oh.
Agreed. 8, Titans, 9, Steelers, and 10, the New Orleans Saints, as they're rolling out Derek Carr.
For big money.
And then Spencer
Cowboys aren't even
Rattler
close.
and Jake Hayner.
Cowboys aren't even close on that list.
No,
Yeah,
I
I'm telling
agree.
you, I think they're in the bottom 12, like as in a good
Yes.
situation.
And then one more quick note for you. Bummer for John Gruden. He lost his bid for reconsideration in his NFL lawsuit in terms of going to a trial. Because remember, that's the whole thing. I mean, like, I'm sure John Gruden wants to win and everything, but he wants to get it in public where the NFL will be like, the hell we are, settle, settle, settle. But instead, it's going to be held in private arbitration. So he essentially had an appeal to see if he can get that venue swapped. Appeal denied. So that case, if it goes forward, which it looks like it will take place in private arbitration.
I was really rooting for Discovery.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, man.
And the NFL, I think they would settle that in a heartbeat. They're like, hey, Nimrods, we can't have any of this crap going out there into the public. This would be very, very bad for them. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are you ready for the Rangers to be sellers at the trade deadline?
What?
Or do you want to at least give them till the All-Star
World
break?
Series
What happened?
champs.
Hey, you know who's ready to sell? Evan Grant. We'll
Oh,
do it
no.
next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our question right now, are you ready for the Rangers to be sellers at the trade deadline, or do you want to at least give them time till the All-Star break?
I don't know if people can see my shirt on the radio, but I know they can see it on YouTube and on Twitch and stuff.
They definitely
look at my shirt. Now
cannot
you read
see
it,
it on the
Kevin,
radio.
for the radio people who can't see.
How do you know?
Rangers
probably can see.
World freaking champions.
Huh? That's a T-shirt.
With a or with a colon? A
Yes.
a colon.
I wanted this
Colon.
for Christmas. My
And a
wife
period.
forgot. I wanted it for Father's Day. My wife forgot. I took her out to dinner the other day, and we walked right by that T-shirt store where I said, "This is one of the only things I want." She said, "You know what I forgot? I forgot to get you that shirt." And so we went in and we bought the shirt. So now I have my Texas Rangers World freaking Champions shirt.
So
and you want me to sell the champions?
How dare you?
Yes. Well, or at least I'm asking a question. That's what we do here. We ask questions.
All right.
Now, in terms of somebody who might be more definitive, I'm going to take you to Evan Grant.
Oh.
Evan Grant pointed this out. The Rangers entered July with a 38-46 record. That's the third worst record for a defending champion in 120 years of World Series era baseball.
Is that good?
No.
Well, I didn't know
It is
that.
not.
Why did we have to put that out there?
It's the third worst. And then I will give you this. Before this year, the defending champions entered July with a losing record only 14 times in 120 years. None of those teams made the playoffs. The most wins any of them ever had was 83.
Ugh.
I'll take it.
At this point, probably.
You'll take 83 wins? I think they can do it.
Be good.
So it doesn't look great from that perspective.
So you just want to quit, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm not saying that. I don't think is trading people quitting, or it's
It
just
kind of is on the year.
on
but
the
not,
year.
yeah,
Fair.
On the year.
Okay, well, fine. Let's decide who is doing that. I don't think anyone is quitting. I'm just saying, here are the facts. The Rangers have lost 6 of their last 7. In June, they went 11-16. In May, they went 11-16. It's not like this is a juggernaut waiting to break out. Let's look back at June 2nd. You go back to June 2nd. The Rangers are 1 game within 500. Since then, they lost 9 consecutive road games, went 1-6 in 1-run games, and when they had a scoring opportunity, they hit .241 with a .689 OPS, both in the bottom tier of Major League Baseball. And that includes the cycle game on Sunday.
Oh, was that still June 30th?
Yes.
Dang it.
There are a lot of things in front of us that would lead you to believe that you should sell. I'm asking the question. If you want to argue, give them more time. I'll listen to that.
I asked you another question earlier this morning.
Okay.
And I don't know if you planned on using that or if this is part of this conversation. Are those the only 2 options, though, is buy and sell? Or is there another way to get good while also selling? Because I feel like Chris Young is pining over this decision right now over and over and over, and he's like very competitive and doesn't want to be like, you know what, I'm just going to give up on this thing. I think that's probably wearing him out the most. And I also think he's very smart and very creative. So I think he's trying to come up with a solution. But again, it is the simple fact that 2 years ago, this team couldn't string together hits in an inning. And then last year, it was like once they got going, you couldn't stop them. And now it's again, maybe one guy's hitting tonight and the rest of the guys aren't. And they're not being able to do it. So it's not like this team is one move away, but can they make a couple of moves? Just unfortunately, like Boch is one of those guys where we're like, yeah, he's just got magic. And he can't find anybody that's the live wire right now.
And I know I gave you some negative statistics. I have a couple of positive ones for you if you like as well. One of them was one of those teams that had a worse record than the Rangers as the defending World Series champions. It was Toronto in 1994. By the way, the other team was Florida in 1998. And remember, they were like, good enough, tear the team down. So This is pretty rare and pretty bad company that you're in. But that Toronto team, after the All-Star break, they went 9-2. And then you'll recall, very famously, the rest of the season was canceled. But the point was, after the All-Star break, they were not looking like they were a really good team. And then they got on fire. You go back to the Nationals several years ago. They were at a spot where they were having a terrible season. And then it felt like they got back a lot of injured reinforcements and went on to win the world title.
Yeah, I guess I was that wasn't where I thought you were going, because then I thought you were going with because the Nationals didn't have a good year the next year. Now, in a weird way, they had COVID, but then obviously they were having money issues, as in who do we pay? They decided we're not going to pay Anthony Rendon, but we are going to pay Steven Strasburg, and pretty much Steven Strasburg never pitched again.
Yeah.
So they gave about, I don't even know, $150, $200 million to a guy who never pitched again. All of the things you're laying out, I'm going to be honest, I did not know it was that bad in the history of Major League Baseball for what the Rangers are doing right now.
Third worst as a defending champion going into July ever. We're talking about 120 years.
Yeah,
I have to admit,
no idea.
I was pretty staggered when I saw that too.
So as you're putting out all the facts, I can see why selling makes more sense than buying right now. Now, can I add to this conversation I just pulled up on Spotrac the free agents the Rangers have at the end of this year? Because if we're talking about selling players, we have Max Scherzer, Nathan Eovaldi, Andrew Heaney, David Robertson, Kirby Yates, Michael Lorenzen, Jose Leclerc, Travis Jankowski, Jose Urena, and that's pretty much it. Robbie Grossman is the last guy on this list. So I just named a whole bunch of pitchers who are having actually pretty good years, who are all free agents at the end of the year. Evaldi has a vesting option. It's a matter of innings pitched and stuff like that.
Which he could get to.
And David Robertson has a mutual option for next year. So there's a way that Evaldi and Robertson wouldn't be free agents, but Scherzer, Heaney, Yates, Lorenzen, Leclerc, Jankowski, Urena are all free agents at the end of this year.
Why do you think they're having great years, Kevin?
You do need to, if you're Chris Young at the All-Star break, I won't say today, but at the All-Star break, and this is going to be a tough All-Star break for the Rangers, because let's be honest, the ownership, and they're going to have things to do while the game's here in their stadium. But the major conversations they need to have before they start the second half is going to be on these guys. How much do we want to bring back these specific players? Because if you're saying we don't want to bring them back and we're 8 to 10 games under 500 at the All-Star break, if that's what the Rangers are, then I think Chris Young needs to know. If I was Chris Young, I would want to know, hey, I like Kirby Yates. I'd like to bring him back. Can we bring him back?
Yeah.
If I started negotiating with his agent right now on another 1 or 2 year deal, are you telling me I have the ability to offer him 2 years and $15 million total to bump him from 4.5 to 7.5? Like, if I don't have the authority to do that, or like I don't want to do that, then I might have to see what I can get for Kirby Yates. And let's just say I'm throwing out another name. What can I get for Kirby Yates and Andrew Heaney as a combined package? You know, I'm throwing it out. I don't think the Rangers are at that point today, but we're really close to the All-Star break. And that's when you do have to have those major conversations, buying, selling. If we are selling, who are we selling?
Yeah, and that's the other part of it too is, Kevin, if you really want to be back in contention, you have to start identifying players that you can say, okay, I'm going to trade this package of pitching for a guy that's going to be a hitter on my team next year and can replace, I don't know, first base, unless there's another first base option out there somewhere. Or you start looking at, well, you know, where can I make my batting lineup better? Because then we're going to have to spend again in free agency to get pitching here because all the pitching is gone. Yeah. So, like, that's what you have to see, where Ray Davis has to look at that and go, all right, I'm going to have to spend again, or we can make something better happen here, or do we even have any time? You don't have time right now.
And that's exactly what I was thinking about, because we talk all the time off air, maybe not as much on air, but I think the people know about who are your next pitchers in waiting. You know, and so while it might not be your favorite thing to do, if you could find somebody that, like, hey, he's probably a year away, and you're like, hey, hopefully that's far enough in the process that the Rangers won't ruin this arm like they have so many others.
The only guy who's a pitcher in waiting, and he still has a major issue today, is Cody Bradford. Because he pitched 3 great starts, was 3-0 to start the year with an ERA under 2. I don't have his ERA in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it was under 2. That's the only guy that you have under control for 5 or 6 years that you believe can start.
Because you don't think it's Jack Leiter, right?
Right now. Yeah. I'm hoping, but right now, and here's the deal. If you're the owner of the Texas Rangers, obviously it's Ray Davis and company. I'll just put him as the main person right now, is if you can't develop starting pitching at a $1 million to $5 million level per year as they hit like a little bit of arbitration, even up to 10 to 15 if they're doing great. If I have to buy 5 starting pitchers every year or put them on multi-year contracts to have them, I'm looking at $100 million per year to put together a 5-man free agent rotation. That's just the average of what it costs. Because if I'm looking at people like in today's market, if I'm looking at John Grays, who are kind of middle of the rotation guys, I'm looking at $15 to $18 million a year. If I'm looking at stud pitchers, I'm looking at approximately $30 million a year. So if I'm trying to put together a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm going to have to spend approximately 100 of my 180 to max $200 million budget. $100 million goes to 5 starting pitchers if I can't develop them. And I've already given about, I'd have to go look at the numbers, $55 million to my middle infield.
Yeah.
So I'm at $155 million for 7 players to truly compete. If that's what now you can find kind of, if you can get lucky, you can kind of find the Michael Lorenzens at 4.5 and they end up working out. So I'm not saying it has to be 100, but if I want to go kind of cheap on 5 free agent pitchers to put together a $60 million, and I'm hoping for the best, but it's 60 at a minimum.
Yeah.
It's 100 if I want to put together a really nice 5-man rotation, if I can't develop starting pitching. But if you can develop 2, and they're at about $1 million a pitcher. Now I have 2 starting pitchers at $2 million total. Now I can buy a $30 million pitcher. Obviously, look, I don't have his numbers in front of me, but I mean, DeGrom's going nowhere in the next 3 years with his salary, which is approximately $40 million. So you have one at 40. So I'd like to bring Evaldi back, but that's going to cost you probably 25 the way he's pitched the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Man, somebody just messaged us on Twitter, Kevin, and said Smith, Langford, Garcia, Scherzer, all on the block. And I was like, I'm sorry, what?
No, they
oh, my gosh.
So I would have never guessed this. I would have never guessed going into 2024 season that if you were talking about how to improve the team in the future, that you would need to talk about hitting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it would be
There's no chance.
Such a situation where now, as you're looking at this team, and there's still a lot of time to change things.
Because you had 2 pitchers starting last year through the playoffs for you, and your bullpen was pieced together very luckily at the end. Your hitting was what got you through most of the season in the playoffs.
Next year, your known rotation is what? John Gray?
Mm-hmm. And then I guess DeGrom?
Yes, DeGrom, but you don't know yet.
Yeah.
I guess Malley's on a 2-year contract, but you don't know what he can and can't do yet. And then Cody Bradford.
And Jack
and Dane
Leiter.
Dunning?
Dane Dunning is who I was thinking.
But Dane, they kind of want in the pen as that
and
kind
he's
of.
had a couple struggles out of the pen, too.
Yeah, well, really. Yeah, and really struggles in the rotation more. I feel like he's better suited for what he's doing right now. I think he's a good swing guy. When you need a fifth starter because you have injuries, and that's going to happen, he can bump in for 10 starts a year.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's awesome. Urania. I'd like to bring back Urania next year. I think he's done a really nice job in what his role has been.
And so, Mike, I wanted to read this text to why this comes up. For the 972, the Rangers are going to get healthy and win the damn division. Stop trying to blow us up. All right, 2 things. First of all, I don't think you're blowing anything up because none of those people would be under contract next year and beyond. And the other thing is, if that works, great. What if it doesn't? You're not going to spend the money, as y'all just laid out, to go get all these pieces that you still need. This is a viable
Go get Rangers. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, go get Rangers. I agree with that. This is a viable path to potentially get cheaper players on their way up here.
I don't know if this is right or not. Somebody told me that the Rangers are now ranked. This can't be right, but maybe it is because Langford's not a prospect anymore. Evan Carter's not a prospect anymore. That the Rangers are 28th.
That feels low.
That's way too low. I heard somebody say that, and I was like, I don't think that's right. But if you look at now, do you know who the top 2 prospects are in the Rangers organization? It's on MLB. It's Sebastian Walcott, number 1, and Jack Leiter, number 2. Oh. It might be Foskew's number 3 or 2.
He came back and hit a home run, by the way.
Those are your top 3 prospects, I think, now in your organization. And that's not as when you saw Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford and, kind of when you were in that after the All-Star break last year, you're like, oh, my gosh. But right now you start looking at it and go, in a way, if you go down this, let's just say, Evan Grant path, you could use maybe a little bit of help in certain areas in your farm system / and then you got to be able to develop starting pitching at some point.
It's
here,
Walcott and Foskey.
And is Leiter 3?
No.
Who's 3?
Rocker.
Who's not really pitched ever in professional
and
baseball.
Anthony Gutierrez is 4.
Okay.
And Jack Leiter's 5.
Okay. Those are your top 5 prospects in your organization now.
Whew.
So I do think
that's why it's worth a conversation. It is.
It really is too, because you have to look at it and go, how are we going to develop cheap, great starting pitching?
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, plenty of Mavs fans are stoked for the Klay move, but for those who aren't, what do you think could go wrong with that addition? That and Mike likes it next as we move into the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
ready for some commercial-free KNC Master.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
KRD.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 The Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Thompson gets it back off a screen by Looney and buried a fading jumper on the left side.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. There was a lot of excitement yesterday when Corey broke the Klay Thompson to the Mavericks news. We're excited about it. A whole lot of folks are excited about the Klay Thompson move. However, when we talked about it on social media or put posts up on social media, or we got feedback on our Facebook page, the KNC Masterpiece with an ampersand, there were a decent amount of people that think this is a bad move.
Fantex has been that way too.
Because they think, and it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong then, Corey, it seems like the overwhelming majority of people who feel that way just think that Klay Thompson has nothing left. Okay. So I just wanted to start the conversation and talk about it from there and maybe get some more feedback from folks who think this is a bad move for the Mavericks.
I would like to put a prediction out there, by the way. This is the year that Klay Thompson finally puts it all together.
I feel like he was pretty good for a while, though, right? Like a really long time.
I'm interested. I don't even know what to say until I hear the why this is a bad move situation.
So some of the feedback I've seen and some of the line of thinking
He's not the defensive player that you think you're getting. And I think that I know exactly
true. We all know that.
I know what I'm getting.
And I think the question then becomes, like, how much do you know what you're getting? Because one of the things that we realized very quickly, or that we knew, is that Luka Doncic, you know that he's not anywhere near an elite defender, right? He raised the level of his play during the course of the season defensively. But even then, right, like we saw Brian Windhurst get on TV during the course of the finals and lambast his defensive effort. And that's something that's not new, but it reached a new height during the course of this offseason. Kyrie Irving is a guy that we know has, he's not a big size, and I know that he can kind of get some steals here and there, but there are ways that you could take advantage of him. And it felt like we all kind of came to an agreement that defensively, in order for this team to be successful, you need those guys on the floor, so you need to surround them with dudes that can play at as high of a defensive level as possible. And I think that people are then questioning, if you're not getting the Klay Thompson that was prior, the elite defensive stopper on the perimeter, what level of, and I keep using the word degradation, like what level of kind of step back are you seeing? Because is it a step back to the point where you're at a similar level as Kyrie and Luka, where, hey, they're giving great effort, but they can be attacked? Because then you have three guys in that place where you're maybe worried about them. And then the idea of the team defensive construct, is it enough to carry three guys that teams might go after in some ways? I think that ends up being the question that, Corey, I think you're trying to highlight there.
From 2012 until 2017, he had a defensive rating no lower than 108, right? Every time.
Which is probably top 5% in the NBA.
Yes. Yeah. Over the last 2 years, 116, last year 117. So that for him,
is that average? I don't know.
Well, it's also worth noting the defensive rating. We don't really have great individual defensive metrics. In fact, we don't really have great defensive metrics in general, and individual really especially. And so defensive rating, the individual rating is still going to matter somewhat about the team construct.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that is still some of what we're talking about.
That's still a significant drop off from it for that number for him, and that's I think it's a little less than average. By the way, Mike, it's a little bit less.
So what did they want the Mavs to do? They wanted them to just bring back the same team and not do anything?
I don't have an answer to that because
they wanted a $50 million two-way player that's like the best in the they wanted LeBron James.
Yes.
Well, I don't know how we were supposed to do that.
Right.
Not going to happen. Here's one person from the 972. Seeing the way the move shook out, I don't feel this way. I won't lie. Sucks to get rid of Josh Green. And then from the 682, Klay Thompson is old and busted. It's the old and busted part that comes up more, at least what I've seen, than anything else.
And I've seen this time after time after time again over the last 2 days, Kevin, pointing to his 0 for 10 in the elimination game. And that specifically where he played 30 minutes and did a Tim Hardaway. You're just like, what?
That's going to happen.
And I don't know. I don't know if that was attitude. Or
he's at the age where that could happen. Whenever if they would have played a 7-game series, I don't think he would have gone 0 of 70 from the field. I don't think so, but maybe I guess he would have.
Before that, just real quick. Before that, their last 4 games of the regular season, he went 6 for 12, 3 for 9, 5 for 10, and 6 for 13. 3 of those you would love to have. And so I hear you. And there was another game earlier in the year where I think he went like 1 for 7 and maybe 1 for 9. But there are plenty of others where it's 5 for 10, 6 for 14, 6 for 11.
In the month of April, he averaged 23 points on 50% shooting and 44% three-point shooting. Does that sound like a guy who's wasted and done that he shot? I'll give you the exact numbers. 49.6% from the field, 43.7% on 10.1 attempts from 3 per game, 100% on free throws. He didn't miss one.
Hell yeah.
He had 3 rebounds, 3.3, 2.7 assists, 1.7 turnovers, 1 steal on 23.1 points a game in 7 games in the month of April. Does that sound like a guy who's wasted? Now, how about this for Josh Green fans? And I get it. Josh Green is a solid role player in the NBA. How many games did Josh Green play last year? At his age, man, he's healthy. He's good to go, man. This dude, Josh Green, played in 57 games last year. Klay Thompson played in 77.
Yeah.
He literally played in 20 more games than Josh Green. And Josh Green played in 60 games the year before. He's a hurt player. Josh Green, to me, is a guy who can only play right now. Now, that can change. He's a younger guy. But he's a guy who's going to have to miss 20 to 25 games a year because his body has not proven to be NBA worthy of playing an NBA regular season. It just hasn't in the last 2 years.
I am concerned a little bit about attitude. If attitude was a problem for him last year, if he was hurt and offended by them and it just wasn't getting the full production from him, and how does that change? Because I think attitude is the only thing that you can really control. That's what we always hear and say is you can control that. You can't control everything else, but you can control how you go do your work and how you go out about your business. And so if he shows up here, I feel like the culture is very good right now for the Mavericks. Obviously coming off being there, having that, now adding pieces that are giving you energy. I feel like it's good. Individually, I just don't know exactly where he's going to be mentally.
It was a trade, but he chose us.
He did.
That is not a person who's going to come in with what the crap is my contract here. He chose us. He chose less years. He chose less money to be a Dallas Maverick. He has had a great attitude throughout his career. He could have had a really crappy attitude. Richard Jefferson pointed out yesterday on his show on ESPN that, man, he was concerned about his attitude on Christmas Day playing for the Golden State Warriors, that he was not happy with his role, not happy with his contract, and he let it be known on Christmas Day to his former teammate.
There was also a reporter in San Francisco that, and I wish I could remember what his name was, but he pointed out, he said, look, man, it wasn't like Draymond, but behind the scenes, there were some very awkward moments. So, and that, again, that could be attitude from being unhappy about that situation.
I did watch Locked On Mavs this morning, actually, but I think they did posted it last night.
Good decision.
They have a lady who is Locked On Warriors, okay? And she rolled her eyes at Draymond and Klay are the same issues in that organization.
Oh.
She was like, I cover this team. BS. Like, there is not anywhere close to the issues. Yes, Klay has his moments. It ain't close to Draymond Green. This is like saying, she didn't say this. This is like saying, man, we have the same issues with Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman. Now, yeah, does Michael Jordan at times probably do some things that you're not crazy about on the 98 Bulls? But sure, you're not having to deal with him getting high and drunk with Carmen Electra in Vegas for 10 straight days.
Or doing wrestling stuff.
And I'm not saying that's what Draymond did, but I think comparing those two is just silly. For the money that he's making.
Yes.
For what he did last year. Like, wow. And the money that's paid in the NBA today at what he's making is about league average. He's a hair above league average what you're paying him. So if he plays at league average, you're actually getting your money's worth.
Now, outside of attitude and monetary stuff, I saw this brought up and I was kind of intrigued and wanted to pick y'all's brain about this. The Mavericks, as we've talked about in the past, they have a heliocentric system of offense, right? And so that means Klay Thompson has the potential to get plenty of open shots, but it also feels like a different role than he's totally used to. I know he's used to catch and shoot, but not necessarily just standing in a place and waiting for the shot the whole time. I'm curious y'all's thoughts about that.
Well, I want to try to get to Tim McMahon as fast as we can here because he's like, look, if Tim Hardaway Jr. got shots in this system, then you better be damn straight.
No, I know he'll get shots. I'm just curious how comfortable he will be with that rhythm to it.
I won't go off on my opinion, and then Corey,
I have this here.
You can let's play Tim, and then I'll give you my opinion on what the lady said on Locked On Warriors.
And the question was asked to him, how will Klay transition from that Warriors motion offense to this current Mavs offense?
Well, number one, I'm not going to try to match X's and O's widths with Tim Legler. Right? I think he probably is going to be able to have a bit of an advantage on me in that regard. But look, they're going to get Klay shots. Yeah. Like if Tim Hardaway Jr. got a bunch of shots when he was on the floor, trust me, Klay Thompson's going to touch the ball. Klay Thompson's going to get not just three-point looks, but in a lot of cases, clean three-point looks. And, you know, if you're running pick and roll, Luka and Lively and Klay's on the weak side, like that seems like it could be pretty tough. And you know, the one thing that the Mavericks did last year that honestly I didn't believe would happen. J-Kid told us it was going to happen in training camp. I'm like, yeah, right. And it did. And that was they played fast. They were the seventh fastest paced team in the league, which, you know, I was like, not playing fast for Luka, but Luka bought into it. And my point is, if they're playing fast, if they're pushing it, there's going to be threes that present themselves and opportunities that present themselves to Klay in those transitions, semi-transition. And look, will they? If he hadn't touched in a while, will they sometimes run a play for him? Absolutely. You know, they didn't go out and recruit Klay just to have him, you know, stand out on the wing and pick his nose. Mm-hmm. But stylistically, it's going to be like, I'm sure there will be an adjustment for him. But again, I think
let's stop it right there. I like that. I like that answer, and I thought the second part answered it more than the first part because, like, I know he'll get open shots, and oddly enough, last year he was a better shooter the tighter the defensive coverage got, as opposed to wide open versus tight defense. And so I have no doubt he'll get the shots. But I like the second part of the answer when they talk about there will be plenty of opportunity to get it still in the flow that he's used to as well.
I'm not sure how many different plays you have for Derrick Jones Jr., but I feel like you can come up with a number of different plays for him to come off screens. And here's one of the numbers I saw yesterday, Mike, was the Mavs last year were 26 shooting off screens, 26 or 27th shooting off of screens. They were miserable at it. And Klay last year was 41% shooting off of screens whenever he's coming off of a screen, which the Mavericks couldn't do. They didn't have that in their bag, and now they can develop something like that. So that's and the one thing that the Boston Celtics absolutely took away from the Mavericks was the corner three, because they said, and JJ Redick pointed out multiple times, try and make one from above the break, and Klay Thompson can make shots from above. Like we know, we've seen it. So he has things. He has a toolkit that certain players on the team didn't have last year. That the Maverick or the opponent said, "We're going to force you to not be able to do your good stuff," and they said, "We don't have an answer for it." Then,
all right. So nobody in the NBA's ran more miles in his time than Klay Thompson. He runs like a madman.
Yeah.
Do we want him doing that from 35 to 37 years old or 30? No, we don't.
Yeah.
The answer is absolutely not. And so
But do you want him just standing still? I guess would be my alternate question.
He's not just going to stand still.
Okay.
Like he's just not. Even the other guys, yes, they stand still at times, but he's not just going to stand there in the corner, just like
because he also
Tim
knows,
McMahon said, he's not just going to pick his nose.
Yeah, he also knows spaces to get open. He sees it better than other people.
He will know. Now it'll take some time, right? This is where it'll take a little bit of time.
Yes.
Where does Luka? Because Luka does passes where he just expects you to be in certain spots and then gets pissed off at you if you're not in that spot. And at times it's probably the player's fault. At times it's probably Luka's fault, but he likes at times just yelling at the guy for not being where he threw the no-look pass that you weren't at. But I do think as you age, you are going to not want to just – if you go watch Klay Thompson in his prime or even after he came back from – you're like, damn, that MFer ain't going to stop, is he?
Yeah.
But now he doesn't have to run that much, which can keep him maybe a little bit more fresher. The other thing, too, is his role in Golden State was you have to be our second best scorer or we're not going to win. Well, at times he just wasn't good enough to do it, and that's why they found themselves in a play-in situation and out in the play-in. Because he wasn't good enough. So I will agree with anybody who wants to say he's not good enough to be the helper to Luka. You are correct. If you need him to be your second best player, you're in a deep crap situation. But he's not even going to be asked to be that here. And you have an alley-oop situation that Golden State had zero alley-oop situation. So you have that situation still here. You have the best offensive player in the world on your team. You have another dude who averaged 25 points on the team who's still a pretty damn good one-on-one player, especially in most situations. Yes, if we play Boston, we're pretty screwed in that situation. Luckily, we're not playing Boston for 82 straight games in the regular season.
Damn right.
So I don't get it. I don't get what they wanted the Mavs to do here.
Hey, can we play cut 6 real quick, too? This was Antonio Daniels with Sean and RJ this morning, and I thought this kind of got me hyped up.
It's not like he's a rookie.
Yeah.
You know, Naji's been in this league for a while. So he's sat, he's watched, he's learned through vision, and when the opportunity has presented itself, he has made the most of it. This past year in New Orleans, he only started one game. 2 years prior to, he started a numerous amount of games, 20-plus games, and almost averaged 15 points per game in those starts. So, like, again, this a lot of times things are based on, like, do I know this guy? Like, is this guy a household name? And just because a guy is not a household name doesn't mean that he cannot impact your organization. Naji Marshall is a heck of a dude, one. He was the toughest guy on the New Orleans Pelicans team last year since he's been here. He has been the enforcer in New Orleans, which is wild to say because we're used to enforcers being Charles Oakley or Dale Davis or Antonio Davis. Naji Marshall, 6'5", 6'6", and is one of the toughest guys. I can guarantee you this. Nobody will be pushing Luka around. I can 100%.
I like that part too. So in addition to adding this great spot up 3-point shooter, you also added somebody that'll put their chest up in your face and say, you're not going to do that to our star guy. And you're not going to let Lou Dort be tackling Luka out on the court out there.
Kevin, here's my question. You sound like you're not happy about getting Klay Thompson.
No, I mean, if we're all just sitting around here like idiots, all agreeing with each other, that's a stupid segment. So I'm trying to bring the alternate point of view. And if you want to
what's your point of view?
My point of view is I actually do largely agree with you, but I'm also trying to present what other people are saying. And one of the things, if we go back to Tim McMahon, he said at best Klay was an average defender,
right,
but more than likely a below average. You disagree with that?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay. Or more likely a below average defender. So I'm just bringing up all of the counterpoints of people who don't like it. I told you yesterday, I like this move.
Two-way players cost $40 million a year to $60 million a year in the future of the NBA. Now it's 40 to 50, but it will be 40 to 60. And I get Luka's not, but he's the best offensive player. But if you want two-way players in the NBA that are premium players, which I'd love for Klay to still be a premium player. It would just cost you about $40 million a year on a 4-year contract.
Yeah.
And he's an average on one side. He's an elite IQ defensive player. He does not have the same foot speed and everything that you need.
Sure.
Neither did Jason Kidd in 2011. He wasn't making all NBA defensive teams by the time he got to the Mavs the second time around. But I think we would still say solid defensive player, especially if we're comparing him to Jason Terry and Dirk Nowitzki. And you had those two guys on the court at the end. I know the game has changed and everything, but no, I just wanted to. I get you're just presenting questions, but you're coming across as like you weren't happy with this move now today, where I thought you were happy with it. So I was like,
no, I'm
happy
with it.
Mike, here's what happened. A long time ago, Mike Napoli came back to the Rangers, and Kevin was like, look, it's not the same Mike Napoli that you expected. And everybody was like, shut the hell up, Kevin. What are you doing right now? This is Mike freaking Napoli we're talking about. Mike Napoli chants started coming in on the text, and Kevin was like, I'm just trying to tell y'all, it's not the same Mike Napoli. And guess what happened that year? He wasn't the same Mike Napoli, but he was all right. But the hype level was so high because Mike Napoli was back. And Kevin, right now, I think it's about split on people that are super excited about it and people that are like, nah, it's messed up. He's a 6 man at best for you. Like, I've seen lots of different thoughts on that.
I don't agree with that. I was just presenting because you asked what were those other people's arguments. I just wanted to present what I'm seeing as their arguments. I like the move. Look, I told you at the very beginning of the show, you turned a $5 million taxpayer exemption into all this stuff. You got younger in certain spots. You got more contract friendly in certain spots. I like what the Mavericks have done.
You think he's better than Mike Napoli?
Because they win and they go get Mavericks. That's why.
I'm not going to say that. You already have the other one, and I have to talk to Boach tomorrow.
Let me ask this question to the people who don't like this. Do you have NBA people who don't like this? I understand you're a fan. We're all fans, so we're not experts. Nobody in here is an expert, and what I'd say is, like, I'm a baseball expert.
Yeah.
Is if I have people that are like really into the sport right now, as in they were a former player for a decade, or they are front office people or former front office people, and they're like, this was a stupid move. Like, I haven't seen those people yet. That concerns me. Does that make sense? Like,
no. And I will tell you this. You look across the board. If people are grading, like former people who were in the league, or, they have really close ties to the league, you see it almost across the board. B+, A- for this Mavericks move, and definitely not as favorable as a grade for Golden State. And so I think people are in favor. I just wanted to give you the devil's advocate point of view. I support this move, and I think a lot of basketball folks do too.
It's for another time.
Or is it?
But I would say, look, maybe in a perfect world he would be your 6th man, but he's not going to do that.
No.
At least not in year 1. So in a perfect world, maybe you're like, look, I think you are better than Naji Marshall overall. You averaged 18 points last year. He averaged 7. It's a decent difference. But he doesn't want to do that right now, because you could, like Jason Terry, 6th man of the year, championship team, he was in the closing 3 to 5 minutes of games.
Sure.
You had to at times use timeouts to get defensive replacements in there and stuff like that. And maybe you have to do that with, maybe not it's Klay, maybe it's Kyrie Irving, who you're using timeouts for, to actually take out of the game and be like, we're going to use, I'm just throwing out Quentin Grimes. We're going to use Grimes, and then as soon as the defensive possession is over, we need a timeout to make sure we get Kyrie back into the game. That'll be interesting. But moving on to Mike Likes It, I want to talk about the NBA too, because right now, if we look at the competitors in the West, and I do believe there's 3 major competitors in whatever order you want to put them, but let's go in the order that the Mavs at least had to play them.
Yeah.
Minnesota was in the conference finals. I'm going to stop right there. Minnesota ain't done jack squat.
And we kind of thought that might
Like a
happen
kumquat?
at the beginning of this, right?
They're losing Kyle Anderson. I was just looking this morning going, hey, I get Minnesota traded up for a 19-year-old point guard that they're like, Michael Conley's close to being done, and we need to groom a point guard to take his spot over. And Conley has, I think, 2 more years left on his contract. I think he has this year and next year. Is they're kind of like, hey, we're a little bit screwed in this spot, and Michael Conley's career's almost over. And we're also screwed salary cap-wise, so we can't really do anything in this offseason. So Kyle Anderson's gone. They're saying we're not even trying to sign him. So they're losing Kyle Anderson, and their major move was trading up for a 19-year-old point guard who they think can back up Michael Conley next year if his development is good. So I was just wondering from you guys, Minnesota doesn't, I get the improvement of the getting the experience and everything, but I don't know. What are you guys thinking of right now? Dallas made it further, beat them in 5. Dallas is trying to get better, but maybe they're not. Maybe through 50% of the Mavs fans, we're actually trying to get worse.
And it's only a matter of time before they all realize that Rudy Gobert is like fake good and he falls apart.
Do Mavs fans feel like Minnesota's doing a better job?
I don't think so. I can't imagine.
Where do you guys see Minnesota right now in I say the Power 4. The Power 4.
I think they're solidly 4th.
Okay.
Can you compete with Denver?
Can the Mavericks? I think
so. I honestly think you might be ahead of Denver.
Do you think you could have beaten? I know Minnesota beat them, but do you think you could have beaten Denver this year?
Could have, yes. I think you would have lost.
Okay.
Though.
Think you can beat Boston right now?
Probably not. They just beat you in 5 games, and they quit the game. They didn't even want to play the game you won.
But you feel like you can get back to the finals.
Yeah, I think we're second in this. As you go through your Power 4, I was just going to say, Mike, I would go Minnesota, Denver 3, Dallas 2, OKC 1.
Okay.
I really like what OKC.
I'm not arguing. I think that their 2 pickups, 2 role playing pickup guys are very good, and I think, to me, I think Shea. I'll rank Luka ahead of him, and I could take some heat for that because Shea impressed me so much, and I know he didn't beat Dallas, but he is such a great player. And Anthony Edwards impressed me tremendously too through this, but right now if I had to rank kind of the 3 guard players, I would go Luka, Shea, Anthony Edwards, but that can change next year. I'm not saying that's...
And the gap's not as big as maybe we thought or wanted it to be.
Yeah, it's not set in stone like, oh, this is what I feel like for the next 5 years. No, it's right now, today, I feel like it's Luka, Shea, Edwards, but Edwards could take a big leap like he did in the playoffs and surpass him. I don't know, but I'm just looking at Minnesota going, boy, for them being close, that kind of when we eliminated them and they didn't make it to the finals, you started hearing, hey, man, we're in kind of deep crap in this
right.
salary cap structure, and we don't want to go to apron 2, and we're kind of screwed right now. And it's kind of showing that we hear Minnesota interested in nobody.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Naji Marshall, I'm going to be honest, I'll still say it. I didn't know jack squat about, but I'm hearing so many great things about him from so many people around the league. We just played the Antonio Daniels stuff is like, dude, you got him. I get you lost Derrick Jones Jr. And Derrick Jones Jr., great on-the-ball defender. From what we hear, and this was before he left, so I'm not trying to take shots at him, maybe not the best off-the-ball defender in team defense, but you want him on the ball.
You don't think Phoenix is getting any better, right?
I think I brought up Kevin Durant wanting to come to Dallas, not today, but I think they lack a lot of depth, and I think what Kevin's bringing up now with Denver is Denver's going to rely on their starting 5.
Kidding, man.
We have nobody coming off the bench.
Yeah, that is problematic for them.
The white dude, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name.
Christian Brown, he's probably taking over Caldwell Pope's starting spot, right?
Yeah, and that's a downgrade. At least it appears as though a downgrade and possibly a big downgrade.
Clippers, they didn't get better, did they?
Oh, no. Got worse. Clippers definitely got worse.
The Pelicans,
they might have gotten better, but they got to stay healthy.
Yeah. They lost some, and they're trying to move on from Ingram.
And
they did bring in, though, DeJounte Murray. But, yeah, that's always felt like a team that has a mass of players that I don't think that they have a direct direction with it.
I'm really glad that you said that because the Pelicans have been slotted in my group of, I hear you, I'll believe it when I see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they're in the second round of the playoffs, then I'll be like, whew, good for them.
They could be 6-13 anytime for me.
Sure.
Again, but I don't see
I think maybe
higher.
even higher. I think they honestly could
I'll give
get
them
higher.
5 then, Kevin.
Yeah,
but I mean, again, I don't know where the Kings are, and Golden State got worse.
Mm-hmm.
The West,
for sure.
Is the West becoming not an easiest path, an easier path though? I mean,
I just think those top 4 are so
Very
loaded
difficult.
for bear compared to the Eastern Conference. Like I know the Cavs got Donovan Mitchell back after everyone thought he was going to leave. Yay! But like I still think that top of the West is
the Dak Prescott of the NBA.
I think the West and the East are starting to look similar because you have 4 teams that were sliding at the top of the West. I think there's 3 teams at the top of the East as well that look like pretty solid contenders with obviously the Celtics. The Knicks look a lot better, and then I think the Sixers have put themselves in a really good place as well.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
The Sixers
about...
are in that same. I'm sorry, Mike. The Sixers are in that same Pelicans category for different reasons. I hear the hype every single year, and then they find strange and exciting new ways to disappoint.
And I can't argue with you there.
Has Joel Embiid ever been healthy for the playoffs? And I'm asking that as a serious question. I don't know if he's ever been healthy going into the playoffs in his career.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like I'm saying, he's played through injury and had some nice playoff games, but I feel like every year, even if he is healthy and I forgot about it, then he got hurt in the playoffs. Like, that's the one thing about Philadelphia that I just can't buy is Embiid would have to carry him, and there's been no part that I can ever remember him being healthy enough to carry a team.
I'm with you on that.
So anyways, I just wanted to look at it. Obviously, I'm frustrated with Mavs fans upset with what the Mavs have done because the easiest thing to do, I think, would have been we're not changing anything. We were 3 games away, and we changed a lot. We're not doing anything this offseason, and feel like Nico and company are like, we're still going to try to get better. And they added a dude who's an over 40% three-point shooter almost every year of his career. That's the worst he's ever been, is 39% on 10 attempts a game at 18 points. And under 18 million.
Because, Mike, we discussed it middle of the season or around the end of the season, this team needs to win right now. Like, they need to win in this window, so Nico's being aggressive.
And they still have assets for those moves that you were talking about.
Name one.
They kept some of their first-round picks.
Name two.
Omax Prosper.
Oh, you got him.
Omax Prosper's not going to play a second on this Dallas Maverick team, and I don't know. I have no clue what the NBA thinks about the 24th overall pick a year ago, but you have your 25 and 31 first-round pick that you could trade. You have Omax Prosper. You do have, in a way, you have Hardy that you could trade. You have an influx of still, if you look at Grimes and Marshall, who you just picked up, he hasn't played a second for you, but you kind of have this little bit of wing depth right now where if you wanted to add a wing, I don't know where Maxi Kleba fits in the overall rotation. I know he's going to play 15 minutes a night, but
I was probably going to go a more dramatic route. That's why I was like, do I want to say that? Because I thought at some point I was curious, especially with the ball handling on this team, how Kyrie would work out and fit into, like right now I want to keep the team. I like what they've constructed a lot. But that's why I paused. I was like, I should probably just keep that to myself.
If all else fails, you could trade Luka for 20 first-round picks. So,
honest to God, that might not be enough in today's NBA.
I need every pick
everybody's
swap
like interested
that's ever
in Lauri
been.
Markkanen, and I'm like, yeah. Do you have 7 to 10 first-round picks available right now?
You have to.
Yeah, that's the only way. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Always up for having a spirited conversation. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Why this team will be everybody's Super Bowl next year in college football. Next on The Fan.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the Jeep.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Odyssey Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Lost among our last Mavericks conversation. Sean Sweeney is coming back. He's officially going to be back with the team. He was a finalist for the Detroit Pistons job. If you missed it, he's back with the Mavericks for a fourth season. When we talk about defensive impressiveness and prowess, he's at least a good part of it.
That is great news, and for many reasons.
Name one.
He's a good defensive-minded guy.
It's true.
Name two.
You asked me to name one.
Okay.
Red-headed.
Now,
He has red hair.
what's always a great decision.
Means he's on fire.
The C Block starring Corey Majors.
I don't think that's what it really means. But guess who is on fire, y'all?
What if your internal temperature was higher because you had red hair? Like 98.6 is normal, but it's 99.6 for people with red hair because they're a little bit hotter.
Listen, hold on. This is weird. Not the people, not humans being on fire.
White hair means you're colder because when you get older, you get colder easier.
That is true.
Is it?
Yes. Oh my gosh.
How many adults? How many
you ever
old
been
people?
to Grandma and Grandpa's house? It's like 78.
Yeah.
You're like, what in the world's going on here?
They're all
like,
bundled up under a bunch of
freezing.
quilts.
It's 107 outside.
Yeah. Bring me my toboggan.
It's probably not doable for Reggie. I was going to ask for a cut of audio where it's from King of the Hill and Bobby takes the temperature of the dog and says 98.6 and he goes, "Oh, it's hot in the dog's head."
Wow, it's hot in the dog.
Oh, yes! Reggie, you're so good at this job.
The fact that you guys are bringing up fire right now. Yesterday, when I got home, I just settled down to chill for a second. And Carter, my Carter, comes running into the living room and says, Dad, there's a fire in my room right now.
What?
He decided to clean his room yesterday, which he hasn't done in like 6 months.
And he caught on fire?
And something caught on fire.
Like he did it wrong.
I jump up and I run into his room, and he has these LED lights on his desk. They go underneath it, and the cord that connects to them was
bent,
had a little tiny glow on it.
Oh.
And I was like, oh no. And so we unplugged it. It melted the plastic or the tape around it.
Oh no.
And the board, we found out, there was a little thing. How
old's Carter?
He's 13. 12. He's 12.
All right, good to know.
What inspired that question, Mike?
I just need to know about it, what age we're at here on like these things happening.
Fire?
Well, the little mistake that was made.
What little mistake?
The LED lights and almost causing like your house to burn down.
It was.
Then you'd have to go back to the corner house.
It came with a desk. It came with. Well, I can't go back. Somebody lives there, Mike. They came with the desk. Here's the other thing.
You'd be like, we're homeless.
We have another. Oh no. We have another one of those desks
They'd say go to Oakland.
Out in the shed where Avery has built like a recording studio.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have
Look at the wealth.
Yeah, well, no, he got a job and he has purchased all his stuff, dude. Do not have that. All right. The University of Texas.
Uh-huh.
Not only did they get Schloss from A&M and then lost all the players they were trying to steal from A&M because...
Did you hear the SEC commissioner yesterday? He was like, hey, is horns down going to be a penalty? And he goes, I'm not answering penalty questions on July the 1st.
Quinn Ewers said, quote, we're going to be everybody's biggest game for sure.
Oh.
In the SEC, he already believes. And I this is where I have some questions about this. Kevin, whenever I told you this morning, you rolled your eyes.
Stupid.
But I do wonder out there, everybody wants to beat Texas.
Sure.
Everybody wants to beat Texas.
For most of the last several years, pretty much everybody did.
Except for A&M because they didn't play.
We would have. We picked the wrong time to restart this rivalry. This is the worst possible year you could have started.
But it did. I was starting to think, like, who is it? Is Texas that one around the country that everybody's like, or is there another?
It's Alabama. Look,
still,
yes, still.
People like making fun of Texas, and it's because Texas takes it so damn hard. That's the like, if they didn't get so damn mad when you put the horns down up, I don't think people would like doing the horns down.
No, it's who cares? But they're like, you might as well have just killed my mom. And then you're like, what? For real? And so it's still Alabama. I'm not saying Texas is not a big game. It clearly is. But Alabama is still the big person on the block.
Nick Saban's not there anymore.
Yeah, I don't even know who coaches there.
Oh, well, Mike.
Who coaches at Texas?
For football?
Yeah.
Crap.
So see, I'm just saying,
the
like
USC, the drunk guy. He got drunk a lot.
That is technically correct. He has been a lot better, but yeah, Steve Sarkisian is indeed the head coach at Texas.
That is not the direction.
You have a roundabout way to get into the Alabama coach?
I just defined him really well.
That is not the direction I thought we were going to go.
That was the Hosea right there.
Yeah,
that was basically what it was. He was like, hold on, let me put some...
Alabama.
You can do this.
Well, his last name's the same as our hockey coach.
Oh, you got this.
Jim Neal.
Great answer. I think that's perfect. That's art, in fact.
It's Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, Kalen DeBoer.
Oh, yeah.
Previously coached at Washington.
Who's the Neal guy? Is he general manager?
He's our GM.
Yeah.
And
Did you just say, who's the Neal guy? Is he general manager?
Yeah, close enough, man.
Jim
I told
Neal.
you, we get to the 1 o'clock hour.
So
getting tired.
So you say it's Alabama. Reggie, do you think Alabama's still the team that, like, that's the one, that's everybody's Super Bowl when it comes to playing them?
That's probably a fair choice. I think we might be in the midst of the transition period to Georgia.
Yes. I would
can see that.
I think Georgia with Kirby Smart is the team. And Kevin, I was just seeing a post earlier that had Shedeur Sanders and Beck's numbers comparatively.
Yeah, because some people think they're going to
Colorado's coach is Deion Sanders.
There you go. There you go, Mike.
Two in the NFL draft. It's a big game, and I'll argue many, if not all A&M fans will think that game against Texas is bigger than any time you're going to play Alabama.
I wonder
is Jimbo
if
Fisher still at A&M, or did he get fired? I can't remember.
He got shot into the sun.
He's gone.
Who did they get now?
Mike Elko.
Where's he from?
He was previously defensive coordinator at A&M, but he was last at Duke. He got that Duke team together very well.
Okay.
Mike Elko's a good coach.
All right, that'll work out.
So I do wonder, is Texas Georgia's game, or is that's still Alabama?
Yeah.
Is Texas LSU's big game?
Nah, I think the thing that he's missing, that Quinn Ewers is missing, the SEC, they don't care about none of y'all around this. Like, if there was ever a self-contained, self-referential, conference, it is the SEC. They don't give a damn about none of the other things y'all doing around this nation. So Georgia's still going to get ready for the largest outdoor cocktail party in Jacksonville against Florida, right? Auburn and Alabama are still going to go at it. LSU is going to, take on all comers, whether it's Ole Miss or Mississippi State or Arkansas or whoever it is, right? And of course, if they get a chance to get Alabama, they don't care about none of y'all coming in. So the idea that Texas is walking in thinking, yo, people really care about us. I mean, kinda, but not in the way that you would want to imagine right now.
You got to win too for them to care, like to even
on a
matter
consistent
at all.
basis. Yeah,
and that brings us to the 2024 SEC coach rankings according to CBS Sports. The number one coach in the SEC is Kirby Smart.
Makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Last year he was 2 in the SEC. Guess to who?
Nick Saban?
Of course,
Kirby
Nick
Yates.
Saban. What'd you say?
Kirby Yates?
Well, he has an ERA under 1.
That's a good point.
The next,
Kirby's.
the number 2 coach
Puckett ain't around
in
anymore.
the SEC, Brian Kelly of LSU, who was
Okay.
number 3 last year. The number 3 coach this year, Mike. What's
Say it
his
the way
name?
Mike would say it.
Who is he?
Sarkisian.
There you go,
Okay.
Steve Sarkisian, the guy at USC.
I mean, he dealt.
I didn't say you were wrong. I just didn't expect that to be
Sometimes you forget people's
the
name, and you're like,
direction.
I know who he is, and I can see him, and he gets really mad if he doesn't get to come out of the tunnel on time or something, and yells at the person.
He did lose his mind about that. That was a pretty
See, I
impressive moment.
can remember things.
He'll
about
slide
him.
into some DMs on you.
Number 4, Kalen DeBoer of
okay.
Alabama. So they got him down there, which is interesting because why, Reggie?
They beat Texas.
You said, like you.
Oh, no, I was just interested that they were already giving that level of respect. He was good at Washington, very good.
Yes, I'm right there with you. I was like, hold on. I guess because Bama's still recruiting the way that they recruit.
Is last going to be like Vanderbilt?
Better not be Elko. That's rude.
It has to.
Wow.
Right? They
Kevin.
let go of Jerry Stackhouse. Are they still looking?
Elko should be
Kevin,
like
actually
6 or 7.
He's 9.
When's Witten leaving?
Vanderbilt
Legacy and
is
going
second to last.
Tennessee?
Mississippi State's Jeff Lebby is number 16. But OU's head coach, Brent Venables, is number 11 on this list, outside of the top 10 for the SEC. So my dudes over at OU have some work that they need to be doing.
I feel like the only thing they know at OU is they have to have 11 guys on defense. All right, that's
strategy.
That's their
beyond
strategy on defense. Throw 11 guys out there. They're the 11 guys that didn't make the offensive unit.
We'll figure out what we're going to do offensively. That being said, Mark Stoops is number 6 with Kentucky. So that's he's way up there. And then Lane Kiffin falls in at number 5.
Okay. I guess I can
people
see
always
it.
forget that Lane Kiffin.
Hey, is Jimbo out in college? Does he not have a job?
I am not aware of him.
Is he doing
working at
TV
another
stuff?
college.
Is he just trying to sit out a year or two and then
I'm not
go
sure.
to
He
NC
gets
State or
he
something?
Gets paid either way. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Man, A&M pays a lot of people not to coach.
Damn right.
And then this story that I found all on my own without any help. Well, somebody probably helped, but I can't talk about it.
Max.
Nope, can't talk about it.
Oh.
A first-of-its-kind incident has shocked the world after a civil servant robot at, I'm going to say, Gummy City
host?
Council in South Korea.
Civil servant robot.
Silver surfer.
Civil servant robot in South Korea was found unresponsive after what appears to be a deliberate plunge down a 2-meter staircase.
Are you saying that robot committed suicide?
Local media, no, not me. Local media and social media users have called it the first robot suicide in the country. The robot, affectionately known as the robot supervisor,
Oh, well, no wonder. Y'all don't give any care to his name.
has been a model employee since August of 23, and evidently was seen spinning in circles, circling in one spot as if something was there, shortly before taking a plunge down a 2-meter staircase to its death.
I'm surprised about the job. I could see it if you were at a beverage manufacturing and crushing factory or something, because that job would be so depressing.
That's the C block.
No, I want to talk more about this story.
That is
I
terrible.
wanna talk more.
God.
I got a heads up for that, and it only made me more mad.
I know. I saw him do the little talkback thing, and I was like, what's Kevin planning over here?
So they think the robot killed itself?
They think maybe the work was too hard for the robot.
What?
To be a diligent civil officer.
I feel you, Supervisor Bot.
Okay, but hold on. If a robot can kill himself, what is to stop it from killing all of us?
Notably, Kevin, South Korea is a global leader in robotics adoption, and it boasts the highest robot density in the world, with one industrial robot for every 10 employees. The nation has,
that is a lot.
Yeah, they've embraced automation in various sectors, and this one starting to live a human life.
I feel like the best scenario for this is what Dwight Schrute had, and that is you make all the robots with cords, and so when they go too far, they just unplug themselves.
That's a great point, Mike.
Right? And then they can only do so many things because of the cord.
Is there going to be an investigation in South Korea now.
Oh, you just want the full iRobot experience now?
Yeah, like if a robot is killing itself, it feels like you need to look into it.
Yeah, was it programmed to do that? Was it forced to do that? Well, you know exactly what happened in this situation.
It felt the crippling weight of, self-perseverance and preservation. It was just like, this is too much. I don't want it.
That's terrifying, though, right?
Can we have talking robot doctors?
We're going to have to. We're going to have to, and maybe that's the future. Maybe that's all the kids that are looking for jobs. Maybe that's where we need to start pointing them to. Taking care of the robots.
Robot psychology.
So they can take care of us.
Man, I had not really thought about robot mental maintenance as a career path of the future.
Mm-hmm.
I knew you'd have to like fix them probably and stuff, but I didn't think about their mental health.
Yeah, I mean, they're learning like us at this point. I just saw a robot dog doing a handstand yesterday. That was wild.
Robot.
How much do you look up robot stuff?
More than you'd care to think.
This is our responsibility to keep an eye on what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That is true. We do need a robot watchdog, and Corey clearly is taking up the mantle.
Thank you.
Appreciate your service.
And that is the C Block, everybody.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in what's been a tough season for the Rangers, let's show some appreciation to Andrew Heaney. And plus maybe hot dog talk. We'll do it next right here.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
While with the Yankees. And a fastball swing and a foul tip caught by Kisner. He strikes out the side here in the 7th, post his season best of 10 strikeouts, and Gunnar Henderson has that golden sombrero with 4 strikeouts. We've played 7 here in Baltimore. Rangers lead at 8-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan, and they would go on to win that game. I want to talk some Andrew Heaney here, but I also know people have been wanting to talk about United States men's soccer team for most of the day after they asked the bed last night, so that's a possibility as well.
We should just lower expectations on soccer. I've kept them very low. I just assume they're going to lose every game. But, Gavin Dawson, bless his soul, he keeps thinking USA is going to get good at soccer and then says, these are the guys. It's like, nah, they're the same as Alexi Lawless or whoever else.
One day they could.
Mike's not wrong, though. I think that we've talked about this generation as like a golden generation, and we probably need to be a little bit more careful. There's definitely some talent. You see some guys going and playing in some sides in Europe and stuff. However, you can still see that, when they run up against a certain class of team, that they still have some issues. And you can see that over the course of their last year or so of play. And some of that might be the manager, but I think some of it is also we might be overvaluing the talent just a little bit.
Okay, so it's the talent that's the problem, not the coaching?
I mean, I don't love the manager, to be completely honest. I also don't know that I can blame their exit from the Copa America tournament squarely on him.
Do you not like the manager for tactical reasons or not necessarily just on the field reasons?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to
clarify. Hey, I watched 5 minutes of soccer last night.
Look at you. That's awesome.
I was at the Chili's in Plano near PSA 2 because my son played a basketball game out there in your neck of the woods. And,
yeah.
I'll tell you what, the Chili's servers, very nice in that Plano Chili's. She did a great job. She was very nice, refilled the waters quickly, everything. Just like a mile away from PSA 2.
Okay, so it's closer to
near Clark
Wiley.
High School or whatever.
Yeah.
It's 9th, 10th grade school.
Yeah.
And the soccer game was on, and I immediately saw how much we sucked again because I was like, is the ball ever going to hit the ground? It was just kick it high and see what happens. I'm like, this is not good soccer. I could tell 5 minutes in, I was like,
it's all the ref's fault, Mike.
This is American soccer. Kick it high and hope for the best.
And the United States Soccer Federation is going to conduct a, quote, comprehensive review after this
An
loss.
investigation, if you will.
I don't know if it's just like that.
Into their robot coach.
This is the first time.
He doesn't show a lot of emotion, I got to say.
This is the first time they've hosted or been the host country and been bounced before the knockout
What's
stage.
the guy's name? Sudeikis. Who's the actor?
Jason Sudeikis.
Ted Lasso.
Let him do it. Why not? Let's make it a
much the
bit.
plot of
We're never going to be good at soccer. Why not just like have fun with it and bring in an actor and see if he can do it?
Look, I'm not going to lie. I would be much more likely that I would watch if Jason Sudeikis was the coach of our next match than...
He's not as nice. John Gruden's not doing anything. He said he lost some lawsuit or something. Like, have John Gruden do it. See what happens.
Who's the funny real-life Ted Lasso, right? Like, who's the funniest college football coach that we could throw in as the head of United States
I was actually going to say
team?
the Florida Panthers head coach, but you said college football, but Florida Panthers head coach is hilarious.
Yeah, he's got lots of jokes. And as you learned, Reggie, hockey and soccer, kind of similar in the aspects of watching the triangles.
He's going to be real messed up when he's looking for icing.
He's like, hey, this is clearly icing.
They've sent it all the way down there. You
like,
can't
there's
do
no
that.
damn ice out here, buddy.
For Andrew Heaney, we were talking about this earlier. Some people, not me, will make the argument that wins don't matter for pitchers anymore.
Right.
I wonder how Andrew Heaney would have responded to that when he was 2-9 going into his last start, because
I'm sure he felt great about being 2-9.
Well,
I'm sure he had no clue he was 2-9.
Because you think he definitely knew, and pitching
100%.
wins and losses definitely matter. And I'm sure he knew about the offense, because in his 15 prior starts, the team had scored a total of 30 runs. And if you're wondering, like, how did he get to 2-9 with not a bad ERA whatsoever? That's how. In those 15 other starts, the team had scored 30 runs total.
It's been rough on him, and Michael Lorenzen are the two that come to mind the most, that you're like, dude. But it is what it is. He's 3-9. It's not good. I will say, in today's game, at least there's enough people that will look at it and go, he's not 3-9 because of him.
Yeah.
You know, he should have losses on his board. He shouldn't be undefeated right now. He should probably be a 500 pitcher. Probably 5-5, 6-6 is more like what he's pitched.
What if I argued even better?
Okay.
All right. Now, I know the overall ERA doesn't look amazing at 4.04, but I decided to like kind of dig in a little bit because obviously he had a rough first month of the season. In May and June, he had a total ERA of 3.21 with 63 walks. Excuse me.
How did he do this?
With
a lot of double
Coaches
plays.
left
He's
him out there.
stranded. He's picking off everybody.
With 63 strikeouts
much better.
and 13 walks. So almost a
That's
5-to-1 K to walk ratio and a 3.21 ERA. That feels like that deserves even better. And that's in the last 2 months. I realize he had a rough first month to start. He hasn't missed a single turn through the rotation and even gave you a relief appearance.
Yeah, I'm looking at his numbers, and as a starting pitcher, his strikeout to walk ratio is tremendous. Evaldi, who has 11 less innings approximately, is 9.1 strikeouts per 9, where Heaney is 9.
Wow.
And
that 5-to-1 ratio of strikeouts to walks, you got to feel pretty damn stoked about that.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job. Just looking at Evaldi, he has 74 Ks in 73 innings and 26 walks, and 85-22 and 84 and 2/3. So very, very close, those two guys. And to your point, you wouldn't think that.
Yeah, absolutely not. And so that's why I just wanted to show him a little appreciation, because I think he's been pitching really well. And then the other part of it is, and Mike, you can walk us through how important this is. I know it's not realistic every single year, and obviously you're going to see all kinds of injuries, but the fact that he hasn't missed a turn in the rotation all year, how huge is that? Probably especially for this team.
Yeah, the starting pitching has been good.
Yeah.
But we have seen when you've had to dig a little bit deeper into your farm system, it doesn't go well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Urania, great job stepping in. Dunning having to, I don't want to say become a starter again, but if you get, as you've gotten a little bit healthier, you still haven't got a lot healthy, but as you've gotten a little bit healthier, you've been able to push Dunning into the pen now, which has been great that you have Dunning and Urania as now middle relievers, as pitching kind of your 4th, 5th, and 6th innings if you need it, rather than what you've had to at times run out there in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings. So being healthy for this team right now throughout this season has been tremendous because Evaldi once again had to miss a few starts, and a couple other guys have had to miss a few starts. So Heaney, and then I'll throw in Michael Lorenzen being healthy and eating up a lot of innings have really helped out the starting pitching health situation.
And as you've mentioned numerous times, another person who will be a free agent after this year. I am very glad that he picked up his player option and decided to stick around because he looks well worth the money thus far.
Yes.
But to your point earlier about should we trade this, should we do that, that's another one who he's not under contract beyond this season. So I'm curious what the rotation will look like.
Yeah, and if you don't trade anybody, if you go for it, I don't mind them doing this, but if you do go for it and say we're going to have a tremendous second half, it could happen. But man, if you don't, and all of these guys are free agents, a lot of these guys aren't coming back on the same number or less of a number.
Now, real quick, let's shift over to hockey, and I'm going to take you to the Corey news desk for news.
We have a trade alert. The Dallas Stars are trading Radek Faksa
For Connor McDavid.
No, to the St. Louis Blues.
I got it wrong.
For?
Yes, you did.
Brett Hull.
No. Future considerations.
Maybe it's Brett Hull.
The hockey
He still has a
Hawk.
future.
No.
It could be anything.
Yeah.
Brett Hull Jr. I don't know.
It could be any hole.
What?
The Hockey Hawk has said might be extra funds to re-sign Harley, and then said Sam Steele can certainly be the fourth line center. So that's kind of in that window. We'll see how things go from here, but for future consideration.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. I was definitely not pleased with the loss of Tanev, but Jim Nill has plenty of credibility around here and like a lot of trust. And so if these are the moves and shakens that he thinks need to happen, then so be it.
Do we feel a hair like the Minnesota Timberwolves? I brought up the Timberwolves and them kind of like going, we're just relying on Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns and Jaden McDaniels, and we traded for another premium prospect that we like that's going to develop. You feel like the Stars are kind of having that offseason where, like, we're kind of screwed financially in the future, so we just have to rely on these young guys getting awesome.
I definitely think you're right about that, and that's why, like, with Harley, restricted free agent, you're like, you got to clear out that money. But they're expecting the cavalry to continue to come in with Maverick, and there's plenty of options, and I hope it all works out.
What about Goose?
He died.
Spoiler alert.
What about, what's his son's name?
Did he die,
what's the Goose and the Hen?
What's
the Goose's? What's his son's name? Because Goose is dead.
Yes,
but
Miles Teller. I don't remember his character name in the second one.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
It was like a goose.
I don't know.
It was a bird.
Rooster. Lieutenant Bradley Bradshaw. What? They went with Bradley Bradshaw?
Oh, yeah.
We have another one added to Steve Stevenson.
You know
Rooster.
what? Actually, I want to transition. That's perfect.
Is it?
Transition into this.
Okay.
Believe it or not, it is. So Campaign, which obviously that's an amazing name.
Oh, yeah.
Now the news is coming out that last month when he got arrested, he refused to call himself what his actual name was.
Sure.
And he kept saying his name was Terry Johnson. And so I'm curious, do you guys have a fake name ready to go?
Art Vandelay.
Oh, see, mine's Steve Grabowski, though at one point, just to mess with Brandon, I would say it was John McGuffin stuff.
Oh,
because I just thought that was a fun name, but Brandon would walk around. Him and my wife like to embarrass me because they do not seem to get embarrassed in public situations. And they would be like, hello, everybody. And I'd be like, I don't know this boy. My name is John McGuffin stuff. And he'd go, I'm Brandon McGuffin stuff. And so those are my two fake names.
Mine's always been Jack Patterson.
Ooh.
That was just one that
generic enough. I like it.
I'm Jack, you know. And,
Yeah.
everybody respects a Jack, right? It just feels like one of those names. And Patterson's very, very generic, so it kind of goes under the wayside. But yeah, that was the one that back in the day when you could prank call people.
Do you miss those days?
No, because
Okay.
think about it. Now I would be answering the phone to those
That's
stupid
true.
kids prank calling me. So no, I
And
don't.
finding out if your refrigerator's running.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have Prince Albert in a can? I just
Hey.
don't even understand that.
I'm looking at this
Probably letting
campaign
him out,
thing.
though.
Yeah.
He ended up getting braces and getting his teeth fixed.
Wait, did he have
I think
bad feet
so.
before?
Oh, my God. I thought if this guy ever needed an endorsement, it was for braces.
Is that the thing you think about whenever you would think about Cameron Payne?
Well, he would shoot sideways,
Yeah,
too,
that's the
because
thing
his
that I
elbow
can-
was sticking out so far. He's like, what if I turn my whole body sideways? Then my elbow's lined up correctly.
I don't mean to bring the world.
You mean Terry Johnson?
To bring it down.
No.
What are you doing right now?
I just saw a video of Luka.
Oh, getting stuffed?
No.
Oh.
Going to the basket, making a shot, and then wincing in pain
That's
as
what
he
he
was walking
does.
away with it.
You never know.
Nobody even
Yeah.
touched him, though, Mike. It was just him.
That's what he does. He fell on the ground and pouted when nobody touched him, and he was like, "That's a foul."
Can I
That's
offer
not,
you
That's
some?
not pouting, though. That is just looking like he's not. The knee was bad already.
That's them losing.
He's going to need to
phase.
miss 20 games next year. I think we also have to get – that's another topic is this Olympic thing, as long as they advance, you're going to need to sit him out approximately 20 games next year.
Oh man, Rusty Shackelford, of course, comes up a lot. Fat Schmo McGee, Xander Nightshade, man. But see, that's the danger with a fake name. You don't want it to be
too fake,
too noticeable. You'd be like, oh yeah, that guy over there, that's Xander Nightshade, and you'd be like, what? That guy's name is Joe.
Man, I tell you what, one thing that I also remember about Terry Johnson is how good of a dancer he was to get Russell Westbrook ready to play basketball. while
Oh
he
man,
watched.
he was one of the first dap masters ever.
Yeah, he's like, watch this dance, and then I'm going to go sit on the bench for 3 hours and cheer it on.
Him and Kent Bazemore.
For the Can-See masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Who was our professional cheer that lasted 3 years in the NBA from North Carolina?
The one that you made mad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Theo Pinson.
Theo Pinson. Yeah, that guy could cheer.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and Art.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they have more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Man, we're awesome, Heggy. How the hell are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we've talked some in the past about the Nathan's famous hot dog controversy.
Turn Brian's mic off.
Hungry thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
He's got terrible takes when it comes to
Well,
this.
I was just going to say, I do think it's cool that Joey Chestnut is going to go do like a performance or an exhibition or whatever at Fort Bliss in El Paso. And I know the contest is coming up in a couple of days. And I promise the end result of this is not forcing you to do it. But honestly, in the span of 10 minutes, how many hot dogs do you think you could eat?
This is perfect because we actually have hard numbers on Wolchuk because he performed this on the air. I believe, was it 3 July 4th ago?
I think it's
now?
like 4 or 5 now.
Maybe 4 July 4th ago.
COVID? 4th of COVID?
Yeah, it might have been.
But it was here in studio. We were face to face. We were,
filling it on
wearing
G-Bag.
masks because he was able to inhale. How many do you think he got in 10 minutes?
12.
Okay, Hagee's going with 12. Corey, how many dogs do you think
Are they're the
Wolchuk
skinny?
pounded?
4.5.
No, it's full dogs
regulation
and buns.
dog. Regulation Nathan's
6.
dog.
Plus water.
4.5.
4.5.
Help her with water, too. I'm going to go 6.
9.5.
Oh, that's good.
Was
9.5
consumed.
dogs.
That's still a lot.
And I made the adjustment.
Yes.
And Eric knows this. Because they do the dunking of the buns,
Yes.
right? And
That's
it looks disgusting. I did not want to do
Agreed.
that. But halfway through, I'm like, I need to see if this will help. So I did, and it does help. It's just the chewing of the buns. Your mouth gets so dry when you dunk it. It is gross, but it helps you be able to mow through it a lot faster. So I went 9.5. I feel like if I were to, and I don't know. I mean, like I've done soda since then. I'm not sure if I can consume as many.
Oh, I think you still got
But
it.
I'd
in
like
you.
to try and get to double digits if I ever did it.
Yeah, he still got that dog in him. My guy's gonna get double digits next time he runs that back. Web Redemption, Wolchuk.
You
We're
strike
all
me as
dry.
the person,
No,
that
no.
could do this, too.
I think I went a couple with like ketchup and mustard.
Okay.
Yeah,
you strike me,
I
Eric,
would,
as
yes.
the person who could do
No,
this as well.
I would be
With him,
totally down
like
with it.
Eric's got the meat stuff down. It's
All right.
when you add in the bread.
Yeah,
that's when he starts to have issues.
The bun makes it a little bit tougher, but like I smoked the Big Mac challenge.
Yeah, you beat me on that.
The
yeah.
double Big Mac,
You
there's plenty of
boomsticked
bread
it
there.
that opening
Boomsticked
day.
it, yeah. But that was more of a marathon and less of a sprint. But I
Okay.
do feel comfortable. I do think I could. I feel like I could match the 9.5 dogs that
I
Wolchuk
think you
hammered
could.
home.
I think Eric can eat one sandwich faster than anybody. I'm not saying he can eat
Yeah.
multiple sandwiches.
With that one sandwich.
But you could buy him like at a ballpark. You could buy him an Italian dog, and like by the time you turn around, he's down to the last bite.
Yeah.
You hand it to him. You've paid. You turn around. You're going for the condiments. He's like
I'm wiping the
napkin-
mustard off my
he's
face.
Got he's thinking about he's going to look for something else. That's how. I don't think he can eat a lot of. I think he can eat something really fast.
There you go. Go ahead and doubt me. Put that chip on my shoulder.
Well, you're going to do the
30.
wings, right? You're going to do the wings.
Yeah,
I'm going to do the
wings
3-minute
camp.
wing challenge because
Yeah.
there was so Joey Jaws, he's done 38 traditional bone-in wings in 3 minutes.
Holy crap. That feels like just the logistics of that would be impossible. Not even
Right?
eating.
I think he's actually eating the bones with it.
What?
Now
That, I can't know.
He's not like a.
it's Joey
alligator.
Jaws. His body is different than the rest of ours.
You
He
can't poop out bones.
South Carolina Gamecocks.
He's got a little Ted Bundy in him.
South Carolina Gamecocks do a local wing challenge with their players every year, and one player gets to win free wings for life at this particular place in South Carolina. So this 6'6", 320-pound dude just hammered home 20 bone-in wings in 3 minutes. And so I was like, okay, when we get to Oxnard, I'll do a 3-minute video and see how many regulation bone-in wings I can do. And I'm hoping to hit double digits. I think you can.
This got me excited.
Oh dear.
Because
I can tell.
No,
The bone
not same
part?
way. No,
You want in on this? You want to wing off?
You get her.
No, because there's one thing I do know I can do very fast, and that is chug a beer. And Kevin, you can.
Oh my gosh. I saw him chug a beer. I'm sorry. I saw him chug a beer against Colby. I was like, you're going to be in trouble, bro. He smoked Colby.
Corey.
He annihilated Colby.
Jeez,
I was
like,
like,
Did this
the
happen
vet?
at the Super Bowl? Didn't you drink a bunch of it?
I drank a bunch of beers at the Super Bowl.
Oh, that Super Bowl party, man.
What was that stuff we were drinking at the party?
It was the Palomas.
The Palomas.
I think that dude doubled up on the vodka.
You and Paloma had
You
a
made
great
friends with
time
that
that
bartender.
night.
The World Beer Chugging Championship time is 1.6 seconds, and I never timed myself. I just know I can do it faster than most people. So I think while we're in Oxnard, this is something we can just try and see.
Wings
if we can
and
break all
beer.
these-
We
yeah.
can
Okay,
Wings
chug, a
hold
Corey
on.
chug.
Wait,
Wings and beer go good
wait.
together.
But I think Corey is doing this for the sport. I think Chiafalo is playing the long game of who will buy him food or give him free things. Like when I see you with your, what is it, Reacher series, episode 3 backpack or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
What is that
Burn
backpack?
Notice season 3. Don't you
Season
ass off
3.
Burn Notice. Season 3 is incredible.
Yeah. I've never seen that show once in your life. But I think he's just angling at, where can I get free food at?
You know him well.
I will definitely tee up every local wing business in Oxnard to see if they want to do a free wing for life kind of deal.
Well, the other thing we're going to do is, Eric, and I don't know how you guys feel about the Whopper, just as a burger.
You guys Burger King guys?
I have not been to Burger
It's
King
okay.
in forever.
The
I
Whopper's
used to like the
fantastic.
chicken fries.
The Whopper's fantastic.
Chicken fries.
A Whopper is good.
It's good.
But Eric is he slams Burger King any chance he can. So I think we're going to go around the fast food burgers. And we're going to give him a chance, the Whopper, and we'll compare it with some of the others. Because Habit Burger's out there, and I've actually not ever had Habit Burger. I think I need to change
I have
that.
not either. I remember how heartbroken Dawson was when they stopped making the Chiking.
Yeah.
Because didn't he eat that like
he was
every day,
single day?
Yeah.
A couple on the way to work.
Groundhog Day was his show. He hit the clock and went to Burger King.
I watched him pull one of those out of his back pocket one time.
What?
I was like, where in the hell did you get that?
Yeah, instead of the pocket dog, he's got the pocket
He
chicken.
literally pulled it out of his ass. He's like,
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, sorry, his buttock.
Drugs.
What's that?
No, his donkey was there.
I think
Hagee
that's
was
where
on.
People
Yeah.
hide drugs sometimes.
Yeah, when you boof it.
Yeah.
We're
Just hope it
boofing.
doesn't the condom doesn't explode.
What is happening right now?
Mike Bufik.
That's when you're smuggling
I think
drugs.
it's your
I think I figured out that part.
What's going on here?
think
when we all
figured-
go before the judge, you're going to be the first one we
The
call.
worst video I've ever seen was earlier today. I'm glad we brought this up. A lady was being arrested for a drug thing, and she proved to them that she didn't have anything in her butt. She proved to them.
Oh, I thought you were going to bring up somebody tried to
She just took a dump right on the middle of the
Oh, my
street.
God.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God.
I
Apologies
saw
to
somebody
anyone
try and
having lunch.
stuff. Yeah.
The lunch rush is over. You guys already did that.
Okay.
Rules are
true.
rules, man.
That's a good.
Oh, that's disgusting.
That's a good point.
She
You don't have
proved
to
her
wait till
point,
dinner.
though. She did. She proved it.
She did prove a point.
Okay,
She did.
Then real quick,
She established dominance.
somebody at Blockbuster once. This is what we just got a memo about.
Is this when you
not-
kicked the guy's window
No, this
in?
is a different time. It was at the same Blockbuster. But they just sent us a memo about not letting people use the employee bathroom.
Oh, wow.
And this lady's like, do you have a bathroom? I said, I'm sorry, we don't have a bathroom for customers. She goes, so you don't have a bathroom here at all? And I was like, no, like I said, we do. Unfortunately, it's just not for customers. And she goes, well, what would you do if I peed on the floor right here? And I go, I don't know, probably call the cops and hand you a mop. She did not think that that was funny.
Was it a tile floor?
Yes, it was.
It was.
Yeah. Still to this day, I think it's
I will
funny.
say this, though. There's a couple times I've had to pull over, and I thank some businesses for letting me go to the restroom.
I get it.
You know, you're like, I can't make it. And I literally, cut in front of traffic to pull over to, the CVS. CVS, I mean,
I think
they
that
say
should
my
get you
life.
out of a ticket. I really do. If they pull you over, you're like, look, it's happening.
Emergency.
No, seriously. There are times I've had soy sauce, and it just,
Yeah, the soy sauce and the orange juice.
And, yeah, it just but CVS saved my life one time. Lady goes, and I tried to buy something like Dove soap, and they didn't have the kind I like.
In exchange to drop a deuce.
Yeah, I got the
I
Dove
did.
soap.
I tried using their bathroom, and I applaud the people that have sprays in their thing, so you can kind of mask the issues.
Oh no,
that
you
might
can't.
have.
The spray never works.
Yeah, it does.
It's
Soy
poopery
sauce
or
wrong?
it
Is it
can.
soy sauce? Soy sauce. Soy
Yeah,
sauce.
he puts like a U in there with it.
Soy sauce. Soy sauce.
Soya sauce.
I hope it's more of this.
That's a Russian spacecraft.
I'm more of a yum yum sauce
Soy.
guy myself.
Dude, that yum yum sauce, no joke.
What do you guys got coming up on the show today? Hopefully just more of this.
Oh, yeah, pure gold as always. A lot of soy sauce situation.
50% of Mavs fans don't like Klay Thompson, supposedly.
I didn't say it was that high.
55%.
Yeah, those people can bleep off.
Wow.
Thank you so much for asking, Hagee. We got Nathaniel Lowe, Rangers player show coming up at 3:20. George Sedano of ESPN to tell why Klay Thompson
Is
such
not
a great
popular?
addition.
Oh,
Nice. Don't. I guess you could ask him that.
We're gonna ask him if he's ever boofed anything.
Roll home.
Hey,
my
George,
God.
why isn't Klay popular?
With the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow.
I'm pooping right here.
I'm going to get through this. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good boof, Kevin.
No, I won't.
Do what?
You've made Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. Who's not in favor of Klay Thompson as a Maverick? 877-881-1053. And why? We will forward that along to Mike Bassick. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you. Shout out to Gavin Dawson on vacation this week. He will be back next week. We've got a lot of new information on what went down in Klay Thompson's decision yesterday, this time, to join your Dallas Mavericks. Not a good night for Team USA as they are eliminated from the Copa America. We've got chance to fire Greg Berhalter, who I probably would agree with, as that was a disgusting match. Brian, I know you watched that, as they lose 1-0 to Uruguay. And, they're hosting the Copa America. And bye-bye. They're not advancing to the round of 16. I mean, really, we knew as soon as they dropped the Panama, that was probably going to be the case. And the Stars have already made a trade today after yesterday trying to add in their new defensive pairings. They've moved Roddick Fox to the St. Louis Blues for cash considerations, and future considerations. So they're basically opening up, I believe, $3.25 million in cap space with the Roddick Fox move. So we'll see. Maybe there's somebody on the Texas Stars Jim Nill's got his eye on to go ahead and make that replacement there on that fourth line for Roddick Fox. But, hey, shout out to him. That game-scoring, clinching goal in Game 7 against the Vegas Golden Knights, we'll forever remember that. Series 1, down 2-0. They come all the way back. Game 7, Roddick Fox with the dagger to send the defending champs home as the Stars had a fantastic postseason run, and they continue to go ahead and build what we hope to be a Cup champion next year. How the hell are you guys doing on a Tolo Tuesday?
I'm doing wonderful, man. Doing fantastic. Great to be here. It's a great week. It's a great time. And it just feels good to know that my Western Conference champion basketball team is even better than what they were.
So much better.
As Western Conference champions just a couple of weeks ago. So, yeah I'm doing great over here, Wolchuk. And Broaddus is wearing his LSU purple, Barney purple shirt. So, you know he's having a good day.
Yeah, I just looked in the closet, and it was kind of hanging there. Thought I'd put it on.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's rock it.
Do whatever I have to do to be part of this thing. But yeah, U.S. soccer last night, what a disappointment.
Yeah, big time.
I tell you what, it's
Broaddus has been talking about this the whole time he's been here at the station. Anytime I see him having a conversation with somebody.
I'm surprised you opened up with the purple shirt today when you know how mad I was about U.S. soccer.
It's lamenting. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And
I was just trying to bring
I think
up. You look great in the shirt, man.
A lot of people who don't even care about soccer are probably mad.
Yeah, it's highly disappointing that the resources that are poured into U.S. soccer, the programs, the club levels, the coaching, the management, all that the federation can't get it right with a hire. They can't get it right. I'll tell you what, it's more than the coaching. You got to look at the players. You got to look at the valuations, the schools. I'm calling it all out. I'm calling the federation out for them. Maybe there's some people on that board that maybe their jobs need to be in question here, because you can't be the size that we are, the country that is, and have all the resources and the abilities and the camps and the schools and the access to the players. I mean, my whole life, all I've done is drive by fields and watch people playing soccer. Both boys and girls.
I feel like it's the first sport we kind of start playing.
Yeah, the women's program for such a long time, such a great run. We're at the end of that era, and a new era is about to. But they keep talking about this as the golden era of men's soccer in the U.S., and that's a bunch of BS is what that is right now. You look at the way that they've played, the way that they've performed. It's really disappointing. And I'm not saying you have to go out there and Uruguay is a really good program, good team. That was going to be a tough match when you saw the draw, but when the draw happened, you were looking at like they have a chance to get out of this draw.
Yeah, you beat Bolivia, you beat Panama.
Yeah,
you move on.
And they go down a man, and Tim Way takes a swing, and next thing you know, you get up a goal. Now you're even, and then you give up a goal late. But it's just this is a colossal failure. And here we are. So many people have put things ahead to bring the World Cup back to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of feel like we're no damn different than we were in 1994 when we hosted this thing. You know what I'm saying? On the men's side of it.
Kind of seems like it's taking a step back.
It just has.
Yeah.
It has, with all and even more funds, more kids playing,
There's no
players
excuse. Playing overseas.
They used to blame it on the MLS.
Yeah.
That, they're not getting the proper coaching and all. Every one of our players plays overseas for clubs, teams, and we're still at the point we are right now. This is embarrassing, and if nothing changes in 2 years, we're going to be another one of those host countries that gets embarrassed and gets knocked out again. And it's a shame that all that is put forth to try and make this program great, and they haven't got it right. And that's it. And the soccer fan in the United States, very passionate. They're very John Machota-like. They'll put their money where their mouth is. They will travel. They will fill up places. A great crowd last night in in Kansas City. The match before in Atlanta, great crowds there trying to bring these guys home, and they play like that. And there needs to be an examination within. And I'm not talking about just the players and the coaches. I'm talking about the whole federation.
Yeah.
They need to. U.S. soccer is not where it needs to be.
Not at all. 2
years away from hosting the World Cup, or we will get embarrassed again.
Absolutely. You have no chance of making it to the knockout stage.
Bravo, sir.
That was
fantastic.
This. Yeah, it's it really is. I think everybody needs to look themselves in the mirror there with the federation. I absolutely agree with
Let's
you.
clip that thing and tag Berhalter.
I don't care who you tag, but and maybe there's folks out there driving around that don't care anything about soccer.
No, but we all care about our country. We don't want to get embarrassed.
You don't want to get embarrassed on a national stage.
You absolutely don't want to get embarrassed. And heck, what happened the other day? Japan beat us in football.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't.
Maybe we need to kind of figure some things out there too with that federation.
That was pretty disappointing.
But yeah, that to me, countries are getting better at these sports, but we've always been behind in soccer. We've always been behind in soccer. And so it's unfortunate that there's no more excuses. No. There's no more excuses about leagues or coaching or clinics or anything. The access, the money that we had that we poured in this program, there's no excuses anymore.
It's supposed to be the golden age. I don't want to hear that again.
Yeah.
Definitely not the golden age of U.S. soccer.
Not at all.
Far from that.
Yep.
Now, we've gotten a lot more information on Klay Thompson and what went on behind the scenes of his decision, and shout out to Kyrie. This was kind of a fun triangle when you look at Kyrie recruiting Klay, and obviously props to Nico Harrison. I mean, him and Michael Finley and his agent, they met together on Sunday night, but you had Kyrie, who was also talking and meeting with Klay, and LeBron, who was pushing hard for the Lakers to sign Klay on Sunday night, which was then countered by the meeting between Klay Thompson and Kyrie Irving prior to him signing with the Mavericks. So it's pretty fun considering, the history of all three of these players, with Kyrie and LeBron having battled together against Klay and those dynastic Warriors teams. But Kyrie doing his best as a recruiter, and I will say, that's the impact that he can have. Of course, Nico and the relationships to get Kyrie here. You're starting to see he's able to go out there and meet with a Klay Thompson, and you actually get a player that wants to sign with you, which the Mavericks have not been able to have for so many years. And now you get Klay Thompson. Luka, he's playing with Slovenia right now. It looks like they're going to lose in their game today against Croatia. They're down at halftime, and it's going to be an uphill battle. And that might be, hey, they don't qualify for the Olympics. You don't have to worry about Luka playing more basketball.
Is it fair for me to say that I've been actively rooting for his team to lose every single time they play?
Sure, I can understand.
He's grimacing. He's grimacing. He's clearly banged up. He's
Absolutely.
Not right. He should not be playing.
I'm not upset if they don't make. I know that hurts for Luka and all of Slovenia, but I wouldn't be upset as a Maverick fan to allow him to get some rest and go ahead and recover a little bit from what a long, grueling season this was. But now you've got Steph, who's also reacted to Klay. He put out a very heartfelt post on Instagram. We thank Klay for his contributions, wish him the best as another chapter in his journey is written. There's more. It's rather lengthy, but they are going to retire his number 11 jersey there with the Golden State Warriors, as they should. But the other element of this was on Sirius XM radio, Klay Thompson's dad. We had all the news about, his dad is with the Lakers organization. He played with the Lakers, and Klay, is he going to go there and play? So Michael Thompson talking about his son signing with the Mavs over his beloved Lakers.
What were your initial thoughts when, I'm sure he talked to you about it, but when this whole thing went down over the last 24 hours? Yeah, hold your congratulations, Frank. And Scal. I'm not too feeling too much in a congratulatory mood right now. Because obviously it's Klay's decision, it's his life. He's a grown man, 34 years of age, just like we were 34 at one time. Scal, Frank, and our father used to give us advice, and we would go choose our own path, and that's fine. That's what life is supposed to be about. But I'm really disappointed. I was hoping, as you can assess, that he would be a Laker, and it was close. It came down to the Lakers and the Mavs, but the Mavs won out. But me, I was hoping and praying he'd finish his career with the Lakers.
How close was it, and how involved did you get in trying to connect that?
When he told me that the Lakers were talking to him and or going to talk to him, and the Mavs too, obviously I tried to sell playing for the Lakers. Obviously that's the right thing for me to do and the proper thing for me to do, and I felt like it was the correct thing for me to do because I really believe in this franchise. The franchise has been so good to me and my family, including Klay. He grew up a Laker fan. He grew up idolizing Kobe Bryant like most players his age, most kids his age. So I just thought it seemed like it would be the perfect fit for him to finally come back home because we always talked about him playing for the Lakers if he was not a Golden State Warrior. Where else would he want to play? And, of course, being a fan of Kobe's, he would have loved to have played for the Lakers, but he had a chance, and when the chance came, he chose the Mavericks instead. And I'll live with it. I accept it, and I'm happy for him that he's happy with his decision. But, yeah, of course, I tried to sell him on the Lakers.
Man, deeply entrenched.
It kind of makes me.
Gosh,
that makes me so much happier, honestly.
Yeah,
being able to just give the middle finger to the Lakers fan, and this is 2 years in a row. They wanted Kyrie. LeBron was like, "Please get me Kyrie back with the Lakers." Kyrie says, "No, I'm going to stick with the Mavs here." And then now you've got Klay, and we heard. He took less. Granted, I know we talked about the state income taxes, which is extremely fair. But he's looking at both these situations and realizing, hey, I'm getting recruited by LeBron as well, but here's Kyrie pitching to me. And it's like, yeah, this team was 3 wins away from winning a championship. The fierce competitor that is Klay Thompson, he's like, you know what? I know I've got all this history with the Lakers. I love you, Dad. I'm going to go ahead and play with the Mavericks.
Pretty amazing, dude. Pretty amazing. Alpha decision maker right there. A guy who just wants to be a champion more than please his own dad or LeBron James himself, who's picking up the phone immediately when free agency opens to call him, hey, Klay, I will take a pay cut here to take you away from Steph Curry. Please, let's do this thing. His dad is a radio broadcaster for the Lakers, constantly, not just in support of his son, whatever you do. He's clearly let's go to the Lakers. Shout out to Kyrie for the amount of recruiting that he was able to pull off in that relationship there. But just in general, the state of the Mavericks is an inviting place for guys like Klay Thompson right now. And that is an awesome place to be because it feels like it's the first time we've ever been here.
Your daughters have a chance to sign with a WNBA team that maybe, say you were working for another WNBA team. Your daughters have a chance. How heavily involved are you going to try and be to maybe make them go to that team? Or are you just going to take the approach of, hey, you know what? He's 34, 35 years old. He's made his decisions all his life. I'll be happy for him wherever he goes. How would you guys handle that? Because I have an idea how I handle that. I would handle that.
Which is different than the way Michael Thompson just handled it.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Because my dad did the same thing for me. I grew up in an A&M family, and I knew everything about Texas A&M. Not 1 minute did my dad ever say, well, you could go to Texas A&M. He completely backed out of it. Me personally, Bennett ended up at Texas, and he got into a bunch of other schools. I wanted him to go to Tulane, but I never once ever said, well, you got to think about Tulane, son. What about Tulane here?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. To me, I appreciate Klay making his own decision, but I don't know if I would recruit my kid like that.
I love the way that you handled it. I think that's exactly how I would do that too. I want you to make your own decision. And you can, if you want to ask for my advice.
Maybe because my dad did it to me.
Yeah, and that could be the case too, but I also have always felt like if you get pushed in one direction, it's almost going to make you want to go the other if it's not something you really have a feeling towards. So I'm all for. I agree with you. Go ahead and if you want to ask me my thoughts, I'm here to give it to you.
Right.
But otherwise, you're your own person, and I hope that I've raised you
to make the right decision
for yourself.
Yeah, to make the decision for yourself. You could be disappointed and stuff, and I think he handled it well at the end. But to me, I'm here for the advice. if you want my opinion, I'll be happy to give you my opinion. But I'm always interested in him making his own decisions. And I applaud Klay Thompson for saying, no, Dad, I really want to play for the Dallas Mavericks, and they're offering me this chance. And, and hey, despite what you said, you guys are not a championship caliber team. The team down in Dallas might be, and I'm going to go chase that ring there.
Absolutely.
All right, G-Bag of the Day is coming up next, plus a new invention that might be an offense to our resident Krusty here. That's next in the nation.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Big shout out to Pappy. And, of course, that's our guy, Tim from Carthage, big-time Tolo, awesome human being, driving down to Houston with his lovely daughter, Lauren, right now as he's going to get that heart tested in Houston today.
Ooh, we're thinking about you, Pappy.
Thinking about you. And, of course, shout out to Lauren getting it done there. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in less than 10 minutes with Lucius Alexander. We got, I think, something that might be offensive here to Broadus, which is always a good time. But the segment here in the G-Bag Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You know, life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Well, Chuck, man, what's in the water over there in your neck of the woods?
Oh, at Plano?
16-year-old Plano gymnast, youngest member to join Team USA at Paris Olympics. Are you kidding me, dude?
Yeah, we got Woga there, which was Nastia Lukin's dad.
There you go.
He created
club-level stuff going
Woga
on there.
Gymnastics.
Yep.
So it started with Carly Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
Then, of course, Nastia Lukin, his daughter. And then, now we got Hesley, who's doing an excellent job. So, yeah, Plano, we're breeding just Olympic gymnastics right now. It's awesome.
My gosh, dude, that is fantastic. 16 years old competing in anything at the Olympics just sounds insane to me. I saw something the other day, like a sports science deal. Simone Biles, she gets herself like 12 feet into the air.
The rotation
she's not even
It's
5
incredible.
feet tall.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when it comes to like the Olympic events, and we'll watch some of this together in Oxnard, but to me, like, gymnastics has always been one of the tops. And the U.S. team's always been very, very good.
Very good, yeah.
So when it comes to like the all around and the team, we're usually winning gold. But it's incredible, even what the men are able to do with the bars and everything, and the rings.
Yeah,
it's freaking crazy
Darren
what
Cross.
these athletes are able to do.
Yeah,
I couldn't do the balance beam. I don't know how they do. Like, they're flipping and doing all kinds of stuff on the balance beam. I mean, Lucius, you married a gymnast. It's freaking insane what they're able to do.
Yeah, dude, I can't even. I like just when I saw that about Simone Biles reaching 12 feet into the air.
You ever seen her floor exercise that they do when she gets running and the speed she generates going across that floor, and then the elevation she gets is incredible.
It's explosive, man.
Yeah, that's why she's a multi talented and multi-championed Olympus.
Heck yeah, she is. Yeah. Hey, Jason Tatum, dude, this new contract he's got, he's going to be making more per year by himself than the entire Oakland Athletics payroll.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
That's not exactly surprising to hear.
Luke is about to get the big $350 million bad boy. Jason Tatum got the 5-year, $315 extension yesterday. And what that amounts to is just an insane amount of money. But Lucas is going to be even fatter this time next year.
Gosh.
I mean, even after Jason Tatum's deal, Michael Jordan will still own the highest salary paid in a single season. Tatum would earn $71.4 million in the 2029 season. And based on current inflation, Jordan's $33 million from the 97 season will actually be equal to that. Actually, a little bit more, equal to $74.7 million. So inflation-wise, MJ's still like the most pound-for-pound highest paid in a single year because he got almost $35 million in 1997. But over $70 million is what you're going to have per year for Jason Tatum when you get into the later years in that deal.
Do you kind of feel like this is why we're seeing maybe that Cuban and the Celtics
owner
getting out of this thing?
Some of the, just the cost of the, and they're all fully guaranteed.
Just the cost of that, and how it is one mistake like that. It's Bobby Bonilla time.
And yesterday was Bobby Bonilla day.
You're getting $1.3 million for the rest of your life, kind of thing.
Yeah. They're going to be deferring those bad boys.
It's just I just wonder why. I mean, like I say, the Celtics. Maybe this ownership group they see something. You mentioned that maybe something to do with the television, the revenues, things like that down the pike.
Okay, so we have got to throw this up on the fan cam now here, Carter. I was introduced to something today. Through the power of technology, there's apparently a new invention here that will assist folks at the crawfish boil. And Broadus, I want to get your expertise on the matter, because this thing here is, and I believe it is on the fan cam now for those watching their YouTube and Twitch. But this is like an assister. It's like a little pincher there. You pinch the tail, and it seems like the easiest way to open up the crawfish and get it done to peel it open.
Right.
So it's less work involved. There's a little utensil now that pinches the tail and it just slides right out. It's beautiful. This seems like a no-brainer. I cannot wait to bring this with me over to your house for your next crawfish boil.
You know what? I'll be happy to teach you how to peel crawfish, which I do, or I will peel for people that aren't interested or like, hey, I've never really done this or never tried this. I will peel for you. I could see using that device, the tail cleaner is really what it is. You're pulling that shell off the tail.
Is this a new invention, or have you seen these?
I have not. I've never seen these.
Are you offended by even the notion of these? Honestly, would you drop kick me out of your backyard if I brought one of these?
I'll tell you that no, I wouldn't. But what's interesting about it is I would use that device if I was just peeling tails to put in sacks to put in deep freeze.
What about for like crawfish etouffee or something?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm whipping up a dish for you guys, and I don't want to sit there and individually, and I could peel fast.
Oh, I've seen you.
I could peel fast, but this device here looks like you could blow through some crawfish. So if you have like 5 pounds of crawfish, tells you instead of peeling them all, and you have this device that just pulls the tail.
Pinch and pull.
That to me right there, that's a good way to get tail meat for gumbos and etouffees and stuff like that.
When you're solo cooking something, but not when you're at
that's
the...
a great idea.
When you're a crawfish boil, just learn how to peel.
You're side-eyeing this guy,
you
right?
You want to get some of the spice and the juice and stuff on your hands while you're eating it. Like that's part of the process.
I just think if you're making po' boys or all those things that I mentioned, this is a fast way to peel 5 pounds of crawfish. But if you're showing up at the party doing it that way, I'm not going to side eye you, but I'm gonna be like,
I think you're going to side eye a little.
Can I help you? Can I teach you how to peel? I can't.
You're going to start patronizing.
No, I'm going to start teaching people. I want to teach people how to peel. I mean, there's people like I've been to a bunch of crawfish boils here lately where people have like, hey, let me try this show, and you show me, and they get it. They get it going pretty quick.
972 said it only works on cold crawfish. Tried it at their crawfish boil in May.
Yeah,
I guess it doesn't work on the warm stuff. But shout out to Glenn Beasley for tagging us on this and on the.
So it's only cold ones,
and I guess
sometimes you get a little bit mushy crawfish too. So cold ones make sense because that way it's a little bit firmer to clip the tail and then to pull it. So yeah, I could see that.
All right. Well, there's your new invention of the day. I think Broadus is holding back on just how offended he is by this invention, but I respect your gentleman-like nature.
No, I am offended, but I'm not offended because of I could see the use for gumbos and other dishes, not at the crawfish boil itself.
All right, let's head into the Pimp Cup. It's G-Bag of the Day time with Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, that looks like a device that you would get at Whole Foods or something.
Yeah.
All right, sells a little crawfish boil. Got to get these devices first there, dear.
Handing it out to everybody.
Yeah, here's yours. Here's yours.
I'm going to get my hands dirty.
Here's yours.
Lucius, is that a Cal Bears hat?
Yeah, I believe so.
You just like the block C, don't you?
Yeah. I just put it on for the gym. This is a gym hat. I just sweated in it so much where I know I can just wear this joint.
I got you. Looks like a little Cal
I come
Bears.
straight from the gym to here. So shout out to Carter for dealing with me. I don't stink, but I don't, I really don't know if I do.
Right.
Don't know.
I get fooled all the time. Like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm
and
straight.
My wife checks me big time.
All right, let's see here. I believe this is day 2 right here. We're going to the WNBA. Las Vegas Aces head coach Becky Hammond. She had her players back. Asia Wilson, she had her back. She heard some stuff out there in the internet streets, and she wanted to get it straight. Damn it.
By the way, I don't know who posted whatever, but it had her as the pettiest hooper on the planet, and I'm assuming it meant prettiest.
No, it's petty. Like,
What you mean? They did it right? I was like, they forgot the R.
No, pretty too.
What you mean? What you mean?
It's definitely petty.
I forgot the R.
Prettiest?
No, it's petty. Like,
What you mean? They did it right? I was like, they forgot the R.
That's hilarious.
It's incredible what you mean, too.
What you mean?
Becky and them are on tonight.
I forgot the R. Yeah.
They're playing the Fever.
Yes, they sure are. Seen that too this morning on the little stroll by.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we got right here. Hot mic situation. Hot mic.
Ooh. My heart goes out already.
Chicago Cubs. It's the post-game situation. It's called Cubs Live. The host is Cole Wright and Cliff Floyd.
Oh, the old pitcher.
They're on the Marquee Sports Network. Little hot mic. Somebody had the bubble guts, and they didn't mind talking about it. During the hot mic. Yeah.
All the hot water you can all night. You got bubble guts deluxe. Disgusting. 15 doors. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, Cubs fans, Cliff's drinking that magic elixir.
Magical elixir is what you need right now for them bubble guts.
It's a true pro, just going right back into it right there.
The sounds that he was making there, too.
Yeah, it was kicking his behind.
That sounded rough.
Just going to go one more time to it.
All the hot water you can all night. You got bubble guts deluxe. Disgusting.
Disgusting. That's disgusting.
A little something.
17 years.
Hey, what are you talking about? What?
17 years Cliff Floyd played in the league.
Okay.
I thought he was he's actually an outfielder.
Okay.
He's left fielder, yeah.
Shout out to Google, man.
Yeah, I'm Googling him up. I wasn't sure.
Eric said you have a purple shirt on, like the dinosaur.
Barney.
Brought us the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Oh, the Grimace. What is it, the Grimace?
Dinosaur.
Yeah, I got a Grimace vibe going, too. Yeah.
Grimace, the thing that the Mets are loving right now?
McDonald's.
It's purple, right? Isn't it purple?
Yeah. Have you seen how it's shaped? Grimace? Have you paid attention to it till now?
Very frumpy.
Let me see. I'm going to turn my mic off and tell y'all. Right?
Oh, my goodness.
Am I tripping?
You're not.
It probably smells like one, too.
No, you're not. Yeah, I remember the last thing that thing got laundered.
Looks like a little plug. Hey, let's see what else we got right here. Godfrey the comedian got a Tolo to hit us up on the fan text yesterday. It was like, Lucius, you've got to play Godfrey the comedian, talking about boxers being interviewed after the fight. And this happens all the time to like MMA fighters. I seen one guy Saturday night take a foot to the face. My God. And then had to interview him after the fight. It's ridiculous. Listen to Godfrey.
I don't even know why they talk to boxers like right away. How do they do that? Why do they do it? They do this on purpose. Why do you talk to the boxer right after the fight? Give him a time to rest. His brain has been beaten in, especially the part of the speech area. Give him the microphone, quickly. Former heavyweight champion right here. What a fight. You had it, man. Ninth round knockout. It was This was planned.
This was planned.
He didn't hit that hard, baby. He didn't hit that hard. Oh, yes, he did. Because you don't know where the you are. Anyway, I did what I can. God bless me. Oh, no, God didn't. He blessed me with everything. I'm making a comeback. Oh, no, you're not.
It's an extremely fair point. I mean,
well, the ones that get knocked out, I mean, even in the UFC as well, we just shouldn't be interviewing.
That's awful, bro. I seen the dude take a foot to the face on Saturday. That was awful. And then he fell back. Dude. And then my man, like, the guy that was beating him up realized, hey, he's not all the way down, so let me go punch his face into the mat while he's already down, bro.
Yeah. Herb Dean's like, yeah, go get that CTE, buddy.
His head bounced off the mat. I was like, somebody get in front of him. It's over.
So bad.
He's not going to come back from this point.
There were some epic KOs this weekend, dude.
Yeah, there were.
Yes.
He's a good UFC coach.
Even interviewing the winner, oftentimes he's just because he won doesn't mean he didn't just get completely annihilated.
Exactly.
For a while.
He punched drunk too, man. Shout out to the fan text, Brontosaurus Rex. That's hilarious.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Hey, Brontos, if you were a dinosaur, you would be a Interruptosaurus Rex.
But
that is good.
Ah, yeah.
That is good.
Interruptosaurus.
Interruptosaurus
Is that an herbivore or an omnivore?
I'm sorry, Brothers. I'm just be tripping
No,
in
man,
here,
you're
man.
good. You're good.
I don't get much time, so you know what? I got to do what I got to do.
Hey, can I vote for that joke? That's pretty strong. That's good.
And then interrupt the Source Rex. But All right, let's see. I got one more. Or should I let it? I'm going to let it ride. Now I'm going to let it ride.
Let it ride?
Let it ride to tomorrow.
All right, is it
Yeah.
the one-time champ, Becky Hammond, always got her players back? Is it the Cubs' hot mic bubble guts, or is it Godfrey saying avoid the boxer interviews post-fight? That's fair. It's a fair suggestion.
I want to hear Brothers sing, I love you, you love me.
Oh, the Barney song, dude. That would be epic. Yes, please.
Oh, man. This is tough. I think I'm going to go with Godfrey there, though. I think that was pretty fantastic, Lucius. What say you?
Yes, Godfrey.
All right, 2-0. Wolchuk.
I'll go with the bubble gut situation.
Okay, 2-1. Broadus, it's on you.
Yeah, let's go with the boxers.
Okay, 3-1. Congratulations, Godfrey, the new G-Bag of the Day champion. Coming up next, Krusty's Dinosaur Corner.
Yes. Is your secondary any good? We'll talk about that next.
Come.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it?
Just, we will have NFL News of the Day coming up on the other side, but Rangers Player Show, Nathaniel Lowe, coming up at 3:20. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, king of the Krusties, Barney.
Thank you. What voice does Barney do? He's kind of a.
He's kind of Eeyore.
Kind of. Oh,
it's a little deeper.
I love you.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It's not very Elmo-y. It's more
Elmo-y's kind of.
Yeah.
Wow.
My kids love that, or at least my youngest.
The Tickle Me Elmos.
Yeah. Yeah.
They used to like. I remember like during the holiday season, you'd be out buying toys and stuff. There are people fist fighting for that thing.
Those were super popular.
The
Yeah, they
Elmo
were.
toys.
Elmo,
Yeah.
like people
Yeah.
like throwing down in the store.
My youngest is all about the Elmo that she's got.
I did love Elmo growing up, but I watched a lot of Barney, man. I think like my first Halloween costume, I was Barney.
Got to put some respect on Barney's name, man. That is a DFW staple,
Absolutely.
Right there. Our very own.
Barney's he's a local guy.
Local legend, hometown hero, yeah.
Barney and Wishbone.
Putting the city on his back.
Okay, wait. The guy in the suit, the guy in the suit, or is it a gal or a guy in the suit?
Oh, I think it was a
guy.
dude. Yeah, I mean,
One
I don't
of-
want to
one of
assume
them-
any genders. It's
One of them might.
But
not have been.
he's born
I know
and
the
raised.
creators were fresh out of Dallas.
Were they?
The ladies that created that situation, fresh out of Dallas.
I think it was filmed in Carrollton.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's wonderful. I did love that show too.
Carrollton, stand up.
Did he give good advice, or was he kind of just a pain in the ass?
It's really
It was
hard
the
to
songs.
remember. Yeah,
It was all about the songs.
Just the songs.
Yeah, it was great. It was all about sharing and being nice to your brother and sister and everything.
Yeah.
Listening to your parents.
Good life lessons.
Eat healthy.
Barney eat healthy?
Oh yeah, eat apples and bananas.
Was he wasn't the healthiest guy though, was he? Barney?
Why? Just because he
I
had a
mean,
big
he's
gut?
giving advice, and you're like looking at him like, I don't know, Barney, you don't look like.
He's a big bone dinosaur.
It's like your coach. You're not running enough. You know?
We didn't get Barney
Guys
like
yelling at you with a bullhorn. You're not doing it right, and then you're like going.
He's like
what is-
Wendy telling Luca to lose weight and be better.
Yeah. Yeah, but we never saw Barney in his physical prime either. We saw him when he was a little bit towards the end, a little bit wiser version of himself. He kind of let his body get away from him, but who doesn't at a particular age?
How old do you think? Okay, this is. Matter of fact, I told a story today because I was on a podcast that morning.
Of course you were.
And we were talking about mascots.
Uh-huh.
And the funniest thing I ever saw was Rowdy blocking a kick of Mitch Berger. Have I ever tell you this story?
No.
Wait, which Berger?
Mitch Berger. He was a punter kicker for the Saints. He was a punter, but a kickoff guy. And we were talking about funny things we've seen mascots do. And Rowdy Berger kept running up like he was practicing his steps.
It's like in the pregame or something?
Yeah, he was practicing his steps. And Rowdy, my guy, he jumped across like in front.
Laid out.
Thinking, he was just going to practice his steps. Berger kicks it.
Doinks off Rowdy's dome.
Berger falls over.
Oh,
Rowdy.
my gosh.
He's trying to kind of rip his head off. Like Berger's laying on top of him.
Now we get a fight going on?
Yeah,
Berger's ticked?
Yeah,
Hell
he's
yeah.
ticked because Rowdy blocked the kick and tumbles over, makes he falls over Rowdy on the ground.
I had no idea about
That's
the
amazing.
athletic prowess of Rowdy. I mean, shout out to that guy.
You got to be somewhat of an athlete to be a mascot.
Yeah, I think there's levels to it.
You have to be.
Like if you're the Denver Nuggets mascot, you got to be legit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
wait a
they're
minute
looking
now.
for,
Hey, there's video of the Denver Nugget mascot coming down from the ceiling.
Yeah,
He passes out. He passes out.
That's part of the bit.
No, he literally, when he hit the ground, he fainted. The blood, he lost all the blood in his body.
Okay, so he's not up for the task then. So that's why I just saw that there is a new job opening for the Denver Nuggets mascot.
Man.
That guy's getting paid like 6 figures a year.
Yeah.
You got to be a real talented
You do.
individual. They have a whole
Seriously,
obstacle
you
course.
go
That
on
old
YouTube.
Spurs Coyote?
You could go on YouTube. Denver Nugget. I don't know the guy's
Just
name.
pass out. Was it recent?
I think it was a while ago.
Okay.
But they're lowering him from the ceiling, from the roof, and
Yeah.
his body goes limp.
Ta-da!
And he
pissed.
hits the ground. He goes and hits the ground and completely just crumples.
Oh, man.
I can't wait to watch
the
this,
altitude.
Man.
I don't know,
got to
but
him.
the dude's like kind of trying to help him up. And
Feels like this would have been prime around the rim content. I can't believe I let it slip through the cracks.
I tell you what, look it up. Denver Nugget mascot, and he passes out on the way down. I mean, you could see his body go lifeless. You know, as he's being lowered.
Did they go resuscitation? Did they a little mouth to mouth situation?
The video ended right there.
Oh no, that's a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
What happened to that guy?
But they picked him up. I assume they had to.
I don't know how you'd really know.
Don't
that he's even
assume
out.
that this guy's alive.
Well, I assume
Can't
he is.
This was
assume.
back in.
Yeah, he's just
2020.
dangling there like a Christmas
Yeah,
ornament.
and then when he hits the ground, he like completely collapses.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah.
I think
Serious.
he's out the whole time too. They're like dangling him down from the
Yeah,
ceiling.
it's
Oh my
like
gosh,
It's
look
like
at that.
Sting.
Yeah.
This is like Sting, bro.
Arms are just lifeless.
I told
Watching
you,
his
man.
legs just go jelly on him when they hit the ground and he just
This is
completely dumps
crazy.
over.
I need to tweet this out or something
What
like that.
happened to this guy?
He passed
I
out
got
like
you.
his
I got you, Brian.
blood loss on the way down.
It looked like an Owen Hart, bro.
Yeah, it's like he's just
This is from 2013. Okay, so this is just over a decade ago, man. This is crazy.
Yeah.
What a video
That's
of
very
this.
sad.
yeah. If we'll check again. I swear.
Yeah, I got you. I'm tweeting it out now.
Yeah, mascot.
Poor Rocky, man.
Is it? Oh, it is Rocky. Is that his name?
Yeah.
I bet the parents were like,
Rocky Mountains.
Parents were trying to talk to the kids at night. No, he's okay. That's just part of the act.
He just went to the farm.
The parents the whole time. The kids they can't buy him.
Is he okay? Mom, is he all right?
Mom, is he all right? Is he all right? Oh yeah, he's fine. Is there like
Rocky's
a stretcher taking him off?
Rocky's in a better place.
I think the best thing about the video is like the Nugget dancers are just going.
Yeah, they're keeping it.
They're keeping it.
They're keeping the party alive.
They're keeping the party alive.
Nothing to see here,
Don't mind the
kids.
dead coyote hanging from the rafters.
Gosh.
It's our sacrifice for the game tonight.
Yeah.
This is how all in we are as an organization.
They win by 20.
Tribal night.
Incredible, dude.
Yeah.
The lifeless body of a mascot coyote there. And you're right, Walchuk. I don't think there's a single second of him propelling down where he is awake and has his wits about him.
The
This
arms
dude
are
is
dangling.
limp from the jump. He must
Yeah.
have been hyperventilating up there before.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, here you go, Rocky. And they
Oh.
just shoved him off the rooftop there of the
All right.
arena. That's
not good.
incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mascot talk is. I love mascot.
I do love a good
No,
mascot.
no
though.
other team has had something like that hanging from their rafters.
I actually saw a list like top 10 Olympic mascots. Maybe we'll bust that out when we get closer to the Olympics.
He tried to microdose before the game. And he went a little too far,
That
bro.
pregame got a little
Lucy,
away
did you
from
see him
him.
like he's
Yeah, I love
completely
it.
limp? He's just
He is.
completely limp. I was laughing. I'm like, man, all right, whatever.
I'm so glad you got this to our attention here,
Yeah.
Protus. This is an incredible video.
All right.
Drop like that Times Square ball.
We need to do like a sports CSI on this and figure out what happened to this
3,
guy.
2. It's like it's our guy Cohen. We got our guy Cohen.
Oh, God.
What's the guy? Andy Cohen.
Cohen,
And
Andy.
he's dropping Andy Cohen down. He's all like,
Andy Cohen with the 411.
All right, here we go. I promised you some football talk. We're getting close. I mean, we're getting close to being football full time here.
We are.
But anyway, my friends at Pro Football Focus put out their list of their top defensive backs, top positional group defensive backs by team.
Okay.
By team. Dallas Cowboys at one time they were in the top 10 in this. You think they still are?
They should be.
I mean, I guess
You're not going to find a better duo than Bland and Diggs, in my opinion.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, when they're both at their best, for sure.
Yeah.
Not knowing like what version of Diggs you're getting off an ACL, I think.
I mean, at
is
some
fair,
point,
but-
I think he's going to get back to form. It's just how long will it take?
Yeah, but full secondary. I mean, how much love do you have for these safeties?
Yeah, I mean, the safety play I don't think was very good towards the end of last season at all.
And
Here we
even
go.
like Jordan Lewis is your nickel, I guess, to start here. I don't know. They
Yeah,
might
you
play
felt good
around
with
that.
Gilmore, Bland, and Diggs.
Right.
Felt great.
There you go. Jets are number 1.
Okay.
Wow, so the Jets have a top 5 offensive line and a top number 1 secondary.
Secondary, yeah.
And the D-line, I think, was in the top 5.
San Francisco's number 2. You got Ward in that group.
Hufunga's coming off the injury.
Yep. Isaac Yiadom was added on that group too as a slot player.
That's a household name.
Yep. Yeah. Buffalo Bills number 3.
I mean, they just lost Tre'Davious White.
Yep.
I guess they've got Elam, who they drafted.
Benford Douglas, Johnson, but Jordan Pryor's gone.
Yeah,
How do they
like
do
the
that?
safeties.
Yep. So looking at D. Delaney and Taylor Rapp.
Yeah, Micah Hyde's gone too.
Yep. Number 4, Baltimore Ravens.
I got Brandon Stevens playing his own.
Kyle Hamilton.
Nate Wiggins got added to.
Yes, Nate Wiggins was a great
added
pick.
to Buffalo. I mean, excuse me, to the Ravens.
It's a good play right there.
It's a good player.
Number 5, your Miami Dolphins there, Chieftain.
Oh, I'll text my dad right now. He's
number
gonna be
5. Number 6,
He
Cleveland.
lives for these lists.
Cleveland
When
Browns.
you're a Dolphins fan, you have nothing else to live for other than in the offseason knowing that your team is somewhat, by the opinion of another, they're good in an area.
My
That's
gosh.
a Super Bowl championship.
I was just sitting
for
there
him.
thinking, the Cowboys have got to play the number 2 so far. They've got to play the number 4.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to play the number 6, Cleveland Browns.
Ooh.
Seattle is number 7 on this list.
Yeah, Legion of Boom, man. I mean, one of the greatest secondaries to ever do it.
Number 8 is the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
Number 9, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 10 is the New Orleans Saints. Still haven't heard from your Dallas Cowboys yet, have you?
No.
No, which is a little bit ridiculous when you've got the 2 interception leaders over the last 4 years.
Detroit Lions at number 11. That's a little low for the Lions, I think. The Lions got a good group.
Well, Terry and Arnold added now.
Yep. 12 is your Buccaneers. And 13 is your Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys falling out of the top 10 might surprise some, but as this writing, Stephon Gilmore is still a free agent, will be a big loss. Bland, Diggs will form a formidable duo, but they're a boom or bust as they come at the position. They give up a ton of separation, big plays for the payoff of interceptions. It ends up as a net positive for them, but the lowlights bring them down in grading and rankings. Dallas Cowboys number 13 out of that group.
All right. We'll have to hope
Get better.
Kalen Carson can step up, be really good. And we'll see about these safeties. I do think that is a fair question. Let's do some NFL news of the day next. The real reason Rodgers ditched camp. Will there be a team in London? And did any Cowboys linemen make this list? That's next on The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All right, we're about 15 minutes from talking with Nathaniel Lowe on our Rangers Players Show, hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. But let's get into some NFL news of the day. And Brian brought us, we will have the East-West Shrine Bowl again in our own backyard, but it's moving from the Star in Frisco. It's going to be
stadium, huh?
At AT&T Stadium. Yes, they will host the 100th edition of the East-West Shrine Bowl, and we saw plenty of players get drafted from that game.
Did a heck of a job over there.
Absolutely. I mean, Edgerrin Cooper was a participant, Renardo Green. They set a new record when it came to players drafted from that. So a lot of players over the course of history have played in this, whether it was Walter Payton, Lawrence Taylor, John Elway, Gale Sayers. The list goes on and on. But that's going to be fun, and that should be open to the public as well if you want to go check that out.
Yeah, that was, I tell you what, the practices were really, really cool. I know Aisha Morrison, yourself, a lot of Kyle Yeomans, Nick Harrison, I mean, everybody that was involved in the draft show. And again, thanks to all the folks that watched us on the draft show those 3 nights.
Thank you so much.
Really, really appreciate you all. But yeah, I mean, anytime you could get.
You're welcome, by the way, for both you guys.
Oh,
I was just glued.
Did
to
you
that
do
thing.
it from? You did it from Pluckers? Were you?
Well, not night one. Night one, I have to be honest, I didn't because I was hanging out with the Tolos.
Yeah,
but
you
nights
couldn't
2,
add us on your phone or something.
Night 2, day 3. You know how much heavy lifting you got to do there at Pluckers, Walchuk? I mean, you know how many drinks and wings you have to consume
I know.
there. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, but no, thanks to everybody. But yeah, anytime you get to see live looks of football players, that's a good deal.
It is. It absolutely is. Now, there's been a lot of talk.
What were you reading before when I said that?
I just wasn't sure if you were done yet. But I was looking at where I wanted to go next with this. But
okay.
We're going to pick Aaron
London?
Rodgers.
He was directing traffic.
Yeah.
I'll go to London here in a second. We'll save London. Real reason
London
Aaron
calling?
Rodgers apparently skipped Jets mandatory minicamp.
Wait, we have the official. This is the official reason. Albert Breer hinted at some ball tripping excursions with his boys, which is what we all assumed.
I assume too. But this is Connor Hughes of SNY, covers the Jets there in New York.
He's a Jets mouthpiece for the record. He's the guy that they're like, hey, we need some good pub right now. Connor, go ahead and tell him how everything's okay.
Man, you're
within
calling
our
that
locker
man
room.
out.
It's just the fact.
Him and Jamal Adams had a really interesting back and forth as well last year. But apparently his unexcused absence was due to the star quarterback traveling on a pre-planned trip to Egypt.
Yeah.
So that's what he was doing.
Cairo.
He had a plan to go to Egypt, and the team was notified of the scheduling overlap when it later finalized its minicamp dates. And Saleh abruptly informed reporters of Rodgers' absence. As we know, we've played the audio, but not a trip that I guess he could reschedule.
Oh, it's Dr. Jones again.
Because he had to go look at, the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Pyramids.
He went to Egypt.
Yeah.
Now,
you ever been?
Probably the Temple of
no, I've
Karnak
never been to
or
Egypt.
something.
I don't know that I'd be welcomed in Egypt.
Oh, you don't think so?
In fairness.
In fairness.
As of right now.
As of right now.
Just kind of that climate
that's
that we're dealing with.
that's a bad.
Probably stop by the Valley of the Kings or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's interesting. And now he could have been ball tripping in Egypt. We didn't get any denial there that there wasn't an ayahuasca darkness retreat happening there.
What do you think happens in those pyramids, dude? Come on.
You know what?
My man was not getting his money back.
Connect some dots.
Was he Expedian?
That's a good question.
Yeah, maybe he was like.
Does he do commercials for them?
I don't know.
I don't know if he does either.
He couldn't get his money back. My man's I'm sure. Does Aaron Rodgers? He makes enough money where he could charter a plane to do this, couldn't he?
He could. I mean, I think that it is still.
Or is it that,
it's
was
still
that
not
long
an
of a
excuse,
flight,
dude.
right?
He wasn't flying coach.
You find out the dates. You can move some stuff around. And
That's
make
what
sure
I'm
you
saying.
still get an Egypt trip.
No,
in.
dude, no.
Yeah.
Once you put on the calendar that you and your buddies are going to go trip balls at the Soho Square in Egypt, okay, nothing's going to get in the way of that.
I mean, and he made that very clear. But in reality, when you're Aaron Rodgers and you have that kind of money, you can.
That's
make
what I'm saying. I kind of feel like that
you
you can even if you're flying commercial, you're flying commercial, you could rearrange your business class or first class tickets, couldn't you?
Not when you're going to go snorkeling with your buddies at the Tyrian Island. Okay. Again, nothing's getting in the way of that.
Are these the top 10 things you do in Egypt? Is this what we're doing right now? Give me number 4. Come on, go ahead.
Valley of the Kings.
Okay, give me number 6.
Do you even know what are
Abu Simbel Temple Complex.
The Abu Simbel?
The Abu Simbel Temple Complex. You know about that one.
I wonder how many of these he crossed off the bucket list.
It's one of Walchuk's top 10 complexes.
He's got a big complex.
Big complex over here.
Yeah.
I don't know that can even make the top
Number
10 complexes.
9.
The Great Sphinx.
Oh,
The Sphinx
that's number
is
9?
pretty brilliant. Yeah. I think they need to move the Sphinx up. I feel like that should be number 1 on the list.
That's an
Sphinx.
engineering marvel.
I do love a good Sphinx this time of year.
Yeah, you do. Particularly just the way they smell.
Yeah.
Luxor Temple is number 8.
Well, you can go see that in Vegas.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of like a copy and paste situation.
It really
I agree.
is. I feel like once you've seen one Luxor Temple, you've seen them all, right?
That's the one thing that I would say, you know what, Aaron, you could have just gone to Vegas later with your buddies and you could have thrown footballs and done your job.
Like, come on,
and
Aaron.
mandatory.
Priorities here.
If you on the top 10 list you got there, would you try to do all those?
Yeah, I'd be hitting that Ras Muhammad National Park for sure.
He'd
just
love
be
that.
snorkeling, hanging out with my dudes.
He's often said he loves
Hey.
Ras Muhammad.
Let me tell you what, snorkeling, I can't do it.
You panic when you get underwater?
No. My flippers are too big.
What? It's a flipper issue?
Yeah, like I was.
Why don't you just get smaller ones?
He just said his flippers are too big.
The flippers, like the length of the flippers were too big.
Are you kidding me?
I was like floating over like coral that was like a
Oh,
million
you kept
years.
kicking it or something?
I was close to kicking coral that was like a million years old.
You were going to damage the coral.
And they're like, they were like,
Get up.
And they're like, you got to get back on the boat because my flippers were too long, and I was like close to the coral.
Yeah.
Well, we can get you different flippers.
We don't want any quarrels.
But that's what I'm saying. They're like telling me this stuff's a million years old or whatever, and I'm like worried about kicking it over.
Wow, you're just disrespecting everything
No.
about
nature. What the hell?
Yeah,
man?
I mean, seriously.
I'm just telling you, I'm
Yeah,
being
you want to go swim
honest
in
with
poo
you.
water after
No,
this?
that is a tough situation though. That sucks
What
to
are we
like
doing?
Yeah,
literally
I
be born with the defect of not being able to snorkel with your buddies
No, that's
at
tough.
whatever
The-
Egyptian island you want.
That's
to.
a tough situation.
I didn't want to be in the water with the sharks anyway. I was terrified by that whole thing anyway. I just really was.
Yeah, man.
Sounds like it was a win for you then.
Yeah, getting kicked out. Yeah, and asked me to leave. Get up.
It is.
Get back on the boat.
How about the draft in D.C.? They're working on a bid for 2027, which would include events at the National Mall there in D.C. Could be fun. Of course, we got that in Green Bay. If you want to go, make sure you get an Airbnb now.
I think it'd be cool if
costs are crazy.
I think if they brought back each president to announce the pick.
Oh man,
Like George Washington does the first pick.
Well, with AI, we might be, with AI, we could do that these days.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Whatever pick you are, you get that president to announce
With the hologram.
Yeah, exactly.
We can make that happen.
With the 43rd pick.
I want to see somebody talk with those wooden teeth that they all have.
Oh, yes. Well, we can just get Bob Ryan out there. He'll be good to go.
What are you doing over
dress
there?
up
Bob
as-
Ryan's a nice man.
He's a sweetheart,
He
but
is.
he could dress up like
He
George
came on our
Washington.
air.
Yeah, he did, much like you dress up as Ben Franklin, spitting image. We wouldn't know the difference.
I showed the picture to some people about that. They're like, man, that is
Damn.
pretty.
You're crushing it.
pretty close.
I can't believe that's not your Twitter profile picture.
It should
or
be.
something.
Oh.
It should be. All right, CBS Sports ranked the top interior lineman of 2024. Your Dallas Cowboy, friend of the show, one of the best to ever do it, future Hall of Famer Zach Martin, is your new top guy on the list.
Oh,
Yeah.
all time?
Not all time. Not all time.
Or
It
just
was
ranked in this year?
just ranking for this year.
Okay, let's be honest
So
here.
he's your top ranked guard coming into this season. You've also got Tyler Smith, who's right behind him at number 4. Joe Tooney is on the list of the Chiefs. Chris Lindstrom of the Falcons has
I
also
was
made
wrong
it.
about Chris Lindstrom.
Kevin Zeitler of the Ravens. Joel Bitonio of the Browns. Landon Dickerson of the Eagles got on here. How about Sam Cosmi, former offensive tackle of the Texas Longhorns with the Commanders?
We were worried about him being really soft.
Yes, but he's been good kicking inside. 'Cause he also was kind of a short arm guy.
Yeah, the tackle stuff was just a struggle for him. But man, that would have moved inside. That's pretty good.
Big fall, though. Quentin Nelson, who used to be really high on these lists, also Notre Dame guy. He's down at 10 now for the Colts.
Kind of always felt like that Quentin Nelson might even be better than Zach Martin.
There was a time where he was trending that way. Maybe something's happened with Quentin Nelson, maybe dealing with some injuries or something. He's fallen down a little bit. Now, Jason Kelsey, since he's retired, has dropped 20 pounds already. Now, we've seen this. I mean, Mark, we talked about one of the Pouncey Bros yesterday, and just he looks like he's lost an entire human being.
Yeah.
Now, Jason Kelsey was interviewed by GQ. He said he weighed 295 for the majority of his career, and he's already dropped about 20 pounds since retiring. He's about 277 right now.
Kind of a barrel-chested guy.
He is, definitely. Said his back's already feeling better, knees already feel better, so another 20 pounds hopefully will make that much more adept for playing with his children. But he is cautious. Like, he doesn't want to drop like 100 pounds and end up having one of those necks that are super skinny, but the head stays the same size.
Yeah, because it's
a funny look.
That's what these linemen continue to forget. Like that.
Al Roker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call, Lucius. Al Roker.
Yeah. Once he slimmed down, and then
Yeah.
you realize, like, you can lose weight almost anywhere, like even in your fingers, right? Well, Chuck, like, you'll lose ring sizes in the process of a weight loss journey, but you're not losing dome sizes.
No,
you're not
no,
shrinking
not the head.
halves.
Not the head.
Yeah.
I think the head stays the same size, but absolutely the endues will shrink on you a little bit, which is disappointing. Now, speaking of the Kelsey bros, they're talking about a team,
A movie?
in London, and this is the New Heights podcast. I don't know that I've ever seen players get so excited about the potential of a team in London. I was wondering, would players even want this?
Oh, you should talk to me, 20 years ago when I was working in NFL Europe.
Well, it's easy when it's the two guys you're talking about that are excited about it. One's retired and never playing again. The other one's never leaving Kansas City until he hangs them up.
Listen to what Travis has to say here, sir.
No dumb question number 2. Would you play for a team in London?
Yes.
Unquestionably.
I'm waiting for that team to play for another team other than the Chiefs. Like, that's the only situation, is if I get to play abroad.
Like, your home team be abroad.
Yeah.
How long do you think it'll be before there's an NFL team in London?
Less than 10 years.
You think within the decade?
I don't know for a fact it's going to be London.
If there's an NFL team, the first city it's coming to is London. I'll go on record for that.
I mean, it's where we've been playing for the most overseas, yeah.
Yeah, there's the most amount of fans here. It's a major market. The only other cities that it would also be in would be like, I know Germany has a lot of NFL fans, so there'd probably be a German team, I'd assume in Munich or Berlin. But I think London's getting the first one, if it ever happens.
So now I'm excited for Travis Kelce to unretire and go play for this London team.
Let's
go.
When my very first job in professional sports was NFL Europe, and back then, all the things we had a team in London, one in Barcelona, one in Frankfurt, Germany, and the fan base over there. I mean, they were just starting out, but today that fan base knows more than me. And I mean, I guess that's not too hard, but that overseas fan base, all over that area. Germany.
You can see the passion.
They are very passionate. They're very knowledgeable. They study the game. They're watching games like at 3, 4 in the morning. To watch it. That's just how dedicated they are because of the time change. But I thought, when I started back with the Cowboys in 2000, I was like, there's going to be a team in London in the next 20 years. I totally told people that. I just felt like that the fans were going to really embrace it, get educated. I think it's a race between London and maybe Berlin. I think the German fans, because you got the military bases and stuff in Germany.
Yeah.
So you had a lot of Americans there that were teaching the game and stuff like that. And but either way, they're going to figure out how to make teams. They're going to make a home base. So if you play against a London team or a European team,
they just have a new division.
There's going to be a you put them on the East Coast. You make them an East Coast team, say. But you have a home base. Like, you get to stay there for a week. So you're playing against the London team. There's a complex that has the hotel.
And you can practice.
And has
your body gets adjusted to the time.
Yeah, everything. You could stay over there for a week and get ready for the game. And then when it's over, you just come back.
That was my biggest question. Like, logistically, how would that work?
Yeah, but then when the European team comes over, there's a home base for them here in, say, Dallas.
Gotcha.
So when they come over, their home base is Dallas, and then they work out of the home base, and they could fly east, west. It doesn't matter. But you logistically got to come up with a way to make sure that the teams that fly in there, maybe you go back-to-back weeks for home games and stuff like that,
Be
too.
nuts.
But it's going to happen. The market over there is just too good. Too good.
They can't turn down the money. I mean, they would be all for that.
Being that they've got to pay out, $429
now
million.
They need it.
Yeah.
They certainly do. Cortland Sutton has not ruled out a training camp holdout, the former SMU star, as his contract talks have stalled with the Denver Broncos. Drew Rosenhaus, shout out to our guy Connor Williams. He said he's had a miraculous ACL recovery. He's going to be ready for training camp. I remember a couple months ago we were talking about this could be a career-ending injury for Connor Williams. It was so bad. Now he's ready to go for camp, so we'll see if he signs with the team. And Lyle Collins, shout out to LC, who did sign with the Cowboys as a practice squad member. He's 30 years old. He's now with Buffalo. He said, I'm going to show up every day and work, and all he wants to do is dominate. So, hey, the Bills were up there among the offensive line rankings. They were very, very high. Maybe Lyle Collins, the addition to him, he's able to channel his old 2016 form.
Yeah.
Just kick some ass and take some names.
Heck of a player, man, but things got away from him.
They certainly
in a couple
did.
of different ways, yeah.
All right, let's catch up with our buddy Nathaniel Lowe, the Rangers Players Show, coming up next here on The Fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you.
Let your friends know that the hottest after. Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the Rangers and the Padres to open a 3-game series at Globe Life Field in Arlington tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel, inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
World champion Texas Ranger first baseman Nathaniel Lowe, our good buddy, set to join us here in the G-Bag Nation momentarily segment here, brought to you by Soda State-of-the-Art Weight Loss. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now we welcome in Nathaniel Lowe via the D&M Leasing Hotline, and he's brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? Nathaniel, appreciate the time, my man. How was the off day yesterday?
Hi, guys. Yeah, it was nice, man. It was nice. Relax at the house, get in the pool for a little bit, hang out with the dogs. It was a good day.
That's good, man. That's good. Usually when it's an off day at home, is that generally the move this time of year? Let's kick it in the pool. Let's get off the feet. Let's hang out a little bit. I know you're a golfer, but it might just be too toasty these days.
I mean, I tried to sneak out. I'm not going to lie. I tried to sneak out at like 6:30 in the afternoon and play till the sunset, but apparently everybody else thought that was the move. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So we got pretty backed up. When we teed off, there was another group on the box in front of us, in the fairway, and on the green. So I guess that's the play these days. Everybody wants to get out and avoid the hot part of the day.
Yeah, well, it's never a fun feeling being pretty backed up. What's the favorite road city to have a day off? Didn't you guys have one out in Tampa earlier this year, or was it Miami?
We had an off day in Miami, but that was the family trip. So, everybody's girlfriend, wife, fiance, kids, you name it. They were all on the airplane. So everybody went out to the beach and hung out there, and we had a good time there. But I think my favorite road city for an off day, we've had good ones in Baltimore, good ones in Seattle. LA's got some pretty good options. We had a good one out there like 2 weeks ago. Got to play Riviera, so that was a treat.
Ooh, that is awesome.
There you go. I snapped hook a ball in Julie Andrews' backyard at Riviera one time. The caddy told me, he's like, you just missed Mel Brooks' house, but you got Julie Andrews. So I snapped one back in there and handled it. Hey, Nathaniel, I wanted to ask you this question. Did you see when Jeremy Pena misplayed the pop-up being mic'd up?
I saw the highlight. I didn't see it live, but I saw the highlight.
I figured you saw the highlight. Because I was thinking, if there's a player I want mic'd up, I wanted it to be you.
Yes.
But because I feel like the conversations are always really cool, and you'll talk to everybody, and the way you throw the ball over the net, I appreciate that after the inning. But would that be something? Would you like to be mic'd up the whole game? And could you play a whole game being mic'd up?
I could. I mean, I could. I definitely could. ESPN will let you wear it like Pena did.
Right.
And I did it in Atlanta. And Lorenzen punched the side out, but holding a conversation out loud that is going on national TV, and you can't really I don't know, you can speak your mind, but you can't say too much because you don't want to give away tips or whatever, or if there's something that could help the team win. and then at the same time, you do have to play well. So, as males, we're not great at multitasking. So holding a conversation and trying to play defense behind Lorenzen while he's pitching to, I want to say that inning was Harris, Olsen, and another big lefty. So I'm expecting the ball to get smashed at me anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed it, but a whole game would be a big ask.
Yeah, I mean, like what about being mic'd up at the plate? Like,
nah, no way. No way.
Just yelling at the umpire and talking S.
I mean, yeah, and like sometimes, I mean, I don't know. You guys probably saw Wyatt.
Yeah.
Wyatt's getting a little more vocal, and we're all competing. So I'm not sure that side of it would necessarily be family friendly because we're not going out there to make friends. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely an entertainment aspect to it.
If you're at first,
I'm actually pretty excited for the Netflix thing with Boston, because if that's uncensored, that could be wild.
That is, yes, that's going to be awesome. If you're at first base and somebody comes over there and let's say they hit a single, do you have to warn them like, hey man, I'm mic'd up, just don't say anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh yeah.
So hopefully nobody comes over your direction.
Yeah.
That would be the ideal thing right there.
Yeah. But that that's just part of it. That's the entertainment aspect of the game. So there's definitely positives to it, but it's definitely an ask.
How you feeling right now at the plate? It seemed like that road trip thing started to click a little bit for you.
Yeah, it's starting to come around. We're all looking for some things, myself included. I was pretty pleased with how the week went, or how the week's starting to go personally. But we went 1-6 on the road, so we needed to do things a little bit differently, and hopefully coming home late, getting an off day yesterday after beating a really good Baltimore team by a lot on Sunday will be good for this little stretch until the All-Star break.
Nathaniel Lowe with us here on The Fan. Yeah, what's your general strategy when it comes to the slump busting? Are you a superstitious guy or anything?
I mean, a little bit, but not too much. I don't have any, like, I have to wear this or I have to eat that or I have to, do something crazy to get out of a slow stretch. But, you just need to go back to the simple things. You just need to hit the ball hard. And if you're hitting the ball hard, then it's a matter of time before it gets up in the air, gets in the gap, or finds a seat. And, you just take it as it comes.
Nathaniel, Eric volunteered to come back over there and sit on the couch like he did last year at spring training. He said you were like the nicest guy in the world about it. But
incredible.
He said whatever
he wanted. Nathaniel, I mean, I'm not the only one that feels that way.
Yeah,
right?
he said he'll do whatever he has to do.
It looks like a comfortable couch, I get it. But, I don't think that I would ever find myself rolling into the broadcast booth, unplugging your microphone, and then taking it for a ride, Dude,
I don't know. You've earned that. Like, your broadcasting chops are pretty impressive. How's the podcast been going with Jared?
The podcast has been solid. We're going to have Dave Raymond on there tomorrow.
Oh, so, story time. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'll tell you what, I've gotten the privilege of playing a couple rounds of golf with Dave Raymond.
Sure.
And if he could have a Sirius XM rating, the way he talks about the Rangers and add a little more color, I think it would be fantastic. But again, I'm sure all those guys have another side to where they can let it fly a little more, we'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should go golfing with my guy Broadus here.
Yeah, well, Raymond's a Stanford guy, so he'll act like that he's way more intelligent than everybody else. Yeah.
Nathaniel, I did want to ask, I always wonder, like, you've gotten yourself some hardware. Like, congratulations when it comes to the Silver Slugger. I know the Gold Glove Award meant a lot to you. Where do you keep that in your house? Like, have you put a special area in place for these?
Yeah, that sits in my office. I got to buy a home this winter. It's my first home, and so now I have an office, and there's a little can light over the I don't know what you call it, the shelf that it sits on. So it'll shine down on there, and I think both those trophies look really cool. And then I got my ring sitting next to it too. So dude, the amount of hardware that I've been able to collect in this uniform has been amazing. And but it's a great motivation to say, like, I can be this good. So the underperformance that I've dealt with for the first half is like, it's just a matter of time before we flush all that out and get back to performing at the level that I want to perform at.
Hey, Nathaniel, have you written a book yet on how to have fun during a parade? because I know we had a chance. We were out there, but it looked like next to me, I think you were having the most fun out there. And I wondered if the book, because the way you celebrate and the way you were enjoying the crowd and stuff in the moment and all that was some top level stuff, my friend.
I mean, what a special day, you know, what a special like postseason run and all that stuff. And for all of it to come together and have a chance to give back and get fired up, because, you know, like sometimes you got to put the emotions to the side while you're playing, and you can't get too excited, can't get too hot or cold, you know, but to have a day where like, I don't have a game tomorrow. I don't have to worry about being in shape for the next couple weeks. I get to relax. We just won the whole freaking thing. And who knows if we're ever going to get a chance to celebrate something like that again. Like, I made the most of it. I feel like we had a great day with that.
Well, hey, I'm putting in the call for the Nathaniel Lowe dong ball tonight. It's bobblehead. Nathaniel Lowe bobblehead night at the Yard. That's got to be exciting, and that's got to go next to the championship ring, right? In the man cave, in the office. It's got to go next to the rest of the hardware.
My Gold Glove bobblehead, yeah. Well, you know, we gotta outdo the Silver Slugger bobblehead, because for some reason that bat, like, I don't know if you have to glue it or do something special to it. The bat just keeps falling out of my hands. So, yeah, hopefully
need a pine tar rag over there or something like that, or the bobblehead.
You know what? That would be it.
Yeah.
Throw some pine tar in there and keep the bat stuck, because it's like a little Lego piece kind of thing, but there's only one little notch that you stick the bat into. And, so hopefully there's nothing removable about the Gold Glove bobblehead.
Are you into like sports memorabilia collectibles at all? Were you into that as a kid?
Not really.
No,
not really. You know, I mean, like, I'd rather go watch. I'd definitely rather go watch in person than have like a memorabilia thing, because I don't know. That's why I enjoyed like doing Stars playoffs. Because it's electric in there, man. Like those guys are getting after it. They're, you know, on and off the ice so fast, up and down, back and forth, trying to kill each other for however long that they're out there. And, you know, I love how you can feel the energy, like when the puck starts to move in the right direction, the guys get all lined up and the whole arena knows like it's about to find the net. Like, I think you can't replace that feeling. And, you know, a signed jersey or a bobblehead or a baseball or a puck or something like that's just not going to do it for me.
Well, I'm going to call cap on you right there, because I feel like if the final out of that World Series game ended up in that glove, that ball would have ended up in your back pocket.
Oh, without a doubt.
Okay, now we're collecting memorabilia, right?
Without a doubt.
Okay,
yes. If Ketel Marte rolled it over to me,
exactly,
and I had the chance to hold
there
the last
we
out
go. There
of the
we
World
go.
Series,
yeah.
So the first championship for this franchise, absolutely, I would have kept that. That's without question.
That one, that's special. That is right there. Yes. That's a memory.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Now I guess I got to double down too, because when Aaron Judge came in town 22 and they were handing out the special baseballs for him, he popped out to me and immediately I ran and stuffed it in my locker.
Oh, so that one didn't go over the net, right? You're really good at throwing the ball over the net with some precision.
Thanks. Well, I got this couple that sits in the same spot, and I throw them one ball at the beginning of every game. Because ideally I'll have 7 or 8 to throw over the thing. But I give them the first one, and then from there on out, it's just like whoever just sticks out and gives me a good target, I'll launch it up there.
Hey, you get to play and, of course, be around Josh Smith every day. We're trying to push to make him an all-star. Can you give us
an all-star first half?
I know, it's been incredible. Yeah. Like, help give us a selling point about like Josh Smith, the man, the myth, the legend. Why should he not be an all-star? Let's go.
Why should he not? There's no answer to why he should not be.
Yeah.
No, there's no answer. Josh Smith, because like a guy like him coming off of his playing career in the big leagues to this point, like he's never had an opportunity to be a starter, right? Like speak to the rest of the infield's been pretty solid, so he hasn't had a chance to do it. And I mean, I think the diving play he made in Oakland last year or 2 years ago, he dove over the mound and caught this ball. And I found out after the game that was like his first time playing left field ever. You know, so he's just doing everything he can to get himself on the field first of all, and then Josh Young breaks his arm, and I'm not ready for opening day, so he stepped in and had a chance to play, and he's exceeded probably all expectations that anybody could have had for him. So it's no secret. I mean, I got to see him in the off season, put on some weight, put on some muscle. He's hit the ball in the seats. He's hitting for average. He's on base. He's playing great defense. I think that, I would agree. Josh Smith absolutely deserves to be in the All-Star game.
Yeah, legendary offseason bulk too. I mean, some of the weight room stuff, the glute work he was doing, absolutely ridiculous. Speaking of, I actually, you know your teammates very well. I mean, you just gave us a great Josh Smith scouting report. I have a 3-second clip of your podcast partner Jared Sandler giving some analysis about one of your teammates. Okay, I want you to guess which teammate Jared is talking about here. Is that cool with you?
All right, let me have the clip.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
Is he talking about Wyatt?
Yes! Wow.
Nathaniel
No hesitation, man. You nailed that.
No hezzy. That's a guy who
Come
knows his
on.
teammates.
Yes.
Nice work, dude.
Yes.
How much hazing is he getting, by the way?
I mean, I can't believe that he ruined Derek Hill's day. Like what? Like how selfish, man. This freaking Derek Hill's on and off the roster. He steps in against certain guys, doesn't play against other guys. He hits a homer and comes out of the game the night before for a pinch hitter. And so Derek turns around and says, "Watch this. I'm going to hit 2 homers," and Wyatt just has to hit the cycle.
Had to do
Wyatt. It's clear that Wyatt is one of these one-upper guys, you know, and we all know a guy like that.
Anybody can hit a single through the 4-hole, and Wyatt just wants to keep running to second base.
Man,
hey, he is some kind of fast.
He is freakish quick.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But no one wears that uniform quite like you, Nate. I mean, you wear the hell out of that thing, brother.
I'm doing my best.
We're standing by for the dong ball tonight, bro.
Yes, we are. We look forward to it. Congratulations, Nathaniel Lowe, bobblehead night. I'm just curious, final question here. If you could have any chicken wing flavor right now, what would be that? What would be that Nathaniel Lowe flavor?
Just a regular Buffalo.
Regular Buffalo. Beautiful. I got good news for you.
Yeah, hey, Pluckers is going to give you a $100 gift certificate. There's 8 DFW locations. So for being such a great guest, we're going to let you have some of those wings. Thank you, sir, for being a true champ.
Yes, sir. We love you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Love you guys.
Love you, Nate.
There he goes, Nathaniel Lowe, world champion, first baseman of the Texas Rangers, courtesy of Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who is your beneficiary? Walchuk's about to give us the college football super segment of the day, featuring shots fired at Lincoln Riley. That's next year in the name.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. The countdown to college football is on. We'll talk with George Sedano of ESPN coming up in about 15 minutes or so. But yesterday, we gave some love to Texas and OU and SMU as well, as they've joined their new conferences, SMU and the ACC, and Texas and OU now officially members of the SEC. And it was a pretty good moment as Oklahoma was on the SEC network, and they sat down with their athletic director, Joe Castiglione. And I'm sure that, college football Carter was all over this, but he couldn't help himself but had a sideswipe moment of his former head coach, Lincoln Riley.
I will tell you without reservation, every coach that we talked to was excited. And you know what? The ones that aren't here anymore.
It's
Take it away, Dart.
Listen,
We call that a mic drop.
And when you're in this league, you can mic drop a little bit.
Every coach was excited, and if they weren't, they're not here anymore. And Lincoln got that a lot. Like, he's leaving OU as soon as they're going to the SEC. He's going to go to the Pac-12. Now he's in the Big Ten. He's not even in the same conference anymore. But
he's probably upset about that, too.
Might have been some dodging going on. I saw they released the Big Ten coaching rankings, and Lincoln is in the top 5, along with Dan Lanning of Oregon. So right now you got the Pac-12, basically all of them, their first year in the Big Ten, and 2 of the former Pac-12 coaches are in the top 5 of the Big Ten coaching ranks already.
There you go.
Just playing
Well,
the
they're
flag.
lucky Jim Harbaugh's not in there anymore.
No, that probably opened up a spot. Might have been number 6, Lincoln. Might not have been in the top 5.
Well, outside looking in situation. Put the chip on the shoulder there, Lincoln.
I have lost a little bit of, I think the shine is really wearing off Lincoln Riley, though. I will say.
Oh, for sure.
Last year was a total disappointment. They go 7-5. They were a team that had college football playoff aspirations. You had the best player in college football in Caleb Williams. I mean, the year before, you could argue, yeah, maybe they make it if Caleb doesn't pull his hamstring in the conference championship game against Utah. But, man, it's not going as well, and they've got a bunch of players that are entering the portal and transferring out of there. Like, he's having trouble keeping players.
Including 5-star quarterbacks.
Yes.
That's his
bread and butter.
Exactly. So that's the weirdest one for me, despite the losing, which isn't that surprising when you consider he doesn't really put the best staff together. When Alex Grinch is your defensive coordinator for a couple of years, you're going to allow that to happen.
That was coaching malpractice.
I mean, he was awful at Oklahoma, and you're going to take him to USC with you so that your defense can continue to suck. So he's definitely has some flaws in his game. But the idea that you have 5-star quarterbacks voluntarily leaving him to go elsewhere, that's the most interesting part.
It is. Shout out to Texas Tech. They're teaming up with Adidas. Patrick Mahomes in uniform, and they've got new apparel deals. So it used to be like Mahomes had that Adidas love, and you didn't have Tech that was linked with Adidas.
They were Under Armour.
They were Under Armour.
He would like cover it up.
He had to cover it up. Exactly. So now they've moved on from Under Armour. They're linked up with Adidas. It's going to be awesome. They showed at midfield a whole new logo with Mahomes' Adidas logo next to it. So, I mean, this makes perfect sense. You've got your best player in the history of the program and now the best player in the NFL, who is, of course, an Adidas athlete, and now his school linking up in partnership with Adidas. So it's just a matter of time, I felt. But Tech, who I do believe also tremendous unis. I mean, Texas Tech can rock them, TCU. We know about Oregon as well, but Tech's got some pretty clean unis. But Ollie Gordon, who is maybe the best running back in the country. I know that we got a pretty good running back class that's going to be happening this year in the draft. Euless Trinity product in our own backyard here in DFW. But Ollie Gordon II was arrested on suspicion of a DUI yesterday, according to Action Network's Brett McMurphy and Chris Williams of KWTV in Oklahoma City. It actually happened Sunday morning in Cleveland County, and he was apparently going 82 in a 65 mile per hour zone. So I don't know if he did the whole like, hey, I'm Ollie Gordon upon being pulled over, but not a great thing. Hopefully, you're young, you're in college, you make stupid decisions, and you grow up and you learn from them.
Why is it suspicion of a DUI?
I don't know if
is that him refusing to blow in the thing or whatever.
Well, their trooper spotted half full bottle of vodka and a half full bottle of tequila when he was stopped. So I think that's
where
why
the suspicion comes in.
He's on his way.
Lied, yeah. I mean, he was probably doing that, but what can you do? Absolute stud, Doak Walker Award winner, and we're excited to watch him play in the fall. But hopefully, he can make just better decisions moving forward. How big is this Notre Dame-Michigan State rivalry, Brian? They're renewing. And apparently this is a big story. They haven't played since 2017. It says they're two historic rivals, but I never thought of Notre Dame and Michigan State as like they really had this crazy historic rivalry.
It's been like Michigan State had gotten the best of them the last couple of years that they played the series. And then, but Notre Dame before that, if you go back to history, the Notre Dame won a national championship, I believe it was in 1966.
Oh, that game of the century.
On a tie.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame chose not to try and it was crazy. It was, I don't know if they got in position to score. I can't remember the exact story, but I remember it was, it was Ara Parsegian, it was Duffy Doherty. It was a famous game. And I could say the game of the century, but it ended a 0-0 tie. And it seemed like that Notre Dame really wasn't interested in. They were more okay with the tie than they were going for the win.
Well, they've played 79 times. Notre Dame leads the series over Michigan State, and it's been almost a decade. It'll be almost a decade since they've played, 2017 to 2026. So they are renewing that. So if you're a Spartan fan or a Golden Domer out there,
there was a long
get
time.
excited.
Yeah, there was a time where Notre Dame opened their season with all these, at the time, Big Ten games.
Yeah.
I guess still the Big Ten. You had Michigan State, Purdue was another one that they were always seemed to be involved with. So yeah, there was some Big Ten rivalry there for a long time.
Brian, never too early for a mock draft, my friend. ESPN put one out. Our buddy Matt Miller, NFL draft analyst, he's got one out, and the top two picks are quarterbacks. Carson Beck of Georgia.
Wow.
projected to go number 1 overall as of right now as we get ready for fall football.
Which means he will fall all the way to 17.
Probably.
He doesn't have the face of the franchise face.
Now, this would be to the Giants, according to Matt Miller, so I wouldn't be upset about that. But Shedeur Sanders projected to go number 2. Some other players to keep an eye on: Will Johnson, cornerback out of Michigan; James Pierce Jr., the edge out of Tennessee; and Kelvin Banks Jr., the offensive tackle from Texas, along with Will Campbell.
Okay, is Banks that number 70 that's a guy that actually came out? Who was Texas had an offensive lineman we watched this year?
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna blank.
I know.
On his name.
I hate this.
The hell out of
I
me.
hate this time.
He
of
was
year.
Jones.
Yeah.
Something Jones.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jerry?
Christian Jones.
Steven.
Christian Jones. Way to go, man. God, thank God you were here. Christian Jones.
I hate when that happens.
But on the other side, right?
Yeah, he played the right tackle. But Christian Jones did play left tackle, and they moved him when they got Banks.
Exactly.
And Banks has been an absolute star for them. I mean, you watched him against Will Anderson 2 years ago. He gave him fits.
Right.
They had to move Will Anderson over to the other side. It was pretty crazy. But, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good tackle class. Quinn Ewers of Texas, projected to go 10 overall in this mock draft. Cowboys by Connor Wegman of Texas A&M, also projected to go in the first round out of right now. So is Riley Leonard, the quarterback from Duke that transferred to Notre Dame. So a couple of quarterbacks to be keeping an eye on as we get closer. Isaiah Bond, the wide receiver of Texas, on here. Cowboys, way too early mock draft, projected to take Quinshon Judkins, the running back out of Ohio State, formerly of Ole Miss.
There you go.
Who
That's
transferred.
how you build a team right there.
Yeah, that would be the 27th.
Oh, I can't wait till
overall pick.
we get to that day, and then you just start going off on everybody talking about running back.
I'm gonna let them have it the same way you let USA Men's National Team soccer team have it earlier.
I did love that. You did a great job.
You tore their ass up.
You did, and they deserved it. All right, there's your college football super seg as we get closer to some glorious college football action. I mean, we're going to blank, and college football is going to be here. So will the
college
NFL.
Football TDs on a TD
So ready.
Tuesday.
Let's do it. All right, let's jump into some NBA talk. ESPN's George Sedano joins the show to talk all things Mavs, Klay Thompson, and free agency. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. About to catch up with our buddy George Sedano, ESPN. Talk all things Mavs and NBA free agency. We'll hit the top 10 coming up on the other side. And, of course, we're an hour away from football's finest, where we get into the expressway in that 5 o'clock hour. But right now, let's welcome in our buddy George Sedano. George, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I thought you guys were going to bring me on to talk about Malik Hooker and Micah Parsons, man. I was ready to talk about that.
We can do that, too, if you want.
I know you were. Hey, this is pretty crazy. I don't know how you're doing two things at once, because we're watching you on Around the Horn right now, yet we're talking to you over the airwaves. This is wild.
Multitasking beast.
You know, I mean, it's the magic of television, man. You know, that's how it works.
So you need to put Woody in a headlock there and take him out in this show, I think. I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to get this one done.
We'll see. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds.
No spoilers here.
That's a good tease. So, George, what can you tell us about this version of Klay Thompson that our Dallas Mavericks are getting, and how stunned were the Lakers that he ended up choosing the Mavs over them?
I'll start with the last question. I think they were surprised that he chose the Mavericks over them, although the Lakers had some hurdles to clear that the Mavericks were proactive about. You guys moved Timmy, right? You made two moves, actually, but one included Timmy to kind of free up some space, and that allowed the transaction for Dallas to happen more fluidly, whereas the Lakers would have had to have made LeBron take a pay cut of about 50% to make that happen and accommodate Klay, because they haven't been able to move D'Angelo Russell because there's not much of a market at the moment for him at just under $20 million. So I think that kind of helped facilitate the deal to Dallas. And I also think with Klay, I think he wants to win, and I think he's closer to that with Dallas. I mean, I was there, obviously, during the finals, and the one thing that stood out like a sore thumb was Dallas couldn't knock down a three in that series. So, and it wasn't anybody really knocking down a three in that series for the most part, outside of the one game where they won by 30 in Dallas in Game 4. So they're going to get a guy who can still shoot the hell out of the ball. I don't think there's any question about that. I think you're clearly getting a guy who's motivated, but I will temper some expectations. He's not the guy that he was even 2 seasons ago, the year after the injury, where he had a phenomenal season, particularly when you think that he came off those 2 gruesome injuries. And I want to say he had 2 of the highest scoring months of his career in that year. But he's not the guy that he was previous to the injury. Defensively, he's not the same guy anymore. I mean, he could probably guard your third best player or the third best opponent. He's no longer the two-way player he once was, where you could seek him on the other team's best offensive player. Like, those days are a bit behind him at this point.
George Sedano, ESPN, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Do you feel like the Mavericks are better based on the moves that they've made? Are they a better team than they were just a couple of weeks ago?
I do. I think Klay is an upgrade, and I think that, look, and I like Josh Green too, right? But, I think Klay is an upgrade over either guy. And I like the Naji Marshall addition. Sneakily kind of like it because he brings an added, layer of toughness. I don't know how much you guys have seen him play. He is a tough dude. And offensively, he can be a little streaky, but he's a good defender, and he can shoot a little bit. But again, it's just the offense is streaky. I think that the Pelicans liked him. They just liked their younger guys more. And I think that kind of put him in the situation that he was in and made him available. But I like him. I don't think that, I will say this. I would say he's easily a top 8 or 9 rotation guy, in my opinion, on a good team. And I think Dallas is clearly a very good team. So I think that he can be in that mix and kind of fill some of the gaps that you lost maybe with a guy like Josh, for example.
George, you've been around some really good front office guys that have built teams and championship teams and all that. I wanted to know, where are you with Nico? And, we were all kind of nervous with the whole, he's coming from the Nike business, shoe business and all that. We're thinking, can he really make moves? Where are you now with him? Because we're all starting to fall in love with the way that he's not falling in love with his players. He's trying to go out and make his team a lot different.
He's a beast. I don't think there's any question about it. And I, too, was wondering how that would translate. But I would say this, the thing that has translated the most is his ability to have the relationships necessary to make this all work. And by the way, it's not just the relationships to say, hey, I've known Kyrie since he was a teenager and I can bring him aboard and make it all work because I understand him in a way that few people understand him. It's also the relationships about the stuff you just mentioned, where he can be a human being and explain to guys, hey, this is a business. We loved your time here. We have to move on, right. Unfortunately, right? He can have those tough conversations, too. He's a relationship guy. He's always been a relationship guy. And I think that has been something that's been a huge plus for the Dallas Mavericks because he can both have the pleasant conversations and the unpleasant conversations.
Yeah, I think we were super impressed with, he said Derrick Jones Jr. was plan 1A and plan 1B. Going into the offseason. Obviously, they lose him to the Clippers. He pivots to Naji Marshall, who you just told us about. Do you think the Mavericks are still good enough defensively, even with the loss of Derrick Jones Jr.?
I think Derrick Jones Jr. is a loss. I don't know if it's a huge loss. I think defensively it's certainly a loss because he's an excellent point of attack defender, particularly. He's so long and athletic that you can put him at the top of a zone, or you can have him guard one of the better players on the other side, particularly if it's a smaller guard and not a guy with a lot of girth, and I think he can have a lot of success. Could they find another one of those guys? Sure, but I also think they're banking on Derek Lively to get better too and really protect them defensively. And I think he's got another couple of levels, I think, Derek Lively, both on defense and offense. I think ultimately, I know people are going to look at Klay and Kyrie and Luka as a big three. I don't see it that way. And that's not a knock on Klay. I just think Derek Lively, and I told you guys when you drafted him, we had that conversation shortly thereafter that. And I talked about how I thought he was the perfect vertical threat for Luka, and defensively he's a beast and an incredible human being. Because I got to meet him last year at Summer League. I do these like time capsules at Summer League with all the guys who get drafted, and we kind of put them in the bank and use them for moments like, for example, the finals, right, where you can kind of pull some footage from that stuff about where they thought they would be in a year or 5 or 10, et cetera. And I came away blown away by him, as I mentioned to you guys a year or so ago. And I think he still has levels not only to his game on the floor, but his leadership. I mean, I was in those huddles during these finals, and he was as vocal as anyone in those huddles. I would say him and Kyrie were the two guys that were the most vocal as far as players were concerned. I think Markieff is in that conversation as well as a vocal leader type. But I think that for a guy who's a rookie to do that, I mean, that's impressive. So I believe not that I believe in big threes necessarily anymore. I think that that's kind of that's a model that's going out. I do think that he will be one of the top 3 players on the team in regards to his impact.
Yeah, he's a super beast. We love him. That's a guy that's the poster boy for like, hey, tanking can actually be good for you. That paid off in a huge way for the Mavericks. It's George Sedano of ESPN with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What about what Oklahoma City has done here this offseason? Have they impressed you as much as anybody?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, the Caruso thing, it's like they stole him, in my opinion. Yeah. I was stunned. Alex Caruso is an elite-level defensive player. There is not a place on the floor that he cannot defend against another guard. Like, he is that good. And he's become a much more proficient shooter, which has allowed him, even though he's not a sharpshooter by any stretch of the imagination, he's someone you got to guard, is the way I would describe it offensively. And he's just a smart player. So I love that move. The Hartenstein move I like as well. They needed more size desperately. Because Chet, while I think he'll continue to put on more weight and more good weight, more muscle, et cetera, he did 15 pounds, I believe, from his rookie year. Well, his initial drafting to his rookie season, let's call it, that 1 year where he was hurt. And he'll put on more and more to get bigger and stronger, but they needed someone to help protect him. And Hartenstein was certainly a guy that blew me away at what kind of player he was. I remember the first time I saw him, it was easily like 5 or 6 years ago. I was calling the G League Showcase in Las Vegas with PJ Carlesimo on ESPN2, and he was with the Houston Rockets G League team at the time. And the knock on him back then was tons of talent, just he's got to get it, the 6 inches between his ears. And he certainly has done that. He has found a role in this league. He has worked at that role. He's a defensive guy. He is a good offensive player, moves the ball really well. It'll fit perfectly with a young group who I think will be ready to contend here very soon. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous to say that about a 1 seed, but when you think that they were the youngest team in the NBA, and they were even younger than the college version of the North Carolina Tar Heels last season, I still feel like there's a lot of room to grow there.
Hey, George, you mentioned Coach with PJ. When you guys go to dinner, he gave us a 7-minute answer on it. We had him on.
It's pretty amazing.
Okay, when you guys go to dinner, do you just can you eat your entire meal by the time he gets his first comment out? Or you ask a question, hey, Coach, tell me about Bronny and what you think about the Lakers. And then you start carving into your steak? How does that work?
No doubt. You eat. You're eating. Yeah, he's talking, you're eating. There's no doubt. And by the way, you're probably also having a few adult beverages while you're at it, too, in that. And he'll sneak in a few sips in between sentences, too. Yeah. Listen, there is no better person on earth in the NBA circuit to have dinner with than PJ Carlesimo. It is legendary, the type of meals that you'll have with him. I always tell people there are at least 5 restaurants in every NBA city that will stay open for him after a game.
Wow.
We did a lot of Nick and Sam's while we were right down the street from where we were staying.
Good call.
We did a lot of Nick and Sam's in Dallas. But, yeah, he is incredible. It's so funny because my wife went to the All-Star game with me in Indy this year. And so I was on the broadcast with PJ and Mark Kesselshire on ESPN Radio. And after the Saturday night, she met us at the restaurant. We went to St. Elmo's,
there you go.
The famous Indianapolis steakhouse with the shrimp cocktail and all that.
Yep.
And she got there. She got there probably just before midnight. We didn't leave that restaurant, okay, in Indianapolis, okay, till almost 2:30 in the morning. Wow. And when we got back to the hotel the next day, or that night, my wife goes to me, "You guys do this all the time?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah. This dude is 73 years old, but he can go like a 25-year-old. Like, this is not a thing for him. This is not an issue for him." And she's like, "I don't know how you guys do it." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, every once in a while, you got to tap out if you're not ready to hang with him. That's for sure."
Man,
Stamina.
We've been marveling at that dude's stamina for weeks now, ever since we had him on during the finals.
It's amazing.
He is a total stud, as are you, George.
So he grew up in an era, dude, that it's just like, those guys can just hang in a way that I can't.
Different breed. Yeah. Hey, I got a question for you. We've been kicking this around on our show. One guy on our show we think has a terrible take on this. This is in regards to the Olympics, okay? Now, you're familiar with just how disgusting this Seine River is going to be in Paris where they have to swim? You familiar with that? Yeah. So
vaguely.
Okay, so this is like a sewage drainage basin. Calling it a river is really like it's an overstatement by a mile. It's been illegal to swim in these waters, George, for 100 years. It's that disgusting. They're trying to get it clean, but it's not working. E. coli is just rampant in these waters. So these athletes are going to be asked to swim in there. The question is, they're also trying to be environmentally friendly this summer in Paris, and they're not allowing air conditioning for a majority of the athletes. The U.S. is like, no, we're going to get that for our players. Our athletes, but for the most part, a lot of these guys are not and girls are not going to have any air conditioning. So the question is, 5 to 10 minute little swim, doggy paddle style, hanging out in the sewage pool, the poo water, or 30 days no AC. What are you choosing, George Sedano?
Oh, no question. I'm going with the no AC in that scenario. I am not jumping in sewage water. No chance in hell that is going to happen. I'd rather deal with no AC and just get some fans and figure it out, put some ice packs on, whatever I need to do to survive. Look, the reality is, if I were at the Olympics as an athlete and I didn't have AC, I would just go to the events all day. And then I would just have to deal with sleeping, figure that out, take some melatonin, whatever you got to do to knock yourself out. And then that way you're up and ready to go when you need to go. But once you're done with your events, just stick, if you're gonna be there or have to be there for several days between events or whatnot, just go out and enjoy the Olympic experience where there's gonna be air conditioning.
George, you've been one of our favorite guests, but you dropped way down the list on that one.
Because I think you nailed that one, George.
No, I think swimming in the poo water is better than no AC.
You're an insane person, bro.
It's like the 70s there in Paris, George. I mean, it's very, very tolerable.
Yeah, it's not crazy heat.
It's fine.
No, it's not. Right. Listen, when I went down the Katy Trail when I was there
there you go.
Dallas, and let me tell you something, it was hot as hell. Yeah. And I'm a natural hiker. I hike in LA all the time. But I was like, at one point I'm like, okay, I'm not going to finish this. I'm going to have to turn around because it's getting a little too hot for me out here. And then I stopped at the Katy, some barbecue pit there on right off the Katy Trail, the Katy Express or something like that it was called. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was great barbecue and a nice cold beer, which was nice.
I'm glad you enjoyed your time in Dallas. Thank you so much, buddy. I guess before we let you go, just to come full circle, what do you think about Micah and Malik Hooker in the podcast?
First of all, I always love conflict. To me, conflict is number one on my list for as a talk show host at heart, always. I don't have a huge issue with it. If Micah was not performing, if he was missing assignments because he's doing a podcast, that'd be one thing. But, he's still the best player, arguably, on the team, if not the best player. So I don't have a huge issue with it, but I love a little drama, and you guys know how to do drama as well as anybody in sports. That's for sure.
Thank you, man. You're the best. You're always so gracious with your time. We appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of the week in NBA free agency.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. There he goes, the beast that is George Sedano, ESPN, our buddy here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, let's get into the top 10. We're just a couple days away from the 4th of July movies to watch on Independence Day. What's your go-to? 877-881-1053. Talk about that next on the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Time for that Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day segment here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Window Nation. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for that free consultation, 214-333-3333, or go to truckwreck.com. Around the rim in a few minutes, but right now, here's the Wooly Bully for the top 10 list of the day.
Thank you very much. In just a moment, we'll get to the top 10 4th of July movies to watch on Independence Day. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite movie to watch on the 4th of July? A couple of quick hitters here. Luka Doncic and Slovenia did lose to Croatia. And Luka post-game from our buddy Grant Afseth said, we're 2 million population. Yeah. And to represent the country means everything to me. I want to say thanks to Dallas for letting me play. I always know I'm going to play, so it's a big honor for me. I know Chuck Cooperstein was, very frustrated, I guess, with the playing time that he got in a game that it seemed like they didn't have a chance of winning. He said, I'm all for Luka playing international ball. I know how important it is to him, but he's not right. And yet they run him out there for 37 minutes in a game that, frankly, Slovenia was never in. If it's not coaching malpractice, it's pretty darn close. And I guess, to Luka's point, it's just they don't really have a lot of options. And I don't believe they've qualified now for the Olympics. So I think that it's done, and he will now be able to
that's good.
Just rest and recover.
That's good news. I don't know. I get where Chuck's coming from. I have the same frustrations, but I don't know if that's a coaching thing or if that's like it's tough to pull a guy like Luka's just refusing to come out kind of thing.
And it's probably both. He's clearly their best player. If they had a chance at any comeback, you're not taking Luka out, right? But I 100% get both sides of that. And then Rangers outfielder Wyatt Langford, who recorded the 11th cycle in Texas Rangers history on Sunday in Baltimore. He's donated the spikes he wore while playing and accomplishing that to the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. So that's another Ranger piece of history. If you go to Cooperstown in New York and go check out the Baseball Hall of Fame, you will be able to see those cleats worn by Wyatt Langford. But let's slide in the top 10. The top 10 4th of July movies to watch on Independence Day. And Lucius, you've brought this up. Like, when it comes to other holidays, like Christmas movies, we've got.
Yeah.
Like Halloween movies, Thanksgiving movies.
Thanksgiving movies, we don't have much.
4th of July movies? Like, does anything come to mind for you?
Well, personally, I like Forrest Gump.
I do love Forrest Gump, too.
Forrest Gump. What else? Jaws. Didn't Jaws happen on the 4th of July situation?
And Jaws is in this top 10. Hey! Yes. Hell of a call. Because I forgot all about that until I saw Jaws on this list.
Yeah. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Yep. That's a great one, too. That's honorable mention.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The Sandlot got texted in. And I oftentimes think, like I brought that up to CY yesterday. Like they've got the scene, it's the 4th of July, they all run to the Sandlot and the fireworks are going off and they're like, it just gives us enough light to be able to play a night game. That is pretty nostalgic for me. The Sandlot, I think, is a great 4th of July movie. I will say, not a movie, but if you are looking for something to watch on the 4th of July, if you haven't seen, or even if you have seen, I know a lot of people probably rewatch it, but Band of Brothers, watch it. It's incredible. It's going to make you proud.
Is that a series?
It is. It's a 10-part miniseries that HBO put out. It's incredible.
Right.
And it's about World War II and the Band of Brothers.
I've seen, but you're saying on 4th of July, you mean binge watch it all day?
Binge it, baby.
Just
binge it, yeah.
Knock it out. Or at least start it, and then you're not going to want to finish it. You will. You'll probably just keep going.
Might be a good July 3rd thing to really just get the mind, body, and soul ready for the next day's action.
Yeah, you can start that too.
Because a lot of people, I don't know how early you start, but a lot of people are like 10 a.m. July 4th. We're cracking coldies. Everything's hot and ready to go food-wise. Like, a lot of people aren't screwing around here.
Probably
like
like 6:30 tomorrow. I'll be gearing up for this.
6:30 tomorrow. As soon as we clock out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, though, the main thing that I'm watching is always to get prepared is the morning of on July 4th, watching that the good, the bad, and the hungry 30 for 30.
That's a great 30 for 30.
Joey Jaws and Kobayashi.
Absolutely. And now this year, unfortunately, like I'm not going to be seeing, the Nathan's Famous because Joey Jaws isn't competing.
Yeah, same here.
He did put out the link, though, for the YouTube page that he will be competing against the Soldiers on the 4th. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, I wonder how much of a, like, is he a Tiger Woods type needle mover for this competition? Is he a Caitlin Clark type needle mover? Is this going to, no Joey Jaws, is America just going to say, well, then you're not going to get my viewership ratings then?
I'm going to watch.
Yeah, you'll be the one guy. You'll be the one
I'm
guy
just going to watch
more
on principle
interested
now because you've been anti-Joey.
I'm going to watch because I feel like there's going to be a legitimate competition. It might come down to some controversy.
Well, it's illegitimate because the best person.
I mean, the guy might eat 70 hot dogs, but I want to see like 4 guys and a gal eat like 50 hot dogs each, and it's like controversy because they miscounted or something like that. That's what I'm all about.
I am for some controversy.
You're pulling for some shenanigans?
I'm pulling for maybe the like
tomfoolery.
The guy behind or the gal, the counter person, didn't count enough hot dogs, and they have to go back. They have to go back and
demand a recount.
Well, the tape. Maybe go to the tape. Maybe an aerial shot from the drone or something like that.
I think it usually goes to a puke off, and you weigh how much they puke out.
Well, as soon as if whoever pukes loses, you're out.
No, but in this tiebreaker scenario, that's the only thing.
There's not puking involved.
No, there's not. But hell,
unless you're riding in the parade.
It's not a terrible idea just to weigh the puke.
Generally watching these.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not because that guy just murders everybody when it comes to eating hot dogs.
Can't believe you don't like greatness. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Can I throw a movie in that I would watch?
Man.
The Patriot.
Yeah, Patriot.
Oh gosh,
Patriot's fantastic.
That is so
you kind of feel like on the 4th of July that we're doing some good here, right?
You'll be going aim small, miss small.
Yeah,
aim small, miss small. Grown-ups being texted in.
I mean, I could throw an axe.
I guess that. Sure could. Holy hell!
What a cool move!
I mean, if you could throw an axe to kill somebody, I mean, that's what a move.
It's probably the coolest finishing move of all time.
Oh, it's so badass. Yeah. Of course, Independence Day with Will Smith, The Green Mile, The Patriot. We also have
what's our Keanu Reeves movies?
John Wick.
John Wicken.
John Wick's good.
I'm here for it. I'm more of a speed guy, I think, on July 4th.
With Keanu.
Yeah.
The Replacements, pretty good. Miracle, I think, is a great July 4th.
Miracle would be good.
Miracle's great. Number 10 on this list is
Again.
Lincoln. Again.
Dude, what about Rocky?
I think Rocky 4.
Yeah.
Rocky 4 is a great one when he's going ahead and beating Drago.
What's wrong with the other Rockies?
Rocky 4 is just the more like American one. Like it's the
Oh,
USA
exactly.
versus the Soviet Union.
Oh, wow.
Like that really is.
We're still
kinda
doing
like,
that bit?
Yeah, well, that's what they
Well, at
did
the time.
in Rocky 4. I don't know if we're still doing it.
It's a throwback movie.
10 is Lincoln. Spielberg's masterpiece. That's a skip it for me. 9.
What do you got against Lincoln?
And nothing against it. That movie is just long and a very difficult watch. Very good, but very difficult.
Who was
to
the
see.
actor, famous
Daniel
dude played Lincoln? He's got
Day-Lewis.
Yeah, okay. So you got 3 name guy.
Thespian of our generation.
Yeah,
he gets into the role.
He does.
Yeah.
That dude is a method actor.
Yeah.
Of the highest order.
Method.
Number 9 is Jaws. Shout out to you, Lucius. Number 8, Hidden Figures. Also a phenomenal movie. If you haven't seen it, celebrates the brilliant minds behind one of NASA's greatest achievements.
Which one?
Hidden Figures.
That is a very good movie.
Very good.
Yep.
Apollo 13 comes in at number 7.
Those dudes were resourceful as all heck up there doing all that.
How about Top
Allegedly.
Gun?
Top Gun?
Top Gun at 6.
I'm saying the original,
Yeah.
not the make believe one. That
The sequel was very good.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Sequel's good.
Are you crapping on it, Broadus?
I am a little
You
bit.
didn't even see it.
I did.
Oh,
I
you
saw it in
did?
Saudi Arabia when I was there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I went to the movies.
That's right.
I
That
did.
was really good, man.
Yeah. Had to kill some time.
You guys are getting called out. Apparently, it's a tomahawk, not an axe. I don't know what the difference is.
Okay.
Wait, are we talking
It's a tomahawk?
steaks? I didn't know we were talking steaks all of a sudden.
Apologies. It looked like to me kind of an axe. Handle, throw.
I think a tomahawk is just a more specific way to describe an axe, right?
That's a specific maybe axe. Number 5 is A League of Their Own.
You know I'm an axe man.
You are.
You need some of that spray.
Oh, you do smell. Number 4 is Captain America, the First Avenger.
I forgot the deodorant today. It was a rush hour.
I can tell.
It was a rush
I
hour.
wasn't sure if it was that or the beef tallow. Ooh, American Pie's getting texted.
Well, the other problem I'm dealing with right now, and I think Carter can also co-sign this issue, is the AC's not blowing very cold in my vehicle.
You seem to always get AC issues in the summer. always.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know if there's a summer that I've known you.
got
We
a
don't have an
car
AC
deal?
issue.
Because you don't have an AC issue in the wintertime.
Car
Because if
deal?
you have an AC issue in the wintertime, you don't know you have it because you're not blowing AC, right? You don't find
So
out
do
about
you
your
just-
AC problem until the summer.
Right. I mean, the spring, like
Now I'm windows down
I'm using
and
it in March
cruising,
and
man.
April. I'm using the AC.
I'm going Florida Georgia line on that thing. You know,
Captain America: The First Avenger at number 4. Patriot comes in at number 3.
Darn right.
Days of
Fantastic
Thunder.
movie.
What about Days of Thunder?
Days of Thunder.
Oh man, I love Days of Thunder.
Shout out to pastry chef Eric.
That's a good movie.
Is it-
son, you gotta check this out, B.
Number 2, National Treasure. Ooh, that is a hell of a
Now
movie.
That's a guy who's
Is that
can
we're trying to
channel
steal the Declaration
Declaration of Independence.
Nicolas Cage at the height of his powers, dude. That's what he's most synonymous for, right?
What's the one where he's the arms dealer? I think that's a killer movie. He's an
God
arms
of War? I believe that's called God of War.
You're right, Lucius.
Man, that is a great movie.
Yeah.
That is a good movie.
Yeah.
I like The Family Man with Nicolas Cage.
Family
I
Man's
like
underrated.
Nicolas Cage, bro.
Give me some Ghost Rider.
Nick Cage.
Was he in Two-Face?
Give me some of that Ghost Rider.
What was it? What was it? Face Off.
Face
He was
Off.
in Face Off.
I said
Face Off
Two-Face.
is
Travolta.
damn good.
That's a legendary movie.
Face Off is damn good.
You should go back and watch it.
I haven't seen him so long.
It doesn't hold up.
It doesn't hold up.
It doesn't hold up.
Oh, no.
It's nostalgic as hell, but boy, it ain't holding up.
So
Hey,
he's
What's wrong with it?
Con Air holds up.
Oh, yeah.
Con Air's working.
Other than that accent.
That accent's hilarious.
Yeah.
That hair.
Yeah.
Always wearing a white
Steve
beater like the
Buscemi
whole
is
movie.
creepy in that movie, man.
all the
Way
time.
Steve
creepy.
Buscemi's face is just kind of creepy.
Way
time.
creepy all the time.
Yeah. Remember the Titans getting texted, and I can
Oh,
see
there
that
you
being
go.
a good 4th
Yeah,
of July
all right.
movie.
Yeah.
But number 1 best 4th of July movie to watch on
Battle of
Independence
Bulge.
Day is indeed Independence Day.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, right?
As he's dragging
Will
the,
Smith, Independence Day.
dragging the alien through the desert.
I will say, I think that movie's like 20 minutes too long. Could have cut it down a little bit.
Which part? The guy flying the jet into the...
Yeah, maybe like the middle portion starts to drag. a little bit.
Lord of War, not God of War, but
Okay.
hey, I got close.
I thought you were right.
Off the top of the dome, I got close.
Lord God.
God, Lucius, you're an idiot.
Schmuck.
It's Lord of War, not God of War.
That's why I don't look at the
Who put this
Texans.
fool on the radio?
I told
Yeah.
I saw my name
We can know
earlier
your
when I
S
checked
next
in.
time.
Saw my name check in. Guy
Do your
called me
damn
an idiot.
homework.
Golly.
I said F you. I typed that and sent it on.
It is true. It is true. Broadus, who doesn't look at the text, he always X's out on the computer when he sits down to start the show.
Saw my name. Guy
He's-
says, Broadus, you're an idiot. Nobody's laughing at your jokes. I said F you and then clicked it off.
There you go.
He responded, F you.
Barney would never. Not my Barney.
Yeah.
All right, there's today's top 10. Thank you very much. Coming up on the other side, let's go around the rim, shall we, Eric?
Yeah, Luka Terminator and some more insights on how Klay became a Mav. That's next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We got football's finest coming up on the other side. And, of course, under an hour away now from LA Live. Lucius Alexander at 5:40. But right now, let's do some rimming, shall we, Eric?
That sounds fantastic, Wolchuk. I'm glad you asked. Right now, we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon summer snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride!
Feels good.
Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you have the Terminator on your basketball team. That's what they're calling Luka right now, because he's just detonated not one, not two, but 3 franchises. He did it to the Utah Jazz. Takes him down in the playoffs. Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert, infighting, split him up. See ya. Bye. New era in Utah. A sad one. Phoenix, you know what happened there.
Bye-bye DeAndre Ayton.
Adios. Bye-bye Mikal Bridges. We're
Paul?
gonna do this whole thing. Yeah, we're gonna change everything up, and we're gonna get worse because of it. And then you just saw it with Paul George and the Clippers. Luka has the last word versus the Clippers, and now they are a different franchise. So Luka being called the Terminator, I kind of like that.
I do too, and I've seen recently, I think it was already Nick Angstad of Locked On Mavs put out a video of Klay Thompson and Devin Booker trash talking back and forth.
Ooh, I saw that as well. He's like, you'll never win a ring.
Never. And it's perfect. Klay's going to fit in beautifully here. Him and Luka can just go ahead and say, bleep you, Devin Booker. Nobody really likes him. He's probably got the most punchable face in the league, don't you think?
If he was on your team, you'd love him.
I don't know. I feel like
yes, you would. Shut up.
He's never done anything.
I
don't need Devin Booker.
He's a big-time player.
Is he a big-time player?
Yeah, he is.
I think you kind of have to do something late in games to be a big-time
I think he's a big-time player, man. You'd love to have him on your team.
Because you're wearing your Phoenix Suns purple right now, Broadus. We know about your
I am all
bias.
about the Phoenix Suns
You got
today.
that purple bias right now.
I got
You've been sitting there looking at Bronny.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come at your guy like that.
I was thinking Bronny. I should have asked George a question about Bronny instead of asking him about PJ.
No, I like the
you
PJ
should have asked
question.
about PJ. I probably just shouldn't have asked about the poo water, quite simply. And then you could ask your Bronny question. Walchuk could have asked, another.
Yeah, you go back, you analyze your interviews and stuff like that.
We can get George back. It's
Grade
okay.
your performance.
Get him on the phone right now.
I can. We're on a
I know
texting
you
basis.
can.
Get George on the horn,
He
man.
loves us.
George is a big fan of us.
We're going to hear from Mark Stein here in a second, just about how enthralled Luka is.
He was a friend of mine.
With the no longer.
I don't know. His son and my son went to school together at Green Hill. I think Mark likes me, but man, it's like anytime I ever ask him about stuff, it's kind of like, it's like he wants to just punch me in the face.
Was Bennett bullying him?
No. His son's super cool. Great family. But
Yeah.
Mark, every time I see him, it's like, oh, hi, Brian.
Oh, no, Broadus is here.
Was his son
actively trying to avoid you?
Was his son on the football team?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
I guarantee he has me on mute right now. He follows me, but it's mute. It's so mute.
That's hilarious, dude. We got to figure out what you did to get under his skin.
I think it's my takes on basketball, like that. I just gave you the thing about the guy.
Yeah, you're a big Devin Booker guy.
I love Devin Booker. Yeah.
Did you guys see what Des Bryant tweeted out about the San Antonio Spurs now having Chris Paul and Wemby together?
I actually did not. I know he was pumped about Klay Thompson.
He says, I love this for San Antonio. Chris Paul might get his first championship ring next year with the big eye emojis. I mean, maybe he's being super facetious and it's just hard to read. But if he's being serious here.
I think if you were being, it would be the laughy face, right? If you're not being serious.
He's got to be joking.
You think he's joking?
Yes, there's no way he believes that. Now, look, Dez has been great when it comes to the betting aspect of things.
Well, and
he
that
got on
and,
a heater. Is he still heating?
He I don't know that it ever stopped.
Well,
I feel like it.
He
left and right,
bets a
he's been
ton of
winning.
money, though. At least he says he bets a ton.
He
of money.
does.
To his credit, the Spurs at the sports book before adding Chris Paul were plus 15,000 to win the title, and now after signing Chris Paul, they're plus 15,000 to win the title. So, I mean, maybe he's onto
Honestly,
something. Honestly,
I didn't see a minute of him playing last year in Golden State. I don't know how much he even played.
He's a real sharp old Des Bryant. Here's Mark Stein, nemesis of Brian Broaddus.
Why are you doing that?
What?
Yeah, why are you doing that to Des?
I'm being facetious the same way I'd like to think he is being on Twitter.
It was big eyes. You gave the big eyes.
the big eye emojis.
Big eyes.
He's like, oh, Chris Paul might be. I mean, he's been allergic to getting anywhere close to a title, it seems like, his entire career, but this is the time now. The San Antonio Spurs, everybody watched them last year and thought they're a 39-year-old Chris Paul away from winning it all.
Yeah.
And so Dez is ahead of his time with this one. I respect
You
it,
did
dude.
say that. They were a Chris Paul away.
That's a basketball take if I've ever seen one. Here's Mark Stein on his own podcast talking about Klay, Luka, Kyrie. It's here.
Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving are thrilled to know that Klay Thompson is on the way to Dallas. And a lot was made about LeBron James recruiting Klay Thompson. Well, Kyrie Irving played on 2 national teams with Klay Thompson. I covered them both. 2014 World Cup team in Spain, 2016 Olympic team in Brazil. So the Mavericks also had a marquee recruiter to help in their efforts, and they convinced Klay that this is the place he should be. And again, I still can't believe it, even as I say all this stuff.
Yeah, neither can we, because I mean, historically, as he said, it's been torturous, as a Mavs fan base trying to get star players here. And I mean, Klay Thompson certainly not in the prime of his career, but him choosing the Lakers, all that is it's great. And I think one of the biggest things too is just more reinforcement from Nico at the top down to Luka. Hey, we are never satisfied here. We are constantly trying to get better and better and build around you. This is the place you want to be. Western Conference Championship, we're not just going to run it back, fall in love with our guys, and see what happens. We are constantly trying to improve this team. I love hearing that Luke is excited about this. Not surprised at all that he is excited, but I think just the message that it sends to Luka, hey, we are here and we are not going anywhere. We are always going to be looking to add around you.
And Luka's not the recruiting type. So it kind of also shows the importance of having Kyrie here. But also, it was very telling. Netflix has done those Dream Team docs, and then they did that other one with Kobe and that Team USA team. And then, famously, we've talked about, we played the clip like they're playing against Spain, and he's teammates with Pau Gasol on the Lakers. And he just runs right through opening series, Pau Gasol trying to set a screen like he's setting the tone. But those relationships that these stars form playing together on Team USA, they do end up trickling into, hey, where are you going to play in free agency? Do you end up teaming up? I mean, LeBron, Chris Paul, right? These guys become friends, Bosh and Wade. And I do think that element is something Luka will never have, right? So having that Kyrie piece here is huge when it comes to trying to attract and recruit a Klay Thompson-like free agent.
Well, before you get Kyrie, you're thinking about, Nico. He was going to be the recruiter because
and he landed Kyrie.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. He's going to be the recruiter because Luka doesn't want to be the recruiter.
Yeah.
So you needed somebody.
And Nico deserves a lot of credit there, too. But
absolutely.
The added layer of having Kyrie, too.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's done a great job where Mark Cuban and others in the past have not been great recruiters. They've failed. And Dirk didn't want to recruit.
No, Dirk was the same way.
Yeah, he really didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
He did the best he could, but he really didn't want to.
It doesn't look like Dez was being facetious when he said it's championship time in San Antonio.
Yeah, we got a couple of texts that were like he was defending it in the comments. Gosh, Dez, come on, man.
I should have gotten into the comment section on that, dude.
Should we bet money now? I mean, Dez is on a heater.
No, that's...
I mean, the 469 makes a good point. Like, he does only show his winnings. I mean, he could be taking a lot of L's. He just doesn't show us.
He only shows his winnings? It seems like he's winning a lot.
Yeah.
It does seem like he's winning a lot.
Only winnings. He's got his own page
Hashtag
on that.
winning.
Oh, yeah, only winnings.
Did you guys see a guy who's not winning right now?
You.
Yes. And...
Your point.
Cameron Payne, a.k.a. Terry Johnson, as that's allegedly the name he gave to officers when he was in the middle of a police investigation situation.
I'm Terry Johnson.
He gets arrested because of it. Cameron Payne, NBA player, TMZ Sports reporting, I guess he just refused. He was arrested for refusing to give officers his real name.
Yeah.
During whatever type of traffic stop situation he was in.
Anybody look up what Terry Johnson is?
And he told officers that his name was Terry Johnson. And then one of the quotes here from him, once they're catching on to his nonsense, was, quote, "If you want to arrest me for giving you a fake name, then congratulations." And then boom, they slap the cuffs on him. Like, I think, you know what? Appreciate the congratulations on that one. That's a tough way to go.
Goodness.
That's a real tough way to go there for Cameron Payne. But there's your rim sesh here on a Tuesday in the G-Bag Nation. We will hear from Tim McMahon, who was on with Sean and RJ earlier this morning, rehashing some more Klay Thompson stuff and just getting a full circle look at where this Mavs team is at right now. And might they be interested in bringing back an old friend here to help defensively? I think that could be a fun conversation coming up in the Expressway. But let's get you football's finest. Are you buying the CeeDee Lamb report next year in the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. About to hit you with some football's finest, and then we'll get into the Expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Hear what Tim McMahon had to say this morning with Sean and RJ. And then LA Live with Lucius Alexander at 5:40-ish. Right here in the nation, Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius, and, of course, Carter Freeman. The General Gavin Dawson on vacation. Tell him what's up. Send him some well wishes on social media. He'll be back with us next week. But how about we get into some football's finest, Mr. Eric Chiafalo?
I'm seeing yesterday, we had Terrence Steele pushing around an F-150 Raptor, pushing and pulling. Awesome Richards has joined the party.
They're in the Duke Manyweather class of offensive line guruship, so they're doing the same thing there. I think a lot of Brock Hoffman's been there. I've seen Tyler Smith getting into work, so now Awesome Richards, who that's going to be a name to kind of watch when we get to training camp. How's Awesome Richards coming along in year 2?
He's a left tackle, right?
He is.
Yeah,
so he could
they're
be
playing
ahead.
some guard too with him. They're trying a couple of different spots. It always worries me when they start moving linemen around because that means they don't have a spot, So
right.
But
ideally, he's your backup swing tackle, don't you think?
Well, I mean, Chuma Doga.
Yeah, but we saw how that went.
And
he's not a tackle.
They saw him playing in games, and oh, okay, we can do this.
He cost you a game.
He absolutely did. And I mean, they didn't play well in the Miami game anyway. Defensively, they didn't get a stop at the end when they needed
right.
it. But I'm just saying, it worries me a little bit that Awesome Richards didn't show enough to beat out Chuma Doga last year. When they had a chance to play, hey, we drafted this Awesome Richards. To be honest with you, TJ Bass should have probably been picked in the 5th round, and Awesome Richards should have been the guy that maybe was the undrafted free agent, if you want to be real honest about things. It bothered me a little bit, though, that he never was able to push through.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And beat out Chuma Doga. When they needed an offensive tackle to step up, whether it was Ball, let's go.
And somebody just texted in what happened to Matt Let's Go. He's just always hurt. And that shoulder keeps popping in and out.
He had the subluxation of both shoulders. And so, you really can't trust him to play. Those guys just haven't gotten bigger or stronger. I mean, I'm out there watching practice, and I was telling Bobby and Jane Slater, I'm like, listen, if you're an offensive lineman in the OTAs and you're wearing long sleeves and long pants while you're practicing, you're hiding something.
Is that one of your pet peeves? We talked about that on the draft show when we're doing the scouting.
Yes. If you're wearing long sleeves and long pants, you're hiding something. And these guys just haven't gotten bigger. And I'm sure someone's over there listening right now. No, they've gotten bigger. They've gotten stronger. I'm like, well, let's see what happens. But Awesome Richards, I watched him block guys at Clemson, Notre Dame, Florida State. He was blocking guys.
Tape wasn't bad.
Long
arms.
Comes into the league. I kind of expected a little bit, but Chuma Doga said, no, you sit over there. You're not going to play this year. So, yeah, I hope. I do too. I'm hopeful that they need some of these other offensive linemen to step up. They need these 3rd, 4th, 5th round offensive linemen to do a little bit better than they've been.
Absolutely, because they've been great in the 1st round, but outside of Tyler Biadasz, they took in the 4th round.
Yeah.
And then you got TJ Bass as an undrafted guy.
Yeah.
None of these other guys they've really taken flyers on day 3 have panned out at all and given you anything. Like Josh Ball was a swing and a miss.
Awful. What do you guys think about this report from the Twitter NFL insider Pretty Ricky 213? You guys familiar with Pretty Ricky?
Pretty Ricky Fowler?
Pretty Ricky, what they call him.
Is that a
Several
song?
guys have had the nickname Pretty Ricky.
I like the idea of it being the one that Lucius is describing there. That would be amazing if he was breaking some NFL news. But this guy, Ricky, Pretty Ricky 213 on Twitter, has over the years been one of these like random, sneaky, like anonymous NFL insider guys, and where he's like tweeting about things that are going to happen.
So a player or general manager?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly who this is. Like this dude's got.
Give me some examples. You have some examples.
Like he called the Trevor Lawrence one a couple days before it actually happened.
the contract.
The contract.
Recently. Yeah, the contract. What else has he had in the past? He's had some. It's been some stuff over the years here. Let me see. He's got a couple.
There might be a pattern that you could figure out. Is he a player or a general manager? Is he a front office guy? Some of these front office guys can't help themselves.
It's just crazy to do some of that.
So it could be like a fake account.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a guy who's actually working in the league, but hiding behind this.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw what he said, and I think half of this is true.
Okay, so here's what he said about CeeDee Lamb. He tweets this yesterday, and we know that CeeDee Lamb, the reports from Calvin Watkins, that Lamb is not going to show up to camp if he doesn't have a deal done with the Cowboys by then. So they got a couple weeks to figure that out, or he'll be holding out. But now you have Pretty Ricky saying CeeDee Lamb's going to be requesting a trade if the Cowboys do not offer him a new contract worth at least $32 million per year. He wants to be at least the second highest paid wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think he does.
I threw that out there because it was funny because Jeff Kavanaugh was doing his podcast.
Yeah, you're talking about trading CD.
Yeah, and I said, he goes, Cowboy questions, go. And I said, what do you feel about the possibility of the Cowboys trading CeeDee Lamb? And that was met with like total disdain and total like, there's some people that are like, well, if you can't pay him, maybe you get something for him.
Well, I think
there's some people thinking about that.
Yeah.
But the majority of the fan base was like, that's it. Brought it, shut the hell up. No, that kind of thing.
Well, just give it a couple of months, because when we did that with Micah Parsons, we got the same response, and now it's very different.
I absolutely, and I did it not to say it was going to happen, but that's something we have talked about him. It's kind of been like that foregone conclusion that they say that he's going to sign.
Yeah.
That don't worry about him. He's going to sign. But nobody's talked about the potential of him maybe wanting to trade.
I guess it's just when have they traded outside of Amari Cooper, which they got nothing in return for, right? And Amari, we believe, I believe that became a personal thing.
Yeah.
And also a guy that isn't going to be practicing during the week. There was some stuff there that, hey, they were like, we're moving on. But CD's gotten better every year. Like CD has earned that money.
You don't want to trade him.
No. I don't see them trading CeeDee Lamb. I think he absolutely is worth 32 years. Justin Jefferson's getting 35. The drop-off between Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb is not that large. Yeah. I think 32, I would sign him today for that amount of money. Now, I think where you start to have that conversation is if they are moving on from Dak Prescott, is it worth it to pay a receiver that type of money when you have uncertainty at quarterback? That's a fair conversation to have.
I think the Minnesota Vikings are the clear example of what your team could look like if you get rid of Dak Prescott.
You bring in a Sam Darnold bridge guy and you draft J.J. McCarthy or whatever quarterback falls to you in the first round.
Yeah. I think because and then you'll have a big time receiver out there. I don't know what you're going to do with Micah Parsons. You'll see. But the Minnesota Vikings this year will tell you that's very well what the Dallas Cowboys could look like in 2025.
Yeah, I just wonder if
they get CeeDee Lamb done, they don't get Prescott done. And
the Vikings have a good offensive-minded head coach. They're in a better position to have that work. Right now, the jury's out on I talked about that last week with Mike.
I'm just telling you, to me, the Vikings are the team. The Vikings are the team that they are the team that could be the Dallas Cowboys of 2025. Brand new quarterback, bridge quarterback, great receiver out there, some quality defensive players. That's what if the Vikings fall completely apart, that might be what the Dallas Cowboys look like. That could be the example just a year early. Like, okay, keep an eye on the Vikings. If they completely fall apart because of no quarterback and a high-priced receiver and then some pieces on the defense, that could be your example of like, okay, you want to get rid of Dak? You're going to be the Minnesota Vikings 7-10, with a rookie quarterback or a bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think for the Cowboys, it might be one of those things because this upcoming draft isn't supposed to be very impressive at the quarterback position. Obviously, things can change after a full season of college football, and maybe we feel differently come draft time, and if the Cowboys are in a position to take a guy or whatever. But I could see that being more of like a 2-year process before you actually draft the quarterback that you want. And we'll see how the McCarthy thing works out.
But you guys understand how I'm describing that?
100%.
No, I think that there's a lot of parallels,
deal.
especially with moving on from Kirk Cousins.
Right.
There's a lot of people that lump Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott into a similar tier.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And again, really, when you look at the postseason success, you can't argue there's a huge difference between the two. Do I think Dak's better? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
But in terms of what they've done, getting their team to have success in the playoffs, I think Kirk had, one playoff win? Dak's had 2.
Yeah. I think the Vikings are your example of what your team could look like in 2025.
Don't disagree at all. There's another receiver update. You guys remember the Tyreek Hill story where he flew out a plus-size Instagram model and then embarrassed her in the backyard on some football stuff, and she ended up breaking her leg?
Oh, yeah.
You guys remember that story?
Is she one of the baby mamas now?
No.
Did she win a suit?
Well, today she has asked Broward County judge for an immediate jury trial.
Yeah.
So if the request is granted, the trial could take place during the NFL season, and the trial could last anywhere from 7 to 10 days. So you could have a during the season Tyreek Hill jury trial situation going down. She's only asking for $75,000.
Whoa! What did she break?
Her leg. Doesn't that seem like...
Yeah, she got spun.
Seeking up to $75,000 in damages for battery, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligence.
How much the leg cost? Was that $20K?
Yeah, I'm
After you
thinking.
get surgery?
Yeah.
Because my ankle was $10K. So how much is a leg? 20?
Probably double, I would think.
All right, so we'll get $40K.
We're settling,
you
aren't
think
we?
she's a little high on this one?
I mean, it sounds like rent's due.
Yeah.
I think, she's asking.
Oh, wow. It sounds like rent due, and she's hustling hard for this situation.
Because without knowing that type of background, I'd think $75K to Tyreek Hill, just write that off. But you're probably right. Once you know the context of it, she's asking for double.
Mm-hmm. Triple almost.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, because I was going to say she's underdoing this thing.
You're going to go for the whole gusto? You sound like the lawyer.
Yeah, I'm like, why are we only asking for 75?
Yeah, she might have some lawyer fees she has to take care of here.
Battery and assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Having bad dreams tonight, aren't you?
Did they do Oklahoma
you
drill?
Did eat
Is
for
that
a
what
while
they
at
did?
first, didn't you? Right?
This is really tough on you.
Was it Oklahoma drills?
You developed
Oklahoma
autoimmune
drills?
diseases because of this.
No, they weren't doing Oklahoma drills.
I thought they were doing Oklahoma drills.
It was. So Sophie Hall claims that during a quote unquote offensive drill.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means she lined up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
I'd imagine he's going quarterback and she's the center. I'm just imagining he's going under center.
I think she got jammed at the line.
Hill, quote, charged into her violently with great force.
There you go.
Like football.
Resulting in significant and serious injuries. The crushing force was so great that she sustained a right leg fracture, necessitating surgery with metal hardware implantation. So,
needs to drink more milk.
Damn, have a heart, bro.
Well, she got hit and snapped.
She did.
Like Joe Theismann out there.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was a backyard football lesson that got a little bit away from him there.
I think
it's
Hill
a pretty
probably
amazing
got.
story.
I bet you Hill got dominated on the first 2 reps.
It's like,
and he called her out for a 3rd rep, and then that's when he went out.
Line it back up.
Yeah.
Line it back up.
Coach, can we see that again?
Camaraderie.
Yeah, we got camaraderie.
Yeah, camaraderie. Yeah.
Here is a great story from former NFL offensive lineman of the Patriots, Matt Light. He's on the Julian Edelman podcast.
They are funny together.
Listen to this guy talk about how he used to go hunting for deer and turkey right outside of the Gillette Stadium where the Patriots play football. Listen to Matt Light tell you this story.
I pulled up And I hunted that property forever because Mr. Kraft was like, I mean, look, he's like, I don't know anything about what you're doing. I'm like, all right, cool. It was like the green light, right? So I would hunt right behind the stadium where that Lawton's farm, close to that, right?
Yeah.
And they're great people. I went in one morning, and this is awesome. This goes right
before
back
practice.
to Bill. This is before, and this is in the off season. And I go to set up, and one of the security guys comes over. You know, like the guy with like the weird lazy eye.
Yeah.
And he's like,
I know that guy.
He's like, hey man, you can't be here. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, no, I'm gonna park right over here. I'm gonna go in here and kill this bird. I roosted him last night. Like, I know where he's at. And by the way, it's 3 a.m. It's dark. So I get my stuff, and he's like kind of mumbling, and I walk right in. I set my tent up. I wait for it to get light. Bird gobbles, flies down, sits right next to my decoy. I shoot him. I breast him out. I take him in. I always put him in the fridge there in the meal room. And actually, sometimes the chefs there would cook up some stuff for me. It was awesome. But anyway, as I'm eating breakfast, Bill walks in, and he's like, I mean, look, what are we doing? You can't have a fucking weapon on stadium property. And I go, what? I go, hey, Bill, the reason you're hearing about this is because, Briggs is a dickhead. I'm like, I've hunted this thing forever. He's like, I don't give a damn what you've done. You can't have a weapon on stadium property. I go, Bill, it says you can't have a handgun. You can't have a gun on. I go, I didn't shoot a gun. I had a bow and arrow. He goes, this is awesome. He goes, you want to argue with me about what the rules say?
That's good.
He does a pretty good Bill impression there.
Well, he's been hanging out with Edelman a lot.
They're hilarious, man, together.
Yeah. Edelman's impressions kind of rubbed off on Matt Light. I mean, Matt Light's had some great Belichick stories. The pranks that he's done on Belichick, he's been fantastic.
What an amazing! First of all, hunting with a bow, like you're a badass.
You are.
But doing that on the stadium grounds, where he's like, dude, my entire career I've been hunting these things, and now someone's letting the cat out of the bag. Don't come yell over at me here, Bill. But the fact that he's bringing carcasses into the kitchen area of the stadium.
Sometimes those chefs will whip something up for me.
He got dead animals in the freezer of Gillette Stadium until he can find a way to get it home himself. I mean, that's a pretty incredible story, and I imagine that's a one of one in terms of hunting at a football stadium.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
I mean, Broadus, you're a football lifer. I don't think you've ever heard
You
something
know,
like that.
I'll tell you, I've seen guys fish at a racetrack, like a Daytona.
Yeah,
a huge lake in the middle of and people go out and they fish.
I like that.
Yeah, so you can walk from the garage and go do a little fishing, but I don't think I've ever heard about hunting.
No, I mean, how many stadiums have a bunch of animals around to be able to hunt? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Get some good eating at Lambeau. Anything we can hunt out there?
No, man, I'll tell you, those you go grocery
Just dairy
shopping.
farms over there, man.
Grocery shopping, like they have a thing called the Brat Shack.
Oh,
and you can literally you park your car and you see the Brat Shack for $1. You get a brat with all the fixings.
Wait, is this like a little food truck kind of deal, or
it's a shack. It's like like
the Home Depot guy that's cooking it up outside.
Yeah, and you just give like a buck.
Those things
a buck, you get a brat, and you're walking around. Everybody's walking around like shopping with eating brat.
The Brat Shack.
It is great.
Bro. Man, that sounds like a bucket list venue.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, thank you very much. Football's Finest with Eric Chiafalo. Let's hit the expressway, brought to you by the on-time experts. Tim McMahon was on with Sean and RJ this morning, talking Klay Thompson and what's next this offseason for the Mavs. And then we get into LA Live at 5:40. That's next on The Fan. But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And as a true veteran,
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Local experts for over 30 years. DFWsecurity.com.
All right, let's hit the expressway. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts. 35 minutes of uninterrupted radio gold here in the G-Bag Nation. We're about 15 minutes away from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. We're about to talk, we'll hear what Tim McMahon had to say on with Sean and RJ earlier today. A couple of headlines for you. We did get a big signing for the Orlando Magic as they have brought in Jonathan Isaac, agreed to a 5-year, $84 million deal with him. Of course, they drafted him a couple of years ago. He's getting the big bag. And Donovan Mitchell got himself a new deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers as well. I think there were a lot of rumors, like would Donovan Mitchell end up going to the New York Knicks? He's kind of always flirted with that idea, but he gets the max extension from the Cleveland Cavaliers. And Kemba Walker retiring today. 4-time All-Star, former Dallas Maverick, UConn great. I mean, we all will remember the run that he had with UConn to win a national championship.
Kemba the Clutchman.
Just owning Madison Square Garden in that Big East tournament.
It was phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
They were like a Thursday. They were like a first day qualifier.
Yeah.
For that thing.
Like they had to win the tournament, I think, to make the NCAA tournament.
Right.
And they did. And then they end up going on that unbelievable run.
They were the first game out of the blocks on a Thursday.
Crazy.
Keep going.
Some Ranger Nuggets. Tyler Malley will begin his rehab assignment with a AAA Round Rock tonight. Josh Young is day-to-day, and he apparently has not swung a bat, according to Sean McFarland, who is out there at the ballpark covering the Rangers, is listening to what Bruce Bochy and company had to say earlier. We'll talk with Jared Sandler at 6 o'clock. He hasn't swung a bat since his last rehab game. He said there's tenderness, and basically right now they'll test it every day. They'll take it from there. I think when it comes to Malley, I saw he's supposed to maybe throw 45 to 50 pitches as he continues to get himself ramped up. So there's some of your headlines around the sports world as we get you set. Of course, Rangers and Padres in your home of the World Series champs. The Texas Rangers coming up at 6:30 with the pregame show with Jared Sandler. We'll talk to Jared at 6 o'clock. Now let's get to some of these cuts from Tim McMahon, who was on this morning with Sean RJ. Man, they've been doing a great job. Their guest list has been crazy. It's been crazy, crazy good here.
It's the show of whales, man.
Really
That's
is.
what they do.
Big-time whale show. We'll start with McMahon cut 3 here. Is there anything else the Mavs could do this offseason, or are they done?
There's always more that they can do. Nico Harrison is really trying to be very cautious with doing anything with the first round pick. They now have 25 and 31, technically available to trade. But, that's all they have. So they're going to be very selective there. They have an open roster spot, not to get super geeky, but they're basically limited to a minimum salary in that spot. Maybe it's bringing back Markieff Morris, kind of as that locker room OG. He was a very valued voice last year. The other thing that I could see is going after a guard, an on-ball defender type of guard who maybe slips through the cracks and is available for the minimum. And I tell you, your old buddy Dennis Smith Jr., if he's available for the minimum down the road,
wow,